18-year-old Cheng Xilin, an orphan with a troubled past, possessed an extraordinary resilience and intelligence. Despite his internet addiction and smoking habit, he had never broken the law and had even won a fleeting romance thanks to his good looks. Now, in the unbearable summer heat, he was impatiently fanning himself with a plastic fan given to him by a street vendor. The fan was covered in various ads for family planning, and Cheng was slowly inching his way to the bus stop. At this moment, fate decided to intervene. An old man in professional attire suddenly blocked Cheng's path and asked, "Hey, young man, do you believe me?" Cheng, caught off guard by this unexpected encounter, immediately replied, "No." The old man paused and asked why. Cheng bluntly replied, "No money." Seeing this, the old man quickly assured him that fortune-telling was free. This only made Cheng more suspicious. Raising an eyebrow, Cheng retorted, "Free? That's even less believable." This left the old man momentarily speechless. Cheng smirked and explained, "Have you ever had a free lunch? Seriously, besides breathing, what else is free in this world?" However, the old man did not give up. He grabbed Cheng's arm and earnestly began recounting a past event. "Yes, there was a year when my hometown was hit by a disaster." Cheng was speechless and shook off the old man's grip, ready to leave. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Hey, young man, just a few words. It's free anyway, and you're not doing anything. Why not listen?" This made Cheng pause. He thought, why not see if this old man would pull out some Buddha's palm or 19 manual $10 practice book? If he did, Cheng could report him for fraud and maybe even get a 200 yuan reward. The old man looked Cheng up and down, his eyes twinkling with a smile that revealed a set of teeth with a distinctly postmodern aesthetic. Just as Cheng was about to lose his temper, the old man's next words struck him like lightning. "You're an orphan?" This statement instantly piqued Cheng's curiosity. He wondered how the old man knew about his background. When Cheng asked, the old man assumed a mystical demeanor and asked, "Young friend, what would you like to ask?" But Cheng's response caught him off guard. Instead of inquiring about his parents, Cheng asked about the next lottery numbers. "What's the winning number for the next big lottery?" This question left the old man bewildered. He asked why Cheng wasn't interested in his own origins. Cheng's answer left the old man speechless. "They abandoned me. Why should I care? They didn't want me then, and now that I've grown up, should I go looking for them? Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Beneath these words lay the deep pain and stubbornness of an orphan. Just as Cheng turned to leave, the old man quickly slipped a white card into his pocket. Cheng, oblivious, continued to mentally ridicule the unusual fortune teller. He finally reached the bus stop, only to find that the previous bus had just left, leaving the stop deserted. He sat down on the bench. Cheng sighed, fanning himself even more vigorously. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. The heat was unbearable. As he waited listlessly for the bus, he suddenly felt something in his pocket. "Huh," he muttered, pulling out a small white card. The card was the size of a playing card, with no borders or patterns, pristine and new. Cheng stared at it, puzzled, knowing he didn't have a bus card, and bus cards didn't look like this anyway. He rubbed the card with his thumb, and suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Card drawing system is binding." The next second, Cheng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the bench. When Cheng woke up again, he sprang up from the bench in a comically disheveled manner. "Who's there? Come out. What did you do to knock me out?" he shouted, only to find the surroundings had drastically changed. It was now dark, the street empty, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Cheng swallowed nervously, feeling a chill down his spine and his body stiffening. He forced himself to stay calm, mentally encouraging himself. "No, you have to stay calm. Only a clear mind can analyze this strange situation. Come on, Cheng, you're the best. Stay calm." After a bit of self-hypnosis, he gradually relaxed, took out his phone, and checked the time. 11:44 p.m. He thought it might just be late, hence the emptiness. But the silence still made the 18-year-old feel uneasy. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. Men have 3 flames on their bodies. Come on, Cheng, you're still a virgin, full of young energy. It's going to be okay." Cheng muttered nonsensically to himself as he walked to the middle of the street. Looking around, he sighed in relief, thinking it was just late. No cars, no people, which was normal. Even taxi drivers need to take shifts. However, to be safe, he glanced back. "Phew, scared me to death. It's just a small monster." Cheng sighed in relief, thinking it was good it wasn't a person, nothing serious. But the next second, he realized something was wrong and started running. "Help! Damn it!" Cheng's curses and the roar of a taxi-sized mutant pangolin echoed together. Cheng Xilin had never been more speechless in his life. A pangolin the size of a car, covered in spikes, had just appeared on the street. To make matters worse, it inexplicably started chasing him. Was this reasonable? Absolutely not. Cheng Xilin ran desperately, darting into the greenery by the roadside. He hoped the trees would block the massive creature, but the sound of trees crashing down behind him proved otherwise. The pangolin plowed through like a bulldozer, knocking down trees left and right. Damn it! Cheng Xilin cursed internally. I always said pangolins shouldn't be eaten. Now their ancestors are pissed and attacking the city. Seeing the pangolin slowing down, Cheng Xilin cursed loudly while sprinting with all his might. His lungs burned, and every breath felt like swallowing razor blades. Meanwhile, 3 streets away, an even fiercer battle was unfolding. 5 people in black trench coats were fighting a giant porcupine the size of a truck, covered in sharp spikes. The porcupine suddenly shuddered, and its spikes, like spears, shot toward the 5. They dodged with agility that seemed superhuman. One man leaped off a wall into the air. An orange card appeared in front of him. He touched the card, and it transformed into an exaggeratedly designed halberd. Blackwing halberd, the man roared, gripping the weapon and hurling it at the porcupine. The porcupine didn't dodge but curled up on the ground, its back spikes vibrating rapidly. With a loud clang, the halberd hit the porcupine's back, sparks flying, and bounced off. The man caught the halberd, ready to strike again. Just then, a girl's voice came through his earpiece. Deputy Captain, someone has entered the barrier. The man paused, frowning. Is it a star envoy? Probably not, the girl replied. He's been chased by a slave-level iron-spiked pangolin for 2 streets and hasn't used any abilities. The man thought for a moment. You go save him. I'll deal with this warlord-level spear porcupine. Got it, the girl responded. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin was at his limit. His breathing grew heavier, and his throat burned as if on fire. It felt like the final sprint of a long run. He even wanted to apologize to his gym teacher, who always made them run 10,000 meters. I was wrong. I shouldn't have skipped class. As Cheng Xilin ran frantically, random thoughts flooded his mind. What's going on? Where did this monster come from? And why hasn't Ultraman shown up yet? He didn't dare look back, fearing he'd be devoured if he slowed down even a bit. But he was running out of strength, his chest tight, and his legs in agonizing pain. Despair began to well up within him. At that critical moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting life-threatening crisis. Granting initial star power. Ding. Host meets the conditions for card drawing. Proceed with initial draw. A pale blue transparent screen appeared before Cheng Xilin. Exhausted, he shouted at the screen. Whatever you are, stop that thing behind me. Glancing back, he saw the giant pangolin closing in. Any delay, and he'd be its meal. Ding. Host meets the conditions for card drawing. Proceed with initial draw. Draw, draw, draw. Hurry up. Cheng Xilin yelled in panic. Ding. Dozens of cards appeared on the screen, shuffling like a deck. Cheng Xilin didn't have time to watch. Another loud crash behind him signaled another tree falling. He grabbed a tree in front of him and made a sharp turn onto the street, barely gaining some distance from the pangolin. Drawl, drawl, he shouted without thinking. I want an... The cards scattered, and one card remained on the screen. Congratulations. You've obtained an element card. Electromagnetic force. Cheng Xilin was stunned. Railgun? The first thing that came to mind was Misaka Mikoto, known as the Railgun. Element card. Use this card to gain elemental abilities. Cheng Xilin swallowed. Railgun? Despite the absurdity, he had no time for second thoughts. Railgun. Come out. Electric power. Come out. Please come out. Damn it. How do I use this thing? Cheng Xilin thought frantically. Suddenly, a white card with an electromagnetic symbol appeared before him, and he collided with it. As the card touched him, a surge of electricity erupted from his body, lifting him into the air. The electromagnetic field around him sent the pangolin flying dozens of meters away. Moments later, Cheng Xilin landed, his eyes crackling with electricity. An unprecedented sense of power filled him, erasing his fatigue and pain. He watched the pangolin rise and charge again, quickly searching himself for a way to fight back. I remember Misaka Mikoto's attack involves flicking a coin. Where's my money? Cheng Xilin thought to himself as he faced the colossal beast before him, realizing that escape was no longer an option. Was this really the end? In that critical moment, he instinctively reached into his pocket and felt 2 1-yuan coins meant for the bus fare. The pangolin-like monster was closing in fast. Without hesitating, Cheng Xilin pulled out the coins. Take this, you little beast, he roared, his muscles tensing as he channeled all his strength to his fingertips. Suddenly, sparks of electricity danced around his fingers, and bolts of lightning gathered on the surface of the coins. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and excitement. Railgun! Boom! A brilliant, azure-tinged golden beam shot out, piercing straight through the monster. The blinding light illuminated the entire street as if it were daylight. The creature let out a horrifying scream before collapsing to the ground. Breathing heavily, Cheng Xilin's eyes shone with disbelief. At that moment, a glowing white card floated out from his chest, flickered, and then vanished. He stood there, feeling something off but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Glancing down at the mangled corpse of the monster, he fought back a wave of nausea. Not far away, a beautiful girl in a white dress watched in astonishment. This boy is a star wielder, she thought. Judging by the lightning, his star card must be an elemental card. But why is his star card white? Taking deep breaths, Cheng Xilin forced himself to stay calm. I need to check for any more dangers around here. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. The monster's corpse lay ahead, and the right side was clear. Everything seemed safe. But when he turned to the left, he saw the girl. Heh, a pretty girl, Cheng Xilin muttered with a bitter smile. Probably a zombie or a slit-mouthed woman. No big deal. With that, he grinned and took off running. It dawned on him that his railgun could only be used once. The girl stood there, utterly confused. Why did he run away after just one look at me? She wondered. Could it be, am I ugly? Just after taking down a car-sized pangolin, a girl in a white dress suddenly appeared. Is this normal? Of course not. Cheng Xilin was sprinting ahead, clutching his pants pocket, his legs moving like they had springs in them, desperately trying to widen the gap between himself and his pursuer. The girl behind him carried a sniper rifle almost as tall as she was, her steps light but swift, relentlessly chasing him. The chase under the shroud of night made the street look particularly eerie. Cheng Xilin was numb, his mind blank. Taking down a giant pangolin was one thing, but now there was a girl zombie with a gun on his tail. He thought, even if his first love appeared before him now, he'd do one thing: give her a good smack. Trust no one. The girl, out of breath, shouted, I'm here to save you. Why are you running? Hey, stop running. Hearing the voice behind him, Cheng Xilin thought in terror. The girl zombie can talk? He ran even faster, as if a horde of demons were chasing him. Panting heavily, the girl muttered to herself, I told him to stop running. Why is he running even faster? She frowned and thought, damn, could he be some kind of advanced evolved species? Didn't Umbrella Corporation go bankrupt? How are there still leftover products? Despite her internal grumbling, the girl continued the chase. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xilin couldn't run anymore, his energy completely drained, not even enough to fire a railgun. He stopped, eyes vacant, face full of despair. Stop chasing me. Cheng Xilin gasped. I grew up in an orphanage. I have nothing of value on me. Go find someone else. His tone was full of resignation. The girl was also exhausted, bending over with her hands on her knees, gasping for air. Stop running. I'm here to help you. Cheng Xilin sneered. Help me reincarnate. You mean? He was running on sheer willpower, not wanting to be eaten by a zombie. He couldn't help but ponder. Why am I so unlucky? What's the point of living? If he could choose his life again, he'd just stay quietly in an internet cafe. Why did he get chased by a pangolin for 2 kilometers, and then by a girl zombie for 2 streets? While Cheng Xilin was lost in thought, he noticed the girl zombie was also tired. Truly an advanced zombie, getting more human-like, he thought. Cheng Xilin decided to find a place to hide, regain his strength, and then figure out how to deal with the girl zombie. Suddenly, he spotted a narrow alley to his left, with a complex layout perfect for hiding. Summoning some unknown strength, he sped up and darted into the alley. The girl was alarmed. That's where the deputy leader is hunting spear pigs. Hey, don't. Before she could finish, 3 spears whizzed out of the alley. Cheng Xilin reflexively ducked, dodging 2, but the third one hit his collar, the force flinging him into a tree on the opposite side of the street. Cheng Xilin's eyes were hollow, like a soulless shell. He screamed internally. If this is a dream, let me wake up. I'm Cheng Xilin, 18 years old, an ordinary high school student, with some flaws but not too bad, a virgin, had a girlfriend once but we broke up quickly, and I look decent. If this is punishment, I hope the new neighbor downstairs takes it for me, because I don't even know him. The girl finally caught up, standing in front of Cheng Xilin, hands on her knees, gasping for air. She thought, this guy has amazing stamina to run this far. Before she could speak, Cheng Xilin calmly said, can you kill me before you eat me? The girl was taken aback, then understood his misunderstanding. Feeling playful, she wrinkled her nose, bared her teeth and said eerily, I want you to watch as I eat you bit by bit. Cheng Xilin looked into her eyes and replied calmly, then go ahead. I'm perfectly seasoned with sweat. The girl was speechless, thinking, this guy has guts to joke before being eaten. At that moment, 5 people in black trench coats, both men and women, emerged from the alley, their faces and bodies stained with blood. Cheng Xilin sneered. No wonder you didn't eat me right away. You were waiting for your friends. Sharing food. How considerate. The girl rolled her eyes in exasperation. The man at the front walked up to Cheng Xilin, leisurely lit a cigarette and joked, nice look you got there, buddy. Cheng Xilin, having given up, retorted, you're impressive too. A zombie that smokes? The man paused, then burst into laughter, pulling out the spear that had pinned Cheng Xilin to the tree. Who told you we're zombies? Cheng Xilin got up from the ground, rubbing his sore back, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. He looked around and found himself surrounded by several strangers. They were all dressed in matching black trench coats, looking serious, nothing like the zombies he had imagined. The leading man sighed and explained, "We're the urban demon hunters." As he spoke, he lifted a corner of his coat to reveal a golden badge pinned inside. The badge clearly bore the words, "Demon Hunters." Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, his mind a whirl of confusion. In his 18 years, he had never heard of any demon hunters. Was this some new profession? But the little monster he had just encountered was very real. And what about his inexplicable superpower? As he was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell on the chest of the girl next to him. He stared for a full 3 seconds until a loud slap snapped him out of his daze. Slap. Cheng Xilin rubbed the burning handprint on his face, looking aggrievedly at the leading man. What is going on here? The man pondered for a moment before deciding. All right, young man, come with us first. 2 hours later, Cheng Xilin sat in a detective agency in the city, finally understanding the situation. He sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "So, I've traveled through time." It turned out that during the brief moment he was unconscious after helping an old man, the world had undergone a drastic change. Spiritual energy had revived, causing creatures to evolve crazily and exotic beasts to awaken. Meanwhile, a small portion of humans had also awakened abilities called star power and gained miracle-granting star cards. Cheng Xilin scratched his head, thinking, the world is still the same, just filled with a bunch of strange things. He couldn't help but lament his situation. Inexplicably traveling through time, inexplicably becoming a cannon brother, and then inexplicably blasting a small monster to death. The deputy captain of the demon hunters, Zhang Zhao, was staring at a computer screen, repeatedly playing the video of Cheng Xilin killing the iron-spiked pangolin. His eyes were complex as he thought, this kid can kill a servant-level beast with one strike. His star card and talent must be impressive. We must recruit him into the demon hunters. Cheng Xilin, Zhang Zhao said, do you want to join the demon hunters? No, Cheng Xilin blurted out without thinking. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Zhang Zhao hadn't expected such a straightforward refusal, while Cheng Xilin regretted whether he had answered too quickly. Cheng Xilin gave an awkward smile, scratched his head and said, I need to go home now. My mom asked me to come home for dinner. Zhang Zhao frowned. Aren't you an orphan? Cheng Xilin barely paused before quickly changing his story. It's my neighbor, Aunt Li. You wouldn't believe how beautiful her daughter is. Zhang Zhao was momentarily speechless, left with no choice but to watch Cheng Xilin leave. Zhang Zhao took a deep breath, his eyes once again fixed on the computer screen. The video of Cheng Xilin effortlessly taking down the iron-spiked armadillo beast played on a loop. His brows furrowed as he calculated silently. No, I can't let this kid go. A beginner at the star level who can instantly defeat a servant-level beast? Who knows what he'll be capable of in the future? Zhang Zhao muttered to himself, closing his laptop. He looked up at Cheng Xilin, who was sitting across from him with an awkward grin. A determined look gradually formed in Zhang Zhao's eyes. He made up his mind. I can't let another team snatch him away. Cheng Xilin, Zhang Zhao began seriously, have you thought about your future? Cheng Xilin was taken aback, his mind racing. He realized that if he couldn't handle this old man, it would be hard to leave here. So, he sighed deeply and said, you know, a lot of people have asked me that question. Zhang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. So, other teams have already noticed him. He quickly pressed on. And what did you tell them? I've made up my mind, Cheng Xilin declared, and Zhang Zhao watched him intently. If I have the choice, I'd rather just take it easy, Cheng Xilin said earnestly. Zhang Zhao waved his hand in frustration. You can go home for now. All right, Cheng Xilin said, turning to leave. As he exited Zhang Zhao's office, Cheng Xilin saw the girl he had mistaken for the slit-mouthed woman standing at the end of the hallway. He laughed awkwardly and apologized. I'm really sorry about that. I was just too nervous at the time. It's only natural, right? In that situation, even if my ex-girlfriend had shown up, are you not joining the demon hunting team? The girl cut him off, her tone serious. Cheng Xilin didn't answer, just walked past her with a smile. Sorry about that. Just remember not to wear all white when you go out at night. We're not Chu Liuxiang. There's no need to put on airs. As he grabbed the handle of the detective agency's door, the girl spoke up. My name is Zining, Li Zining. Li as in the character for wood. Cheng Xilin paused, tightened his grip on the door handle, then turned to her with a carefree smile. I'm Cheng Xilin. Cheng is in the character for harvest. The bright sunlight made Cheng Xilin squint. He shielded his eyes with his hand, taking a few seconds to adjust. Looking around, he saw that the city was just as it had always been. He walked to the riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water, confirming that he hadn't changed either. Glancing back at the unremarkable detective agency, he muttered to himself, whatever. I'll just go home first. Cheng Xilin rode a shared bike back to his old apartment complex. Feeling hungry, he ordered takeout and slumped on the couch, reflecting on the events of the previous night. A sense of unreality enveloped him. With a thought, a glowing white card appeared in front of his chest, displaying a few simple lightning patterns. Element card? Cheng Xilin muttered. According to Zhang Zhao, star cards were divided into weapon cards, element cards, and guardian cards. So this must be an element card. Suddenly remembering that he seemed to have a system, Cheng Xilin brought up the system interface again. Looking at the simplistic interface, just 20 rotating cards and a 10 progress bar, couldn't help but scoff. Do you think I haven't read novels before? Even if it's not as cool as futuristic tech, at least give me a system sprite. Do you think I'm too dumb to understand this? After fiddling with it for a while with no results, Cheng Xilin was even more puzzled. The system that had spoken to him last night was now completely silent, leaving him perplexed. With a deep sigh, Cheng Xilin put away the system and the star card, slumping on the couch like a dead fish, staring at the ceiling. His eyes showed a hint of unease as he realized that this was no longer the peaceful world he once knew. There were monsters and star guardians here, and he had become a star guardian himself. A sense of insecurity and a fear of not being able to live a normal life weighed on him. Damn it all. He cursed under his breath. Suddenly, his phone rang. Cheng Xilin glanced at the caller ID, Zhang Yueyao. His face twitched, and after a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. The other end was silent for 2 seconds before erupting in a roar. Cheng Xilin, skipping class is one thing, but today you didn't even show up. Do you not want your diploma? Cheng Xilin listened to the tirade with a bitter smile. After a couple of seconds, he forced out a chuckle and said, how could I, my beautiful teacher? I was just spreading positive energy on the way here. I helped an old man who had fallen, which made me late. I'm almost at school now. Really? Of course. A lot of people didn't dare to help him, but I couldn't stand that kind of behavior. I helped him in front of everyone, and they all took pictures and praised me as a role model for young people. As Cheng Xilin was boasting, there was a sudden knock on the door. Bang! Bang! The urgent knocking shattered the room's silence. Hello. Beautiful delivery, came the enthusiastic call from the delivery person outside the door. Cheng Xilin rose expressionlessly and walked slowly to the door. His face showed no sign of emotion, as if he had just weathered a silent storm. Opening the door, he saw a slightly nervous delivery guy. Hello, beautiful delivery. Enjoy your meal. The delivery guy's voice wavered slightly, unsure in the face of Cheng Xilin's cold demeanor and somber presence. An hour later, Cheng Xilin appeared at the school gate. He looked up at the 6 glittering characters above the entrance. Yunzhou Xinghue High School? He nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this scene. Standing at the edge of the playground, Cheng Xilin observed the scene not far away. Dozens of students were holding various cards, showcasing astonishing abilities. Some conjured weapons, others breathed fire or water, and even a few summoned small monsters. Cheng Xilin shook his head silently, lamenting the ever-changing world. Suddenly, a hand rested on Cheng Xilin's shoulder. Envy won't do you any good, old Cheng. Those Xinghue class kids are different from us regular class folks, said Feng Song beside him. Cheng Xilin sneered, his tone full of disdain. What's so different about them? That little fire they spit out. It's not even enough to grill a skewer. Feng Song was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're right. Come on, class is starting. You have no idea. The pretty teacher is already on a rampage. Tisich, Cheng Xilin turned around, dismissively saying, Ha, am I supposed to be scared? Before he could finish, Cheng Xilin froze in place, his gaze falling on Zhang Yueyao in the distance. His tone instantly changed. I am scared. Zhang Yueyao's anger flared as she looked at the dazed Cheng Xilin. Her brows furrowed, and her knuckles tapped sharply on the desk. You lazy troublemaker. Even if you end up in a regular class, you should at least aim to not be a burden to society. Cheng Xilin blinked in confusion and asked, Teacher, did you get it wrong? Shouldn't it be, even if you end up in a regular class, you should aim to be useful to society? Bang! Zhang Yueyao slammed the desk, startling him. Her eyes widened with anger as she gritted her teeth. Do you really think society needs someone who can't even score 100 points combined in math, physics, and chemistry? Cheng Xilin quickly shook his head, his voice low. No, it doesn't. Although he said the words, he felt a sting in his heart from her harshness. Zhang Yueyao pressed on. Do you think society needs a smoking, drinking, truanting internet addict to build its future? Cheng Xilin's face twitched, and he replied softly, No, it doesn't. Zhang Yueyao's tone softened slightly, with a hint of expectation. Then tell me, what kind of person do you want to become? Meeting her gaze, Cheng Xilin responded bitterly, someone who doesn't trouble society. Go on then. Zhang Yueyao waved her hand dismissively. All right, Cheng Xilin replied, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and hurriedly left the office. Watching his hurried departure, Zhang Yueyao's tense expression suddenly relaxed, and she couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Lu, standing nearby, asked in confusion, Teacher Zhang, it's already senior year. Why do you still bother with students like him? Zhang Yueyao shook her head and sighed. You don't know Cheng Xilin. He's a kind-hearted kid. Ever since he left the orphanage, he's been using his relief subsidies to help the younger children there. Teacher Lu was surprised. Then how does he support himself? Zhang Yueyao smiled and explained. Didn't you hear me earlier? He's an internet addict. For the past 2 years, he's been making money by playing games and selling game accounts. That must have been tough for him. Teacher Lu remarked sympathetically, then asked another question. Teacher Zhang, I've been meaning to ask you for a while. You're a Starlight-level star envoy. Why don't you teach the Starshine class instead of a regular one? Zhang Yueyao stood up, organizing her teaching materials, and replied playfully, because I'm good at math. Teacher Lu was momentarily speechless, thinking, a Starlight-level star envoy choosing to teach a regular class because she's good at math? What kind of reason is that? Back in the classroom, Feng Tsong sidled up to Cheng Xilin with a mischievous grin. Hey, old Cheng, did the pretty teacher give you a hard time? Cheng Xilin sat down next to Feng Tsong with a sigh. No, she still won't agree to go on a date with me. Get lost. Feng Tsong retorted with disdain, then pulled out his phone, tapping quickly. Nudging Cheng Xilin with his elbow, he whispered, Old Cheng, check this out. Cheng Xilin reluctantly turned to look at Feng Tsong's phone screen. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Tsong bro, you. Feng Tsong nodded proudly. Cheng Xilin licked his dry lips and quickly took out his own phone. Tsong bro, we really are kindred spirits. Lend me a couple of these. During the subsequent classes, while the teachers lectured at the front, the two of them sat at the back, chuckling quietly. Their behavior occasionally drew curious glances from their classmates. The morning classes soon ended. Everything seemed normal, except for the film crew on the playground outside, making Cheng Xilin feel as if last night had been just a dream. Ah, Feng Tsong stretched and said in a sage-like manner, Let's go. Time to eat and replenish our energy. Yeah, all right, Cheng Xilin replied with a sunny smile. Laughing and chatting, they left the classroom, coincidentally passing by a group of girls from the neighboring class. One girl, with her long hair tied up in a ponytail, had a serene demeanor that was highlighted by her white school uniform. Her large eyes sparkled with amusement, and her delicate face was particularly striking. The two groups passed each other, just another ordinary moment in a student's day. As they reached the stairwell, Feng Tsong suddenly realized something. Hey, wasn't that Feng Yao? Old Cheng, why didn't you say hello? Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes at Feng Tsong and replied helplessly, Don't be ridiculous. What business does a poor student like me have talking to the school's top beauty? Feng Tsong paused, sensing the unusual tone in Cheng Xilin's voice, and wisely chose not to press further. He nudged Cheng Xilin. Who cares about her? No one's stopping us from eating. Let's go. We need to get to the cafeteria and help that shaky-handed auntie. As they headed downstairs, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but glance back. Meanwhile, in the conference room of a detective agency, Zhang Zhao paused the video showing Cheng Xilin using an electromagnetic cannon to kill an iron-spiked armadillo. He turned to a scruffy man with stubble and a cigarette in his mouth. Captain, it's this kid. He not only broke into our spatial barrier, but also killed a slave-level beast with one shot. What do you think? Asked the man, Zhao Chengfeng, the captain of the Yunzhou demon hunting squad. Zhang Zhao met his gaze and said firmly, I want him on our 9th squad. He yawned lazily and said, Old Zhang, stop kidding. How can the demon hunting squad recruit members on its own? If you think we're short on people, I can call the higher-ups. A new batch of students just graduated from the training camp. Zhang Zhao shook his head, his expression serious, and said, Captain, didn't you see? This kid's star card is white. The man's previously relaxed expression turned serious, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, as if he'd heard the world's funniest joke, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old Zhang, stop it. You could say his star card is orange, black, or even gold, and I believe you. But white? What kind of nonsense is that? Is it more advanced than gold or lower than blue? Zhang Zhao said nothing, silently operating the equipment to rewind the video. The screen froze at the moment, just before Cheng Xilin collided with the star card. Zhao Chengfeng squinted, his gaze fixed on the white card floating in front of Cheng Xilin's chest. He recalled the scene where Cheng Xilin had effortlessly taken down both slaves and beasts. After a few seconds of pondering, he asked, Did you get this kid's information? Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. It's quite a coincidence. He's a student of Yueyao. The man froze for a moment, then quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a woman's voice answered, Captain? What's up? I'm eating. Just wanted to ask, do you have a student name? The man was cut off mid-sentence. Zhang Yueyao turned off the video sent by Zhang Zhao and looked up at Cheng Xilin, who was sitting by the window in the cafeteria. The young man was devouring his meal, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Zhang Yueyao's gaze lingered on him, falling into deep thought. This guy is pretty ordinary. Zhang Yueyao reached this conclusion as she watched Cheng Xilin's back. 2 years of interaction and a whole afternoon of close observation hadn't changed her opinion. However, Zhang Yueyao still found it hard to believe that this seemingly unremarkable young man could single-handedly take down a servant-level beast. For her, a Starlight-class Star Messenger, this was no big feat. But for a rookie at the initial stage of Starchild level, it was a staggering achievement. Cheng Xilin's daily life was mundane. In class, he was either playing on his phone or dozing off. At lunch, he squeezed into the crowded cafeteria, joking around with his buddies. Besides being decent at video games and slightly handsome, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Leaning against the corridor railing, Zhang Yueyao gazed through the window at the sleeping Cheng Xilin. She mused that this seemingly ordinary person, who could easily blend into the crowd, possessed a talent that even their captain marveled at. The last class of the afternoon began. Zhang Yueyao walked into the classroom with a graceful stride, drawing a wave of admiring glances. Cheng Xilin was nudged awake by Feng Tsong beside him and groggily lifted his head. "Hey, Cheng, look," Feng Tsong said, staring at the podium with a look of infatuation. Cheng Xilin frowned and looked forward, only to be stunned as well. At some point, Zhang Yueyao had changed into a stylish Balenciaga outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard and forced himself to look away. He didn't absorb a single word during that class. Despite his efforts to control his gaze, it kept drifting back to the podium. When the bell rang, Zhang Yueyao swayed her hips as she left the classroom, leaving a trail of sighs in her wake. Feng Tsong excitedly patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder, inviting him to a gaming session at the internet cafe. Cheng Xilin weakly declined, just wanting to go home and catch up on sleep. As he passed the sports field, he noticed the students of the Starshine class still practicing diligently and couldn't help but smirk. He wandered back home, and after a quick wash, he was about to climb into bed when a knock on the door interrupted him. Opening it, he was surprised to find Zhang Yueyao standing outside. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Cheng Xilin asked, stunned. Zhang Yueyao shrugged and stepped into the room. She glanced around before pulling out her phone and playing a video of Cheng Xilin slaying the beast. "Who would have thought you were a star messenger too?" Zhang Yueyao said with a smile. Cheng Xilin asked excitedly, "Miss Jiang, you're a star messenger as well?" Zhang Yueyao nodded and showed him her 3 star cards. She inquired why he hadn't joined the Demon Hunter team, and Cheng Xilin admitted he was too scared. Zhang Yueyao nodded understandingly and then asked, "Do you trust me?" Without hesitation, Cheng Xilin nodded. Zhang Yueyao continued, "I'm also part of the Demon Hunter team. You can join me. There's a salary and bonuses, definitely more than what you make playing games." Cheng Xilin hesitated for a moment, pondering his situation in this unfamiliar world. Finding a group to stick with seemed like a wise move, especially with someone as trustworthy as Teacher Zhang around. He looked up at Zhang Yueyao, who was inspecting the room, and decided to ask, "Teacher Zhang, is the Demon Hunting Squad a government organization?" Cheng Xilin asked tentatively. Zhang Yueyao nodded and replied, "That's correct. The Demon Hunting Squad is a national organization composed of star envoys, responsible for hunting down the beasts in the city. Every city has its own squad." Cheng Xilin frowned and asked with concern, "Is it very dangerous?" Zhang Yueyao paused, her expression becoming serious. "It is indeed dangerous. We often have to face the beasts hidden, and life and death can be decided in an instant." Cheng Xilin nodded silently, recalling the events of the previous night and feeling a wave of fear. Zhang Yueyao continued, "Actually, you would be a great fit for the Demon Hunting Squad. The benefits provided by the government are quite generous, much better than what you earn from staying up late playing games. You could also buy nice things for the kids at the welfare home." Cheng Xilin thought for a moment and sighed. "All right, in that case, I'll join the Demon Hunting Squad." Then he asked, puzzled, "But weren't you a teacher? How did you become a member of the squad?" Zhang Yueyao explained, "My primary job is actually being a member of the Demon Hunting Squad. Because the school has a Starshine class and needs someone to lead for exams, I also work as a teacher part-time. You can think of it as me being a squad member who also teaches." Cheng Xilin was a bit taken aback, but quickly accepted this fact. Although the world had changed, the people around him hadn't. Suddenly gaining special abilities and joining a national organization seemed like the right move. "All right," Zhang Yueyao breathed a sigh of relief, then awkwardly pointed to a video on her phone. "Cheng Xilin, that move of yours seemed pretty powerful. Could you show it to me again?" Cheng Xilin pointed to the door, exasperated. "Teacher Jiang, please leave. I'm not seeing you out." After Zhang Yueyao left, Cheng Xilin lay on his bed, reflecting on everything that had happened in the past 2 days, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Cheng Xilin showed up in class with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Shocking Feng Kong, old Cheng. What happened to you? You look terrible. Cheng Xilin just shook his head listlessly, saying nothing. Shortly after, Zhang Yueyao walked into the classroom with a cheerful smile on her face. She glanced subtly at Cheng Xilin before softly announcing to the class, "Everyone, from now on, I will be teaching the Xinghui class. You will have a new math teacher." What? No way. The boys immediately groaned in disbelief at the unexpected news. Zhang Yueyao continued to smile serenely. Once the noise died down a bit, she looked at Cheng Xilin and said, "Cheng Xilin, come with me to the Xinghui class." In an instant, all eyes were on Cheng Xilin. Feng Zong was especially stunned, suddenly realizing what this meant. Cheng Xilin was a star envoy. The classmate he had considered an internet-addicted teenager for the past 2 years was hiding such an astonishing secret. Cheng Xilin gave a bitter smile and said to Feng Zong, "Zong, this is hard to explain." With that, he picked up the backpack that hadn't left his seat for an entire semester and followed Zhang Yueyao out of the classroom. In the Xinghui class, Cheng Xilin became the 32nd student. Zhang Yueyao stood at the podium and gently introduced herself to the class. "Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Yueyao, and I am a beginner in the Starlight level. From now on, I will be guiding your practical courses. This is Cheng Xilin from the regular class, who has just awakened as a Starseed beginner. You all will be learning together and striving forward." Zhang Yueyao quickly won the approval of everyone in the Xinghui class with her charm. However, Cheng Xilin secretly grumbled to himself, "People, you've been fooled by this glamorous tomboy." "Cheng Xilin, introduce yourself to the class," Zhang Yueyao said with a smile. Cheng Xilin raised his head and smiled slightly. "Hi everyone. I'm Cheng Xilin. If you ever need an LOL booster, you can find me. I'm a king in the first server with 800 points, and I'll give classmates a 1 discount." The students below were stunned. This introduction was clearly not what they expected. Zhang Yueyao's mouth twitched as she fought the urge to reprimand him, and she simply said, "All right, Cheng, find a seat and let's start the lesson." She then whispered a warning, "Be good. Don't cause any trouble." Cheng Xilin shrugged and silently walked to the back of the classroom, which made Zhang Yueyao even more annoyed. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Zhang Yueyao began the lesson. "Since we have a new student, let's review the previous content and talk about the levels and uses of star cards and star envoys." This piqued Cheng Xilin's interest, as he still knew little about these despite becoming a star envoy. Zhang Yueyao explained in detail the 3 main categories of star cards: element cards, weapon cards, and guardian cards, as well as the 5 levels of star cards: green, red, orange, black, and the ultra-rare gold. This made Cheng Xilin ponder which level his white star card belonged to. Next, Zhang Yueyao introduced the cultivation stages of star disciples. From the initial star seed level to the star map level, then to the starlight level where she was, and beyond to the star cloud level. When a student asked about the star and void levels above the star cloud level, Zhang Yueyao smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll understand when you reach those levels in the future." Zhang Yueyao stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the students below, and continued, "In addition to the initial companion star card, we can acquire more star cards as our cultivation level increases. Each major level up grants us an additional card." As she spoke, she extended her hand, and 3 star cards materialized in front of her, one glowing red, while the other 2 shimmered with an orange hue. "Take me, for example." Zhang Yueyao pointed to herself. "As a starlight level cultivator, I possess 3 star cards. Although we can't predict the type of new cards we'll acquire, there's no doubt they significantly enhance our combat power." Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully, a scenario forming in his mind. So, following this logic, a void-level star disciple could have 6 star cards? If they were all guardian cards, they could summon 6 creatures at once. That would be practically invincible. His eyes sparkled with excitement, then dimmed slightly with a hint of regret. "It's just a pity that the maximum is 6. If we could collect 7, maybe we could summon the legendary dragon." At that moment, Cheng Xilin looked around and suddenly realized he was standing on the playground. Just yesterday, he was mocking these people for looking like they were in a movie, and today he had become one of them. This ironic twist left him feeling a bit melancholic. Observing the busy crowd around him, Cheng Xilin reflected silently. This situation teaches us a lesson: don't boast unnecessarily, because getting a reality check can happen as swiftly as a tornado. It turns out that the playground isn't just for doing the 8th set of radio calisthenics. It can also become a stage for the unexpected. Zhang Yueyao stood before the 32 students of the Xinghui class, her posture straight and her graceful figure drawing the attention of the 18 and 19-year-old boys. She began, "Focus and calm your mind. Even when speaking, my spirit is entirely concentrated on the star map in my sea of consciousness." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 star cards appeared out of thin air in front of her, the released star power even causing her brown curls to flutter. Continuing her explanation, Zhang Yueyao said, "When you fully harness star power, you become the master of the star cards. Whichever card your consciousness focuses on, It will respond to your call. As she spoke, an orange star card in front of her suddenly lit up, and an exaggeratedly large scythe appeared in her hand. This scene instantly dispelled any inappropriate thoughts the male students had, leaving them staring in awe at their beautiful teacher. The star power radiating from Jiang Yueyao, combined with the imposing scythe in her hand, exuded an intimidating sharpness. Noticing Cheng Xilin's dazed expression, Jiang Yueyao called out, "Cheng Xilin." No response. "Cheng Xilin, huh?" Cheng Xilin finally snapped out of it. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Jiang Yueyao said, "Cheng Xilin, you're new here. Why don't you demonstrate the use of a star card so that everyone can get to know you better?" In truth, she just wanted to see Cheng Xilin's white star card, and the move that had taken down a servant-level monster in the video from that night. Cheng Xilin hesitated. Teacher, I've only just awakened and I'm afraid I might not be up to the task. Maybe I should practice a bit more first?" Jiang Yueyao saw through his excuses, a sly smile curling her lips. She coldly laughed, then slammed her pitch-black Ji Shui scythe into the ground, causing a small wave of energy to ripple out. Twisting the scythe, she pointed its tip directly at Cheng Xilin, her eyes filled with threat. "All right, teacher." Cheng Xilin quickly conceded. "My classmates will be my companions in the future, and we'll fight side by side. It's only right to familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities." As Cheng Xilin prepared to summon his star card, Jiang Yueyao suddenly tossed a coin, which landed in his palm with a ping. Puzzled, Cheng Xilin looked at the coin, then at Jiang Yueyao, thinking, "Is this a tip for the performance?" Seeing his confused expression, Jiang Yueyao thought the coin wasn't enough and tossed him another one. Now even the other students were bewildered, wondering if demonstrating a star card required payment. Cheng Xilin sighed, figuring that since he was being paid, he might as well play along. He pocketed the 2 coins. Jiang Yueyao's face darkened, thinking, "I wanted you to flick the coins, not use them to buy snacks." "Cheng Xilin, don't you need the coins?" Jiang Yueyao asked, implying whether he needed the coins to activate his star card. Cheng Xilin misunderstood, thinking she was asking if he needed money. "Yes, I do." Jiang Yueyao, thinking the coins still weren't enough, handed him the remaining 3 coins. Cheng Xilin happily accepted, thinking, "Great, now I have 5 coins." He swiftly pocketed the money. Seeing him pocket the coins again, Jiang Yueyao was furious. "Cheng Xilin, I asked you to use the star card. Why are you pocketing the coins?" Faced with Jiang Yueyao's outburst, Cheng Xilin finally realized, "Oh, you gave me the coins to use my ability." The surrounding students were just as confused, thinking, "Do some star cards require money to use?" Still, no one spoke up, as star cards come in all sorts of varieties. And who knew what kind of unusual card Cheng Xilin had? Cheng Xilin was in a dilemma. His railgun could only be used once due to limited energy. Smiling apologetically, he said, "Teacher Jiang, my move is quite destructive. How about I just show a small spark instead?" Jiang Yueyao wasn't pleased. "I gave you the money, and now you say you won't do it? Don't worry, if anything gets damaged, I'll take responsibility. Use your full power." Jiang Yueyao wore an expression of arrogance, her eyes gleaming with disdain. She thought to herself, "I'm at the initial stage of star-level strength. What can this guy possibly do?" However, she seemed to have forgotten the astonishing scene she had recently watched in a video, where Cheng Xilin single-handedly took down a servant-level beast with one powerful attack. Cheng Xilin gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. "Fine," he said coldly. "You asked for it. Don't blame me for what happens next." He silently vowed to make Jiang Yueyao pay for her threats and difficulties. The next moment, Cheng Xilin summoned a white electromagnetic card. As soon as the card appeared, it drew everyone's attention. Exclamations erupted around him. "It's really a white star card. Why is Cheng Xilin's star card white? Aren't there no white star cards? Is this a higher or lower level?" Ignoring the commotion, Cheng Xilin lightly touched the card with his left hand. Instantly, the card merged with his body, and the familiar sensation of power surged through him. Sparks of electricity began to crackle around him, creating a breathtaking scene. He pulled a coin from his pocket, extended his right arm, and aimed at the empty sports hall in the distance. Boom! The coin was tossed into the air, and everyone's gaze followed it, puzzled about what Cheng Xilin intended to do. As the coin slowly descended to Cheng Xilin's thumb, his right hand was already glowing with electric energy. He shouted, "Railgun!" Bang! Boom! A yellow beam wrapped in white electromagnetic energy shot from Cheng Xilin's fingertip, piercing through the sports hall's roof with incredible speed, lifting it off entirely. Cheng Xilin maintained his shooting stance, with faint arcs of electricity still dancing on his thumb. The students were stunned, staring in disbelief. This can't be real. How can someone at the initial stage of star-level awakening have such destructive power? I'd believe it if you told me he's at starlight level. Hearing the loud noise, teachers and students rushed out into the corridors. Seeing the sports hall's roof blown off, everyone was amazed. Which hero did this? Even the roof is gone. Zhang Yueyao stood frozen, her mind blank except for one thought. How much will this cost? At that moment, a stern voice broke the silence. Yueyao, what's going on here? The voice also snapped the dazed students back to reality. Principal, Principal Lu, the students called out. Zhang Yueyao sighed, put away her snow scythe, and gave a hard glare at the innocent-looking Cheng Xilin. Then she turned to Principal Lu with a wry smile. Principal Lu, it was an accident. The student couldn't control his power. However, Cheng Xilin suddenly stepped forward, shaking his finger lightly. No, Principal Lu, it was Teacher Jiang who insisted I demonstrate using the star card. And she said that any damage would be on her. Zhang Yueyao's body stiffened, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at the smug Cheng Xilin. The two began an intense silent exchange. Zhang Yueyao, kid, you better behave, or I'll make sure you regret it. Cheng Xilin, Teacher Jiang, didn't we agree that any damage would be on you? I wanted to show sparks, but you insisted on seeing the railgun. Who's to blame? Zhang Yueyao, and you aimed at the sports hall? Cheng Xilin, the lab building is more expensive. Zhang Yueyao, you. Cheng Xilin, me? Enough. Principal Lu interrupted their silent battle. Don't worry about the sports hall, the school will handle it. Just be more careful in class from now on. With that, he gave Cheng Xilin a deep look and walked away. Cheng Xilin was dumbfounded, thinking, Principal Lu, don't leave. I put in so much effort to make Zhang Yueyao pay, and you just brush it off with a single sentence? Heh. Zhang Yueyao let out a cold laugh, instantly summoning her snow scythe, her face frosty as she glared at Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin nervously swallowed and forced a bitter smile. Teacher Jiang, how about I treat you to hot pot after school? Heh. Zhang Yueyao laughed coldly. At the Tong de Shun hot pot restaurant, Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao sat at a steaming hot pot table, feasting heartily. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, and their cheeks flushed from the spicy food. Suddenly, Zhang Yueyao raised her hand and called out to a nearby waiter. Can we get 3 more plates of fatty beef, 3 plates of hand-cut lamb, and 2 plates of tripe over here? Cheng Xilin's mouth twitched involuntarily at her order. He calculated silently that this hot pot meal might cost him his entire gaming account. With her mouth full, Zhang Yueyao mumbled, So, you're saying your railgun can only fire once? Cheng Xilin nodded helplessly. That's weak. You don't last long at all, Zhang Yueyao mocked. Cheng Xilin's face darkened, and he couldn't help but retort, Who are you calling weak? As long as it packs a punch, he added. Zhang Yueyao shrugged dismissively. Yeah, but it only feels good for a moment. Cheng Xilin couldn't take her double entendres any longer and reminded her, Hey, you're a teacher? Zhang Yueyao was unfazed, simply brushing her hair aside and continuing to focus on the food. Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes, recalling a saying he once read online. Never make assumptions about someone until you truly know them. At this moment, he regarded it as a universal truth. Who would have thought that the seemingly elegant and poised Zhang Yueyao was actually so crude? Just then, the waiter arrived with their new dishes. Zhang Yueyao's eyes lit up, and she urged, Hurry up and eat. After this, we'll head to headquarters and meet everyone. The mention of headquarters made Cheng Xilin anxious. He cautiously probed, Ms. Jiang, you saw it yourself. I can only fire my railgun once. I run out of power after one shot. Taking a deep breath, he introduced himself with determination. My name is Cheng Xilin, 18 years old, an ordinary high school student. I smoke, skip classes, and am addicted to gaming, but none of that is too serious. I have no major disciplinary records, am a virgin, had one girlfriend in high school, broke up the same day due to a teacher's interference, not into guys, good-looking, with 2 movies on my phone, and I've joined the official organization. Later, Cheng Xilin stood at the entrance of the detective agency, muttering to himself, It feels like a lifetime ago, but I'm back here again. He shook his head, looking deeply nostalgic. Zhang Yueyao ignored his odd behavior. Despite knowing him for over 2 years, she didn't know much about Cheng Xilin. She only knew he had a tough life, but a resilient spirit. And from that limited knowledge, she concluded Cheng Xilin was a bit crazy. Following Zhang Yueyao into the detective agency, Cheng Xilin walked with his hands behind his back, like a leader inspecting the premises. He nodded approvingly at intervals, as if he were very impressed. Zhang Yueyao couldn't hold back any longer and warned, You're a team member, not the captain. Behave yourself. Cheng Xilin pouted and spread his hands helplessly. At the end of the hallway, Zhang Yueyao pushed open a door. Cheng Xilin glanced inside and was stunned. The room was filled with advanced technology, making him feel like he had stepped into the future. The blue and white color scheme dominated, with various instruments everywhere, and a map of Yunzhou City projected on the wall. You're here, a cheerful voice called out. Cheng Xilin turned and recognized the girl with a large sniper rifle Li Zining. However, today she wasn't wearing her usual white dress. Yeah, I'm here, Cheng Xilin responded, staring at Li Zining. Feeling his gaze, Li Zining checked herself, wondering if something was wrong or if she had food on her face. Just as she was about to ask what he was staring at, Cheng Xilin suddenly said seriously, "JK suits you well." Li Zining's face turned bright red, and she ran out of the room without a word. What happened to her? Cheng Xilin asked, puzzled, turning to Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Yueyao sighed, thinking, you just made her blush like crazy, and you're asking me why? She shook her head and said, let's go. The captain is waiting for you inside. In the meeting room filled with smoke, a scruffy man with a cigarette and stubble sat in a chair. Jiang Yueyao seemed used to it and directly addressed Zhao Chengfeng. Captain, I brought the new member. Zhao Chengfeng glanced up lazily and greeted, oh hi. He then looked at Cheng Xilin and briefly introduced himself. I'm Zhao Chengfeng, your captain. After that, Zhao Chengfeng waved his hand. Take him to Zhangzhou for registration and introduce him to the team. Jiang Yueyao turned and left. Cheng Xilin, still confused, quickly caught up with her and asked, Ms. Jiang, is our captain reliable? He seems a bit off to me. Jiang Yueyao thought for a moment and answered vaguely, he's fairly reliable. After a pause, she added, I guess. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but grumble. Can you be more definite? Fairly? I guess. So, you don't really know either. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. All right, even if the captain isn't reliable, at least there's still the vice-captain. That day, Cheng Xilin saw Zhang Zhao in person. From his impression, Zhang Zhao was a serious-looking and stern person. Cheng Xilin thought to himself that such a captain should be reliable. Besides, with so many team members around, it wouldn't matter much even without a captain. Cheng Xilin followed Jiang Yueyao to another room. As they approached the doorway, he could hear a commotion inside. Before he could make sense of the noise, Jiang Yueyao had already pushed the door open. The muffled sounds suddenly became clear. Come on, attack. Stop using Q. Use your ULT. Damn it. What's the healer doing? Heal me. Jungler. Are the wolves your dad? Stop circling them. Top laner. Are you flirting with the rock golem? Hit him once. He hits you once. Cheng Xilin was stunned. The scene before him was beyond his expectations. What surprised him the most was that Zhang Zhao was the one shouting the loudest, berating his 4 teammates fiercely. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but think, who is this toxic player from the depths of the internet? Jiang Yueyao, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. She stood behind one of the burly men, intently watching him play. Cheng Xilin pondered whether he should join in to avoid seeming out of place. He moved over to stand behind another teammate and started observing. This teammate was playing as the jungler, Lee Sin. Cheng Xilin glanced at the stats and couldn't help but chuckle. He teased, hey man, are you afraid of social interaction? The teammate looked puzzled. What do you mean? Cheng Xilin explained. You never join the team fights, huh? Mid laner dies, you farm the wolves. Bottom lane loses too, you farm the wolves again. Our team loses a 4v5 fight, and you celebrate by farming wolves. Give me a break. Let me take over, Cheng Xilin suggested. The teammate looked at Cheng Xilin skeptically. You sure? I'm telling you, even with my silver V skills, I can't handle Lee Sin. Can you? Cheng Xilin grinned. I'm a bit better, Silver 4. I know a thing or two. Eventually, Cheng Xilin replaced the Wolf Terminator. What followed left everyone in awe. 2 minutes later, someone exclaimed, wow, Lee Sin's kick is amazing. 3 minutes later, another shouted, Lee Sin kicked 5 people. Wow. 5 minutes later, yet another marveled, damn, is this the legendary triple kill? Zhang Zhao was furiously typing on his keyboard, shouting, yes, this is how Lee Sin should be played. Amazing. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xilin stretched his wrists and stood up. He glanced around with a look that clearly said, I am the god here. After the game ended, Zhang Zhao quietly shut down the computer and ran his hands through his hair. His expression turned serious as he said, all right, the newcomer is here. Let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other for better coordination in future missions. Cheng Xilin stared at Zhang Zhao, wide-eyed. He thought to himself, who is this suddenly professional-looking man? Where did the shouting maniac go? Just then, Li Zining walked in, quietly standing by with the blush on her face already faded. Jiang Yueyao spoke first. Jiang Yueyao, star-level beginner. The Wolf Terminator also introduced himself with a smile. Lin Yilong, star-level intermediate. The burly top laner raised his hand and smiled. Duan Minglong, star-level beginner. The support player nodded at Cheng Xilin. Fang Jun, star map peak. The young AD player grinned at Cheng Xilin. Lin Xie, star-level beginner. Li Zining pouted and huffed at Cheng Xilin. Li Zining, star map peak. Zhang Zhao nodded and said, Zhang Zhao, star-level advanced, and also the vice-captain of the demon hunting team. We won't go into details about everyone's abilities now. You'll learn them as you participate in missions. He paused and continued. All right, everyone, go prepare. The signal from the West District has been flickering all day. Duan Minglong, Jiang Yueyao, take Cheng Xilin with you to the West District. Don't let him fight yet. He should focus on learning first.
Yes.
Got it. Cheng Xilin stood there, his mind in a whirl. He couldn't help but think. So, I came here, won a game with 4 noobs, and now I have to risk my life on a mission? Cheng Xilin, an ordinary 18-year-old high school student, was currently curled up in a corner of a rooftop, hugging his knees tightly. This was his second time fighting, and just like the first, he was forced into it. His lonely, helpless, and small figure stood in stark contrast to the other two on the rooftop. Not far away, the burly Duan Minglong and Jiang Yueyao were leisurely drinking beer and grilling skewers. Cheng Xilin watched them, feeling utterly devastated. As a novice, he had been dragged into such a dangerous mission, and no one cared about his feelings. Duan Minglong noticed Cheng Xilin curled up in the corner. He raised his meat skewer and called out, Cheng, come and eat something. You need strength if a fight breaks out. Cheng Xilin quickly shook his head. I'm good, thanks. Why not? Duan Minglong asked, puzzled. Cheng Xilin, too scared to admit he was afraid of the monsters, made up an excuse. The wind up here is strong. If I open my mouth to eat, I might choke. This response left Duan Minglong stunned, and even Jiang Yueyao looked at him in surprise. Where did you come up with such a unique reason? Jiang Yueyao turned to Duan Minglong with a hint of disdain in her voice. Duan, forget it. He's just a rookie. Let's eat and get ready for work. Duan Minglong saw Cheng Xilin's nervousness. He smiled broadly, picked up a can of beer, and walked over to Cheng Xilin. Sitting beside him, he opened the beer and handed it over. Cheng, your first fight with these beasts can be pretty terrifying. Cheng Xilin hesitated for a moment, then, perhaps out of nervousness, took a big gulp of the beer. Duan Minglong continued, the first time I fought a beast, I was scared out of my mind. It's hard to imagine a re-deered slider growing as big as a tank. Cheng Xilin was curious. How did you kill it, Duan? Duan Minglong scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Well, don't laugh, but I was scared stiff. Luckily, it was just big and slow. I just kept cutting at its limbs and tail until dawn. I got exhausted and it bled out. Cheng Xilin was stunned. Wow, you basically scraped it to death? Duan Minglong chuckled and then said enviously, you're much better. I saw the video. You took down that iron-armored pangolin with one shot. Impressive. Jiang Yueyao interjected. He just had a lucky shot. He was spent afterward. Cheng Xilin felt anger rising inside. But Duan Minglong comforted him. That's normal. You've just awakened your star power, and you're still at the beginner level. Your star power is insufficient, and you can't control it well yet. You'll get better with time. Cheng Xilin looked at Duan Minglong gratefully while glaring at Jiang Yueyao. He wanted to shout at her, but could only mutter to himself. Now that's what a team leader should say. Jiang Yueyao seemed to read his thoughts and merely smirked, ignoring his glare. Cheng Xilin noticed that both Duan Minglong and Jiang Yueyao had 2 black rods strapped to their backs. Curious, he asked, what are those rods for? Duan Minglong explained. Oh, you mean the boundary poles? They're used to set up barriers during fights with the beasts. Since the beasts are huge, our battles can damage the surroundings. So, we use these poles to create a 2-kilometer barrier to protect the buildings and people. Seeing Cheng Xilin's confused expression, Duan Minglong scratched his head, unsure how to explain further. Jiang Yueyao took over. The boundary poles are high-tech barriers developed by void-level experts with rare spatial elements and national research teams. When we set up a barrier, it essentially mirrors everything within 2 kilometers into another space. So, no matter how much we destroy during the fight, it won't affect the real world. Cheng Xilin pondered this for a while and finally understood. So, it's like a separate battleground. Why make it sound so complicated? Cheng Xilin then asked another question. If Yunzhou is guarded by the Demon Suppression Army, how did the beasts get in? Duan Minglong patiently explained. Every city has the Demon Suppression Army and a defense network powered by electricity and high-level crystal cores. While the defense network can repel beasts from outside the city, the electric stimulation can sometimes cause the cores to hatch into new beasts. These can range from minions to warriors, or even commanders. Our job as the demon hunters is to clean them up. Got it? Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of this complex world. Everything comes at a cost. The city's defense network uses the crystal cores of exotic beasts to fend off other beasts. But the price is that these creatures might be prematurely spawned and appear directly within the city. Cheng Xilin sighed, thinking to himself, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if it seems free, there's probably a hidden danger. Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao and Duan Minglong's expressions turned serious. Jiang Yueyao quickly stood up, her sharp gaze scanning the road by the river below. She grabbed 2 rods from behind her, skillfully tossing one to Duan Minglong. her voice low and urgent. Old Duan, get ready to set up the boundary poles. Got it. Duan Minglong caught the pole steadily and walked briskly to the edge of the rooftop. He turned back to Cheng Xilin with a confident smile, then leaped off the 31-story building without hesitation. Holy crap, Duan! Cheng Xilin shouted, his mind racing with horrific images. That's the 31st floor. He quickly scrambled to the edge of the rooftop, his heart pounding, terrified of seeing Duan Minglong splattered on the ground. However, the scene before him left Cheng Xilin stunned. Duan Minglong, falling swiftly, deftly embedded 4 rods into the building's wall in succession. In an instant, everything around Cheng Xilin blurred, plunging them into an eerie silence. The sensation was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the day he was first chased by the giant pangolin had entered the interdimensional battlefield. A glow suddenly appeared in front of Duan Minglong, with 3 star cards, 2 red and 1 orange suspended in the air. He quickly touched one of the red cards, and an elegantly designed Yinling blade materialized in his hand. With fluid motion, Duan Minglong stabbed the blade into the wall, hanging steadily on the exterior of the building. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but mutter to himself, what the heck, old Duan, you big lug, using such a flashy weapon? Just then, Zhang Yueyao's voice interrupted his thoughts. It's here, and it's a warlord class. Cheng Xilin paused, turning to see Zhang Yueyao already standing on the edge of the rooftop, gripping her Ji Shui scythe with vigilance. A low rumbling sound suddenly came from the river. Cheng Xilin looked towards the source, his eyes widening in disbelief. A colossal giant salamander, as large as a bulldozer, was slowly emerging from the water, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The absurdity of the scene made Cheng Xilin question if he was still in the real world. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard. This was the second time he had encountered such an absurd creaturino, a beast. A giant salamander, typically found in remote mountains or farms, had transformed into a monster the size of a bulldozer. Though he couldn't fathom what kind of mystical energy had caused this mutation, the battle had already begun. Zhang Yueyao and Duan Minglong leaped from the rooftop like 2 bolts of lightning. Zhang Yueyao wielded a large scythe, spinning gracefully in the air with her legs slightly bent, like an arrow shot from a bow, aiming straight for the colossal salamander. Simultaneously, Duan Minglong jumped down, his Shochuan Dao glinting coldly as it pointed at the beast. Zhang Yueyao, like a human projectile, used the momentum of her dive to rotate her body midair. As she neared the beast, her massive scythe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming for the beast's head. However, the beast's reaction was unexpected. It lifted its flat head, its pitch-black eyes locking onto the incoming scythe. In the next instant, the beast swung around, its thick tail whipping towards Zhang Yueyao like a massive club. Though surprised by the beast's agility, Zhang Yueyao couldn't alter her attack trajectory. She decided to increase her force, aiming a fierce slash at the beast's tail. With a shoo sound, the scythe severed the tail, causing blood to splatter. Using the momentum, Zhang Yueyao landed, sliding over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Duan Minglong's attack was also imminent. He gripped his Shochuan Dao with both hands, lowered his stance, and deftly maneuvered around the beast's foreleg. With another shoo sound, blood gushed from the beast's foreleg. The injured beast let out a painful howl, but the duo didn't relent. Duan Minglong quickly retreated, his Shochuan Dao vanishing as 3 star cards appeared on his chest. He tapped the orange star card, and a flicker of fire merged into his body. Duan Minglong extended his hands, flames roaring from his palms. Fire pillar, he shouted. A scorching column of fire shooting from his hands, striking the wounded beast. On the other side, Zhang Yueyao also put away her scythe, lightly tapping an orange star card. As the star card disappeared, a wolf the size of a car materialized. Qinglang beast, attack, she commanded. The wolf let out a howl, leaping high and sinking its fangs into the giant salamander's back, its claws tearing furiously, blood spraying everywhere. From the rooftop, Cheng Xilin watched in astonishment. For a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for the giant salamander. Its head was being scorched, its back bitten by a wolf, and its tail severed. Had it done something wrong? Maybe it had just taken a dip in the river and was sunbathing on the shore. But then, Cheng Xilin noticed something unusual. The severed tail was regenerating, and the wound on its foreleg had stopped bleeding. Holy crap! This salamander has insane healing abilities, he exclaimed. Just then, Li Zining's voice came through Cheng Xilin's earpiece. That's a gigantic salamander, a warrior-class beast. It shares some genetic traits with the axolotl, granting it remarkable regenerative abilities. As a beast, its healing is even more terrifying. Plus, the mucus on its skin provides some fire resistance. Duan's low-level fire pillar won't kill it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Cheng Xilin began to complain, but Duan Minglong had already voiced his frustration. Could you give us a heads-up next time? I wouldn't have wasted so much effort, he said, retracting the flames as his Shochuan Dao reappeared in his hands. The gigantic salamander growled menacingly at Duan Minglong. Zhang Yueyao recalled her Qinglang beast and gripped her scythe again. So, how do we kill this thing? She asked. Indeed, the gigantic salamander wasn't particularly strong in attack, but it was immune to fire, water, and blades. Zhang Yueyao and Duan Minglong were at a loss. Hearing Zhang Yueyao's question, Cheng Xilin almost laughed. He thought, you two went through all that flashy action jumping from buildings, spinning in the air, and unleashing a fiery spectacle and it didn't even flinch, while you two are exhausted. The deputy leader is on his way. Hang in there, Li Zining said through the earpiece. Cheng Xilin watched the ongoing battle below. Each time Zhang Yueyao and Duan Minglong inflicted a wound, it healed within seconds. He frowned. This isn't working, he muttered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Zining, what about my ability? Should I give it a shot? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clattering sound from the other end of the earpiece, as if something had fallen. After a moment, Li Zining's voice came back, lowered. Your ability could work. Since it's electric, it can effectively burn through the salamander's mucus layer. But your star power is limited. You can only fire one electromagnetic cannon. Cheng Xilin pursed his lips, thinking. So, I'm low on energy? One shot and I'm out. If that's the case, I'll skip the cannon. He looked around the rooftop and suddenly his gaze settled on 2 rows of clotheslines. An idea sparked in his mind. Eureka! Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up as he darted towards the clothes rack. With swift, practiced motions, he dismantled the rack and acquired 3 long, straight iron rods. Heh, today old Cheng's not playing with coins, but with iron rods, he muttered to himself, eyes gleaming with excitement. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Cheng Xilin looked down at the 100-meter drop and couldn't help but swallow hard. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively turned and rushed into the stairwell. It's not that old Cheng doesn't want to show off, it's just that my skills aren't up to it, he grumbled to himself. 3 minutes later, Cheng Xilin burst out of the building, coming face-to-face with the massive salamander's enormous body. Damn it, who else but old Cheng could be this unlucky? Fighting 2 monsters in 3 days, he muttered under his breath as he watched Duan Minglong get headbutted by the giant salamander. Without further hesitation, Cheng Xilin focused his thoughts, and a white electromagnetic card merged into his chest. Feeling the current surge through him, he pulled out an iron rod and raised it high. The rod was instantly enveloped in white electric arcs, crackling with energy. Duan, get out of the way! Cheng Xilin shouted, taking a few steps like a javelin thrower before hurling the electrified rod at the giant salamander. The rod shot through the night like a bolt of lightning, piercing the creature's forelimb as it charged forward. Roar! The electric current quickly spread across the salamander's mucus-covered body, causing it to roar in agony from the intense, burning sensation. Hey, it actually works, Cheng Xilin thought with a grin, quickly assessing his remaining star power. I can still shoot twice. He licked his lips, bonus. Here I come. Whoosh! The second shot hit the giant salamander's abdomen directly, the force flipping the creature onto the ground. Cheng Xilin hefted the last iron rod in his hand. Let's see if I can't fry you to death. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin froze. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Zining and asked, Zining, how strong is the giant salamander's ability to regenerate its internal organs? Strong, but internal organ regeneration isn't like limb regeneration. It needs time to rebuild the system, Li Zining replied. Cheng Xilin nodded, forming a plan. His gaze locked onto the area between the giant salamander's legs and under its tail. You're the one. Time to go in, he muttered, hurling the last electrified rod with precision. Whoosh! Roar! With Cheng Xilin's final strike landing, the giant salamander let out an earth-shaking howl. On the scene, Duan Minglong and Zhang Yueyao, along with all the demon hunters watching the big screen at the agency, were stunned into silence. The scene was beyond the realm of ordinary human behavior. At that moment, Zhang Yueyao looked at the struggling, agonized giant salamander and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Maybe you were never meant to be hatched, she thought. Taking advantage of the giant salamander's agonizing roar, Zhang Yueyao leaped forward like lightning. In a flash, her scythe appeared and precisely decapitated the monster. With practiced ease, she split open its head and extracted a walnut-sized blue crystal core. The beast's struggle ceased immediately as it died. Zhang Yueyao sheathed her scythe, Shuejian, and spoke into her communicator. Have the demon suppression army handle the carcass. This statement left Cheng Xilin momentarily stunned, as images of police cleaning up flashed through her mind. She asked curiously, do they clean up the beast's body? Duan Minglong patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder and explained with a smile, ordinary people can enhance their physical abilities by eating beast meat. So every time we hunt one, we hand it over to the demon suppression army as a supplement. Cheng Xilin suddenly understood and asked, Can't we enhance our physical abilities by eating it too? Zhang Yueyao shot her a disdainful look and replied, we cultivate star power. Nothing enhances the body more than that. Cheng Xilin forced a smile and nodded. Watching the queen-like Zhang Yueyao, she vowed silently, one day, I'll make you acknowledge me. Zhang Yueyao noticed Cheng Xilin's odd expression and felt a surge of anger. This idiot is definitely thinking something inappropriate again. Cheng Xilin, she shouted sternly. What? Cheng Xilin lazily lifted her eyes to meet hers. Oh, you dare talk to me like that? Zhang Yueyao's eyebrows shot up as she glared. PFF, what can you do to me? Cheng Xilin retorted indifferently. Just as tensions were about to boil over, Li Xining's voice intervened. Old Duan, drop the barrier. The demon suppression army is here. Humph. Both women turned away in their own haughty manner. Duan Minglong quickly retracted the barrier rod, and two military trucks slowly approached. A man in dark green military uniform got out and greeted Duan Minglong with a smile. You guys really worked hard. Duan Minglong responded with a hearty laugh. It's our duty. Just make sure you do your job without disturbing the civilians. The man walked over to the giant salamander's corpse and exclaimed, Whoa, you guys are really brutal now, huh? Always going for that spot. Cheng Xilin turned away awkwardly, while Zhang Yueyao sneered, we've got a freak in the team, can't help it. What? The man asked, shocked. Are you guys that short on people? Just taking anyone? As the conversation started to veer off track, Cheng Xilin quickly interjected, let's go. We have school tomorrow. Zhang Yueyao's lips curled up slightly at this. Back at the detective agency, Zhang Yueyao looked around and asked, where's the vice captain? Li Xining shrugged. Probably lost again. Still riding his bike? Zhang Yueyao frowned. Yup, Li Xining replied. Cheng Xilin listened in astonishment. This demon-hunting team is like a madhouse. The captain has depression, the vice captain is a directional eye-challenged gaming addict who rides a bike to missions. Is it a budget issue? Or does Zhang Zhao have a special attachment to bikes? Sighing, Cheng Xilin found a spot to sit and her gaze fell on Lin Zi, guy whose ADC kill count was almost as high as his death count. She hesitated and asked, Brother Lin, why do you always wear sunglasses? From the beginning, Cheng Xilin had noticed that Lin Xia wore sunglasses whether he was gaming or just hanging around. She even suspected he wore them during meetings to nap openly. Lin Xia smiled awkwardly. Just a habit. Zhang Yueyao butted in. Xiao Linzi, it's just a minor thing. He'll find out sooner or later. You might as well tell him. Cheng Xilin's curiosity was piqued, and she sat up straight, ready to listen intently. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, then turned to Cheng Xilin and slowly removed his sunglasses. It's actually like this. Cheng Xilin frowned, Brother Lin. If you don't want to talk to me, just say so. Why are you looking at me with one eye while the other watches Xening? What's up with your left eye standing guard and your right eye on patrol? Zhang Yueyao burst into laughter. Left eye standing guard. Right eye on patrol. You really came up with that? Seeing Lin Xia's extremely embarrassed expression, an idea suddenly flashed through Cheng Xilin's mind. Cheng Xilin curiously observed Lin Xia, and suddenly had a light bulb moment. He winked at Lin Xia, his questions almost bursting forth. Lin Xia seemed to sense something, closed his eyes helplessly, and nodded slightly in response. Oops. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Sorry, Lin, I really couldn't hold it in. It wasn't intentional. He thought to himself. No wonder Lin Xia only managed to farm 8 minions in 15 minutes while playing ADC. One eye was on the river, and the other was on the minion wave. Lin Xia put his sunglasses back on, crossed his arms, and sighed as he sat on the sofa. What else can I do? Cheng Xilin pressed his lips together and patted Lin Xia on the shoulder encouragingly. Don't be discouraged, Lin. Everything will get better. If we lack natural talent, we'll just work harder. He paused and then asked, by the way, Lin, what's your role in the team? Cheng Xilin recalled Duan Minglong's earlier introduction. Himself, Zhang Yueyao, the captain, the vice captain, and Lin Yilong were all primary attackers, responsible for direct combat against the beasts. Li Xining was the analyst and long-range support, and Fang Jun's star card was more control-oriented, also a support role. But when it came to Lin Xia's responsibilities, Duan Minglong had been vague and unclear. After a moment of silence, Lin Xia seriously responded to Cheng Xilin. I'm the long-range support, a sniper. What the fuck? Cheng Xilin's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. Has the demon-hunting team really turned into a madhouse? A cross-eyed person as a sniper? Are we fighting monsters, or our own teammates? He looked around and couldn't help but wonder. Is there anyone normal in this team besides me? Before long, Zhang Zhao finally returned. He showed no signs of embarrassment from getting lost and nonchalantly said, today was Shi Lin's first mission, and he completed it excellently. Let's all get together tonight for dinner. Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up. He never turned down a free meal. However, he quickly noticed that the 4 people in the room didn't seem the least bit happy. He thought for a moment and guessed it might be due to long-term work fatigue, just like office workers nearing the end of their shift, only to have the boss announce a dinner gathering 99 of people wouldn't want to go. They had already planned to play games or binge-watch shows after work. Who had the time for a team dinner? But Cheng Xilin didn't care about any of that. Deputy Captain, where are we eating? He asked eagerly. Zhang Zhao casually replied, we'll cook ourselves. I already bought the groceries. Cheng Xilin was stunned. Cook ourselves? And you already bought the groceries? He started to suspect that Zhang Zhao hadn't gotten lost but had detoured to the market. He turned to look at Zhang Yuyao and Li Zining, who both seemed completely indifferent, clearly unwilling to help. Then he glanced at the stoic guy next to him, hiding his sadness behind sunglasses. Cheng Xilin sighed, went outside, and brought in the groceries. Zhang Zhao's choice of vegetables was indeed peculiar. 2 bags of leafy greens made Cheng Xilin wonder if he was being subtly reminded about his single status. Zhang Zhao showcased his versatility, turning 4 different types of greens into 8 dishes and a soup, and they tasted great. Looking at the table full of greens, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but ask, Deputy Captain, is it just the 6 of us eating? Yes, just the 6 of us. The others went home earlier, Zhang Zhao replied while serving rice. Cheng Xilin pursed his lips, thinking this hardly counted as a team dinner. But he let it slide. At least it was a free meal. To his surprise, the one who ate the most wasn't the tall and sturdy Duan Minglong, but the petite Li Zining. Even Cheng Xilin's appetite was only half a pound less than hers. After dinner, at 11 p.m., Zhang Zhao said to Cheng Xilin, Xilin, get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, Yu Yao will teach you how to cultivate. Work hard and try to catch up with everyone. Cheng Xilin nodded and left. When he got home, he took a shower and lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. He thought about using an iron rod as a javelin and how metal could effectively conduct electricity to enhance its power. But for now, he was just a beginner, with only one electromagnetic card and a simple, crude way of using it. He realized that the immediate priority was to distribute his star power evenly during battles to improve his endurance. Thinking about this, Cheng Xilin fell asleep. The next day, under Jiang Yuyao's guidance, Cheng Xilin began trying to empty his mind and feel the scattered stars in the air. But this meditative, zen-like state didn't suit him. Every time he entered meditation, he fell asleep within 2 minutes. After several failed attempts, Cheng Xilin sighed, thinking he lacked the talent for cultivation. Seeing his classmates in deep meditation, he felt too embarrassed to do anything else. Bored, he opened the system. The familiar dozens of star cards were still there, but what surprised Cheng Xilin was that the 10 progress bar had increased to 11. After some thought, he realized that the system might be tracking the number of times he used star cards to fight beasts. Each time he fought a beast, the progress bar increased by 1. Because after he finished wrecking the gym yesterday, the progress was still at 10, but after defeating that giant salamander, it had increased to 11. But what did this progress bar actually represent? Would it level up at 100? Cheng Xilin wasn't sure yet. The system was simple, but it required gradual exploration and adaptation. After school in the afternoon, Cheng Xilin realized that being a starbearer had its perks. The Starshine class had no homework and guaranteed university admission. For the first time, he thought being a starbearer wasn't so bad. Later, Cheng Xilin and his teammates started playing games. Duango, hold on, I'm coming to support you. Deputy Captain, don't overextend. Lin Gu, your last hitting is really hitormous. Fangjun, if your thresh didn't ult on the spot, it would be even better. Cheng Xilin struggled to complete a 1v9 game and felt more exhausted than fighting beasts. After the game, Zhang Zhao looked at his newly achieved Silver 4 rank, stood up cheerfully, and said, all right, let's head out for the mission. The signal from the east is getting stronger. The beast should be emerging tonight. After receiving their assignment, Lin Yilong, Fang Jun, Lin Xie, and Lao Duan silently got up and left, their faces showing clear reluctance. Cheng Xilin noticed their dejected expressions and couldn't help but feel curious. Jiang Yueyao explained, normally we carry out missions in pairs, but because the east district of Yunzhou is coastal, and the sea beasts there are usually stronger than those on land, we're sending 4 people this time. Understanding dawned on Cheng Xilin, and he nodded in agreement. He pondered the diversity of marine life and the peculiar creatures that might inhabit the unknown depths of the ocean. Zhang Zhao turned to Cheng Xilin and said, all right, Xilin, you don't have any field missions tonight. Let's begin your training. Cheng Xilin looked puzzled. Training? Training for what? Your combat style and techniques, of course, Zhang Zhao explained. Come with me. Zhang Zhao, Jiang Yueyao, and Li Zining led Cheng Xilin to a training ground behind the office, about the size of a soccer field. The area was surrounded by various scientific instruments, cold weapons, and firearms. Li Zining handed Cheng Xilin a black rubber wristband, motioning for him to put it on. Zhang Zhao elaborated on the training's purpose. Xilin, today's training is to help you identify the most suitable combat style for you, and learn how to distribute your current star power evenly during fights to sustain prolonged combat. Seeing Cheng Xilin's confused expression, Jiang Yueyao rolled her eyes and bluntly clarified. It means making sure you have enough strength left to run away after fighting the beasts. Oh, now I get it, Cheng Xilin said, realization dawning on him. Forget about sustained combat. If I understood that, I'd be someone else. Zhang Zhao shook his head in exasperation and said, all right, let's get started. The world in the sea of consciousness was dazzling and brilliant, with countless stars illuminating the night sky. Cheng Xilin took a deep breath and gripped the spear in his hand tightly. He aimed at the metal tester 50 meters away, feeling the star power surge within him, electricity crackling around the spear. With a soft shout, he hurled the spear. The metal spear shot out like a bolt of lightning, shattering the tester into pieces. Destructive power. Grade A, Li Zining remarked, a hint of amazement in his voice as he stared at the screen. Zhang Zhao nodded in agreement and turned to Cheng Xilin, asking, how many more times can your star power support throwing the spear? 3 times, Cheng Xilin replied honestly. He could feel the star power within him, and unlike last night, he still had some left after 3 throws. He secretly guessed that this change might be related to the system's progress bar. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could he level up just by fighting monsters instead of meditating? Zhang Zhao pondered for a moment and said, your star power can currently be used once for the super electromagnetic cannon and 3 times for throwing the spear. If the weapon is smaller, the number of uses should increase. As he spoke, he took a quiver and a compound bow from the weapon rack and handed them to Cheng Xilin. Try this. Cheng Xilin took the bow and arrows, chuckling to himself. Am I going to play Hawkeye now? He drew the bow and nocked an arrow, channeling star power into the arrowhead. The weapons of the demon hunting squad were the real deal, and the conical arrowhead crackled with electricity. Whoosh! The electrified arrow flew out instantly, pinning itself precisely on the metal tester. Destructive power. Grade B, Li Zining reported. How many arrows can you shoot with the bow? Zhang Zhao asked. Cheng Xilin calculated the star power consumption and answered, about 10 arrows. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and suggested, then, at your current star level, use weapon carriers for combat first. Once you have more star cards, you can find a fighting style that suits you. Cheng Xilin shrugged. I guess that's the plan for now. In class, the teacher was passionately lecturing, but Cheng Xilin was distracted. As a transfer student, the teacher in the Starshine class wouldn't adjust the teaching pace just for him. But Cheng Xilin didn't mind. His experience with the demon hunting squad was far more practical than book knowledge. Over the past month, Cheng Xilin had participated in 12 missions. He had killed 9 servant-level beasts and blasted a warrior-level beast to pieces with one shot. He still remembered the resentful look on the demon suppression army's faces when they came to clean up the scene. So we're not here to pick up the pieces, but to clean up the mess, huh? But these were not Cheng Xilin's main concerns. What mattered more to him was that the system progress bar had reached 23. Now he could use the super electromagnetic cannon twice, throw the electromagnetic spear 8 times, and shoot 25 electrified arrows. This confirmed his suspicion. He didn't need to meditate to train. He could level up by fighting monsters, and his combat power would increase accordingly. What thrilled him even more was discovering during the fight with the warrior-level beast that he could apply electromagnetic force to himself. Like the Raikage in Naruto, he could stimulate his cells with electricity, significantly boosting his strength, speed, and defense. This not only enhanced his combat abilities, but also provided a life-saving measure if he encountered an unbeatable foe. He could give himself shock therapy and turn into an electric motor to escape. However, for Cheng Xilin, the most important thing was that his salary had been credited. Besides the base salary of 10,000 yuan, the 13 missions had earned him a bonus of 65,000 yuan, totaling 75,000 yuan. For Cheng Xilin, who grew up in an orphanage and made a living by playing games for others, this was an astronomical figure. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, constantly calculating how many diamond accounts this money could buy. After school in the afternoon, Cheng Xilin found Jiang Yueyao. Ms. Jiang, do you have time this afternoon? Jiang Yueyao thought for a moment and replied, I haven't received any notifications about anomalies in the defense network today, so I should be free. Then let me treat you to dinner, Cheng Xilin said with a mischievous grin. Jiang Yueyao looked at Cheng Xilin with a troubled expression. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Cheng Xilin, I know what you high school boys are thinking, but I am your teacher, and I'm 6 years older than you. Cheng Xilin was dumbfounded, thinking, what are you imagining? Even if I wanted to date, I'd go for someone like Zining, a cute girl, not you, who seems like you're holding 2 gold bricks. With a deadpan expression, he explained, Ms. Jiang, you've misunderstood. I want to treat you to dinner to thank you for your guidance over the past month, and also because I need to borrow your car. Oh, I see, Jiang Yueyao said awkwardly, placing her car keys on the table. Go ahead, use it. Cheng Xilin gave her a deadpan look. Ms. Jiang, do you think I have the money for a driver's license? Jiang Yueyao was momentarily taken aback. She stood up and said, all right then, let's go eat first, and I'll be your driver for the evening. After a month, Zhang Yueyao's anger gradually dissipated, and she no longer held a grudge against Cheng Xilin for his previous actions. Instead, she was amazed by the young man's rapid growth. During battles with the beasts, Cheng Xilin demonstrated unexpected calmness and judgment. His timing was impeccable, and he was able to analyze the situation and make adjustments during the fight. Zhang Zhao once remarked, "When Cheng Xilin is calm, he seems more like a leader than I do." There was truth in this statement. One day, the two of them were dining at Tongdashan Hot Pot. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yueyao asked, "What do you need the car for?" Cheng Xilin, skillfully mixing his dipping sauce, nonchalantly replied, "Well, we just got paid. I plan to buy some new clothes and food for my younger siblings at home." This seemingly casual remark took Zhang Yueyao by surprise. She suddenly realized that the younger siblings Cheng Xilin referred to were the children at the Sunshine Welfare Center. This high school student, who made money by playing games, was spending most of his earnings on those kids. Zhang Yueyao was well aware that, given the tasks completed this month, Cheng Xilin's bonus would be substantial. For a high schooler, it was no small amount. Yet, he chose not to indulge himself or even consider his own needs. His first thought was for the children at the welfare center. At that moment, Zhang Yueyao saw a special quality in this young man for the first time. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Cheng Xilin. Noticing Zhang Yueyao's gaze, Cheng Xilin blinked and asked, "What's up? Do you want chili oil?" "Yes," Zhang Yueyao replied with a smile, handing over her small bowl. Later, they went to the mall. Cheng Xilin stood in front of a shop window, staring in shock at the price tag of a white dress. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is daylight robbery. 2 pieces of fabric for 20,000 yuan. Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and scoffed, "Hick, this is fashion, don't you understand?" Cheng Xilin smacked his lips and muttered, "Fashion my foot. It's insanely expensive." Zhang Yueyao stood in front of the supermarket shelf, her gaze falling on the 2 overflowing shopping carts that Cheng Xilin was pushing. The carts were almost spilling over with an assortment of snacks. She couldn't help but voice her concern as Cheng Xilin continued to grab more snacks from the shelf. "Too many snacks are bad for the kids' health." Cheng Xilin turned around, a relaxed smile on his face. "It's fine, they don't eat them all the time." With that, he brought over another empty cart and continued to load it with snacks. Zhang Yueyao fell silent. She suddenly realized that the children at the welfare home rarely had the chance to eat snacks. What moved her even more was how casually and effortlessly Cheng Xilin spoke, as if such generosity had become second nature to him. In the underground parking lot of the mall, Cheng Xilin was loading the car while laughing. "Good thing your car is big enough, Ms. Zhang. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to fit everything." Zhang Yueyao stood with her arms crossed, saying, "You should get your driver's license too. With the salary and bonuses from the demon hunting squad, you'll be able to afford a car soon if you save up." Cheng Xilin nodded in agreement. "You're right. I'll sign up for the test in a few days. Actually, I've had my eye on a car for a while." Zhang Yueyao's interest was piqued. Did he really have time to check out cars? She asked curiously, "Which car are you looking at?" In her mind, members of the demon hunting squad drove luxury cars and lived in fancy houses. After all, the job was extremely dangerous, with the constant threat of death, so the authorities were never stingy with their benefits. She wondered what kind of car Cheng Xilin would buy. Would it be a sports car like Lin Yilong's, or a muscle car like Duan Minglong's? Hopefully, it wouldn't be as basic as Zhang Zhao's old bicycle. After loading everything into the car, Cheng Xilin closed the trunk and grinned. "I'm looking at a used pickup truck for a little over $10,000. I've got it all planned out. When I'm not on missions, I can use it for deliveries and odd jobs." Zhang Yueyao facepalmed, realizing that Cheng Xilin's thinking was indeed different from most people. She had actually expected something more from him, which now seemed ridiculous. "Give me a break. You're a member of the demon hunting squad, and you're thinking about making extra money with deliveries? Isn't your hazard pay enough? Let's get going and drop these off before it gets dark," she said as she got into the car. Cheng Xilin suddenly remembered something and said, "Ms. Zhang, wait here for a moment." He then ran towards the elevator. "Hey, what are you going to buy now?" Zhang Yueyao called out, but Cheng Xilin had already entered the elevator. She could only sit in the car and wait, somewhat resigned. A short while later, Cheng Xilin came rushing back and handed Zhang Yueyao a bag as soon as he got into the car. Zhang Yueyao was taken aback. "What's this?" Cheng Xilin fastened his seatbelt and explained, "It's fashion, fashion." Zhang Yueyao quickly opened the bag and found the 2000 dress inside. She was stunned. "Is this for me?" Cheng Xilin hastily clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a token of appreciation for all your help and guidance, nothing more." Seeing Cheng Xilin's flustered explanation, afraid she might misunderstand, Zhang Yueyao felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Then, her queenly pride kicked in. "Oomph. I don't even care for it," she said, though her grip on the bag didn't loosen. She gave Cheng Xilin a sidelong glance and placed the bag on the back seat. Cheng Xilin was used to Jiang Yueyao's proud demeanor and didn't mind. He shrugged and said, "Let's head to Sunshine Welfare Home." While Jiang Yueyao and Cheng Xilin were on their way to Sunshine Welfare Home, the captain of the demon hunting squad, Zhao Chengfeng, returned to the detective agency. "Captain, you're back. What did headquarters say about Cheng Xilin's white star card?" Zhang Zhao asked. Zhao Chengfeng, sporting his usual scruffy look, replied wearily, "After much research, they concluded that Cheng Xilin's white card is a variant of the gold card, possessing the same talent and potential." Zhang Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. "So, does that mean our Yunzhou demon hunting squad has a genius on par with the gold card holder?" Zhao Chengfeng lit a cigarette and said, "Don't get too excited. Such a genius won't stay with us for long. Once he reaches the starlight level, the state will recruit him into the Star Palace for further training and more dangerous missions." Zhang Zhao waved it off nonchalantly. If his first star card really is comparable to a gold card, then joining the Star Palace is only natural. Such a talent can't be confined to a small place like Yunzhou. Zhao Chengfeng looked puzzled. "Then why are you so excited?" Zhang Zhao grinned. "Because, even if he becomes a shining star in the Star Palace, he was trained by us. It's our duty to cultivate talent for the nation." Zhao Chengfeng stared at Zhang Zhao, feeling a sacred light illuminating his soul. In that moment, Zhang Zhao's image grew grander, like a selfless saint. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly felt his own character was so small in comparison. "That's truly noble," Zhao Chengfeng muttered to himself. He returned to his smoking room to ponder life, determined to elevate his own soul and strive to reach Zhang Zhao's level. Suddenly, the monitor on the large screen started beeping urgently. Zhao Chengfeng rushed out, his eyes fixed on the flashing red on the screen. Damn it! The beast hatched so suddenly. Zhang Zhao's fingers flew over the keyboard as he quickly locked onto the target. He spoke in a deep voice. "It's in the Hongta community in the northern part of the city." Zhao Chengfeng frowned, rapidly considering their options. "I won't make it in time if I go now. Who's near the Hongta community?" Zhang Zhao immediately pulled up the team member location map, his eyes swiftly scanning the screen. After a few seconds, he reported, "The closest are Jiang Yueyao and Cheng Xilin. They're at the Sunshine Welfare Center, 3 kilometers away from Hongta community. Notify them to go there and prioritize the safety of the residents." Zhao Chengfeng ordered succinctly, grabbing his boundary rod and striding out the door. In front of the Sunshine Welfare Center, Jiang Yueyao leaned against the car door, watching Cheng Xilin distribute gifts to the children like an overgrown boy. Suddenly, her phone rang, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. "Vice Captain, got it? We'll head there right away." Jiang Yueyao hung up decisively and shouted, "Cheng Xilin, we've got a mission. Let's go." Cheng Xilin paused, then handed a small teddy bear to a boy with a watermelon haircut, ruffling the child's hair. "I have to go now. I'll come back to see you in a few days." He turned to the welfare center director, Qin Shuehua, and said, "Annie Chun, I have to leave. I'll be back in a few days." With that, he ran towards Jiang Yueyao's car. As they drove away, a little girl tugged at Qin Shuehua's clothes and asked timidly, "Annie Chun, is that big sister Chen Gij's girlfriend?" Qin Shuehua smiled gently and answered, "I think she might be." The little girl hugged her stuffed penguin tightly, looking up at Qin Shuehua with teary eyes. "Does Cheng Gij's girlfriend not like us?" Chun Shuehua quickly knelt down, pulling the sensitive child into her arms. "Of course not. Your Cheng Gij is so kind. His girlfriend must be even kinder. How could she not like you?" But she yelled at Cheng Gij to leave just now." The little girl sniffled, her voice trembling. "I'm afraid she'll blame him for spending money on us. Maybe, Annie Chin, you can tell Cheng Gij not to visit us anymore. Or if he does, not to spend money. Cheng Gij needs to live his own life too." Touched by the little girl's mature words, Chun Shuehua felt tears welling up in her eyes. She gently wiped the tears from the girl's face and said softly, "All right, Andy Chun will talk to him. You're right, Cheng Gij also needs his own life." "What's wrong, Mr. Jiang?" Cheng Xilin asked anxiously, watching Jiang Yueyao's reckless driving. Jiang Yueyao's face was grim as she kept her eyes glued to the road. "There's an emergency involving a beast at Hongta community. We're the closest backup. Remember, there are no boundary poles this time, so protecting the civilians is our top priority. If we can't take it down quickly, just hold it off. The captain is on his way." Hongta community? Cheng Xilin's expression changed as the image of Fang Yao flashed through his mind. "Do you know the place?" Jiang Yueyao glanced at him, noticing his reaction. Cheng Xilin shook his head, not saying much. Jiang Yueyao understood. She knew that despite his carefree exterior, this young man carried a lot of hidden burdens. "We're almost there. Be ready to fight at any moment," Jiang Yueyao reminded him. "Remember, protecting the civilians comes first." "Understood." Cheng Xilin nodded, quickly putting on his communicator. He felt a surge of excitement, partly from the satisfaction of having spent the day making the children at the orphanage happy. As soon as the communicator was on, Zhang Zhao's voice came through. "How much longer until you arrive?" We're just a block away, Cheng Xilin replied, looking out the window. Good, Zhang Zhao responded tersely. This time, you're up against a general-class spiked scale serpent, about 70 meters long. Its head is covered in spikes, and it has high defense and attack power. Xilin, since you didn't bring any weapons, I authorize you to use the railgun, but only if the civilians are safe. Got it, Cheng Xilin replied, then turned to Jiang Yueyao. Mr. Jiang, during the fight, you take the offensive. I'll protect the civilians. When the opportunity arises, I'll hit it with the railgun. All right, we'll follow your lead. Jiang Yueyao agreed readily. After a month of working together, they had come to recognize Cheng Xilin's exceptional field command abilities. As their vehicle turned the corner, a massive, dark green serpent came into view, coiled around a 10-story building. Its body was covered in dense scales, and its enormous head bristled with spikes, particularly its two large fangs that looked terrifying. The area around the community was in chaos, with screams filling the air as armed police tried to evacuate the residents. Stop here, Mr. Jiang, Cheng Xilin said, then asked into his communicator, Deputy Captain, is the spiked scale serpent venomous? Does it spit poison? The spiked scale serpent itself is not venomous. It primarily attacks with its head spikes and body constriction, Zhang Zhao answered. Understood. Mr. Jiang, let's move. Cheng Xilin said, just as a police officer tried to stop them. Who are you? This place is dangerous. Please evacuate immediately, the officer demanded. Cheng Xilin noticed that there were still many people trapped inside the building where the serpent was coiled. He nodded at Jiang Yueyao. Instantly, Jiang Yueyao's star power surged, and her weapon, the Ji Shui scythe, appeared in her hand. She leapt several meters into the air, heading straight for the serpent. The police officer and Cheng Xilin watched her go. The officer turned back to Cheng Xilin, full of confusion. We're from the demon hunting squad. All of us have special abilities, Cheng Xilin explained, shrugging. The officer looked enlightened, mixed with a bit of sympathy. Your girlfriend is pretty fierce, huh? Cheng Xilin's eyes widened. Oh, come on. Before he could say more, a glowing white star card appeared on his chest and instantly merged into his body. In a flash, Cheng Xilin was enveloped in electric light, just like Jiang Yueyao, and he took off towards the serpent. The police officer was stunned. These two are quite the pair, aren't they? As Cheng Xilin got closer, he saw a girl clinging desperately to the edge of a balcony on the 10th floor, hanging in midair. Mr. Jiang, Cheng Xilin shouted. Lure it out to the street. Jiang Yueyao didn't respond but quickly sprinted and launched herself like a missile at the serpent's head. The serpent sensed the attack and opened its massive jaws, letting out a low, menacing hiss. Jiang Yueyao's scythe struck the spikes on the serpent's head with a resounding clash. The force of the impact sent her flying back, but it also succeeded in enraging the serpent. It began to move, its scales scraping against the building, causing a cacophony of noise and shattering windows. As soon as Jiang Yueyao landed, she sprinted towards the street outside the community. The serpent let out a thunderous roar and slithered after her. The building's violent shaking caused the girl to lose her grip on the balcony, and she began to fall from the 10th floor. Cheng Xilin ran at full speed, channeling all his electromagnetic power, and was instantly enveloped in a blinding electric light. Bang! Cheng Xilin sprang like an arrow from a bow toward the falling girl. In the nick of time, he caught her with precision and swiftly twisted his body. His feet slammed against the wall, skillfully using the recoil to cushion her descent. Bang! As they landed, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but exhale sharply. Even with electric stimulation coursing through his body, the impact from a fall of dozens of meters still took its toll. Shaolin, are you okay? A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Cheng Xilin frowned slightly at the familiar name. Only one person Fang Yao would call him that. He had walked her home from school many times over their 2 years in high school, memories he could never forget. Slowly, he set Fang Yao down and stood up. Without a word, Cheng Xilin walked past her. As Fang Yao watched, his body began to flicker with dazzling electric light. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Xilin vanished from her sight, leaving her standing there, staring at where he had disappeared, her expression a mix of emotions. On the street, a fierce battle was underway. Jiang Yueyao was locked in combat with a massive spiked-scaled serpent. Her scythe flashed rapidly, barely deflecting the serpent's long fangs and bone spikes. Jiang Yueyao's 3-star cards, 2 weapon cards, and 1 guardian card were not of high rank, and the blue wolf beast she summoned was no match for the high-ranking warrior-class serpent. The serpent's enormous body not only endowed it with tremendous strength but also incredible defense. Each attack from its bone spikes and fangs sent numbing shocks through Jiang Yueyao's arms. At this critical moment, a loud shout pierced the night sky. Teacher Jiang, I'm here. Cheng Xilin, gripping an iron rod he had ripped from the neighborhood gate, charged into the air, electricity crackling around him. He raised the makeshift weapon high and aimed straight for the serpent's head, determined to take it down with a single blow. Zhang Yueyao watched as Cheng Xilin hurled an electric spear at the head of the spiked-scaled serpent, her heart swelling with confidence. However, to ensure a hit, she needed to momentarily immobilize the beast. As the serpent closed in, Zhang Yueyao gritted her teeth and made a bold decision. All right, you beast, let's see if you can take a bite out of me. If I get hurt, you die. Fair trade, she thought to herself, displaying her fierce determination. She positioned her Jishu's scythe in front of her, facing the serpent's gaping, bloodthirsty maw. The stench was overpowering. Suddenly, its fangs pierced through her shoulder blade, but the scythe wedged itself between the serpent's jaws, preventing it from devouring her. Cheng Xilin was stunned by Zhang Yueyao's decisiveness, realizing she was creating an opening for him. Die, you monster! He roared, infusing more electromagnetic force into the iron rod in his hand, making it glow red-hot. White lightning enveloped the glowing rod, which shot toward the serpent like a comet. With a thunderous crack, the electric spear pierced the serpent's head, sending powerful currents through its body. The serpent writhed in agony, flinging Zhang Yueyao violently aside. Cheng Xilin quickly leapt and caught Zhang Yueyao midair. Ms. Zhang, are you all right? He asked frantically, examining her blood-soaked left shoulder and hurriedly tearing open her shirt to assess the wound. Zhang Yueyao, focused on the thrashing serpent on the street, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She glanced down and saw her shirt had been torn open, with her remaining shoulder strap hanging loosely. I knew you were eyeing me, but this is hardly the place, she snapped, slapping Cheng Xilin hard across the face. Cheng Xilin, holding his cheek in bewilderment, retorted, how was I eyeing you? Can I check your wound? Zhang Yueyao's cheeks flushed as she hastily pulled her clothes back together, biting her lip. Kid, consider what you saw just now a return gift for your help. What? Damn it. I saw a bloodied shoulder, and that's worth $2,000? You're really something. Cheng Xilin grumbled. At that moment, the spiked-scaled serpent began to recover, not dead yet. Its tough head scales and bone spikes had deflected the fatal blow, but it was still gravely injured. The serpent's eyes burned with hatred as it fixed its gaze on Cheng Xilin, raising its upper body high, bone spikes aimed at his back. Watch out! Zhang Yueyao grabbed Cheng Xilin by the collar, pulling him down to shield him from the deadly strike. In a split second, Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, and he unleashed his electromagnetic field, swapping places with Zhang Yueyao instantly. Bang! Hiss! Zhang Yueyao fell to the ground, horrified as she saw Cheng Xilin standing in front of her, his shoulder, chest, and abdomen pierced by the serpent's bone spikes. His face contorted with pain, veins bulging, yet he stood steadfastly in front of her. The serpent slowly withdrew its spikes, raising its head again, ready to devour the small human. Cheng Xilin licked the blood from his lips and pulled a coin from his pocket. Damn it! I knew anything that makes big money is either written in the criminal code or ends up in a coffin, he muttered to himself. Hearing the hissing and feeling the wind behind him, Cheng Xilin turned sharply, his electromagnetic field contracting, focusing all his power at his fingertips. Bang! The coin spun in the air, lightning crackling at his fingertips, facing the serpent's gaping maw. Railgun! A golden beam wrapped in white lightning illuminated the night, blasting through the serpent's mouth, piercing its head and half its body. The massive serpent crashed to the ground, smoking. Cheng Xilin collapsed backward, caught by Zhang Yueyao. Cheng Xilin, you? Zhang Yueyao, tears brimming in her eyes, frantically checked his bleeding wounds. Cough, cough. Cheng Xilin coughed violently, speaking intermittently. Ms. Jiang, save your words for later. Get me to a hospital while I'm still breathing. Please, don't pull that TV drama and novel crap, giving a heartfelt speech while I'm dying. Now's not the time for emotional confessions. Just get me to the hospital, quick. Right. I'll call an ambulance now. Zhang Yueyao shouted in a panic, fumbling to pull out her phone. Cheng Xilin lay on the ground, gasping in pain, feeling utterly helpless. He wanted to shout to Zhang Yueyao, by the time the ambulance gets here, I'll be dead. Use the Qinglang beast to get me to the hospital now. But he was too weak to speak, only able to convey his urgency through his eyes. At that critical moment, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside them. Zhao Qingfeng's voice was calm and commanding. Yueyao, calling an ambulance will take too long. Notify Feng Jun and tell him to meet us at the hospital. I'll take care of this guy. Zhang Yueyao looked up sharply, her voice trembling. Captain he? Zhao Qingfeng placed a reassuring hand on her head. Don't worry, he won't die. Just do as I say. With that, he swiftly bent down and scooped Cheng Xilin up from Zhang Yueyao's arms. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Qingfeng's back suddenly sprouted a pair of pitch-black wings, shimmering faintly under the moonlight. Holding Cheng Xilin, he leapt into the air, shooting skyward, leaving only a swift, dark silhouette behind. Zhang Yueyao stared blankly at the receding figure in the sky before snapping back to reality. She quickly took out her phone to call Fang Jun. Fang Jun's confused voice came through the line. Yueyao, why are you calling me? Fang Jun, get to the hospital immediately. Cheng Xilin is injured. Zhang Yueyao said urgently. Your star card has healing powers. Hurry and save him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Jun dropped his game controller and bolted for the door. As he ran, he asked, what happened? This can't be an ordinary injury if you need me. Don't ask, just go. Zhang Yueyao urged, her voice betraying her anxiety. Fang Jun was already starting his car. Just before hanging up, he instinctively asked, Yueyao, are you crying? All he heard in response was the busy tone. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Cheng Xilin felt the strong wind against his face, his body immobile except for his eyes. He strained to look at Zhao Qingfeng's face. At that moment, he thought that this captain, who usually seemed so disheveled and had never participated in a mission, looked incredibly heroic. Cheng Xilin silently vowed that if he survived, Zhao Chengfeng would be his savior. And those black wings glittering in the moonlight, they were just too cool. A fierce desire to live surged within him. He wanted to survive and witness more awe-inspiring moments like this. In the VIP hospital room, free from the pungent smell of disinfectant, the environment was good but quite noisy. Cheng Xilin stared blankly at Zhao Chengfeng, who was sitting by his bedside, and said, Captain, trust me, play the south wind. Zhao Chengfeng looked down at his east, west, south, and north tiles, frowning. Why? He asked, with a puzzled tone. Cheng Xilin's expression was serious as he spoke deliberately. Haven't you heard? East, west, south, north winds, even if harmless, should be discarded. Zhao Chengfeng stared at the confident Cheng Xilin, hesitated for a moment, and decided to trust him. South wind, he declared, playing the tile. Lin Yilong, 2 dots. Fang Jun, 1 bamboo. Lin Xie, 5 characters. The others announced their tiles in turn. Zhao Chengfeng fell into deep thought as he drew a north wind tile. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin advised kindly, see? I told you, east, west, south, north winds, even if harmless, should be discarded. You wait 3 turns, and they don't come. The moment you break it up, they appear. Captain, trust me, discard it. Zhao Chengfeng glanced at his east, west, and north tiles, sighed helplessly, and played the north wind. After a round, Zhao Chengfeng held a newly drawn south wind and looked expressionlessly at Cheng Xilin. Unfazed, Cheng Xilin complained, this is a hospital room, not a game room. Playing mahjong here. You guys really have some nerve. Zhang Zhao, seeing this, toppled the mahjong tiles and said, all right, let's call it a day. Let Xilin and Yueyao rest and recover. Time to go. Before leaving, Zhao Chengfeng threatened Cheng Xilin. Humph, you brat. Once you're healed, I'll give you a good workout. With that, he left the room with a sour expression. Cheng Xilin pouted and muttered under his breath. Workout? My foot. How long can you even stay in Yunzhou? On the other bed, Zhang Yueyao, dressed in a hospital gown, couldn't help but laugh. The captain just says that. He doesn't have time to bother with you. Curious, Cheng Xilin asked, Ms. Jiang, why is the captain rarely around? I barely see him a few times a month. Zhang Yueyao put down her book and patiently explained. The captain is not only the leader of the Yunzhou City Demon Hunter team, but also a member of the Southeast War Zone Demon Hunter team. They often need to go outside the city to hunt high-level beasts and collect crystal cores to maintain the defense network of 12 cities. Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up. Ms. Jiang, does hunting beasts outside the city pay well? Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and replied irritably. Money, 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 that's all you think about. Hunting beasts outside the city requires at least nebula-level strength. You're still far from that. Cheng Xilin shrugged. He was only at the star level, far from the star map, starlight, and nebula levels. After a long pause, Zhang Yueyao finally asked, why did you shield me back then? Her tone carried a hint of shyness. Cheng Xilin turned to look at Zhang Yueyao and grinned. No particular reason. The situation was critical, and I was in a position where I couldn't escape with you. The quickest way was to switch places with you. Zhang Yueyao frowned in displeasure. That's not what I meant. Why did you choose to shield me? Cheng Xilin suddenly understood. Oh, that. He looked up at the flickering fluorescent light on the ceiling and said softly, if it were someone else, I wouldn't have saved them. Ms. Jiang, you're different. I consider you my benefactor. Zhang Yueyao was taken aback. Benefactor? What do you mean? Cheng Xilin began to explain slowly. Ms. Jiang, you know that life for orphans isn't easy. When I was young, many of my siblings were adopted. At first, I envied them, but soon, some came back, saying their adoptive families treated them badly, often beating and scolding them. After that, I stopped envying them. He continued. Maybe it's a common trait among abandoned kids. We're very sensitive to others' words and actions, even an inadvertent glance. We wonder if they're talking about us, if we've done something wrong. So, I resisted being adopted and kept hiding until I was 8. By then, few people wanted to adopt kids over 8. They were already forming memories, and adoptive parents feared they'd go back to their biological families. So, I remained an oddity at the orphanage until I left at 16. Zhang Yueyao listened quietly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Cheng Xilin smiled and said, Ms. Jiang, do you know why I consider you my benefactor? There are 2 things I'm very grateful to you for. During over 2 years of high school, you were very tolerant of me skipping classes and going to internet cafes to play games for money. It's not that I didn't want to study hard. The idea of studying to change one's fate only works if you don't starve to death first. Zhang Yueyao nodded slightly, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. She had long been aware of the child's situation. Although he received state aid, he used most of it to help other children in the welfare home, while he lived frugally, even carrying an old bag provided by the welfare home. And the second thing? Zhang Yueyao asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Cheng Xilin was silent for a moment before a wry smile appeared on his lips. The second thing is Fang Yao. Zhang Yueyao was momentarily stunned, then she smiled. I thought you might hold a grudge against me for breaking you 2 up. Cheng Xilin shook his head, looking seriously at Zhang Yueyao. I did feel some resentment at the time, but it faded by evening. Do you know what happened that night? Zhang Yueyao shook her head slightly. After stopping them that day, she had gone off to complete a task and wasn't aware of what happened next. Cheng Xilin let out a self-deprecating laugh, as if mocking himself, or perhaps that naive first love. Girls can be shy. Maybe she felt embarrassed. When she got back to the classroom, she pointed at my nose and called me a toad, saying I was always pestering her. He paused. I can understand. After all, she's a girl. Here, Cheng Xilin's tone turned heavy. But what I couldn't accept was that after school, she was already with Lin Yao from the star class. He turned to Zhang Yueyao, giving her a bitter smile. Now you know why Lin Yao always avoids me in class. Zhang Yueyao nodded silently, saying nothing. She knew well that a first love is sacred to anyone, but Cheng Xilin's innocence had been met with such blunt and harsh betrayal. So, Cheng Xilin continued, I'm very grateful to you, Ms. Jiang. You made me realize that some people aren't worth it. Zhang Yueyao raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not being sarcastic? Absolutely not, Cheng Xilin replied firmly. Understanding the need to cut losses early is never a bad thing. Losing hope in the world meant never facing disappointment, never hating bad people, and never liking good people. This was a lesson Cheng Xilin had known since he was young, but he chose to forget it for the sake of a girl. Lying on the hospital bed, Cheng Xilin wore a faint smirk to mask his inner sadness and loneliness. Reflecting on his past, he spoke in a low voice. So, what kind of grand ideals can you expect from an orphan raised in a welfare home? Gratitude and repayment are probably the last principles I hold dear. Zhang Yueyao stood beside the bed, staring blankly at the young man. She could sense the bitterness in his words, but didn't know how to comfort him. Outside the hospital room, Fang Yao sat on a bench, holding a bouquet of flowers, hesitating. For 4 days, she had come to the hospital daily, yet she never mustered the courage to enter. She couldn't bring herself to look Cheng Xilin in the eye, let alone thank him face-to-face. Listening to Cheng Xilin recount his experiences and express his disappointment in her, Fang Yao found herself in tears. Eventually, she put down the flowers and stumbled down the hospital corridor. 7 days later, with the help of Fang Jun's blessed weapon, the Kazola staff, Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao's injuries healed. Cheng Xilin was puzzled by Fang Jun's newly awakened green staff, though its healing powers were indeed remarkable. In the conference room, Cheng Xilin slammed the table, angrily rebuking Zhang Zhao for his inaction. I protected the people's lives and property and got injured on the job. Yet, there's no reward? Is there any justice? Any law? How am I supposed to risk my life for you in the future? Zhang Zhao glanced at Cheng Xilin but ignored him, continuing to report new team arrangements to Zhao Chengfeng. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, feeling completely disregarded. Growing impatient, Zhao Chengfeng pointed a finger, and a massive force of star energy pressed Cheng Xilin under the table. The other team members looked at Cheng Xilin with sympathy, thinking the young man was too reckless. After reviewing Zhang Zhao's plan, Zhao Chengfeng approved it. He mentioned that he would leave in the afternoon for a mission in the East Sea. Zhang Zhao inquired about the details, and Zhao Chengfeng explained that an unknown beast had appeared along the coast of Dongling City, possibly a deep-sea creature coming ashore. The higher-ups had requested an investigation. When asked if it was a leader-level or king-level beast, Zhao Chengfeng said it was still unclear. Before leaving, he instructed to give Cheng Xilin 500 yuan as a reward. After Zhao Chengfeng left, the star energy suppressing Cheng Xilin dissipated. Zhang Zhao sighed, left 500 yuan bills, and walked away. The other team members wondered why Cheng Xilin hadn't come out yet, but Cheng Xilin claimed he was studying. I'm studying the English letters on Teacher Zhang's stockings. Cheng Xilin joked. Before he could finish, Jiang Yueyao kicked under the table, angrily shouting, "Damn it! I'm wearing high heels." She stormed off, heels clicking. Cheng Xilin slowly crawled out, rubbing his waist, while the other male team members marveled at his audacity to tease the goddess Jiang. Only Li Zining thoughtfully watched Jiang Yueyao's retreating figure, his gaze lingering on her long legs. "Tisk, just $500 for me bleeding and getting injured?" Cheng Xilin scoffed as he pocketed the cash from the table, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He glanced around and suddenly his eyebrows arched, a smile playing on his lips. "Guys, let's go for a hot pot feast, my treat." The group of men immediately perked up, linking arms as they headed out. Cheng Xilin suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Li Zining. "Zining, come on." Li Zining remained where she was, her brows slightly furrowed as if something was weighing on her mind. She shook her head gently. "You guys go ahead. I have something to do." Cheng Xilin didn't think much of it and left. After everyone had gone, Li Zining looked around to ensure no one was around before carefully taking out her phone. She opened her messaging app and quickly typed on the keyboard, "Bing Bing. Do boys like mature women?" Soon, the screen lit up with Bing Bing's reply. "It depends on the age. Men like different types of women at different stages." Li Zining hesitated for a moment before adding, "High school, 18 years old." Bing Bing replied quickly, "For boys at that age, they usually don't have a clear concept of young girls. Most of them fantasize about their teachers." This message hit Li Zining like a heavy blow. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Yueyao was not only Cheng Xilin's teacher, but also his project partner. "Ning Ning, do you have someone you like?" Bing Bing asked. Li Zining didn't answer directly but instead asked, "Do you think I'd look good if I dressed more maturely?" "Give me a break," Bing Bing replied bluntly. "That's just not your style. You look best as a fresh, youthful girl." Feeling deflated by her friend's lack of encouragement, Li Zining angrily closed the chat window and switched to her shopping app. She quickly browsed through various outfits, her frown deepening with each scroll. "Do guys like clothes with letters on them? Huh, what's this? So revealing. Oh my gosh, how could anyone wear this?" She muttered to herself, her face a mix of confusion and frustration. "This is so annoying. Boys are so gross." Despite her inner turmoil, Li Zining made a decision within 5 minutes. She took a deep breath and clicked to confirm the payment. Face recognition payment, 1,200 yuan. The payment successful notification popped up on her screen, and Li Zining stared at it, her expression complicated. The sun rose as usual, and Lao Cheng went to school like any other day. However, the boy who once spent his days in internet cafes had changed beyond recognition. After joining the demon hunting team, Cheng Xilin decisively canceled his membership at Renshaoyao Internet Cafe, which still had 14 yuan left, leaving the owner in tears. "I'm making a living with my life now, so I need to go to bed early and wake up early to stay healthy," Cheng Xilin said arrogantly. "Who has time to play games in an internet cafe? Besides, those 4 losers at the agency are enough for me to hone my skills. Who needs to boost their rank?" What a joke. In class, Cheng Xilin's mind still wandered, his gaze unfocused. During lunch, he no longer ate with his classmates from the Xinghue class, but instead leisurely squeezed into the cafeteria with Feng Kong watching the cafeteria auntie, whose epilepsy was still not cured. Cheng Xilin secretly wondered when he could give her an electrotherapy session. Recently, Cheng Xilin had been troubled by something else. Li Zining, for some inexplicable reason, kept changing her outfits. Black stockings in the morning, white stockings in the afternoon, and even a camisole when going on missions at night. To make matters worse, she always hovered around him. This made Cheng Xilin restless and unable to concentrate. As soon as the school bell rang, Cheng Xilin hurriedly got into Jiang Yueyao's car, ready to head to the agency. Suddenly, Zhang Zhao's phone call interrupted his thoughts. "Xilin, pick up some radishes when you pass by the market. Who likes that stuff anyway?" Cheng Xilin said helplessly. "I do." Zhang Zhao's voice was firm. Cheng Xilin nodded wordlessly to Jiang Yueyao. She drove the G-Class like an arrow to the market. They quickly bought 2 kilos of radishes and also exploited an old lady for a green onion and some cilantro. As they left, the old lady warmly reminded Cheng Xilin to be careful on the road. Back at the agency, Zhang Zhao immediately started munching on the radishes. After downing 2, he turned to the kitchen to cook. Bored, Cheng Xilin glanced at Li Zining's slender legs wrapped in black stockings before shifting his attention to Duan Minglong, who was absorbed in a game. This straightforward guy had recently become obsessed with Super Mario and Dynasty Warriors, dragging the visually impaired Lin Xia to play daily. However, he always tackled Contra solo since Lin Xia died too quickly and kept asking him for lives. Over the past 2 months, Cheng Xilin had worked tirelessly to bring the 4 of them to the gold rank. Though they were just gatekeepers, it was enough for them to boast for a while. Cheng Xilin had also seen Zhang Zhao play solo. Without him around, the vice-captain only dared to play matches. Despite his poor gaming skills, Zhang Zhao's talent for trash-talking amazed Cheng Xilin. If he were to write novels, a daily word count of 50,000 would be no problem. Truly, he lived up to his title as the roaring deity, a legend with a family tree of 3 generations in the art of insults. Dinner's ready. Zhang Zhao's shout snapped Cheng Xilin out of his thoughts. Everyone quickly gathered at the table as Zhang Zhao, still munching on a radish, brought over the last dish. Xilin, where did you buy these radishes? Zhang Zhao suddenly asked. Cheng Xilin was taken aback, a ridiculous thought flashing through his mind. Could that old lady be some kind of otherworldly demon? Did she know about their demon hunting team and plan to poison them with radishes, defeating them without a fight? Nothing special, they're pretty good. Zhang Zhao continued. After eating, I feel clear-headed and my appetite is better. He sat down as he spoke. Suddenly, a loud fart broke the silence. Zhang Zhao's face turned as red as a ripe liver, and everyone stifled their laughter, thinking, it's just a fart. No big deal. Even fairies have to poop. At that moment, the entire building began to shake violently, with faint sounds of thunder. Cheng Xilin was shocked, staring at Zhang Zhao in disbelief. A fart with such power, shaking the heavens and earth, causing thunder and lightning? Get lost. Zhang Zhao cursed and rushed into the monitoring room. Ha ha ha. A fart with such power. You're something else. Cheng Xilin smirked. But quickly, everyone sprang into action. Some grabbed the boundary rods, some changed clothes, and Cheng Xilin went for his bow and arrows. They all knew that such a tremor in the city meant a beast attack. Why are the beasts appearing not only frequently but also so suddenly? Cheng Xilin asked Zhang Yueyao. She shook her head. It's likely that something's wrong with the defense network, causing abnormal beast hatching. Zhang Zhao hurried out. Everyone, move out. The beast is nearby. The surveillance shows it's a peak-level warlord dragon. In 2 months of demon hunting, Cheng Xilin had seen dozens of battles. Snakes tens of meters long, pigs the size of trucks, floating turtles, rabbits with huge buck teeth, and muscular owls. He thought he had seen it all. However, when he saw the massive lizard over 100 meters long and nearly 20 meters tall in front of him, Cheng Xilin realized how wrong he was. This world still had many more bizarre things waiting for him to discover. Xilin, place the boundary rod next to the earth dragon. Zhang Zhao commanded, his hand instantly summoning a dramatically designed halberd. Jiang Yueyao and Duan Minglong followed closely, wielding a scythe and a goose-feathered saber, as the trio charged towards the earth dragon rampaging through the center of the district. Li Zining and Lin Xie, in perfect sync, each summoned an orange card that transformed into sniper rifles slung over their shoulders. They swiftly ran towards the corner. Cheng Xilin nodded to Fang Jun and Lin Yilong, then activated his electromagnetic card, enveloping himself in crackling electricity. He transformed into a lightning bolt, trailing a dazzling electric tail as he vanished from sight. He needs a battle suit, Lin Yilong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Fang Jun nodded in agreement, and a mask with a lightning emblem. With every step, the Earth Dragon's massive body brought devastating destruction to the streets and citizens. Not far away, Zhou Shui from the Starshine Squad was fighting valiantly. She stood outside a heavily damaged cafe, surrounded by swirling water that shot out like a high-pressure hose at the Earth Dragon's legs. However, such attacks barely scratched the colossal creature. Zhou Shui, run! Lin Yao shouted from inside the cafe. Without turning back, Zhou Shui roared, run my ass! We're Star Guardians. Who else will protect the people? If you're a man, fight with me. Lin Yao peeked out, staring at the enormous beast. Just as he was about to step forward, he hesitated and pulled back. We can't beat it. We need to escape. Zhou Shui's relentless assault finally caught the Earth Dragon's attention. Its large yellow eyes locked onto her, and it began to move, its gigantic forelimbs crashing down towards her. The sudden onslaught left everyone paralyzed with fear. Standing at the front lines, Zhou Shui felt her insignificance for the first time. In that critical moment, a flippant voice broke the silence. Hey, what are you standing around for? Before Zhou Shui could react, she found herself in Cheng Xilin's arms. The people inside the cafe saw only a flash of lightning as Zhou Shui and the Earth Dragon vanished without a trace. Cheng Xilin's voice trembled as she stared at Cheng Xilin in disbelief. What's wrong, girl? Is Cheng's chest too broad and warm for you? Cheng Xilin held Zhou Shui tightly, his legs pushing off the ground as he leaped onto the building and quickly descended. Despite the urgency, he couldn't resist teasing her. Boom. Just as they landed and began to flee, the Earth Dragon demolished the cafe completely. Roar. The Earth Dragon's yellow, slit-pupiled eyes glared menacingly at the two fleeing figures, as if to say, these two little pests dare to challenge me. What's happening to you? Zhou Shui's eyes widened as she looked at Cheng Xilin, who was crackling with electricity. Your Cheng bro is part of the urban demon hunting squad. If not me, then who? What? You're with the demon hunting squad? Zhou Shui exclaimed. Ugh, don't make such a fuss. With a few swift leaps, Cheng Xilin reached the intersection where his team was waiting. They were all puzzled to see Cheng Xilin carrying a girl. Wasn't he supposed to be setting up the boundary poles? And now he's brought back a girl? The men didn't react much, but Zhang Yueyao frowned slightly, clearly displeased, until she recognized the girl as her student, Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui, what are you doing here? Zhang Yueyao asked, her face turning stern as she addressed Cheng Xilin coldly. Isn't it tiring to carry her? Well, yeah, it is. Cheng Xilin chuckled awkwardly and quickly set Zhou Shui down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Zhou Shui's legs gave way, and she nearly fell, but Zhang Yueyao caught her in time to steady her. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. I was working here when the Earth Dragon appeared. If it weren't for Cheng Xilin, I'd be dead by now, Zhou Shui said, still shaken by the recent events. Enough talking, the Earth Dragon is coming. Yueyao, take your student to safety. The rest of you, follow me. Zhang Zhao commanded, brandishing his black magic halberd and charging at the Earth Dragon. The others quickly followed suit. Zhou Shui spoke up resolutely, Ms. Jiang, don't worry about me. I can handle myself. Zhang Yueyao gave her a deep look and then nodded. Be careful. The situation was dire. The Earth Dragon was no ordinary beast. It was born at the peak of the warrior class. Its massive body was covered in rock-like armor, making it nearly impervious to most weapons. Get out of here and find a safe place, Cheng Xilin told Zhou Shui before drawing his bow. An electromagnetic force attached to the arrow as he aimed for the Earth Dragon's eye. Cheng Xilin's attack was powerful but easily noticeable, the white electric light dazzling. The Earth Dragon swatted Zhang Zhao away with its tail and ducked to avoid Cheng Xilin's arrow, which embedded itself in the dragon's back spikes. The sparks dissipated, and the attack had no effect on the Earth Dragon. As Zhou Shui ran, she glanced back at Cheng Xilin, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. Seeing his attack fail, Cheng Xilin frowned and asked, Zining, does the Earth Dragon have any weaknesses? It's slow, Li Zining replied over the communicator. Cheng Xilin blinked. That's it? Being slow is its weakness? It doesn't even seem slow to me. That's all. Among warrior-class beasts, the Earth Dragon is the strongest. Excellent defense and attack, massive size granting great strength and endurance. Overall, it's just slow, Li Zining explained. Listening to Li Zining, Cheng Xilin's head hurt. Are you analyzing it or praising it? Boom, boom, boom. The entire building was being destroyed by the Earth Dragon. Its 100-meter-long body and thick tail smashed through the structures. Seeing that Zhang Zhao and the others were struggling to break its defense, Cheng Xilin's eyes narrowed with determination. He knocked an arrow, electricity crackling around it, and aimed at the Earth Dragon's hindquarters. Cheng Xilin had a natural talent for shooting. He didn't need much practice to hit his target. Bang! Bullseye! The Earth Dragon, which had been chasing Lin Yilong with its mouth open, suddenly froze. Lin Xie and Li Zining, perched on a distant high-rise with sniper rifles, were equally stunned. They both remembered the tragic state of the giant salamander during Cheng Xilin's first mission. What's going on? Why did the Earth Dragon stop? Lin Yilong, unaware of the situation, asked. Lin Xie's voice came through the communicator. The Earth Dragon is doubting its existence. What do you mean? Those fighting the Earth Dragon were all confused. Roar! Roar! As they pondered why the Earth Dragon was doubting its existence, it suddenly roared in fury, venting its boundless rage. It leaped off the building, sending dust and debris flying. The ground trembled as it charged towards Cheng Xilin, who stood in the middle of the street, bow in hand. A terrifying giant beast, over 30 meters tall and more than 100 meters long, rolled towards him like a massive steamroller. Cheng Xilin didn't know if others were scared, but he was practically scared out of his wits. Cheng Xilin felt his legs go weak and cold sweat trickle down his back. Instinctively, he touched the bow and arrows strapped to his back, his heart pounding like a drum. Facing such a colossal creature, he doubted even a railgun would be effective. He swallowed hard and turned to run without hesitation. The Earth Dragon had clearly locked onto Cheng Xilin. With each powerful stride, it kicked up clouds of dust, making the ground tremble. Anger flared in the beast's eyes, as if it were seeking revenge for a deep insult. As Cheng Xilin ran, he glanced back and cursed under his breath. This Earth Dragon is insane. It's huge, but it's running faster than a rabbit. Unbelievable. His eyes caught sight of an arrow lodged in the dragon's rear, swaying with each of its strides. Seeing this, the others quickly understood why the Earth Dragon was so intent on chasing Cheng Xilin. They thought to themselves, the dragon must be thinking, you can kill me, eat my flesh, and use my bones for broth, but you cannot insult me. A proud Earth Dragon will not tolerate such humiliation. Though Cheng Xilin's shot seemed shameless, it surprisingly broke the deadlock. The group's eyes lit up as they found a weakness to exploit. Instead of mimicking Cheng Xilin's tactic, they aimed for the joints of the dragon's hind legs. By now, Cheng Xilin was gasping for breath, his mind in chaos. He muttered to himself, Dragon, With your massive body, a small arrow shouldn't bother you, right? Like the saying goes, a toothpick and a tank, it shouldn't even register. So, could you stop chasing me? I really can't run anymore. Panting heavily, he continued to ramble. How about this? At the next corner, we part ways. They'll go pursue my freedom, and you keep playing your game with them. Neither of us looks back, deal? Unfortunately, the Earth Dragon couldn't understand Cheng Xilin's babbling and relentlessly pursued him. As the distance between them closed, Cheng Xilin saw he was nearing the edge of the barrier. Damn it! Cheng Xilin cursed. You really want to push it, huh? Fine, if you're so persistent, I'll give you what you want. Cheng Xilin suddenly stopped and turned to face the Earth Dragon. The massive creature, enraged by the audacity of the tiny human before it, opened its blood-red maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. As the Earth Dragon lunged, Cheng Xilin quickly pulled out a coin and tossed it into the air with a crisp sound. At the same time, he raised his right arm, eyes locked on the approaching behemoth. He had to admit, this Earth Dragon was the most formidable beast he had ever encountered. No wonder Zhou Shui had been paralyzed with fear at first sight. You've got to be kidding me. Do you really think you can kill me and loot my stuff? Cheng Xilin growled through gritted teeth. The dragon's gaping jaws were almost upon him, and the panicked shouts of his teammates echoed in his earpiece. Railgun. Bang. Boom. A blinding beam of light, accompanied by a deafening roar, struck the Earth Dragon square in the mouth. The intense electric light and impact force lifted the dragon's head high. Surprisingly, the blast didn't shatter the dragon's skull but knocked it to the ground. Crash. The Earth Dragon hit the street hard, its mouth a bloody mess, teeth shattered and smoke rising from the wounds. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. As the team stared in shock, Jiang Yueyao scoffed. I have to say, you're quite the freak. It's always either the butt or the mouth. Her comments silenced the comms. On a distant building, Li Xining's face went pale as she recalled something from her research, her imagination running wild. She quickly shook off the thoughts and took aim at the dragon's neck. Bang! The shot rang out, and Lin Xie glanced oddly at Li Xining. Why are you blushing? Shut up, Queen of the Road, Cheng Xilin roared, then quickly knocked an arrow, electricity crackling at the tip. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Each arrow hit the vulnerable spots on the Earth Dragon's neck with precision. The Earth Dragon roared in pain, struggling to turn over. Seeing this, Lin Yilong immediately summoned an orange star card. Qingshi Demon. In a flash of light, a towering stone giant appeared, pinning the dragon down with its massive weight. Boom. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, kicking up dust. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Zhao, Jiang Yueyao, Duan Minglong, and Fang Jun charged at the dragon's neck with their weapons. Although their attacks inflicted considerable damage, they couldn't kill the tenacious beast quickly. Vice Captain, the Qingshi demon can't hold it much longer. Lin Yilong shouted anxiously. Zhang Zhao realized this was a rare opportunity. If the dragon turned over, they would lose their best chance to kill it. Cheng Xilin quickly assessed his remaining star power and decided to take a gamble. Vice Captain, use the wind to send me up. I'll blast this beast from above. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhao conjured a mini tornado in his palm, lifting Cheng Xilin into the air. The Earth Dragon glared up at Cheng Xilin, its eyes burning with hatred. As the wind began to die down, Cheng Xilin reached into his pocket, only to realize something shocking. Where's my money? I had 5 coins, and now they're gone. Then it hit him had spent 4 of them on breakfast, a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick. Cheng Xilin found himself cursing inwardly at the predicament before him. The old man's insistence on cash payments was giving him a headache, but now was not the time to dwell on it. As he fumbled in midair, the onlookers watched in stunned silence. Just as Cheng Xilin reached the highest point of the wind's force, the tornado beneath him suddenly dissipated. He began to freefall, clearly seeing the Earth Dragon's expectant eyes and gaping maw, as if waiting for him to plunge right in. In that critical moment, a spark of inspiration hit Cheng Xilin. He quickly unbuckled his belt, gripping the metal buckle in his hand. Who said he could only flick coins? His right arm crackled with electricity, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling electric arc. He tossed the metal buckle with his left hand and struck with his electrically charged right fist. Railgun. A massive, blinding beam shot straight at the Earth Dragon's injured neck. Lin Yilong's eyes widened in panic as he hastily withdrew his Qingshi magic, shouting furiously at Cheng Xilin in midair, "Are you trying to kill my guardian beast?" But Cheng Xilin couldn't hear him anymore. Amid the Earth Dragon's agonized roars, the railgun pierced through its neck, and the resulting shockwave decapitated the beast. From a distant alley, Zhou Shui witnessed it all. She suddenly realized that the orphan, once deemed worthless by their classmates, had become someone they could only look up to. In that moment, she understood that it wasn't them isolating Cheng Xilin. It was Cheng Xilin who disdained their company. Cheng Xilin landed steadily on the Earth Dragon's corpse, grinning and striking a cool pose. You can ask for my autograph now? The next second, Lin Xie's voice crackled through the communicator. The autograph can wait, but maybe you should pull up your pants first. Cheng Xilin glanced down and his face turned beet red. His pants, now beltless, had slipped down to his ankles at some point. He hastily bent down to pull them up, only to hear Jiang Yueyao's disdainful voice. A grown man who still likes SpongeBob. Cheng Xilin gritted his teeth and retorted. Liking SpongeBob is better than you liking little strawberries. A grown-up teacher shopping in the kids section for underwear really opened my eyes. Cheng Xilin had discovered this by chance. One weekend, while buying snacks for the orphanage kids at the mall, he saw Jiang Yueyao, wearing big sunglasses, sneakily entering a lingerie store and heading straight for the kids section. Driven by curiosity, he followed her and saw her buying underwear adorned with little strawberries and watermelons. As soon as he said this, the laughter in the communicator fell dead silent. Jiang Yueyao's face turned as red as an apple as she felt several eyes on her. Azure Wolf Beast. Jiang Yueyao, unable to bear it any longer, exploded with rage. The Azure Wolf Beast leaped out from the void with a loud howl. Howl! Stop howling. Get Cheng Xilin. Jiang Yueyao pointed furiously at Cheng Xilin, still standing on the Earth Dragon's corpse. Cheng Xilin was dumbfounded and shouted, "You're setting the dog on me, huh? Wait till my star power recovers, and we'll have a proper chat. Stop acting like a woman and setting the dog on me." He paused, then added, "Wait, Jiang Yueyao is a woman?" In his moment of distraction, the Azure Wolf Beast closed in, grabbed his clothes in its jaws, and lifted him up. The beast then started parkouring between buildings, with Cheng Xilin, out of star power, clinging desperately to his waistband, his last shred of dignity. "Hey, wait till I get you. I'll tear down your cute little stuffed toy. Damn it. Slow down, I'm gonna puke." Zhang Zhao shook his head with a smile. Ever since Cheng Xilin joined, the team's atmosphere had become livelier. Of course, his ability to lead them to victories was also a crucial factor. Call the Demon Suppression Army. Tell them it's an Earth Dragon, and they should use an armed helicopter to transport it. Dragging it away could damage the neighborhood. Zhang Zhao instructed Duan Minglong, who nodded and started making the call. In the elevator, Li Zining was unusually quiet. "So, Sister Yueyao and I have the same taste?" Lin Xia adjusted his sunglasses and asked. "What?" Li Zining's voice was too soft for him to catch. Li Zining quickly waved it off. "Nothing, nothing." The next day, Cheng Xilin showed up in the classroom with the same lifeless demeanor. She either closed her eyes to rest or shifted positions to continue sleeping. Occasionally, she would open her sleepy eyes and stare at the teacher, who was passionately lecturing, with a deadfish gaze. This hollow appearance drew disdain from her classmates in the Starshine class, their eyes silently conveying, "She's not worth our time." However, Zhou Shui had a different perspective. As the only one who knew the truth, she understood that Cheng Xilin wasn't slacking off. She simply found these lessons beneath her. After all, someone capable of fighting warrior-level beasts wouldn't be interested in the weaknesses of servant-level beasts. It was as absurd as asking a master of advanced mathematics to do simple addition and subtraction. Throughout the morning, Zhou Shui's gaze frequently drifted towards Cheng Xilin. She wanted to find a chance to talk to her, even if just to express her gratitude for saving her life the previous day. Unfortunately, Cheng Xilin was always sleeping, leaving Zhou Shui puzzled and wondering if she had stayed up all night. Finally, lunchtime arrived. Zhou Shui mustered the courage to ignore her classmates' curious glances and prepared to invite Cheng Xilin to lunch to show her appreciation. But when she looked up at Cheng Xilin's seat, she found it empty. Zhou Shui paused, then pouted and muttered to herself, "Really? So eager when it comes to eating." By that time, Cheng Xilin was already in the cafeteria, devouring her meal with Feng Kong, watching Cheng Xilin wolf down her food. Feng Song suddenly spoke up, "Cheng, I've fallen in love." Cheng Xilin glanced at Feng Song and said flatly, "Apologize." Feng Song was confused, not knowing what he had done wrong, but obediently said, "I'm sorry." Cheng Xilin pressed, "What are you sorry for?" Even more bewildered, Feng Song muttered, "I just said I fell in love. How should I know what I did wrong?" Cheng Xilin frowned and spoke sternly, "Think carefully. What did you do wrong?" Intimidated by her tone, Feng Song thought he had angered a single person and quickly changed his tune. Everything was wrong. Cheng Xilin slammed her chopsticks down and glared at Feng Song. "What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you apologize?" Terrified, Feng Song swallowed hard and carefully said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong in every way." Cheng Xilin nodded and asked, "Will you dare to do it again?" Feng Song shook his head repeatedly, "No, I won't dare to do it again." Cheng Xilin finished her soup, patted Feng Song on the shoulder, and smiled. "Congratulations. You know how to be in a relationship now." With that, she got up and left. Feng Song suddenly understood and looked admiringly at Cheng Xilin's departing figure. As Cheng Xilin took her tray to the return counter, she thought to herself with a cold smile. Falling in love? Ha! Wise people stay out of love, fools repeat mistakes. A bachelor's path to a PhD, building a better country. These days, not even dogs bother with relationships. Just then, Cheng Xilin's phone rang. The caller ID showed Zhang Yueyao. Her lazy, seductive voice came through the phone. Xiaolin, come to my car. I need to talk to you. Cheng Xilin immediately perked up, though a thought crossed her mind. Remember the above views on love, except for rich and sexy older women. Zhang Yueyao's car was easy to spot, AG63. Cheng Xilin wasn't particularly fond of this car, for one simple reason: it was too expensive. Zhang Yueyao turned slightly, her hair gently brushing her cheek, and said softly, "You're here, Xiaolin?" Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow. Knowing Zhang Yueyao well, he sensed that she didn't have good news for him. He grinned sheepishly and said, "Ms. Zhang, sorry, I haven't finished my homework yet. I need to go." He reached for the car door. Suddenly, a flash of light, and Cheng Xilin felt a chill on his neck. He quietly closed the door and sat obediently in the passenger seat, smiling. "I forgot. The Starshine class doesn't have homework. What a pity." Zhang Yueyao smiled brightly, and the large machete in her hand transformed into a red star card, then vanished. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "I need a favor." Cheng Xilin thought, "Asking for a favor with a machete to my neck, this is something else." Ignoring his internal grumbling, Zhang Yueyao started the car. Before long, they arrived at a bank. Watching the people coming and going, and the elderly security guard at the door holding a baton wrapped in clear tape, Cheng Xilin spoke with difficulty. "I know the quick ways to get money are in the criminal code, but we don't really need to break the law. Besides, the Demon Hunter Squad salary is enough. If you're really short on cash, I have some you can use." Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes and pulled a bank card from her chest, tossing it to him. "Go into the bank and withdraw 100,000 yuan. No password needed." Cheng Xilin held the bank card in his hand, still feeling a trace of warmth. His gaze involuntarily fell on Zhang Yueyao, and he sighed inwardly. Indeed, art imitates life. The scenarios from anime really do exist. You want to lose your eyes? Zhang Yueyao's voice suddenly turned cold, snapping Cheng Xilin out of his reverie. Startled, Cheng Xilin quickly changed the subject. Ms. Zhang, why are you withdrawing so much money?" He certainly didn't want to risk getting his eyes gouged out by this woman. Zhang Yueyao crossed her arms and squinted slightly, clearly unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin shrugged, got out of the car, and walked into the bank with the card. As a member of the Urban Demon Hunting Squad, Cheng Xilin didn't need to make an appointment or take a number. He flashed his badge and was immediately received by the bank manager. Before he could finish his cup of coffee, a bank employee placed a small bag in front of him. "Mr. Cheng, here is Ms. Zhang's 100,000 yuan. Please keep the bank card safe." Cheng Xilin put down his cup, slipped the card into his pocket, picked up the bag of money, and left. After he left, the bank employee cautiously asked the manager, "Is he really a member of the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Squad? He looks so young." The manager took a sip of coffee and chuckled. "Even if they're young, they're still heroes protecting Yunzhou." Back in the car, Cheng Xilin placed the bag of money on the center console and handed the bank card to Zhang Yueyao. He stared intently as she nonchalantly put the card away. He thought to himself, how nice it would be to become that bank card. Though curious about why Zhang Yueyao needed the money, Cheng Xilin didn't bother to ask. As for his afternoon classes, he thought, no way I'm going. Even the teacher is skipping with me. Over an hour later, Zhang Yueyao drove them to a seafood stall by the seaside. Looking at the empty place, Cheng Xilin half-jokingly asked, "Ms. Zhang, are you hungry?" To Cheng Xilin, Zhang Yueyao was a high society elite, living a luxurious lifestyle. A single dress cost tens of thousands, her car was worth millions, and even her shoes were worth thousands. He thought the lowest tier food she would accept was probably the hot pot he had treated her to. Surprisingly, Zhang Yueyao nodded and replied, "I'm hungry. Let's go eat there at that stall." Cheng Xilin looked at Zhang Yueyao in astonishment, unable to believe she had chosen to eat in such a shabby and dirty place. Sensing his expression, Zhang Yueyao turned and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Come on, this place is by the sea. There are plenty of pretty girls around. Consider yourself lucky." Pretty girls? Cheng Xilin's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes lighting up. Zhang Yueyao shot him a disdainful glance. "Yeah, lots of pretty girls. I can't believe you're so young and already such a lecher." Cheng Xilin shrugged nonchalantly. "Age has nothing to do with it. Some kids are bold enough to sneak into women's baths at 3, and some old men at 80 still have the heart of a lion. So what's wrong with me, an 18-year-old guy, appreciating beauty?" He seemed to think it was perfectly normal for a man to enjoy looking at beautiful women. As they got out of the car, just as Zhang Yueyao had said, they saw a number of young, attractive girls passing by as soon as they sat down outside the food stall. Many were jogging in sports shorts or hot pants, some as short as their thighs. The beach was filled with beautiful women. Cheng Xilin's eyes sparkled as he looked around. Zhang Yueyao couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes. Hey, don't be so obvious. Aren't you afraid their husbands or boyfriends will come over and beat you up? Cheng Xilin laughed carelessly. So what? I'll just deny everything. Zhang Yueyao shook her head in exasperation, deciding not to bother with this shameless student. She called out to the food stall, Sister Qing, 2 bottles of Lao Siyuanzhang, and some spicy dishes. Got it, came the cheerful response from a middle-aged woman inside. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened. Lao Siyuanzhang? 2 bottles? Zhang Yueyao teased him. Yeah, don't tell me you can't handle your liquor. Cheng Xilin hesitated, then spoke with a bitter smile. Ms. Jiang, you didn't spend 10,000 yuan to buy my chastity, did you? Zhang Yueyao gave him a disdainful look, as if he were some old trash. Choose between a sickle and a machete. Cheng Xilin gulped and picked up a bottle of Lao Siyuanzhang with a silly grin. I'll choose the drink. Before long, Sister Qing brought over several spicy dishes. She chatted familiarly with Zhang Yueyao for a bit before leaving, casting an inscrutable glance at Cheng Xilin that left him puzzled. Zhang Yueyao raised her glass and downed 2 shots of white liquor in 3 gulps, making Cheng Xilin swallow nervously. He muttered to himself, are all women so good at drinking these days? Noticing Zhang Yueyao's silence, Cheng Xilin realized she had a lot on her mind, but now was clearly not the time to ask. He quietly sat with her in the corner of the food stall, eating spicy dishes and drinking the strong liquor. As the sun set, its golden red glow spread over the beach and the sea. The 2 bottles of white liquor were empty, and several cases of beer had joined them under the table, the empty bottles a testament to their afternoon's efforts. With nightfall, the seaside became lively. Under the influence of alcohol, the surrounding noise seemed particularly jarring, yet it added a unique charm to the atmosphere. Cheng Xilin rested his right arm on the table, propping his head with his hand, feeling as though many things had changed. He would never have been so relaxed, drinking here, in the past. He looked around, seeing people of all kinds walking along the beach path, the salty sea breeze brushing his face, the sound of waves rising and filling a beautiful scene that made him feel intoxicated. When he turned back, he noticed Zhang Yueyao was already tipsy. Her fair, delicate face was flushed, her eyes shimmering like lakes, quietly gazing at her glass, lost in thought. Cheng Xilin didn't press her for answers, understanding that everyone has their own secrets, whether beautiful, painful, or unspeakable. He didn't know why Zhang Yueyao was acting so strangely today, or what she planned to do with the 10,000 yuan, and she hadn't explained. I think that's enough. You've had a lot to drink today, Cheng Xilin said, thinking that for a woman, a kilogram of white liquor plus 2 cases of beer was quite impressive unless she was a heavy drinker. Zhang Yueyao looked up, her expression no longer as bright and gentle as before. With a hint of drunkenness, she gave Cheng Xilin a soft look and mumbled, I need to drink, to not be so clear-headed. Otherwise, I can't face certain things. Cheng Xilin nodded, wisely refraining from asking what those things were. It was clear that now wasn't the right time to pry. Cheng Xilin was calculating in his mind. He suspected that Zhang Yueyao's main purpose today was to discuss the matter of the 100,000 yuan, and they would soon decide how to handle it. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Yueyao suddenly burst into laughter, her face lighting up like a blooming red rose. You're quite honest, not even trying to pry any information out of me, Zhang Yueyao teased. Cheng Xilin shook his head seriously and replied, I don't want to know your inner thoughts too much. The more I know, the more trouble it brings. I might even start thinking things I shouldn't. That would be bad for me because I have nothing to share in return. I don't like unequal relationships. Kids and their overthinking, Zhang Yueyao said playfully. Don't lock yourself up too much. Sometimes you need to step out and see the sunlight. Just as Cheng Xilin was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted from the beach. He turned to see a shark with 2 legs running onto the shore. Cheng Xilin immediately recognized it as a servant-level explosive-toothed shark, a beast he had dealt with before. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Xilin's phone rang. He knew without looking that it was Zhang Zhao calling. However, he didn't answer the phone. Instead, he picked up a steel fork from the dining box on the table. In the next moment, an electromagnetic card materialized out of thin air and embedded itself into Cheng Xilin's chest. Maintaining his pose with his chin resting on his hand, Cheng Xilin squinted one eye and held the steel fork in the other hand, as if aiming at the shark. Suddenly, the fork shot out like a meteor, wrapped in electric arcs, and trailed a streak of lightning straight toward the beast's head. With a loud bang, the explosive-toothed shark's head was blown open, and it collapsed on the beach. Only then did Cheng Xilin answer the phone, speaking calmly, Deputy Captain, it's taken care of. Just a small shark. You can have the demon suppression squad come pick up dinner. With that, he hung up the phone. Turning to Zhang Yueyao, Cheng Xilin noticed she was staring at him in astonishment. He chuckled softly and said, Ms. Jiang, I think we should get going. After all, we still have to deal with that 100,000 yuan matter. In keeping with the principle of not drinking and driving, Cheng Xilin and Jiang Yueyao took a taxi to an old residential area. Cheng Xilin carried a heavy bag of money and looked up at the buildings before him. The dark, weathered walls were covered in patches, telling tales of the passage of time. Ms. Jiang, is this the southernmost apartment complex in Yunzhou? Cheng Xilin asked softly, a hint of doubt in his voice. Jiang Yueyao stared at the densely packed buildings, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. After a moment of silence, she pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Cheng Xilin. Take the money to this household, she sighed. Her voice tinged with resignation. Cheng Xilin took the note, glanced at the address, and without a word, strode into the complex. This area, colloquially known as the Two Buildings, was actually a massive cluster of 70 high-rises. The buildings were so close together that if a resident in Building 8 needed soy sauce while cooking, they could simply open their window and ask a neighbor in Building 9 for a bottle. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a reflection of daily life here. In an age of stark economic disparity, having a safe place to live or even just surviving was a luxury for many. These 70 buildings housed tens of thousands of residents, making it incredibly crowded. Indeed, every city had similar clusters of two buildings, just in different locations. Cheng Xilin entered the dark corridor, where piles of clutter became visible as the sensor lights flickered on. He double-checked the address on the note. Building 15, 20th floor, apartment 8. He quickly took the elevator and soon reached his destination. He knocked on the door. Coming. Who is it? A sharp female voice called from inside, sounding unfriendly. Cheng Xilin remained expressionless. He was just here to deliver money. Who the recipient was didn't matter to him. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman in a checkered shirt frowned at him. Who are you? What do you want? She asked harshly. Ignoring her attitude, Cheng Xilin handed her the bag of money. Someone asked me to give this to you. The woman suspiciously took the bag and, upon seeing the money inside, became furious. It was that deadbeat Jiang Yueyao who sent you, wasn't it? Where is she? Does she think 100,000 yuan can get rid of me? Cheng Xilin frowned slightly, feeling a surge of anger but kept his composure. I don't know the details, but this money is meant for you. The woman, intimidated by Cheng Xilin's tall stature and stern expression, still retorted coldly, if that girl won't come see me, I'll call her. Suit yourself, Cheng Xilin replied, turning to leave. A heavy door slam echoed behind him. Shaking his head, Cheng Xilin realized that the relationship between this middle-aged woman and Jiang Yueyao was fraught with conflict, judging by her attitude and Jiang Yueyao's drinking. As he exited the complex, he saw Jiang Yueyao standing across the street, clutching her constantly vibrating phone, looking dazed. Ms. Jiang, let's go, Cheng Xilin gently reminded her. Oh, okay, Jiang Yueyao replied as if waking from a dream, and slowly walked along the roadside with him. Her phone kept ringing, but she chose to ignore it each time. They reached the bridge spanning Yunzhou. The river beneath split the city in two. One side was the brightly lit main district, and the other was the two-building complex they had just left. The economic disparity between the two sides was starkly evident. Jiang Yueyao leaned on the railing, gripping her still vibrating phone, her face blank. Cheng Xilin stood quietly beside her, unsure of what to say. That woman is my mother, Jiang Yueyao finally said softly. Cheng Xilin nodded, indicating that he was listening. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yueyao began to share her story. I'm not from Yunzhou. I'm from Qingzhou. My father passed away when I was 12, and my mother remarried a man named Yu Ming, who also had a son. Yu Ming was an old resident of the Qingzhou two buildings and had a stable place to live. He liked my mom a lot. Though we were poor, living in the two buildings, we could still go to school and eat. Life was bearable. But a year later, Yu Ming's son got into a fight at school and injured someone, costing us a lot of money. After that, the family dynamics changed. My so-called brother started down a wrong path, fighting, stealing, anything you can think of. The family kept paying for his troubles again and again. Actually, after I turned 13, I earned all my own school fees and living expenses. I worked and went to school every day. You know, I have no memory of my school life now. I can't remember the teachers or classmates. Jiang Yueyao's voice grew hoarse, and her eyes reddened. She wiped her eyes haphazardly and continued recounting her fragmented memories. I lost part of my memory because they beat me. They wanted money to pay off my brother's debt, so they forced 16-year-old me to sleep with an old man, promising 2,000 yuan. Cheng Xilin listened quietly, not pressing further. Jiang Yueyao shook her head and continued. Of course, I ran away. I started running down from the 20th floor, one floor at a time. When I reached the 9th floor, they caught up to me, so I jumped from there. Cheng Xilin watched Jiang Yueyao calmly, filled with a mix of emotions and unsure how to comfort her. Jiang Yueyao seemed lost in her memories and softly said, I kept running until I met Sister Qing. She hid me in a street food stall for 2 whole months. I didn't dare to come out, go to school, or see anyone. If even my own mother did this to me, how could I trust anyone else? Cheng Xilin gently asked. So how did you become a member of the demon hunting team? A look of recollection flashed in Jiang Yueyao's eyes. Just like today, a beast crawled out of the sea and killed many people. I don't remember the details clearly, but when the beast was about to attack Sister Qing, I wanted to protect her, so I stood in front of her. Maybe heaven took pity on me, and I awakened my star power. Cheng Xilin, trying to lighten the mood, half-jokingly asked, Is that the knife you had at your throat? Tears were still in Jiang Yueyao's eyes, but she rolled them at Cheng Xilin, playing along with his joke. Yes, that's the one. I stabbed it hard into the beast's eye. At the same time, Captain Zhao Chengfeng arrived just in time and killed the beast. After that, things got simpler. With Sister Qing and the captain's help, I went back to school and joined the demon hunting team, and I've been here ever since. Cheng Xilin nodded in understanding. At that moment, Jiang Yueyao's phone rang again. Cheng Xilin reached out his hand, and Jiang Yueyao hesitated for a moment before placing the phone in his palm. Cheng Xilin quickly removed the SIM card and tossed it into the river. Jiang Yueyao watched and chuckled lightly. I thought you were going to throw the whole phone away. Cheng Xilin smirked and replied. Phones are expensive. Cheng Xilin gently took Jiang Yueyao's hand and placed the phone in her palm. He made an exaggerated clapping gesture, as if he had just completed a daunting task, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let's go, Ms. Jiang. Before the store closes, let's get you a nice number. Jiang Yueyao followed Cheng Xilin in a daze, her gaze often falling on this young man. Her eyes shimmered with complex emotions, as if she had gained a new understanding of him. As they walked, Cheng Xilin casually said, I'm really sorry, Ms. Jiang. As an orphan abandoned by my parents, it's hard for me to understand your feelings. You once had the love of your parents, but then things changed. I can't imagine that kind of emotional journey, but I know that when love is gone, it's gone. Don't force it. Some say that a life without parental love is incomplete. So what about us orphans? Over the years, the compensation you've given is more than enough. The debt of life has been repaid. Jiang Yueyao, feeling down, asked softly, Is that really how you feel? Cheng Xilin shrugged. I'm sorry if my thoughts seem extreme, but that's the truth. Please forgive me. I don't understand parental love. Aunt Chun has motherly love, but she has to share it with so many. I'm very grateful to her. She's the light in my life. As for my parents, let's just forget about them. His expression was indifferent, as if this emotion was missing from his life. Jiang Yueyao nodded slightly. She understood Cheng Xilin, not just because of their talk in the hospital room, but also because of their interactions over the past 2 years. Despite his often unserious demeanor and mischievous smile, his heart was like ice. Perhaps there had been opportunities to open up, but they were cruelly shut again by Feng Yao. Jiang Yueyao changed the subject. High school is almost over. Have you decided which university you want to go to? Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up. Is that something I can choose? Jiang Yueyao explained. Not entirely. You have to fill out applications and take exams like regular students. But for you, academic subjects aren't the most important. The key is the entrance trials. Entrance trials? Cheng Xilin scratched his head, looking puzzled. Jiang Yueyao nodded. Yes. In our Southeast War Zone, there are 12 cities and about 400 Starshine class graduates this year. You all have to participate in entrance trials, and your scores will determine which university you get into. Cheng Xilin sighed. Do outstanding students like me still need trials? Can I be admitted directly? I wouldn't mind either Kyoto University or Modu University. Jiang Yueyao looked at this arrogant guy in surprise. You're dreaming. Cheng Xilin pouted but was thinking about the entrance trials. He asked, Ms. Jiang, how should I fill out my applications then? Despite his usual carefree attitude, he was cautious about the college entrance exams. After all, it concerned his future ability to take it easy. Speaking of taking it easy, who doesn't work hard now to relax later? Of course, excluding those high-minded elites who build the nation. Jiang Yueyao thought for a moment and said, Your first choice should definitely be Kyoto Advanced Academy. Cheng Xilin asked curiously, Why an advanced academy? In his impression, an academy seemed lower than a university. Jiang Yueyao sighed. What are you doing in class? Cheng Xilin thought. Sleeping, of course. Jiang Yueyao explained. An advanced academy is different from a regular university. It's a high-level institution specifically for training star guardians. Only the best of the best go there. They're the future pillars of the nation. Oh, please continue, Cheng Xilin said with a sheepish grin. Jiang Yueyao sighed and continued. Geniuses nationwide aspire to attend an advanced academy because the Star Palace recruits talent from there every year. What's the Star Palace? Cheng Xilin was about to ask when Jiang Yueyao preempted him. You want to know what the Star Palace is, right? Yeah. Cheng Xilin nodded honestly. Jiang Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and patiently explained. The Star Palace is the nation's top organization, a camp for geniuses. They have the best training resources, but also undertake the most dangerous missions. They not only protect human safety but also explore deep mountains and oceans. Cheng Xilin nodded. Like the Dragon Group in the 7th Bureau in novels, stepping up in times of crisis and staying behind the scenes otherwise? Jiang Yueyao pondered for a moment and nodded. She agreed with the point and added, they truly are heroes of the people. Cheng Xilin let out a disdainful chuckle at her words. He looked directly into Jiang Yueyao's eyes, his tone tinged with impatience. Ms. Jiang, let's keep the conversation casual and not make it awkward, all right? Jiang Yueyao glanced at Cheng Xilin in surprise. Since joining the demon hunting squad, she had noticed that Cheng Xilin was different from the other members. He didn't seem to share their passionate zeal, nor take pride in being a protector of the people. If not heroes, then what are they? Jiang Yueyao thought to herself, deciding to probe into Cheng Xilin's true thoughts. However, Cheng Xilin seemed indifferent to her reaction. He spoke nonchalantly, to be honest, I find this whole hero thing quite awkward. Regardless of the role, doing what needs to be done is just a given, isn't it? He shrugged and continued, I don't know how you define a hero, but to me, heroes are just ordinary people. They are simply fulfilling their responsibilities. Cheng Xilin's gaze shifted to the distance, as if recalling something. Take the last time we killed the spined serpent, for instance. We saved a lot of civilians. To them, we might be heroes. But in reality, isn't it the demon hunting squad's job to slay beasts? What's there to admire? He turned back to Jiang Yueyao, his tone softening a bit. You're my teammate, my teacher. Saving you is just what I should do. At this point, Cheng Xilin let out a scoff, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Heroes? Let's not kid ourselves. We earn salaries several times higher than ordinary people, and go through experiences they can't even imagine. Doing our job is the least we can do. Jiang Yueyao stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Cheng Xilin's words had shattered her worldview. To her, the word hero was sacred, yet Cheng Xilin seemed to trivialize it. Noticing her reaction, Cheng Xilin paused and softened his tone. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. If we take what we deserve, we should do what we must, without adding extra value to it. That just makes it awkward. He took a deep breath and continued. Those without star power should live their lives and contribute to building the nation. Those with star power should protect them, allowing them to build the nation in peace. It's that simple. Just live up to your abilities. Cheng Xilin's voice grew more resolute. There's no need for grand gestures or shouting to the heavens. Your identity determines your value. It's as simple as that. Jiang Yueyao remained in a daze, Cheng Xilin's words leaving her speechless and thoroughly shaken. As soon as Cheng Xilin got home, he immediately checked the system to see his progress. The 55 completion rate made him raise an eyebrow, remembering how teacher Jiang had recently mentioned breaking through to mid-level star rank. He stared at the screen thoughtfully, realizing that he didn't seem to face the so-called cultivation bottleneck. For him, the system felt like a part of his body. As long as he fought, the progress bar would increase, and so would his level. Simple cheats are always the most powerful, Cheng Xilin murmured to himself, his mind drifting to a game analogy. While others played complex 3D online games, his system was like a straightforward adventure game, where all he had to do was move forward and collect coins. After closing the system, Cheng Xilin took a hot shower and lay on his bed, lost in thought. 2 months had passed quietly, and although his identity and the people around him had changed, many things remained the same. He felt grateful that his current situation was good. At least he could earn money now, allowing the children at the welfare home to live better lives and easing Director Chen's burden. Cheng Xilin was very clear about his most sincere wish, to earn more money so that the kids at the welfare home could live better, and to buy himself a house, providing a stable place where he wouldn't have to worry about the landlord demanding rent. This simple yet heartfelt dream was probably a thought that had crossed the mind of every orphan. He longed for a safe and warm haven, a house, a bed, a cat, and preferably a balcony where he could bask in the sunlight. Thinking of this, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but chuckle. Although his current life as a demon hunter was dangerous, the salary and benefits far exceeded his previous expectations. He calculated silently that if things continued like this, his dream wouldn't be far off. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. It was a message from Jiang Yueyao. Shaolinzi, keep training hard and aim to get into Kyoto Advanced Academy. If you get lucky and get selected by the Star Hall, your salary will double. Having spent a long time together, Jiang Yueyao had figured out the best way to motivate Cheng Xilin money. Cheng Xilin smirked and replied, I know, I'll work hard for the money. Jiang Yueyao didn't respond after that. Cheng Xilin knew that the issues with her mother and stepfather were still a heavy blow to her. He put down his phone and stared at the ceiling light for a long time before sighing. Kyoto Advanced Academy? Huh? Let's give it a shot. In the past, Cheng Xilin had to scramble for food and shelter, leaving no time for proper study, always overwhelmed by endless training orders. But now, he no longer had to run around just to fill his stomach, and he had awakened his star power. He now had better options, and his life's trajectory had changed. Running a hand through his bangs, Cheng Xilin smiled lightly. Since fate has given me a different path, how can I not make the most of it? The next day, Cheng Xilin spent another uneventful day at school. In the evening, he lounged at the office, watching Duan Minglong play Contra. Seeing Duan Minglong lose 10 lives in the first level, Cheng Xilin silently mocked. With skills like that, you dare laugh at Lincia? You two are equally bad at games. There wasn't anything special tonight, so Cheng Xilin left the office at 10 p.m. According to the rules, Demon Hunter team members had to stay at the office until 10 p.m. in case of emergencies. After 10 p.m., unless there was something urgent, only the on-duty staff remained, and the others could go home to rest. Tonight, it was Duan Minglong and Lin Xia's turn to be on duty, so Cheng Xilin left early since he had nothing to do. Yunzhou's night was brightly lit, its bustling nature rivaling that of his previous life. The modern metropolis was in full display. Neon lights, revelry, and extravagance. A river split the city in two, but both the wealthy and the common folk were striving hard on this land. Countless people started new lives here, while many others ended their journeys. Cheng Xilin felt that this world was better than the previous one. The old world was strange, pushing the living to the brink of death, while persuading those who wanted to die to live well, leaving everyone barely hanging on. But this world was different. The constant threat of exotic beasts gave people a common goal to live well. In the human society composed of star users and ordinary people, there were differences, but most people were just regular folks, working hard to keep the city running. In return, star users protected them. Cheng Xilin found this relationship fair. Walking slowly along the riverbank, Cheng Xilin made his way home. The central district was still under constant construction, with towering buildings all around. He looked up at the steel beams hanging from the cranes and shook his head slightly. Who on earth left such a huge steel beam hanging like that? What if someone walks underneath and gets hit? This is just reckless. Cheng Xilin frowned at the massive beam suspended in midair, silently criticizing the construction site's safety hazards. Just as he finished his thought, it was as if some mysterious force had been triggered. Bang! A loud noise shattered the riverbank's tranquility, the sound of a snapping steel cable piercing the air. A sharp female scream followed. Ah! Cheng Xilin's eyes widened as he instantly realized the danger. He spun around and sprinted towards the falling beam. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked through the air, and an electromagnetic card embedded itself in his chest. In an instant, white arcs of electricity crackled around him, transforming him into a lightning-fast figure. In Cheng Xilin's perception, everything around him seemed to slow down. With 2 swift strides, he reached the girl who had collapsed on the ground. He scooped her up in his arms and whisked her away like a gust of wind. Boom! 3 I-beams crashed heavily to the ground, sending sparks flying and leaving deep dents where they hit. Ah! The girl, still in shock, clung tightly to Cheng Xilin's clothes, burying her head in his chest and letting out terrified cries. Feeling the fabric of his clothes being tugged, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but frown. He glanced down at his gradually deforming shirt and said helplessly, "Miss, please stop pulling. This shirt has been with me for 7 years. If you keep this up, it'll retire early." Hearing Cheng Xilin's slightly teasing tone, the girl realized the danger had passed and slowly lifted her head. It was then that Cheng Xilin got a good look at her face, a surprised smile spreading across his own. "Xilin, are you stalking me?" It turned out the girl was Li Xilin. She had changed her outfit, and given the urgency of the situation, Cheng Xilin hadn't recognized her at first. Li Xiling's eyes were still brimming with tears, her lips slightly pouting as she looked at Cheng Xilin with a mix of fear and relief. In a slightly coquettish tone, she said, "You scared me to death. You owe me a late-night snack to calm my nerves." Cheng Xilin couldn't help but show a bemused expression, a series of question marks popping up in his mind. Is there anything more absurd than inviting your savior to dinner? Cheng Xilin watched as Li Xilin wolfed down her food across the table, sighing inwardly. The little girl had an astonishing appetite, one plate of skewers after another disappearing into her mouth as if there was no end. Cheng Xilin didn't dare ask why Li Xilin had followed him so late at night. He just hoped she would finish eating soon. In his mind, he had already envisioned their parting. He would return to Huagua Mountain, and Li Xilin would go back to Gao Laozhuang, and that would be the end of it. Suddenly, Li Xilin looked up, her big, bright eyes blinking at Cheng Xilin innocently. "Aren't you eating?" she asked. Forcing a smile, Cheng Xilin replied in a coaxing tone, "You go ahead and eat more. I'll just have a drink." "Okay." Li Xilin nodded. Her cheeks puffed out like a greedy hamster. The delicious skewers made her beam with happiness, her eyes forming cute crescent shapes. Cheng Xilin was momentarily entranced, but quickly snapped back to reality, chastising himself for his lapse. He sternly reminded himself, "Cheng, you're an 18-year-old man. How can you be interested in a little girl like her? Haven't you learned from the internet that younger girls are not to be treasured over mature women? Stay alert and don't go down the wrong path." Sighing lightly, Cheng Xilin called the waiter over. Excuse me, could we get another round? The same amount as before? Noticing Li Zining's eager eyes, he quickly corrected himself. Make that 2 rounds. I'm quite hungry. Li Zining giggled and continued eating, while Cheng Xilin relaxed a bit, thinking that he could always catch up on sleep during tomorrow's Wednesday classes. Suddenly, Li Zining smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no! I forgot to take pictures." Cheng Xilin was baffled. Did people really take photos before eating? Was it to document the food in case of poisoning? He usually just dug in without a second thought. As Cheng Xilin recalled how girls often took pictures to post on social media during dates, Li Zining had already snapped several photos and posted them on her moments. Within a minute, Cheng Xilin's WeChat blew up. His teammates sent messages one after another. Duan Minglong shared a photo of him and Lin Xia eating instant noodles, lamenting the lonely life of single guys on night duty. Lin Yilong complained that another heartbroken person had joined the ranks tonight, questioning if Ningning and Xiaolin were on a date. Fang Jun posted a picture, hugging his Hatsune Miku pillow, declaring he had his darling wife. Zhao Chengfeng grumbled about grinding in Dongling City while they were on a date. Zhang Zhao, though against office romances, said they might as well let it be if it was already a done deal. Cheng Xilin was bewildered, not understanding what his teammates were on about. Just then, Jiang Yueyao messaged him too. Congratulations, but don't let it affect your studies. Completely confused, Cheng Xilin quickly asked Jiang Yueyao what she meant. She replied with just 2 words. Check moments. Cheng Xilin immediately opened moments, and the top post was Li Zining's. Free skewers tonight. Spicy and delicious. Everyone come over. Xiaolin's treating. The post included 9 photos, 8 of the spicy hot pot and skewers, and one of Li Zining pouting cutely. To his shock, there was also a picture of him looking dazed. Cheng Xilin cursed inwardly. You sly fox. How dare you tarnish my reputation? Looking at Li Zining, who was still engrossed in her food, Cheng Xilin took a dry sip of his drink. After a moment of internal conflict, he left a comment on Li Zining's post. Number 112 Hashia Road, Spicy Skewers Bar. Everyone's welcome. He sighed helplessly. What else could he do? He couldn't hurt the girl's feelings. It was clear she liked him, and he wasn't oblivious to it. But he had no romantic interest in her, maybe because he was still scarred from his past with Fang Yao. Whether it was Li Zining or Jiang Yueyao, he simply couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Li Zining glanced at her phone, clearly noticing Cheng Xilin's comment. She didn't say anything, her expression unchanged, but Cheng Xilin caught a fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. A moment later, Li Zining put down her chopsticks, sipping her drink as she asked, Xiaolin, have you decided which university you want to apply to? Cheng Xilin nodded. Yes, my first choice is in Beijing, and my second is in Shanghai. Then, puzzled, he asked, aren't you the same age as me? Why haven't I seen you in school? Li Zining chuckled and said, I graduated from high school ages ago. Cheng Xilin suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. He realized that all the students in the starry class, including himself, were only at the star level, while Li Zining had already reached the peak of the star map level, almost touching the threshold of the starlight level. With such strength, how could she still be slogging through classes? So, have you decided which university you're aiming for? Cheng Xilin asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Zining shook her head gently, a hint of nonchalance in her voice. I don't need to take any exams. I've been directly admitted to Kyoto University. Damn. Cheng Xilin cursed inwardly, trying to maintain a calm facade. This was the legendary academic genius? Skipping exams and getting direct admission seemed almost magical. He couldn't help but recall a TV host's frequent remark, oh, I got in through direct admission. Peking University is all right. Life is tough, thought old Cheng with a sigh. He suddenly realized that, in a way, both academic geniuses and slackers had something in common: they didn't need to stress over exams. Sensing Cheng Xilin's frustration, Li Zining raised a small fist to cheer him up. Come on, Xiaolin. Let's both make it to Kyoto University. Cheng Xilin nodded stiffly, forcing a polite but awkward smile. Heh, I've been inspired by an academic genius. Inwardly, he was fretting. The gap between us is just too vast. Just then, the door of the skewer bar burst open, and Zhang Zhao, Fang Jun, Lin Yilong, and Jiang Yueyao stormed in. Their 8 eyes scanned the room like radars, quickly locking onto Cheng Xilin and Li Zining. Fang Jun led the charge, shouting, Waiter, we need to join tables. Zhang Zhao, full of bravado, grabbed a menu and slapped it on the table. Let's get one of everything. Jiang Yueyao swiftly brought over several cases of beer, announcing excitedly, Tonight, we drink to our heart's content. Lin Yilong began clearing the table, pushing aside the plates Cheng Xilin and Li Zining had finished with to make room for the coming feast. Cheng Xilin was stunned by their seamless coordination. Confused, he asked, What are you guys doing? Team building, they shouted in unison, their faces beaming with excitement. Team building? Cheng Xilin blinked, unsure. So, I'm treating for this team building session? Exactly. They chorused again, their smiles even brighter. Lin Yilong was especially thrilled. He patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder vigorously, his face full of excitement. Xiaolin, you have no idea. I've been with the demon hunting squad for 2 years, and this is the first time we're having a team building event outside. I'm so pumped. Cheng Xilin was at a loss for words, staring blankly at his jubilant teammates, already calculating how much tonight's bill might end up costing. All right, bye. Get home early. See you. Cheng Xilin watched the group of vampires who had drained him dry leave, his face expressionless. A small part of his humanity kept him from using a coin to give each of them a super electromagnetic cannon flick. He took a few silent steps before stopping and looking back at the skewer shop where they had just dined. A knowing smile crept onto his face. Seems like it's not so bad, he muttered to himself. From childhood to adulthood, Cheng Xilin had never had real friends. His hazy childhood memories were dominated by the voices calling him a wild child. His solitary middle and high school years had made him accustomed to loneliness. Even when there were class reunions, he never attended, thinking they were a waste of money. Yet, in this parallel world, he unexpectedly found himself with this group of friends. Heh, it's not so bad. Cheng Xilin chuckled softly before disappearing into the night. Over the next month, Cheng Xilin's life became a busy routine of school and hunting monsters with the demon hunting team. His experience point skyrocketed from 55 to 87, earning him a promotion to the high-rank star level. This meant he had fought 32 battles against monsters in just 1 month. However, this was only the record for Cheng Xilin and Jiang Yueyao's team. Throughout the city, 83 monsters had hatched in the past month, with new ones appearing almost daily. On the busiest day, 5 monsters had hatched. This unusually high hatching rate worried all the demon hunting team members. In the demon hunting team's office, Zhang Zhao emerged from his office with a serious expression and stood in front of a large screen displaying the surveillance map of Yunzhao City. After a long silence, he turned to face the team and said solemnly, "In the video conference just now, the city leaders discussed the recent frequent monster hatchings." These words furrowed the brows of the team members. For the past month, they had been working in shifts like factory workers. Jiang Yueyao and Cheng Xilin had barely attended school, finding it impossible to make time. Zhang Zhao continued, "The weakening of Yunzhao's defense grid, caused by an imbalance in the power supply, has led to an overload on the crystal cores, accelerating monster hatchings." The team exchanged worried glances. The oldest member, Duan Minglong, couldn't help but ask, "Deputy Captain, what do we do? We can handle the extra work, it's our duty, but if the defense grid weakens and monsters break through, what then?" Zhang Zhao took a deep breath and replied, "We'll have to hold on for now. The mayor has reported the situation to the Demon Suppression Army in the Southeast War Zone. Hopefully, reinforcements will arrive soon to strengthen the defense grid." He sighed and added, "Until the grid is reinforced, the city's safety depends on us." There were no rousing speeches or complaints. The team members nodded silently and settled into massage chairs to rest. Fang Jun, moving with the rhythm of the massage chair, asked concernedly, "Xiaolong, your Qingshi demon got injured yesterday. Is it okay? Do you need me to heal it?" Lin Yilong replied softly, "It's fine. The summoning space will heal the Qingshi demon. I'm also preparing to summon it again." Fang Jun nodded. "Good idea. Most of the recent monsters are warrior level, some even warlord level. The Qingshi demon has been struggling." At this moment, Lin Xia asked about Fang Jun's situation. "Jun, your sports car got smashed by a monster. When are you getting a new one?" Fang Jun replied with a pained expression, "Yeah, it was really unlucky. Over 3 million, turned into scrap metal just like that. But oh well, out with the old, in with the new." As night fell, Cheng Xilin, Jiang Yueyao, Duan Minglong, and Li Zining walked into the office. Fang Jun, seeing their tired faces, greeted them. "Hey, you guys are here." Duan Minglong yawned and said, "Yeah, you all go get some sleep." Zhang Zhao briefly explained the situation in Yunzhao to the newly arrived 4. They didn't say much either, simply preparing their equipment. Leaving Li Zining as the commander, Duan Minglong, Jiang Yueyao, and Cheng Xilin, carrying their boundary-breaking rods, prepared to set out. Standing at the office entrance, Cheng Xilin gave a brief instruction. "Same plan as always. Each of us covers one area. Call for backup if you encounter a warlord-level monster." With that, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Due to the shortage of personnel, even someone of Cheng Xilin's star level had to face warrior-level monsters alone. Sitting atop a tall building, overlooking the brightly lit city of Yunzhao, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but laugh. "Remember when I went on my first mission? Brother Duan gave me a drink to boost my courage." Cheng Xilin reminisced, feeling a surge of emotions. Li Zining's light laughter came through the headphones, her voice full of admiration. "Xiao Lin is progressing so fast. In just 3 months, you've gone from the initial stages of star level to the advanced stages, almost reaching the peak. I wonder if you'll break through to the star map level in a month." Duan Minglong chimed in. It's an honor to witness the growth of a genius. Cheng Xilin chuckled, feigning modesty. I'm holding back, really. I'm afraid if I advance too fast, it would be too shocking. To avoid discouraging you all, I'm trying my best to suppress it. Jiang Yueyao didn't hold back her sarcasm. Suppress, my foot. You just want to show off how many more shots you can fire. Look at you, all arrogant. Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow and retorted immediately. Teasing, Queen of Cars, mark my words. One day, I'll strip your little darlings one by one. Heh. Jiang Yueyao sneered. Cheng Xilin gritted his teeth. Heh, my foot. Queen of Cars, just you wait. Just as the tension between them was about to escalate, Li Zining intervened. Her voice turned serious. Shaolin, 30 meters directly ahead, strong signal. A beast is about to hatch. You can set up the boundary rods right there. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin immediately dropped his playful demeanor and stood up. His eyes locked onto the rooftop of the building ahead, and he skillfully took out the boundary rods. Zhang Yueyao and Duan Minglong both reminded him in unison. Be careful, don't get yourself killed. Be careful. Cheng Xilin replied briefly, got it? His expression was now fully focused on the impending battle. Suddenly, the air on the rooftop of the building in front of him rippled like water. The next moment, a massive bull with 3 tails appeared abruptly on the rooftop. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, and he reacted swiftly. He planted the 3 boundary rods in a triangular formation at his feet and activated the electromagnetic card. In an instant, arcs of electricity surrounded him, emitting powerful energy waves. He calmly asked, Zining, the boundary rods are set. What's the situation with the beast? A moment later, Li Zining's voice came through. Warrior-level beast, 3-tailed horned bull. It's one of the stronger warrior-level beasts with high defense. I recommend using the electromagnetic cannon. Understood, Cheng Xilin responded briefly, fully immersing himself in the imminent battle. The arc of electricity dancing at his fingertips was an unwavering symbol of Cheng Xilin's faith. With a focused mind, he unleashed a railgun shot that whistled through the air, striking the warrior-class 3-tailed horned bull instantly. The beast collapsed to the ground, its head exploding in a spray of blood. Though the surroundings were eerily silent with no audience to applaud him, Cheng Xilin couldn't resist striking a pose he thought looked cool. This moment of self-indulgence allowed him a brief immersion in the joy of victory. A moment later, he deactivated the boundary field. Before long, a helicopter roared into view, hovering above the massive bull carcass. A mechanical claw extended from the cabin, firmly grasping the bull's body before lifting it away. Watching the helicopter disappear into the distance, Cheng Xilin pulled a can of beer from his pocket. Popping the tab, he took a long swig and thought to himself, lucky them, they get to have beef hot pot tonight. Just then, Li Zining's urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. Shaolin, get to Minghua Street and support Yueyao. On it. Cheng Xilin responded immediately. He quickly retrieved his electromagnetic card and zipped through the skyscrapers like a white lightning bolt. Teacher Jiang, what kind of beast is it? Cheng Xilin asked while speeding through the city. Jiang Yueyao, breathless, replied, it's a warlord-class bone-armed demon ape, and it's a bit tricky. Li Zining's analysis followed swiftly. Bone-armed demon ape, warlord class, 3 meters tall, agile, with bone shields on its arms offering incredible defense. Bone shields? Cheng Xilin muttered, then asked, can my railgun break through its defense? The sound of Li Zining typing on her keyboard could be heard. Moments later, she responded, based on the data, to break through the bone shield with your railgun, you'll need to channel about 3 times your usual star power. Cheng Xilin frowned. With his usual star power consumption, he could fire 7 more railgun shots. If he used 3 times the amount, his system showed he would be left with only 48 energy. And the night had just begun. Who knew what might happen later? Damn it. No choice. Saving lives comes first. Cheng Xilin resolved. Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao's alarmed voice came through. This isn't good. The bone-armed demon ape is about to evolve. What? Cheng Xilin, Li Zining, and Duan Minglong exclaimed in unison. If a warlord-class beast evolved into a leader class, even Zhang Zhao himself would struggle to handle it. Compared to humans, subwarlord-class beasts were slightly inferior, but leader-class beasts possessed intelligence, making them formidable even for Nebula-class warriors. We have to stop its evolution. Shaolin, how much longer until you get here? Li Zining asked urgently. I'm here already, entering the barrier with the boundary rod. Cheng Xilin replied as he tossed the boundary rod into the air. It landed automatically at the edge of the barrier Jiang Yueyao had set up. As soon as he entered the barrier, Cheng Xilin felt a wave of the beast's furious energy crashing over him. Accompanied by the bone-armed demon ape's roars, this intense aura shook the vegetation lining the street. Teacher Jiang. Cheng Xilin leaped up just in time to catch Jiang Yueyao, who had been struck by the bone-armed demon ape. I'm fine, Jiang Yueyao said, shaking her scythe and staring intently at the roaring demon ape. Cheng Xilin's expression turned grim. Having been part of the demon hunting team for 3 months, this was his first time witnessing a beast's evolution firsthand. Though filled with curiosity, he had no desire to see a leader-class beast emerge right now. Without hesitation, Cheng Xilin drew his bow. As he infused it with star power, yellow and white arcs of electricity appeared around the arrowhead. He fixed his gaze on the roaring bone-armed demon ape, a determined glint in his eyes. Die, you beast! Cheng Xilin growled, releasing the bowstring. With a sharp whistle, the arrow shot through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosions echoed throughout the barrier. The star power infusion made this arrow far more powerful than usual, shaking the entire street and surrounding buildings. As the dust settled, Cheng Xilin and Jiang Yueyao's faces grew even more serious. The bone-armed demon ape hadn't been killed. Though the railgun had shattered its bone shields, the ape itself only suffered minor injuries. Cheng Xilin was stunned. Such a powerful railgun shot could sever a ground dragon's neck, yet it only managed to shatter the bone shields of the bone-armed demon ape. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Li Zining's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Cheng Xilin, staring into the blood-red eyes of the bone-armed demon ape, swallowed and said, "Let's hear the good news first. The good news is you successfully interrupted its evolution. And the bad news? It's furious from being interrupted and has entered a berserk state." Cheng Xilin and Jiang Yueyao exchanged a glance. He chuckled bitterly and asked, "So, the beast has gone berserk?" "Exactly." Cheng Xilin forced a wry smile and half-jokingly said, "Does our team have insurance or death benefits or something?" Jiang Yueyao rolled her eyes and snapped. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about money?" She pursed her lips and asked softly, "Can I be named as the beneficiary on the insurance policy?" "Get lost, you crazy driver!" Cheng Xilin shouted fiercely, his entire body suddenly crackling with bright electric arcs. He raised his hands abruptly, and in an instant, white currents cascaded down like waterfalls, tightly binding the skeletal-armed demon ape. As an opportunist, Jiang Yueyao had fought alongside Cheng Xilin in dozens of battles, and their coordination was seamless. The moment Cheng Xilin restrained the ape with his electric currents, Jiang Yueyao darted to its side like an arrow, her scythe slicing down without hesitation. However, a berserk demon ape was not something that even a star-level warrior like Cheng Xilin could easily subdue. The ape roared and shook its arms violently, not only breaking free from the electric restraints, but also smashing its fist into Jiang Yueyao's scythe. With a loud clang, Jiang Yueyao twisted deftly in midair, dissipating most of the force before landing steadily. She gave the ape no time to breathe and immediately charged at it again, engaging in close combat. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin felt slightly relieved. Even in its berserk state, the demon ape was still only a warrior-class beast, far from reaching the level of a commander. He quickly drew his bow, channeling a continuous stream of star energy into the arrow, and aimed it at the ape's knee before releasing it decisively. Bang! The electric arrow, imbued with a great destructive power, hit its mark, tearing a chunk of flesh from the ape's knee. The demon ape let out an earth-shattering scream, its blood-red eyes fixed on Cheng Xilin. This detestable human. Not only had he interrupted its advancement, shattered its prized bone shield, but now he had also targeted its leg. Enraged, the demon ape abandoned its defense against Jiang Yueyao's attacks and pounded its fists into the ground. The immense force caused the ground to quake violently. It then leaped high into the air, bringing its fists together to smash down on Cheng Xilin. "Shaolin, dodge now!" Jiang Yueyao shouted as she sprinted towards him. The ape's figure loomed larger in Cheng Xilin's vision. He glanced at Jiang Yueyao's position and quickly calculated. If he could make the ape pause for just a second, Teacher Jiang would be able to decapitate it. "All right, let's do this," Cheng Xilin resolved, gathering all his electromagnetic energy within himself, and then releasing it all at once. A circular electromagnetic field with a 2-meter radius formed instantly around him. "Electromagnetic field," Cheng Xilin muttered, bracing himself for the demon ape's deadly strike. The semicircular magnetic field generated by electromagnetic force instantly suspended the body of the bone-armed demon ape in midair. At that moment, both Cheng Xilin and the demon ape were in a state of stillness. Cheng Xilin stared into the demon ape's blood-red eyes, filled with hatred and rage towards him. However, just as the electromagnetic field formed, Cheng Xilin felt the star energy within him recede like a tide, instantly depleted. Slash boom. Jiang Yueyao seized the opportunity and struck. The massive body of the bone-armed demon ape was severed, and its three-metal corpse crashed to the ground. Cheng Xilin, exhausted from the depletion of his star energy, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "How are you? Are you okay?" Jiang Yueyao rushed over to help Cheng Xilin up. Cheng Xilin shook his head, breathing heavily. "I'm fine, just completely drained of star energy, a bit exhausted," he added with a bitter smile, With my current abilities, dealing with a warrior-level beast is still too much for me. Zhang Yueyao was taken aback for a moment, then playfully slapped Cheng Xilin on the head. Oh, come on, what are you showing off for? Who else at the star level can one-shot a warrior-level beast, or even take down a ground dragon? Back when we were at the star level, we were chased all over the place by servant-level beasts. Cheng Xilin scratched his head awkwardly. You're right. Hanging out with you guys all the time. I guess I've started to get cocky, not even taking warrior-level beasts seriously. Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes at him, and then contacted Duan Minglong through her earpiece. Old Duan, how are things on your end? A moment later, Duan Minglong's frustrated voice came through the earpiece. Don't even ask. I had to deal with a plant-type warrior-level beast. Just finished it off, and now I'm covered in mud. All right, everyone stay alert. Li Zining's voice chimed in. The defense network shows no more signals for now. Looks like it's just these three for tonight, so we can rest for a while. Phew. Cheng Xilin let out a long breath and joked. Zining, could you not use the word, just? It scares me. Hee, you guys come back now, Li Zining replied with a laugh. The three of them returned to the base from different locations. On the way, Zhang Yueyao was driving and glanced at Cheng Xilin, who was slumped in the passenger seat, a slight smile on her face. You were pretty cool back there. Cheng Xilin squinted his eyes and lazily replied, cool or not, we always give it our all. That's what we get paid for. Zhang Yueyao nodded, recalling the battle scene from earlier, feeling a bit scared in retrospect. Although the fight was quick, the danger was obvious. If Cheng Xilin hadn't used his powerful attack to stop the bone-armed demon ape from advancing, Yunzhou could have been devastated by a commander-level beast. And he also trapped the demon ape, giving her the chance to finish it off. Having judgment is one thing, but having the courage to act on it is another. In that split second, if the bone-armed demon ape had broken through Cheng Xilin's electromagnetic field, or if she hadn't killed the ape in time, Cheng Xilin could have died. In other words, this guy was a gambler, betting that he could control the demon ape and that she could follow through. Is this kind of courage innate? Considering all this, it seemed like this guy, who always talked about doing things for money, wasn't really risking his life for money after all. The night passed quickly, and fortunately, only 3 beasts had hatched. They managed to get some good sleep in the latter half of the night. The next morning, Zhang Zhao entered the office with Captain Zhao Chengfeng, who had been on a mission in Dongling City. In the meeting room, Zhao Chengfeng, unusually, took the lead in hosting the meeting. I've been briefed on the situation in Yunzhou. From now on, I'll be stationed here, taking over Xiao Lin's position, Zhao Chengfeng said. Cheng Xilin was taken aback and quickly asked, Captain, what about me? Zhao Chengfeng sighed exasperatedly. Xiao Lin, you're a student. Did you forget that tomorrow is your entrance exam? What? Cheng Xilin was so shocked that his voice changed pitch, suddenly realizing, oh right, I haven't been to school in over a month, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Even Zhang Yueyao, who was a teacher, hadn't mentioned it. He looked at Zhang Yueyao, who shrugged, looking innocent. For the past month, they had been busy eating, sleeping, and fighting beasts, with no time to think about anything else. Cheng Xilin rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhao Chengfeng. Captain, so you came back specifically for this? Yep, Zhao Chengfeng replied innocently. Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow. Didn't you think about coming back a few days earlier so I could study? Zhao Chengfeng asked in confusion. Have you ever done your homework? No, Cheng Xilin admitted. Zhao Chengfeng continued. Do you even know how many subjects there are in your star class? No idea, Cheng Xilin answered honestly. Then what's the point of studying now? Zhao Chengfeng said with disdain. Cheng Xilin perked up. Yeah, if it's already a done deal, why bother struggling? Well, since everything's already a mess, let's just roll with it, Cheng Xilin thought to himself, only to see Zhao Chengfeng's face suddenly turn serious. Captain, how am I supposed to get into the Kyoto Advanced Academy now? Cheng Xilin couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with frustration. Zhao Chengfeng waved his hand lightly, a confident smile appearing on his face. Don't worry about it. I have connections at the Kyoto Advanced Academy. As long as you perform well in the entrance trials, I can get you in. Really? Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up, his spirits instantly lifted, staring at Zhao Chengfeng with excitement. Of course, Zhao Chengfeng straightened his back, a hint of pride in his voice. After all, I'm the captain of the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Team, a member of the Southeast War Zone's Silver Demon Hunting Team. I have some pull. Cheng Xilin's eyes sparkled with determination. Don't worry, Captain. I'll make sure to do my best in the entrance trials. Good. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with enthusiasm like a motivational speaker, looking eagerly at Cheng Xilin. Xilin, give it your all. I believe you can get into the Kyoto Advanced Academy? Yes, Captain. Cheng Xilin responded with newfound vigor. All right, go get a good night's sleep and be ready for the exam tomorrow. Zhao Chengfeng patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder. Got it, Captain. Cheng Xilin replied. Their spirited exchange left the others speechless, as if they were watching an impromptu comedy skit. They exchanged glances, all wondering the same thing. Do these two not feel awkward? Cheng Xilin walked away with his head held high, as if he were already a top student at the Kyoto Advanced Academy. The others watched him leave, then turned their eyes back to Zhao Chengfeng. Zhang Zhao looked at Cheng Xilin's empty seat, then back at Zhao Chengfeng, puzzled. I didn't know you had connections at the Kyoto Advanced Academy. Zhao Chengfeng shrugged nonchalantly. I don't. I was bluffing. His words hit them like a bombshell. Zhang Zhao, Jiang Yueyao, Duan Minglong, and Li Zining all widened their eyes in disbelief, their minds buzzing with questions. Zhao Chengfeng, however, seemed oblivious to their reactions and casually said, all right, let's not worry about him. Let's start the meeting. Back at home, Cheng Xilin once again expressed his disdain for Zhao Chengfeng and Jiang Yueyao's unreliability. His thoughts drifted to Zhang Zhaoyuan's sister in Shanghai, and a strong wave of affection surged in his heart. Cheng Xilin secretly hoped to have deeper interactions with her, beyond just admiring the moon from his balcony. Facing tomorrow's exam, Cheng Xilin felt utterly lost. He picked up his phone, wanting to ask someone for help, but didn't know who to turn to. Jiang Yueyao? Impossible. She had been busy fighting demons with him for the past month, with no time for studies. His classmates from the Starshine class? Also not an option. In the 3 months he had been in the class, he had only spoken to Zhou Shui twice, and that was when he saved her. After much deliberation, Cheng Xilin decided to leave it to fate. He comforted himself, remembering how Captain Zhao Chengfeng had said he had connections. Maybe it was worth believing him this time. With his improved financial situation, Cheng Xilin's lifestyle habits subtly changed. He used to choose the cheapest options at the Lantau noodle shop, but now he started ordering takeout. Of course, he still budgeted carefully, opting for places with no delivery fee and significant discounts. Soon, the takeout arrived. The restaurant thoughtfully provided 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks, and Cheng Xilin didn't throw away the extra pair. This small habit had nothing to do with his financial situation, but stemmed from a peculiar hoarding tendency. Just like the dozens of disposable chopsticks accumulated in his drawer or the various plastic bags stuffed between his wardrobe and the wall, Cheng Xilin saw these as symbols of thriftiness, a quality he took pride in. After a quick shower, Cheng Xilin lay down to rest. The past month's battles had not only exhausted him physically but also brought immense psychological pressure. He was always restless, fearing his phone might ring at any moment, summoning him to deal with another sudden beast incident. This constant state of tension forced Cheng Xilin to abandon his habit of quality sleep. He still remembered a time when he had to rush out so urgently that he jumped out of bed and leaped out the window, only realizing midair that he had forgotten to put on underwear. That feeling of breezy freedom was unforgettable. Late at night, moonlight spilled into Cheng Xilin's room, but 3 floating figures blocked the view from the window. These 3 men, dressed in suits, exuded an extraordinary aura. One of them raised a hand slightly, and the room's curtains slowly opened, revealing Cheng Xilin's rather ungraceful sleeping posture. The man on the left chuckled. Janli, are you sure the Kyoto Academy wants to recruit this money-driven rogue? Janli, standing in the middle with his arms crossed, replied indifferently, Lu Hong, you're missing the point. Isn't it better to be straightforward about taking money for work? Besides, our Kyoto Academy isn't short on funds. He then turned his gaze to the man on the right, Li Chengbin. You bypassed the Starry Hall to come here directly. When did the tower's rules change? Li Chengbin, still smiling, waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. The tower's rules haven't changed. It's just that a talent like this is admired even by the 20th floor's management. As a secretary, I had no choice but to come and see. Hearing about the 20th floor's manager, Janli frowned slightly. Ding Zhe? He's got his eyes on Cheng Xilin? Lu Hong interjected. Even if he's highly talented, he doesn't qualify to be chosen by the tower, does he? Li Chengbin's smile remained unchanged. You two are overthinking. Mr. Ding just asked me to take a look. The tower won't change its rules for one genius. Now, I must take my leave. With that, his figure dissolved like a bubble. Janli and Lu Hong were silent for a moment before sighing simultaneously. Janli said, whether it's Kyoto or Shanghai, it's just a chapter in this kid's life. Lu Hong nodded with a smile, but nurturing a student who might become a future tower manager is more important to us. Janli chuckled, then disappeared like Li Chengbin. Lu Hong followed suit. The next morning, Cheng Xilin sat on his bed, puzzled as he looked at the curtains. He clearly remembered closing them last night, so why were they open now? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and hurried to school for the exam. As a student of the Starshine class, Cheng Xilin didn't need an admission ticket or anything like that. After the first day of exams, he felt nothing. By the end of the second day, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know any of the answers, which was quite a surprise. After the exams, Cheng Xilin lay on the office sofa, staring blankly at the white ceiling. It felt like a devil was whispering in his mind, brother, If you're going to slack off, do it thoroughly. Don't leave everyone in an awkward spot. Just then, Zhang Zhao pushed away the desk, rolled over to Cheng Xilin on a wheeled chair, and asked, "How did the exam go?" Cheng Xilin forced a smile and said softly, "Heh, okay." Zhang Zhao got the hint, twisted his body, pushed off the couch with one leg, and quickly returned to his desk, resuming his work. Lin Xie, there's a strong signal in Pure District, likely a warrior-class beast. Head there immediately, Zhang Zhao ordered decisively. Got it. Lin Xie responded and left. Xiaolong, head to the south side of the bridge. Set up a barrier the moment the beast hatches. The area is crowded with traffic, so make sure there are no casualties. Understood, Xiaolong replied briefly. Xiao Jun, stay on standby. Roger that. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin seemed to remember something important. He shot up from the couch, scratched his head, and hesitated before asking, Vice Captain, what will happen to the demon hunting squad if I go to another city for school? Zhang Zhao glanced at Cheng Xilin and replied calmly, What do you mean, what will happen? We managed to slay demons just fine before you joined. Cheng Xilin awkwardly raised his hands, quickly explaining, That's not what I meant. Zhang Zhao's expression softened a bit. I get it. Once you're in another city, you can choose to join the local demon hunting squad or focus on your studies. After you graduate, you're welcome to come back anytime. Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully. True, there's no rule saying I have to stay in the city where I go to college. Exactly, Zhang Zhao agreed. So don't overthink it. Go to school wherever you want. We'll always be here waiting for you. All right, Cheng Xilin said with a self-deprecating smile. With my grades, I probably won't get far anyway. With that, he got up and left. Zhang Zhao watched Cheng Xilin leave, then turned back to the battle footage on the large screen. He shook his head slightly, a smile playing at his lips. Yeah, there's no rule about where you have to settle down after school, but talented people always find their way to greater heights. Is this year's entrance trial still at Yunshan? Someone asked, a hint of impatience in their voice. Probably. It's the same every year. Another voice chimed in. It's boring. The senior students have already wiped out most of the beasts around Yunshan. What's the point of us going? To clean up the leftovers? Someone joked, eliciting a burst of laughter. Cheng Xilin listened to his classmates' casual banter and shook his head helplessly. Unlike these students, who had never faced a beast, he had been fighting them since he arrived in this world. Memories of being chased by a spiky pangolin flashed in his mind, making him shudder. A bunch of sheltered flowers, Cheng Xilin thought. I hope they can stand their ground when they face real beasts. The Starshine class's beast course was indeed a crucial subject, detailing the types and weaknesses of beasts from servant level to warlord level. But textbook knowledge and actual combat experience are two different things. No one in the class had ever seen a beast, let alone fought one. Even watching videos online of Star Guardians battling beasts felt like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Sure, the sense of immersion was there. Who wouldn't want to be a hero, fighting Godzilla in the middle of the city under everyone's gaze? But reality was much harsher. Cheng Xilin even wondered if Ultraman could really defeat Godzilla. The southeastern war zone had 12 cities, each with dozens of students in their Starshine class, totaling around 400 to 500 people. With the accompanying teachers, the number was even higher. Additionally, the Demon Suppression Army of Yunzhou would send a unit to protect the students around Yunshan. In this era of scarce Star Guardians, they had become precious flowers that needed careful nurturing. Cheng Xilin put on his headphones, letting soft music play in his ears. He opened the system interface, looking at the progress bar at 90. He took a deep breath. This meant that after 10 more battles with beasts, he would reach 100 and advance to the star chart level. He was currently at the peak of the starseed level. He touched the coins he had just exchanged in the pouch at his waist, feeling a bit more at ease. With teachers accompanying them, this trial shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Cheng Xilin, are you only bringing a small pouch? Zhou Shui asked in surprise. Cheng Xilin was taken aback. Is there a problem? Zhou Shui blinked. Aren't you bringing food and a change of clothes? We're going to be there for several days. Only then did Cheng Xilin notice that his classmates were carrying large bags, with the most exaggerated one even bringing a suitcase. He felt speechless. Were these people going on vacation? This was a trial with a risk of death. Patiently, he explained, the army stationed at Yunshan will provide supplies, including food and drinks. You don't need to bring those. Zhou Shui hesitated. But I heard their supplies are standard issue. They won't be as comfortable as what we bring ourselves. Cheng Xilin twitched his mouth. He understood now. Even if these people knew the trial could be deadly, they didn't really take it seriously. Although he hadn't interacted much with his classmates, he had heard from Jiang Yueyao that there were some talented individuals in the Starshine class. After all, in this era, anyone who could make a name for themselves had some skills. However, a superior attitude could easily make people lose sight of themselves, causing many to fail to see their own shortcomings. So this entrance trial was not just an exam but also a final lesson for the students to recognize themselves. Suffering a bit at home was better than losing their lives out there. Cheng Xilin's Starshine class in Yunzhou was the closest, about a 3-hour drive to Yunshan. 3 hours later, 32 Starshine class students and 6 teachers arrived at the foot of Yunshan. Seeing the serious, armed soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, the previously chatty students fell silent. The distant roars of beasts amplified the tension. But it wasn't their fault. It was already 6 p.m., and the sun had set at the foot of Yunshan. Normally, many of the well-off young men in the class would be appearing in various bars in Yunzhou, drinking fake liquor and skillfully dancing to the latest hits. The military camp was large and well-equipped, with tents and toilets already set up. The lead teacher, Jia Yunping, bearded, starlight-level beginner, sternly instructed, "Remember, once you're in the camp, talk less and focus on training." With that, he went to find the Demon Suppression Army officer. The rest was straightforward: assigning tents, receiving supplies from the Demon Suppression Army, and waiting for dinner. Cheng Xilin sat on a small stool, carefully organizing his supplies. Cheng Xilin sighed softly as his gaze swept over the gear laid out before him. 4 packs of individual rations, a trenching tool, a dagger, paracord, bandages, 2 vials of hemostatic agent, and a small box containing a dose of adrenaline. These items brought back memories of when he had just woken up in the hospital. Zhang Zhao had told him that during the emergency, the doctors kept shouting, 1 milligram of adrenaline, 4 push, 20 milligrams of dopamine, 4 push. Due to his unique constitution, these drugs could be used multiple times. Adrenaline, humanity's cheat code, Cheng Xilin thought to himself. By 6:20 p.m., since they had arrived late, the entire camp's dinner time was delayed. The students lined up obediently behind the soldiers, waiting for their turn. Even the most mischievous or arrogant students showed respect for the military personnel here. Suddenly, a soldier at the front of the line scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "Let the students go first. It's so late. They must be starving." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers standing in front of the Xinhui class students naturally stepped aside, indicating for the students to go ahead. Seeing this, Jia Yunping quickly ran from the back of the line to the front, saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Once we're in the camp, we're all soldiers. We're comrades. There's no distinction between students and soldiers." The soldiers seemed about to say something, but were interrupted by a loud clanging sound. Bang, bang, bang. The veteran cook sergeant was banging a large iron spoon against a steel basin, shouting, "Everyone, line up properly. Once you're in the camp, you must follow the rules. Take only what you can eat, and come back for more if you're still hungry. No one is allowed to waste food." He coldly scanned the reassembled line before giving the command, "Start serving." In any military unit, the veteran cook sergeant is a figure to be reckoned with. In some units, these individuals are not only second-grade chefs when they pick up a spoon, but also ace snipers when they handle a rifle, possessing an astonishing range of skills. After dinner, the students of the Starshine class were all diligently training, striving to make the most of their talents. However, Cheng Xilin was behaving unusually, leisurely wandering around the campus. As a member of the Starshine class, he didn't have to worry about being questioned by the patrols. Although the leading teacher didn't know much about Cheng Xilin's situation, the principal had given specific instructions to just let him be as long as he stayed safe. Cheng Xilin arrived at the school gate and said to the guard on duty, "Hey there, I'm going outside for a smoke." The guard remained expressionless and didn't even glance at him, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Cheng Xilin shrugged and muttered to himself, "All right, I'll take that as a yes." Stepping out of the school, Cheng Xilin reminisced about his old smoking habit. He didn't smoke often back then, only lighting up during all-nighters when he needed a pick-me-up. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out to him, "Hey, Cannon." Cheng Xilin was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. It was Zhang Cheng, an officer from the Demon Suppression Army who often cleaned up after Cheng Xilin's battles. The nickname Cannon came from Cheng Xilin's combat style. Every beast he killed ended up in pieces, either with its head blown off, its chest pierced, or half its body obliterated. "What are you doing here?" Cheng Xilin asked as he walked closer, catching a whiff of strong tobacco. He noticed a recently extinguished cigarette, but at Zhang Cheng's feet. Zhang Cheng scratched his head and smiled. "I requested a transfer here. The pay is better for units stationed outside the city." Cheng Xilin nodded in understanding. The units outside the city are the first line of defense for Yunzhou. It's only fair they get better compensation. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, a high-end brand he had swiped from Zhao Qingfeng's desk. "Want one?" "Wow, 1916s. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. "These are some good smokes." Cheng Xilin smiled and handed one over. "I got them from the captain. I don't smoke often." Zhang Cheng took the cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and pulled out a lighter. He lit Cheng Xilin's cigarette first, then his own. The two of them squatted down, puffing away in silent camaraderie. "Every beast you take down, the wounds are practically cooked." Zhang Cheng commented, "Your attacks sear them." Cheng Xilin shrugged, acknowledging the remark. Your demon hunting team must be under a lot of pressure lately, Zhang Cheng said, trying to make conversation. Cheng Xilin sighed. Yeah, it's pretty intense. If it weren't for the exams, I'd probably be on some rooftop on guard duty or already fighting beasts. Zhang Cheng remarked. That's why you're heroes. Cheng Xilin looked up at Zhang Cheng, hearing the sincerity in his words. He responded, if those of us with talent are heroes, then what about you ordinary folks, who fight those insane beasts with nothing but sheer determination? Zhang Cheng thought for a moment and smiled. I guess we could be called warriors. Cheng Xilin patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder without saying more. The respect for soldiers in the hearts of the people was beyond words. So why did you transfer here? Cheng Xilin asked. Wouldn't a city job be easier? Zhang Cheng gave a hearty laugh. I want to give my family a better life. I'm saving up to buy my wife a car so she doesn't have to ride an electric bike through the wind and rain to pick up the kids from school. Cheng Xilin nodded, deeply moved. Men work hard outside for the smiles of their loved ones. After all, at least, that's how most people think. And if your partner understands your struggles, then all the effort is worth it. Stubbing out his cigarette, Cheng Xilin handed the remaining half back to Zhang Cheng. Zhang was about to politely decline when Cheng spoke first. It's not good for students to smoke. Zhang grinned and accepted the cigarettes. He could afford such good smokes himself, but spending 200 yuan on a new dress for his daughter or a lipstick for his wife seemed to bring more joy to his family. The next day, students from the Star Glory class in 11 cities of the southeastern war zone arrived at the military camp one after another. The class sizes varied, mostly around 30 students, with the largest having no more than 50. On the third morning, students from 12 cities gathered on the parade ground, lined up in pre-assigned teams of 5, each team watched over by a teacher. The rules of the entrance trial were surprisingly simple. Kill beasts to score points. 1 point for a servant-level beast, 2 points for a warrior-level beast, and if encountering a general-level beast, they were to retreat immediately. For these rookies, what else could they do but run when facing a general-level beast? At that moment, a middle-aged general in uniform, with 4 military medals pinned to his chest, stepped onto the podium. His stern face and imposing presence made all 500 students stand up straight and fall silent. Hello, I'm Zhou Hong, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Southeastern War Zone, and the chief examiner for this entrance trial, Zhou Hong said, surveying the crowd. The trial lasts for 5 days. Young star envoys, show us your talents to the fullest. Move out. Zhou Hong's command marked the official start of the trial. The brutal simplicity of the entrance trial was beyond Cheng Xilin's expectations. Just killing beasts? No need for team coordination? No rules for injured students to withdraw and retain their scores? Just fight? Teacher Jia Yinping explained, you've spent a lot of time in school learning how to use your powers, but this is high school. Higher education won't be as gentle as high school. Survival of the fittest is the eternal truth. The strong among you will continue to climb, while the mediocre, or those who are eliminated, will be sent to lower-tier institutions. 2 days later, Cheng Xilin and his classmates found themselves in dire straits within the lair of the mythical beasts of Yunshan. Their confident fantasies were brutally shattered by reality. Not only had they lost the supplies they brought, but even the equipment issued by the military camp was nowhere to be found. Just moments ago, an unassuming warrior-class armored lizard had given them a hard time. Cheng Xilin could have ended the battle with a single charged railgun shot, but the other 4 ignored his warning and impulsively charged in. The result was predictable. They were chased relentlessly by a swarm of armored lizards, fleeing in a panic for miles. At this moment, Cheng Xilin leaned against a large tree, panting heavily, scraping the mud off his shoes on a rock. Just as he was about to speak, he realized a terrifying fact. The armored lizards had stopped chasing them because they had inadvertently entered the territory of even more dangerous beasts. Run! Cheng Xilin shouted, pulling a collapsed classmate to his feet. Lu Haiyang, however, was furious and shook off Cheng Xilin's hand. What are you doing? All you know is running away. You were the first to run. I'm so unlucky to be in the same team as you. Cheng Xilin was also infuriated. At school, he might have swallowed his pride, but here in the life-and-death environment of Yunshan, he had to make things clear. We're all in this together. No one owes anyone. This is Yunshan, the beast's lair. One wrong move, and none of us will make it back alive. Don't think Jia Yunping's Starshine rank can protect us. If we encounter a warlord-class beast like a Earth Dragon, let's see if he can handle it. Seeing that Lu Haiyang remained unmoved, Cheng Xilin turned to the other 3. Are you running or not? Even Zhou Shui looked bewildered, clearly still shaken from the recent encounter. Fine, I'm out of here. Cheng Xilin glanced around and decisively ran into the forest to the right. The 4 of them stood there, dumbfounded, watching Cheng Xilin disappear into the woods, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Jia Yunping, who had been silent, spoke up. You should follow Cheng Xilin. Lu Haiyang asked in confusion, why should we run? Before he could finish, a warrior-class crested serpent, over 20 meters long, suddenly lunged from the bushes ahead. Its triangular head, with a conspicuous blood-red lump, opened its jaws wide, revealing two sharp, venomous fangs. Hiss! The serpent spat two streams of venom directly at Lu Haiyang, who was leaning against the tree. Lu Haiyang, dodge! His companions screamed in terror. Lu Haiyang stood frozen, watching the venom come straight at him. Just in the nick of time, Jia Yunping furrowed his brow, and three orange star cards appeared out of thin air. He leaped in front of Lu Haiyang, and one of the cards transformed into a giant black shield, blocking the venom. Retreat! I can't help you fight these beasts, Jia Yunping shouted back. Ah, okay. Lu Haiyang finally snapped out of it and scrambled in the direction Cheng Xilin had run. The other three classmates followed closely behind. The crested serpent's blood-red eyes fixed on the fleeing group, and it let out a piercing screech. With its call, three more crested serpents emerged from the bushes and underground, chasing after the four. Jia Yunping frowned, retrieved his shield, and another orange card merged into his chest. With a single wave, a wall of earth rose in front of the serpents, temporarily blocking their path. At that moment, the four monstrous crested serpents launched an attack on Jia Yunping, spitting venom from their gaping mouths. Oomph! Jia Yunping snorted, summoning another earthen wall to block the venom. However, a harsh sizzle sound indicated the venom was corroding the wall. Jia Yunping's expression darkened. He had underestimated the venom's potency. Although Jia Yunping, as a rank star user, had the ability to handle four warrior-class beasts, defeating them quickly was another matter. As he concentrated on battling the four serpents, a slightly smaller, reddish-brown crested serpent stealthily bypassed the earthen wall, heading towards the fleeing students. How did Cheng Xilin know this place was dangerous? Lu Haiyang shouted while running. Wei Ming, gasping for breath, replied, maybe it's some kind of instinct or knowledge we overlooked. But now's not the time to discuss this. Sun Mingyang couldn't resist glancing back, seeing the reddish-brown crested serpent rapidly closing in on them. Terrified, he screamed, run faster! Screech! The serpent's upper body arched, jaws wide open, and it shot venom straight at Zhou Shui, who was at the back. Zhou Shui, dodge! Her companions shouted in terror. Faced with such a venomous warlord-class beast, fleeing was their only option. In a split second, Wei Ming leaped, a red star card flashing in his hand. Flames erupted from his hands, and a pillar of fire shot out, colliding with the serpent's venom in midair. Sizzle! Sizzle! The flames greedily licked at the venom, emitting a spine-chilling sound. Worse still, the venom, heated to extreme temperatures, quickly condensed into a deadly purple mist in the air. Without hesitation, Zhou Shui leaped forward 2 steps, her star card instantly activating. She extended her hands, channeling all her star power, and a crystal-clear water droplet shot like an arrow towards the venomous mist. Splash! The tainted droplets fell like rain, instantly corroding the grass blades into countless tiny holes, creating a horrifying scene. The four of them focused their gaze on the slowly approaching Fengguan snake, their expressions filled with tension and despair. They knew all too well that the moment Wei Ming and Zhou Shui launched their counterattack, their chance of escape vanished. With only star-level strength, their star power was already thin, not to mention they had been chased by the iron-armored lizard for half the mountain. Exhausted, they had no strength left to keep running. Regret washed over them like a tide, and they all thought the same thing. If only they had fled with Cheng Xilin earlier. Lu Haiyang gripped a Zamadeo tightly, forcing a bitter smile. Cheng Xilin must be far away by now. But at least one of us will survive. Sun Mingyang, also a weapon card user, clutched his staff and agreed. Yeah, having one survivor is something. Wei Ming let out a wry chuckle, full of self-mockery. If there's a next life, I'll definitely listen to advice. Zhou Shui, enveloped in a flowing water shield, softly reassured them. Don't be so pessimistic. We just need to hold on until the teacher arrives. The Fengguan snake raised its upper body high, its crimson vertical pupils gleaming with cold, mocking light, as if savoring the prey's terror before their demise. But its patience had run out. Just as the Fengguan snake was about to spray venom, a yellow beam wrapped in white arcs of electricity suddenly whizzed over their heads. Zap! Sizzle! Boom! The beam hit the snake's head with pinpoint accuracy, blowing it to pieces. Thud! The headless body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The four were stunned for a moment, then turned around in delight. They knew this attack all too well. It was Cheng Xilin's Railgun, the very move that had blown off the gym roof on the first day. However, before they could celebrate, Cheng Xilin's voice rang out from afar. Run! He sped past them like a whirlwind, even faster than before. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the ground began to shake violently. Boom! 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 The sound of thunderous hoofbeats echoed from the distance, and their expressions quickly turned from confusion to terror. They saw countless three-tailed horned oxen, eyes blood-red, stampeding towards them like a tidal wave. Instantly, all their exhaustion was forgotten. They turned and chased after Cheng Xilin, running with every ounce of strength they had left. The four of them were in despair. Their recent experiences were vastly different from what they had expected. They had planned to showcase their skills in Yunshan and dominate the southeast war zone, but things had gone terribly wrong. Apart from occasional skirmishes with slave-level beasts, they spent most of their days running for their lives, trying every possible way to escape. Cheng Xilin bent his knees slightly and leaped onto the dirt wall. Watching Jia Yunping battle 4 phoenix crown serpents, he couldn't help but shout, "Teacher, stop fighting and run." Jia Yunping was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He was well-versed in the survival rule of, run if you can, never show off. Cheng Xilin led the way, with Jia Yunping close behind and 4 bewildered students following. The 4 phoenix crown serpents hesitated for a moment before hissing in the direction of their escape. However, their cries were soon drowned out by a thunderous rumble. The dirt wall Jia Yunping had previously created collapsed, and a black torrent of three-tailed horned bulls surged forward, engulfing the serpents in an instant. Under the trampling iron hooves, the phoenix crown serpents had no chance of survival. Three-tailed horned bulls were manageable individually, but in a herd, even earth dragons would be terrified. The power of their numbers was not to be underestimated. 2 hours later, behind a small hill, Cheng Xilin, what's going on? Jia Yunping asked, taking a deep breath. Cheng Xilin exhaled deeply and explained, it seems we've accidentally ventured into the deeper outskirts of Yunshan, which is mostly inhabited by warrior-level beasts. Some of these beasts have strong territorial instincts and often live in groups, like the ironclad lizards or the three-tailed horned bulls. 1 or 2 are manageable, but dozens or hundreds at once are beyond our capability. Jia Yunping remained silent, but Lu Haiyang was visibly panicked. What are we going to do? If these are all groups of warrior-level beasts, we can't handle them. Should we retreat? Sun Mingyang suggested. Wei Ming hesitated and said, but what about the entrance trial? If we retreat now, our scores? Jia Yunping did not express his opinion. His duty was to protect the team, not to lead it. Cheng Xilin, what do you think we should do? Lu Haiyang asked. It was clear they all needed Cheng Xilin's input. His performance over the past few days, especially the recent electromagnetic cannon strike, had won their respect. Even Lu Haiyang, who had previously harbored some resentment, was now fully convinced after being saved by Cheng Xilin from the Phoenix Crown Serpents. Cheng Xilin paused, looking at the 4 of them, and suddenly smiled. We can do whatever, as long as we don't encounter leader-level beasts. Teacher Jia Yunping can still ensure our safety. Jia Yunping's eyelid twitched, but he said nothing. Cheng Xilin continued, besides, in my view, the entrance trial is just to give us students some real combat experience with beasts. Of course, the trial scores are important too. His words left the 4 of them a bit confused. Wasn't the trial score the most important thing? But Jia Yunping felt a jolt in his heart and gave Cheng Xilin a second look. This guy, who usually slept through classes and skipped frequently, turned out to be the calmest in critical moments. Well, it made sense. Cheng Xilin was a member of the Demon Hunt Squad and frequently fought beasts, so this was probably routine for him. So, should we continue? Wei Ming asked. Cheng Xilin shrugged. Today is the 3rd day. We can start heading back. All right, let's head back in a different direction. Sun Mingyang nodded. Cheng Xilin lay down on the hillside and took a comfortable deep breath. After a few battles over the past 2 days, his progress bar had reached 98. Just 2 more encounters, and he could reach 100 and advance to the star map level. He couldn't help but wonder what his second star card would be. The system had so many star cards, it felt like opening a mystery box, full of anticipation for the unknown. It was like scratching a lottery ticket. That strong sense of expectation was addictive. This place should be safe, let's rest for now, Cheng Xilin said. All right. Okay. The others agreed. As night fell, Cheng Xilin, who was on guard duty, leaned against a large tree, smoking a cigarette he had gotten from Jia Yunping. The sharp taste stimulated his nerves. Cigarettes were indeed good companions for staying awake. After a while, Jia Yunping walked over and said, go rest. I'll take over for the second half of the night. Okay. I'll go get some sleep. Cheng Xilin nodded. They hadn't had proper sleep for days, constantly on guard against beast attacks. Who knew if some groundhog beast or cockroach beast might ambush them at night? Cheng Xilin rubbed his face and was about to go down the slope. Rumble. Rumble. The ground suddenly started trembling, and the pebbles at their feet began to bounce. What's happening? Jia Yunping asked urgently. Cheng Xilin mechanically raised his hand, pointing to the plain beneath the distant hillside. There, an epic battle was unfolding. A bone-winged earth dragon and a 100-meter-long black serpent with a sharp horn were locked in a fierce struggle, shaking the very ground. Jia Yunping stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock as he watched the scene. As his mind slowly cleared, he snapped back to reality. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unmistakable terror. "Commander level?" they both exclaimed in unison. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard and quickly dropped to the ground, with Jia Yunping following suit immediately. In a bitter whisper, Cheng Xilin said, "No wonder it's so quiet here. Not even a single ordinary beast in sight. We've stumbled into the territory of commander-level beasts." Jia Yunping licked his dry lips, his voice tinged with a hint of sarcastic resignation. "So I was right about your great luck? Either you lead me into a wolf's den or a tiger's lair. I'm seriously starting to suspect you might be a beast in disguise infiltrating human society." Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes and retorted, "Teacher, have you been reading too many novels? We're card players, not cultivators. Shape-shifting? What's next? You'll say I can fly on a sword and transcend 9 layers of thunder tribulation." Jia Yunping shot back, "Humph. As if you haven't read your fair share. Teacher, you're really something. As my teammate, you're still joking around? Aren't you afraid I'll frown and hide behind you?" Cheng Xilin half-joked, then shifted his tone. "What are those two commander-level beasts fighting over there?" "They're incredibly fierce," Jia Yunping explained. "The one with bone wings is called a stone-winged dragon, and the large black serpent with the horn is a unicorn serpent." "That's insanely fierce," Cheng Xilin marveled, clicking his tongue. "Only Ultraman could take down such giants, right?" Jia Yunping shook his head helplessly. "Cartoons are all lies." Before Cheng Xilin could argue, he muttered, "Maybe Seven and Tiga could handle them, but the other Ultramen? Not a chance." Cheng Xilin was momentarily speechless, left with no words to counter. Cheng Xilin was utterly speechless. Who could have imagined that the usually stern and upright Mr. Jia Yunping was secretly a fan of Ultraman and novels? This discovery made him silently reflect. Never judge a book by its cover. At that moment, the 4 others slowly crawled over to join them. Lu Haiyang tightly covered his mouth, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Cheng Xilin glanced at him and silently concluded, "This guy is a total clown." Suddenly, Zhou Shue's voice broke the silence. She pointed incredulously into the distance and asked, "Is that a leader-class beast?" Everyone followed her gaze and saw 2 colossal beasts engaged in a titanic battle. Jia Yunping dryly replied, "Yes, genuine leader-class beasts. Although I don't know why they're at the outskirts of Yunshan. It's clear that either one of them could cause unimaginable destruction to Yunzhou." Cheng Xilin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the bone-armed demon ape he had interrupted from advancing to the leader class. He finally understood why that beast had looked at him with such hatred. It was because advancing to leader class granted such earth-shattering power. On the battlefield, a 100-meter-long horned serpent was tightly coiling around a massive stone-winged dragon. The serpent opened its maw and spewed a cloud of black-purple venom at the dragon's head. However, the stone-winged dragon seemed unaffected and ferociously tore at the serpent's scales with its claws and fangs. Roar! The stone-winged dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, slamming the horned serpent into the ground. Even from kilometers away, Cheng Xilin and the others could feel the violent tremors. "Holy crap! That's insane!" Cheng Xilin couldn't help but exclaim, thinking to himself, even the earth dragon that had once left his entire team helpless would be killed in one move by these 2 giants. No wonder Zhang Zhao always said that warrior class and leader class were worlds apart. Lu Haiying swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "Teacher, I think we should leave this place. Let's go back to playing cat and mouse with those warrior class beasts." Wei Ming quickly chimed in, "Yeah, I kinda miss those 3-tailed horned cows. Heh, I still prefer the iron-armored lizards." Jia Yunping smiled wryly, then turned serious. "While it's rare to see leader-class beasts, it's best not to see them at all. Let's slowly retreat into the forest and then make a run for it, understood?" Just as they were about to move, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Cheng Xilin leaned against a tree, staring intently at the scene. The streaks of light fell like meteors, landing amidst the fighting beasts. They were 2 high-level star masters capable of flying through sheer power. Sun Mingyang muttered, "If I remember correctly, only those at the stellar level and above can fly using their own star power." The 2 leader-class beasts stopped fighting and roared deafeningly at the 2 figures in midair. The horned serpent attacked first, lunging at one of the figures with its gaping maw. The figure snorted coldly, rising sharply while pointing a finger at a black star card. "Clear the field." With a light command, a 10 soft-meters-long green spear materialized out of thin air. The spear glowed with a green light and, with a flick of the figure's finger, shot straight at the charging serpent. Boom! The green spear pierced through the serpent's body, entering through its mouth and exiting through its back. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the spear connected heaven and earth, instantly killing the leader-class beast. In the next second, the green spear dissolved into starlight, and the massive serpent crashed to the ground. Seeing this, the stone-winged dragon's blood-red eyes filled with fear, and it began to retreat with low growls. The other figure chuckled. Lu Hong, do you need my help? Lu Hong's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled at Jean Li's teasing. At least let me show off a bit in front of the juniors. His gaze then locked onto the distant, fleeing stone-winged dragon, and with a graceful flick of his long fingers, he tapped a black star card. Admiration flashed in Jean Li's eyes. Every time I see you use clear sky, it always leaves me in awe. Lu Hong, not to be outdone, responded. Then I'll use my weapon, blazing fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, ancient-looking sword with a blade engulfed in roaring flames appeared out of thin air behind him. Lu Hong extended his finger, and the blazing fire sword shot into the sky like a meteor before plummeting down at great speed. Boom! The sword struck the stone-winged dragon's neck with precision, slicing it in two. The lifeless body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The blazing fire sword truly lives up to its name, Jean Li said, genuinely impressed as he watched the sparks from the disappearing sword. Lu Hong let out a light laugh. We've accomplished our goal. It's time to go. Jean Li tilted his head slightly, glancing in the direction of Cheng Xilin before transforming into a streak of light and speeding away. Lu Hong followed suit, also casting a glance at Cheng Xilin, and then vanished into the horizon. Cheng Xilin stood there, momentarily stunned, with a puzzled expression. Did those two just look over here before they left? He turned to survey his surroundings and saw that his companions were still lost in the awe of the spectacle, unaware of anything unusual. Cheng Xilin licked his dry lips, convinced. No, they definitely looked at me. Reflecting on how effortlessly the two had dispatched the leader, a sense of longing began to rise in Cheng Xilin's heart. Clear sky, blazing fire, he muttered to himself. They have 5-star cards, which means they are stellar-level star envoys. Defeating a leader in one strike? Cheng Xilin couldn't help but smile wryly. He recalled how he had been slinking away like a caterpillar, terrified of being noticed by the beasts. Yet, those two had made killing the leader seem as easy as slicing through melons. Stellar level, huh? Cheng Xilin murmured, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but smile wryly. The power of a star-level warrior was still far out of reach. He didn't say much, just silently believed in his seemingly cheap but miraculous cheat. Let's go collect the crystal cores from those two commander-level beasts, he suggested, noticing that the two powerful fighters had left without taking the cores. Jia Yunping pondered for a moment, then agreed. All right, the remaining aura here will keep other beasts away for now. However, he added seriously, these two crystal cores won't count towards your performance. Cheng Xilin shrugged helplessly. Are you suspecting the last-place student of cheating? Jia Yunping was momentarily taken aback. Your last in cultural studies, he clarified, implying that Cheng Xilin's combat skills were quite decent. Ignoring Jia Yunping, Cheng Xilin turned to the other four. Anyone want to join? Lu Haiyang and Wei Ming shook their heads, while Sun Mingyang complained about his legs still feeling weak. Surprisingly, Zhou Shui showed interest. I want to see a commander-level beast up close, even if it's dead. All right, let's go. Cheng Xilin nodded, and the two quickly ran towards the body of the horned dragon. Watching the three who stayed behind, Jia Yunping shook his head in exasperation. You're not going because you're scared, right? The battle with those two giant beasts left you traumatized. The three looked down awkwardly. Jia Yunping continued, actually, those two are scared too, but they know how to overcome it. How do you overcome it? Lu Haiying asked urgently. Jia Yunping pointed at the backs of Cheng Xilin and Zhou Shui. Just like them, face your fear, even if it's already dead. The three watched the two walk away, deep in thought but still unmoving. Jia Yunping sighed inwardly. The path of cultivation is tough, and only a few become true masters. Most people will remain below the nebula level, teaching in small towns or joining demon hunting squads. The world is vast and mysterious, inviting exploration, but exploration requires strength. Whether to witness the wonders of the world or protect a small corner depends on the choices made during cultivation. Cheng Xilin and Zhou Shui had reached the horned dragon's body, the heavy stench of blood mixed with faint toxins filling the air. Put on your gas mask, Cheng Xilin reminded. They quickly took out masks from their backpacks and put them on. Although these masks couldn't block high-level beast toxins, they were sufficient for the weak residual toxins of a dead beast. Standing before the dragon's head, which was pierced by a green spear, its crimson vertical pupils still exuded a fierce wildness. Cheng Xilin stared into those eyes, lost in thought. Such a beast was unimaginable in his original world. Even the mythical titan python seemed weak in comparison. He recalled the scene where a powerful warrior stood in the void and easily killed the dragon, filling him with longing. Indeed, true power was the key to being cool. Zhou Shui frowned, her face showing pain, her body trembling slightly. Clearly, the earlier battle had left a deep psychological scar on the young girl. Let's get the crystal core, Zhou Shui said softly after a while, her voice still trembling. Are you okay? Cheng Xilin asked with concern. I'm fine, Zhou Shui replied, forcing a smile. Cheng Xilin didn't press further. Zhou Shui had already shown more courage than the other three. At least she chose to face her fears rather than run away. Cheng Xilin leaped onto the dragon's head, taking out a dagger. He tapped the horn tentatively, producing a clear metallic sound. Zhou Shui, is this horn useful? He asked. Zhou Shui blinked and thought for a moment. Yes, it can be used to make city defense cannons. Good. Cheng Xilin decided to take the half-meter-long horn. He raised the dagger and struck the dragon's head with force. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. Damn! It's so hard! Cheng Xilin exclaimed in surprise. Seeing only a faint white mark where the dagger had struck, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but be surprised. In the next moment, a white star card appeared out of thin air and quickly merged into his body. Gripping the dagger tightly, it was instantly enveloped in a white light, crackling with arcs of electricity. Cheng Xilin struck again, and although it was still somewhat difficult, this time he managed to pierce the skin of the unicorn flood dragon. With a swift backward slash, he carved a gruesome gash on the dragon's head. A few minutes later, Cheng Xilin jumped lightly down from the dragon's corpse, holding a half-meter-long horn and a white crystal core the size of a goose egg. He turned to Zhou Shui. Let's go to the stone-winged dragon. All right. Zhou Shui's voice was unexpectedly calm. It turned out that while Cheng Xilin was busy, she had been staring at the unicorn flood dragon's eyes, overcoming her earlier fear. As they walked towards the stone-winged dragon, Zhou Shui curiously examined the horn in Cheng Xilin's hand. Up close, this unicorn horn looks like a sword. Cheng Xilin raised the horn to take a closer look and laughed. Now that you mention it, I see it too. This horn is remarkably straight. Chatting as they walked, they soon arrived at the stone-winged dragon's head. Since the beast had been decapitated with a single strike, its head had rolled quite a distance away, forcing them to walk an extra few dozen meters. Following their usual routine, they stared into the stone-winged dragon's eyes for a while before Cheng Xilin leapt onto the head to start extracting the crystal core. Do you think, Cheng Xilin asked half-jokingly, if we put this crystal core into Yunzhou's defense network, it could hatch a leader-class beast? Zhou Shui's mouth twitched as she rolled her eyes. You really have some wild ideas. If a leader-class beast appeared in Yunzhou, the city would end up like those overrun by Biasa complete wasteland. Cheng Xilin shrugged. I was just saying. 2 commander-level beast cores and a horn from a unicorn serpent. This haul filled Cheng Xilin with joy. While it wasn't an astonishing achievement, obtaining spoils from commander-level beasts was enough to make many envious. The return journey was unusually smooth, making the 5-member team wonder if they had taken the wrong path. Jia Yunping, noticing their puzzled expressions, couldn't help but shake his head. He knew well that the 2 commander-level beast cores in Cheng Xilin's backpack and the unicorn serpent horn at his waist were enough to deter any lower-tier beasts along the way. When they arrived at the military camp at the foot of Yunshan, many teams had already gathered, having completed their trials. Some had even reported their results and left. Cheng Xilin's team was the last to board the bus, while Jia Yunping went to report their results to Chief Examiner Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was quite surprised to hear about the 2 commander-level beast cores and the unicorn serpent horn. However, after Jia Yunping's detailed account, he nodded thoughtfully, seemingly having guessed who the key player was. The atmosphere inside the bus was heavy, as someone had died during the trial. Cheng Xilin watched it all calmly, fully aware that as a star envoy, death could come at any moment. He recalled the confident faces of his classmates 5 days ago. Now, it felt like a lifetime ago. Although he wasn't close to the classmates who had perished, the months spent together made Cheng Xilin feel a twinge of sadness. He gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, lost in thought. Unlike the cliched stories where protagonists show off and face slaps abound, his classmates had treated each other with politeness and kindness. Back at school, Jia Yunping announced that the students could go home and wait for admission notices from various higher education institutions. And so, an ordinary graduation trial came to an end without any thrilling adventures or unexpected encounters. Cheng Xilin took a deep breath, grabbed his small backpack, and caught a ride to the office. Zhang Zhao was busy but smiled and asked about the trial when Cheng Xilin walked in. Cheng Xilin shrugged, saying everything was ordinary, without the dramatic opportunities found in novels. Zhang Zhao teased that it was because Cheng Xilin wasn't a protagonist. Otherwise, he would have faced all sorts of emergencies, with teammates dying tragically and the protagonist saving the world. Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes, saying he'd rather avoid those teammates sacrifice, protagonist gains immense power scenarios. Zhang Zhao laughed, asking if those scenarios weren't exciting. Cheng Xilin nodded, admitting they were indeed exciting, even to the point of wanting to crush his own balls. This comment left Zhang Zhao wide-eyed in shock. Cheng Xilin picked up his gear and prepared to head out, internally grumbling. Isn't it exciting enough that I'm heading out to protect the city right after finishing my exams? Does it have to be a grand, star-studded affair to count? Putting on his communicator, Cheng Xilin checked in with his teammates. Lin Yilong praised his dedication, Fang Jun joked about his financial struggles, and Lin Xia remarked that Cheng Xilin was always short on money. After some light-hearted banter, Cheng Xilin plunged into battle. After blasting the head off a warrior-level beast, the system notified Cheng Xilin that he had met the card collection requirement. Seeing that there were still 19 cards left to draw on the blue screen, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Cheng Xilin slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, rubbed his hands together, and muttered to himself, "Sar, luck be with me, I want the top 3. At this moment, he looked like an obsessed gamer, eyes gleaming with fervor. He stared at the 19 cards on the screen, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart, fantasizing about hitting the jackpot in the game's free draw. However, a rational voice echoed in his mind. In this era dominated by in-game purchases, luck had long become a myth. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xilin refocused on the 19 cards. "Draw," he commanded softly. The cards on the screen scattered like leaves in the wind, flying in all directions. The last card slowly settled in the center of the screen, and the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, you have obtained the weapon card, Rui Jingu Bang." What the heck? Rui Jingu Bang? Cheng Xilin widened his eyes. Is it the one from the Monkey King? His mind went blank. After all that anticipation, he didn't get an SSR but instead received a staff. The progress bar on the system interface reset, and the appearance of a second star card marked Cheng Xilin's official entry into the star map level. As the system interface disappeared, 2 white star cards materialized, floating in front of him. One depicted electromagnetic waves, and the other a golden staff. Cheng Xilin clicked his tongue, frowning. What's the point of giving me a staff? Am I supposed to wait for someone destined and then protect them on a journey to retrieve scriptures? Puzzled, he reached out and touched the weapon card. The star card dissipated instantly, and a dark gold staff appeared in his hand. Examining the weapon closely, Cheng Xilin realized it was indeed a staff, not a stick. The ends were slightly thicker, with intricate patterns carved into them, while the middle was smooth as a mirror. This unique design left him even more bewildered. How on earth am I supposed to use this thing? Once the barrier was lifted, the demon suppression army swiftly moved in, efficiently collecting the carcasses of the strange beasts. Cheng Xilin stood in place, his gaze fixed on the seemingly ordinary Rui staff in his hand, deep in thought. He weighed the staff, puzzled. As a product of the system, it shouldn't appear so mundane. A system product should be top-notch. Cheng Xilin muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He stared at the Rui staff, recalling Duan Minglong's Yinling saber. With a thought, he silently uttered, "Saber." In an instant, the Rui staff emitted a dark golden glow and transformed into an exact replica of Duan Minglong's Yinling saber. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap, it really can change. Excited, he tried again. Scythe. The Rui staff transformed once more, this time into Jiang Yueyao's Ji Shui scythe. Cheng Xilin exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it really is a Rui staff." After several more experiments, Cheng Xilin was satisfied and put the Rui staff away, silently marveling at the system's magic. He apologized to the system in his heart. "System, my dear, please forgive my earlier ignorance." 2 days later, the atmosphere in the office conference room was somewhat somber. Everyone looked exhausted, clearly worn out from the recent workload. Lin Yilong couldn't help but complain. "So, when will they finally fix the defense network? If they don't get it done soon, we'll either be eaten by these beasts or work ourselves to death." Zhang Zhao glanced at Lin Yilong and said calmly, "Just wait a bit longer. Dongling City is in worse shape than we are. They probably need to stabilize Dongling before coming to Yunzhou." Fang Jun stretched his shoulders and chimed in. "I heard some of the Demon Hunter squad members in Dongling City died. For this training camp, Dongling will be given priority, right?" Lin Xia nodded in agreement. "That's for sure. They need to meet the 8-person squad standard." Cheng Xilin listened quietly, not particularly moved. Although they were discussing Dongling City, it also included Yunzhou. The death of Demon Hunter squad members meant new recruits were needed. It sounded harsh, but it was an undeniable fact. Zhang Zhao dismissed the meeting, and everyone left the room silently. On their rare day off, they'd rather rest than celebrate. Outside the office, Jiang Yueyao jingled her car keys and asked Cheng Xilin, "Need a ride?" Cheng Xilin politely declined, smiling and urging Jiang Yueyao to go home and rest. Jiang Yueyao grumbled a bit about her hair care issues, and Cheng Xilin wisely kept quiet. As he walked home alone, Cheng Xilin suddenly smelled a sharp, burnt odor. He turned to look at a tall man passing by and wondered, "Is there a fire?" The man turned into a nearby bank, and Cheng Xilin looked away, about to continue walking. Bang! Cheng Xilin collided with a petite girl, who fell to the ground, complaining, "Can't you watch where you're going?" Cheng Xilin quickly apologized and reached out to help her up. At that moment, a series of gunshots erupted from inside the bank. Rat-a-tat-tat. Cheng Xilin instantly realized what was happening and cursed under his breath. Damn it. No wonder he was wearing a hat and trench coat. He's not crazy. He's a criminal. He ignored the girl and rushed to the bank's entrance. The scene inside was chaotic. The screams of the wounded and the terrified cries of the uninjured filled the air. With a thought, 2 star cards appeared in Cheng Xilin's hand. He saw the man discard his gun, throw off his trench coat, and reveal what was underneath. Cheng Xilin suddenly realized that the burning smell was from the detonator fuse. His gaze fell on a row of detonators in front of him, their fuses burning down into the charges. Danger was imminent, and he reacted swiftly. With a flick of his fingers on his Rui staff, a white light flashed, and the staff appeared instantly. Without hesitation, Cheng Xilin hurled it towards the man. Bell, he shouted. The Rui staff expanded rapidly in midair, transforming into a dark golden bell that encapsulated the man precisely. Boom! The explosion was deafening, followed by a tremendous crash. The bell vibrated violently, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. The bank's floor shattered beneath the bell, but the explosion was contained within it. Although they were spared, the people in the bank were left dizzy by the powerful sound waves. Cheng Xilin, being the closest, let out a muffled groan as his chest tightened. After a few seconds, everything calmed down. Cheng Xilin coughed a few times and waved his hand to dispel the dark golden bell. It reverted back into a white star card and vanished into the air. Without needing to look, he knew that only a pile of flesh remained in the pit on the bank's floor. Cheng Xilin turned to leave, but then he noticed the girl he had knocked over earlier staring at him in shock. He bent down to help her up, gently patting her head and asking softly, "Are you okay?" The girl mechanically shook her head. "That's good," Cheng Xilin said, giving her head another gentle pat before turning to leave. The girl's gaze shifted between the bank's interior and Cheng Xilin's retreating figure. A few seconds later, she quickly walked out of the bank, turned the corner, and disappeared into the crowd. Zhang Yueyao asked in confusion, "What's with the big bell?" Cheng Xilin responded proudly, "That's my weapon." Zhang Yueyao looked even more puzzled. "A weapon? Your Starmap level star card is a weapon card." Cheng Xilin nodded to confirm. "That's right." Zhang Yueyao frowned in thought. "So, your weapon is a big bell?" Cheng Xilin sighed helplessly. "It's hard to explain quickly." He then looked down to reply to some messages on WeChat, deep in thought. It seemed his Rui staff had a lot of potential. As long as he infused it with star power, it could transform according to his will. This discovery excited him greatly. As the sun set, Yunzhou remained bustling and lively. The affluent areas were brightly lit, and bars and karaoke lounges were filled with people. In the dance floors, deafening music fueled everyone's inner fervor. Men and women flirted with each other, indifferent to whether they were strangers. They immersed themselves in the fleeting joy, as if tomorrow's meeting or never seeing each other again didn't matter. Away from the noise, in the shadowy corner under the central tower power station in Yunzhou, 2 figures appeared. One of them was the girl Cheng Xilin had bumped into earlier that day. The girl scanned the power station, guarded by armed soldiers, and whispered, "Luo 1, it's up to you now. Once you succeed, I'll activate the decoy." The man named Luo 1 frowned and asked, "Ijia, I don't understand. Why aren't we continuing to sabotage the defense net to speed up the beast hatching, but instead opting to destroy the power system to lure the beasts into attacking the city?" Ijia explained succinctly, "Yunzhou's higher-ups have reported to the Southeast War Zone. They've dispatched a Starlight-level star envoy with spatial element cards to fix it. They should arrive tomorrow, so tonight is our only chance." Luo Wen pressed further. "Then why didn't we act a few days ago?" "Because Yunzhou had 2 Starlight-level star envoys a few days ago," Ijia replied calmly. Luo Wen scoffed. "You've been in Yunzhou for 2 months and achieved so little. I really don't understand how you became a level 3 leader in the Illuminati." Ijia frowned, clearly displeased with Luo Wen's attitude, but she suppressed her anger and said coldly, "If you have issues with the leader's decision, you can challenge me after the mission. But for now, you must complete the task." Luo Wen shrugged, and 3 orange star cards appeared in front of his chest. He lightly tapped one, instantly donning a light blue cloak and vanishing from sight. Ijia reminded, "Luo Wen, remember, just destroy the power tower center. Don't cause too much commotion." But there was no response. She sneered and melted back into the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Demon Suppression Army camp, a soldier handed Zhao Chengfeng a cigarette and asked with a smile, "Captain Zhao, when is that Starlight-level star envoy coming to reinforce the defense net?" Zhao Chengfeng took a deep drag and smiled. "Why? Already tired of eating beast meat?" The soldier quickly explained, "Not at all. I'm just worried about you guys. Running around the city day and night isn't sustainable." Zhao Chengfeng chuckled. "No choice, it's the job. Hang in there. They should be here by tomorrow." The soldier sighed. "This world is a mess. Imagine being surrounded by a bunch of beasts. But I believe one day we'll wipe them all out. Zhao Chengfeng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I hope that day comes soon. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the city. Everyone froze. It was the beast attack alarm. A sound Yunzhou hadn't heard in over a decade, dragging everyone back to harsh reality. Immediately, the demon suppression army camp also sounded the alarm. All departments in Yunzhou sprang into action, dividing the city into zones and moving civilians to underground shelters. Cheng Xilin was jolted awake by the alarm and hurriedly pulled back the curtains. He was shocked by what he saw. The tallest building in Yunzhou, the Power Tower, was flashing orange warning lights, and cannons on the distant city walls were blazing. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Cheng Xilin answered quickly. On the other end, Zhao Qingfeng's urgent voice came through. Shaolin, you and Yueyao patrol the city, help evacuate civilians, and hunt down the beasts in the city. Cheng Xilin shuddered as a wave of coldness washed over him. Even within the city walls, he could clearly hear the terrifying roars of the beasts outside, like a call from the depths of hell. The streets were in chaos, with people scattering like headless chickens. The usual societal elites and street vendors were now indistinguishable, all driven by a single Gulto, frantically rushed to the nearest private shelters. Panic spread like a plague, and rationality seemed fragile in this moment. Just then, Cheng Xilin's communicator buzzed. Li Zining's urgent voice came through. Shaolin, get to the next street. There are 2 demon wolves. Got it. Cheng Xilin responded swiftly. Zining, activate the office's shield. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Xilin was already on the move. His star card flashed in the air, and the electromagnetic card instantly embedded itself into his chest. In the darkness, Cheng Xilin transformed into a dazzling white bolt of lightning, speeding towards the target street. In no time, Cheng Xilin arrived at the scene. The sight was horrifying. A demon wolf was about to sink its fangs into an innocent citizen. In the nick of time, Cheng Xilin made his move. A flash of white light, and the demon wolf's head was severed. Get to the shelter, Cheng Xilin shouted to the survivor, shaking the blood from his dark golden Yinling knife. The person thanked him profusely and stumbled away from the scene. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Shaolin. Cheng Xilin turned to see Jiang Yueyao, riding a green wolf beast out from an alley. Her Ji Shui scythe was blood-stained, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Ms. Jiang, what's the situation? Cheng Xilin asked urgently. Jiang Yueyao's expression was grave as she replied briefly, the specifics are unclear. We only know the defense grid has failed, and the beasts have started attacking the city for some unknown reason. The captain and vice-captain have gone outside the city, leaving just us here. Cheng Xilin frowned deeply, his face darkening. How could the defense grid suddenly fail? He muttered. The beasts attacking the city. This seems too coincidental. A foreboding feeling rose within him, suggesting that a greater conspiracy might be lurking behind this disaster. Although Cheng Xilin doubted such a coincidence, now was not the time to sit and ponder. Li Zining's voice came through the communicator. Yueyao, head to shelter A3. Xiaolin, go to shelter A2. Lao Duan, proceed to shelter A1. Xiaolong, move to shelter B4. Everyone else, stay put. Move out. Jiang Yueyao and Cheng Xilin exchanged a worried glance, silently conveying their concerns. Be careful, Cheng Xilin said tersely. You too, Jiang Yueyao nodded in response. Without further hesitation, they swiftly headed to their respective destinations. Though the number of monsters inside the city was fewer than outside, they still posed a significant threat. The demon suppression army was fully engaged in holding off the monster horde coming from Yunshan, and the city's safety depended on the demon hunting squad, special police units, students, and star guardians from other districts. As Cheng Xilin raced toward shelter A2, the scene before him was harrowing. The streets were in ruins, littered with abandoned vehicles and stained with blood. In the corners, dismembered limbs could be seen, evoking a wave of nausea and sorrow that nearly overwhelmed him. He forced himself to focus on the mission and pressed on at full speed. The communicator buzzed with the sounds of his teammates battling the monsters, their roars echoing incessantly. These noises heightened Cheng Xilin's anxiety, and he couldn't help but recall a casual comment from a previous meeting. Whichever demon hunting squad member died would be replaced first. What was once a passing remark now haunted him like a nightmare. Was it really so easy to disregard life and death? A deafening roar snapped Cheng Xilin out of his reverie. Looking up, he saw a giant mutated salamander charging towards him. This was the same beast he had encountered on his first mission with the demon hunting squad. Its terrifying regenerative abilities had left both Jiang Yueyao and Duan Minglong at a loss back then. But Cheng Xilin was no longer the same. His mindset and skills had undergone a profound transformation. With a slight frown, Cheng Xilin's body was instantly enveloped in electric currents. The Rui Jingu Bang in his hand morphed into a massive two-handed saber. He launched himself like a missile towards the giant salamander. The monster opened its gaping maw, seemingly ready to devour Cheng Xilin in the next second. However, Cheng Xilin's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing above the salamander. Twisting his body, the dark gold saber, cloaked in white lightning, drew a graceful crescent arc in the night sky. Bang! The salamander's head fell with a resounding thud. Without pausing, Cheng Xilin retracted the Rui Jingu Bang and sprinted toward Shelter A2 like a bolt of lightning. In front of Shelter A2, terrified citizens crowded the entrance. Thanks to the police and special forces maintaining order, a stampede was averted. Despite the chaos, people were entering the shelter in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a piercing screech cut through the air, the sound akin to nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The special forces looked up to see a massive, spiked-scaled serpent coiled atop the opposite building. Its head was covered in spikes, and its crimson vertical pupils glinted ominously in the flickering lights. The serpent slowly moved its enormous body, its head descending gradually, its cold eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery as if inspecting a feast. "Get inside the shelter," the special forces captain shouted, aiming his gun at the serpent. "Hurry! Move!" The police frantically pushed the crowd, trying to get more people into the safe zone. As the spiked-scaled serpent drew closer, the air filled with the screams of adults, the cries of children, and the shouts of the police. "Open fire!" Gunshots and rocket explosions echoed through the street, yet these conventional weapons were almost useless against a warlord-class monster. Enraged, the serpent let out a thunderous roar and lunged downwards. Its massive jaws engulfed a special forces member, while the surrounding spikes injured several others. "Keep firing!" As the serpent continued its rampage, casualties mounted. Those who hadn't made it into the shelter fell into a despairing silence, as if resigned to their fate. A mother near the shelter entrance looked lovingly at her child, gave the child a fierce kiss, and suddenly used all her strength to toss the child into the crowd inside the shelter. "Take care of the child. Close the door." Her desperate cry plunged the previously silent crowd back into chaos. Inside the shelter, people clung tightly to their children, screaming promises of a future. Outside, voices trembled as they delivered their final words. Everyone knew that if the shelter's door didn't close in time, the ferocious beast would turn everyone inside A2 shelter into its next meal. A police officer, eyes bloodshot and jaw clenched so tight it almost bled, took a deep breath. With trembling hands, he aimed at the door control and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the silence. Click, click, click. The heavy metal door of the shelter began to slowly descend. The beast, a scaled serpent, fixed its blood-red vertical pupils on the closing door, eyes blazing with fury. Its continuous hissing pierced the night, expressing its rage. Hiss! Hiss! Amidst the shrill screeches, the SWAT captain turned and yelled to the crowd behind him, "Run! You might still have a chance." But the people seemed not to hear his words. They stood silently before the slowly closing door, eyes locked on the blood-red eyes in the darkness. The SWAT captain hesitated for a moment, then shouted, "Everyone left, gather up. Use up all your ammo. Injured or not, stand in front of the people. If you can stand, if you can't, just shoot at the scaled serpent." The scaled serpent had clearly lost its patience. Its massive body coiled, ready to strike, eyes fixed on the crowd before the door. Hiss! With an earth-shattering roar, the scaled serpent lunged at the crowd. Everyone could imagine the devastation its warrior-class strength would bring, and how many lives its spikes would take. "Fire! Fire!" The SWAT captain's voice was hoarse but resolute. Yet, the barrage of gunfire seemed futile against the scaled serpent. The beast's terrifying face grew larger, more defined in everyone's view. At that critical moment, a dazzling yellow beam suddenly sliced through the night, surrounded by white arcs of electricity. It streaked across the street and struck the scaled serpent's head. In an instant, the beast's head exploded, showering everyone in a rain of red. Its massive body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. As everyone remained in shock, a clear voice rang out, "Railgun." A sudden flash of light, accompanied by the thunderous crash of the spiky scaled serpent's body hitting the ground, stunned everyone present. After a few seconds of shock, the survivors erupted in deafening cheers. Though they didn't fully understand what had happened, they knew that the young man nearby had saved their lives. Cheng Xilin sprinted toward Gate A2, seeing it closing with only half a meter left. Without hesitation, he threw his Rui staff and shouted, "Pillar!" The staff transformed instantly into a half-meter-long column, firmly wedging itself between the closing doors. "Don't just stand there. Crawl in!" Cheng Xilin yelled to the surrounding people as he channeled star power into the staff. This was no time for hero worship. His shout snapped the police and special forces into action. "Hurry! Crawl in!" Several police officers crouched under the door, forming a human ladder, urging civilians to enter quickly. "Don't be shy. You're safe. We'll go in after you. If you feel bad, Get in faster so we can too. Step on it. Damn it. Hurry up. In this life and death moment, even the crudest language sounded encouraging, and any rough actions became crucial for survival. Not far away, the roars of the beasts continued to echo. The massive shelter door, weighing hundreds of tons, kept pressing down on Cheng Xilin, with the Rui staff starting to glow under the immense pressure, a sign of its imminent collapse. Clenching his teeth, Cheng Xilin poured more star power into the staff. Finally, all the civilians were inside the shelter. The SWAT team leader shouted, "Throw the guns to them." A SWAT officer tossed a fallen comrade's gun to the police. Cheng Xilin glanced at them and roared, "You get in there too, damn it." The SWAT team leader tried to say something, but Cheng Xilin cut him off harshly. "Your job is to protect the civilians. I'll protect all of you. While I can still hold this, get in there. Now, I don't need you dragging me down." The shelter door creaked ominously, the Rui staff on the verge of breaking under the colossal pressure. Cheng Xilin nearly screamed, "Hurry up, get in." About 2 minutes later, all the police and SWAT officers were inside the shelter. Cheng Xilin retracted the Rui staff and collapsed to the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. He sat among the fallen SWAT officers, with the massive serpent's corpse in front of him. This gasping young man was the last sight people saw before the door closed. Li Zining frantically called Cheng Xilin's name through the communicator. Cheng Xilin managed a weak smile. "Zining, don't worry. I'm just a bit drained. I just need to rest." "Bastard. You scared me to death." Li Zining scolded, her voice choked with tears. Cheng Xilin wanted to say more but was interrupted by Zhao Qingfeng's urgent voice. "All demon hunter teams, after securing the civilians in the shelter, commence citywide beast extermination. Begin." Yes. The team members responded in unison. Cheng Xilin slowly dragged himself to a corner to recover his star power. Listening to the roars coming through the communicator, he couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is going on? How did the defense net fail, and why are the beasts attacking Yunzhou now? It was hard to believe that just an hour ago, everything had been peaceful, and now Yunzhou was in chaos. With a bitter smile, Cheng Xilin thought, it's like a video game where players level up, gather gear, and then go out to fight small monsters. But when the small monsters get pissed, they turn around and besiege the city. What a messed up world. Feeling a bit of his star power return, Cheng Xilin stood up and ran off into the distance. Lin Yilong had just slain a warrior-class beast. Wiping the blood off his face, half-jokingly said, "I feel so energized right now. Do you think this is my last burst of strength?" Fang Jun quipped, "Who knows, maybe you took some drugs." "Drugs? No way," Lin Yilong retorted. "Adrenaline doesn't work on those above the star chart level." "I wasn't talking about adrenaline," Fang Jun smirked. "Get lost." Lin Yilong cursed. At that moment, Duan Minglong's voice cut in. "What do you think happens if you die with money left unspent?" Cheng Xilin, pulling a spear from a giant rat's head, chuckled. "I could inherit it. Son of Ajit lost." Duan Minglong cursed before turning serious. "But seriously, my account is in the system. You all are my witnesses. If I die, all my money goes to Shaolin. I don't have any family anyway." Zhang Yueyao laughed. "Well, you have one now. Isn't Shaolin your son?" "All of you, shut up." Cheng Xilin snapped. "And by the way, Lady Racer, if we make it through this, I'm definitely tearing up all your stockings." "Heh, I don't believe it." The communicator buzzed with a cacophony of voices, like a barrage of comments flooding in. Through the noise, Li Zining's voice cut through. "The captain and vice-captain are battling a commander-level beast outside the city. It's quite a spectacle." "A commander?" Lin Xie's voice was thick with skepticism. "Is it really a commander? The captain is nebula level, so that makes sense, but the vice-captain is only starlight level. What's he even doing there?" Fang Jun chimed in sarcastically. "Yeah, it's not like delivering yourself as beast food is any help." "Shut the hell up. I'm at the peak of starlight level," Zhang Zhao retorted angrily. Zhang Yueyao sneered. "Ha, even if you're a peak starlight level, you're still just..." Before she could finish, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the communicator, and everyone fell silent. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds until Li Zining's voice shattered the stillness. "East Street. Lin Xie is down." "Huh, I knew it. That cross-eyed fool was never reliable. Damn it." Lin Yilong's voice broke, choked with suppressed grief and anger. The others remained silent. In this moment, none of them had the luxury of mourning. Death was just death. From the day they joined the demon hunting team, they had all been prepared for this. These people were like dancers on the edge of a blade. Heaven was out of reach, but hell was just a step away. One misstep, and they would plunge into the abyss. Every breath, every moment, could be their last goodbye. Cheng Xilin pulled his spear out of the head of the phoenix-crowned serpent, and the dark golden weapon dissipated into stardust. He turned to survey the devastated street, feeling as if he had been transported to another world. Just a few hours ago, the The city had been bustling with life, but now it was a living hell. From the communicator came Jiang Yueyao's voice. Hey, how's it going? Is everyone still alive? Just barely, Duan Minglong panted. I don't know when this nightmare will end. Lin Yilong chuckled softly. If only it were a dream. If this is reality, death might not be such a bad option. But saying that sounds a bit irresponsible. Cheng Xilin thought for a moment before saying, at this rate, we'll be worn out sooner or later. Let's all head to the Changhe Bridge. We can fight together and watch each other's backs. Got it. Li Zining and the other team members responded in unison. Li Zining added, there's a powerful leader-class beast outside the city. Captain Zhao Chengfeng and Vice Captain Zhang Zhao are barely holding it off with the help of the Demon Suppression Army's firepower. It's now 10:23 p.m. Captain Zhao said we need to hold out until at least tomorrow morning for the star-level big shot to arrive in Yunzhou. As Cheng Xilin dashed towards the Changhe Bridge, he asked, Captain, we have to wait 12 more hours for reinforcements? By then, Yunzhou will be flattened. Do we have any other options? Zhao Chengfeng didn't respond, possibly engaged in a fierce battle with the leader-class beast. Li Zining continued, the lures have been destroyed by the Demon Suppression Army, but the central power tower is damaged. If we can restore power, the defense grid will reactivate. How do we repair the central power tower? Cheng Xilin pressed. Not sure of the exact method, Li Zining replied, but at least we have a target. Cheng Xilin made a quick decision. You guys head to the Changhe Bridge. I'll go to the central power tower. With that, he activated his electromagnetic card, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped towards the target. When Cheng Xilin arrived at the central power tower, he found several soldiers lying on the ground. A young man stood there, holding a long sword. Who are you? The man asked. Cheng Xilin didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the fallen soldiers and the damaged tower. Did you do all this? The man grinned. That's right. The entire Yunzhou is my masterpiece. Do you hear those beastly roars? Don't they sound like a beautiful symphony? Cheng Xilin calmly asked, what's your purpose? Waving his long sword, the man walked towards Cheng Xilin, saying, I have no purpose, just to kill you. Before he finished speaking, he stomped the ground and appeared before Cheng Xilin in an instant, his sword aimed at Cheng Xilin's throat. Shield, Cheng Xilin shouted, and a giant golden shield materialized out of thin air, blocking the lethal strike. Clang! The heavy blade struck the shield with a resounding impact, sending Rowan flying backward from the powerful recoil. However, as a level 4 leader of the Illuminati, Rowan was no ordinary foe. He deftly flipped in midair, landing smoothly on his feet. His eyes locked on the dark gold shield that had absorbed his full-force blow. Rowan was inwardly astonished. The young man's ability to summon a star card so quickly and the exceptional defense of that shield were beyond his expectations. He had assumed Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Zhao were both outside the city. Who was this sudden intruder? What truly widened Rowan's eyes was what happened next. At the young man's command, the dark gold shield transformed instantly into a sharp long sword. Rowan was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Star cards were known for their bizarre abilities, and a shape-shifting weapon was no extraordinary feat. I need to repair the power tower. Can you let me through? Cheng Xilin asked calmly, holding his Yinling blade aloft. Its tip pointed directly at Rowan. Rowan was stunned. Did this kid not understand the situation? He actually asked if Rowan would step aside. Seeing Rowan's silence, Cheng Xilin nodded slightly and charged forward with his blade. Then you can die, Cheng Xilin thought, realizing that words were pointless at this moment. He was eager to check on the power tower and had no time to waste here. Despite his reluctance to delay, he had no other choice. Clang! The two blades clashed, sparks flying. Feeling the force emanating from his opponent's weapon, Rowan sneered, Star chart level? Huh? How arrogant! Cheng Xilin gripped his blade with both hands, his voice low and resolute, killing you will be enough. Clang! Clang! In the midst of flashing blades and clashing swords, Luo Wan and Cheng Xilin were locked in a fierce battle. Luo Wan sneered, Kid, are you tired of living? You think you can kill me just because you've just entered the star map level? Cheng Xilin didn't respond, focusing entirely on the fight. He swung his blade forcefully, using the rebound from Luo Wan's block to propel himself into the air. A flash of white light, and an electromagnetic card embedded itself in his chest. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled around Cheng Xilin, and the dark gold feather blade in his hand transformed into a spear. Whoosh! The electrified dark gold spear shot straight at Luo Wan below. Luo Wan was slightly taken aback and quickly mobilized his star power to counter. As a starlight level expert, he could project his star power externally. His star power surged, increasing his speed dramatically as he retreated. Boom! The spear struck the ground, sending debris flying. Cheng Xilin summoned the spear back into his hand, the weapon transforming into golden starlight. Star map level? Starlight level? You think you can suppress me with your rank? Cheng Xilin scoffed. You're not even worthy. Luo Wen gritted his teeth, shocked. Despite having a greater total star power, he was being suppressed by Cheng Xilin's mysterious star card. What is that white star card? He pondered, unwilling to be defeated by a newcomer to the star map level. An orange star card appeared, a card depicting a tornado merging into Luo Wen's chest. Instantly, wisps of airflow swirled around him. He swung his blade, using the power of the wind element card to unleash a nearly invisible slash like a wind scythe. Cheng Xilin's eyes narrowed, accurately sensing the slash with his electromagnetic force. He deftly sidestepped, the slash narrowly missing him and slicing a statue behind him in half. Cheng Xilin held his spear upside down, his body flickering with electric light as he slowly approached Luo Wen. I told you, I'm in a hurry. If you don't have any stronger moves, then just die. Before he finished speaking, he had already teleported above Luo Wen, the electrified dark gold spear aimed at his head. In the nick of time, Luo Wen raised his blade to block. Clang! Boom! The spear struck the blade, the immense impact forcing Luo Wen to one knee, cracking the ground around him. Seeing his attack miss, Cheng Xilin immediately gathered all his star power. The spear transformed again, turning into a dark gold giant hammer. Ha! He shouted, bringing the hammer down. Feeling the violent gusts of wind, Luo Wen's face contorted. At the last moment, he donned a cloak, vanishing from sight. Boom! The hammer struck the ground, shaking the entire plaza. Cracks spread out like a spider web from where Cheng Xilin stood. Landing, Cheng Xilin's hammer reverted to a spear. He scanned the surroundings coldly. Invisible? Trying to escape? He sneered. Let's see where you can hide. The spear dissipated, and Cheng Xilin's eyes glowed with electricity. He knew his star power was nearly depleted, but the entire plaza was within his electromagnetic field. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together and then spread them wide. In an instant, countless tiny arcs of electricity spread out in all directions. Electromagnetic field. With a sizzling sound, the entire plaza was enveloped in Cheng Xilin's electromagnetic field. Hiding in a corner, Luo Wen was instantly struck by the current, his body stiffening, eyes wide with shock. There you are. Cheng Xilin turned sharply, his spear transforming into a lightning-fast projectile. Whoosh! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the dark gold spear pierced through Luo Wen's body, pinning him to the ground. The electromagnetic card and weapon card appeared and vanished in front of Cheng Xilin. Exhausted of all his star power, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Though the intense battle had only lasted a few minutes, it had drained all of Cheng Xilin's star power. He looked at Luo Wen, pinned to the ground, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Luo Wen's lips. He coughed violently, turning his head with difficulty, his dim eyes fixed intently on Cheng Xilin. In his final moments, a strange smile crept onto Luo Wen's face, partly gloating, partly mad. Kid, Luo Wen said haltingly, soon, you'll be joining me down here. Cough. The Illuminati won't spare you. Cheng Xilin glanced coldly at Luo Wen without a word. The tension and anger from moments before had subsided, replaced by an eerie calm. He looked around, and the sight before him jolted him awake. Bodies strewn across the ground, including the one he had just killed with his own hands. The sudden reality hit Cheng Xilin hard. These weren't the familiar corpses of mythical beasts, nor were they livestock, but real human bodies. A dozen or so mangled corpses lay scattered, some even dismembered. A wave of nausea surged up his throat. Cheng Xilin had thought he had overcome the psychological barrier of killing, but the scene before him shattered his mental defenses completely. He had never been so close to so many human bodies, the bloodshed and carnage too overwhelming to bear. Reflecting on the previous battles, whether in the district or at the A2 gate, he had never truly noticed the presence of corpses. He had either been fully engrossed in the fight or in a state of high tension. But now, with his star energy depleted, he found himself sitting beside the bodies, having just taken a life. At this moment, unprecedented panic and fear flooded Cheng Xilin. He tried to pull himself together, his mind flashing to the fearless heroes in movies and the carefree demeanor of novel protagonists who killed a man every 10 steps. But reality was harsh, and he knew he couldn't do it. Cheng Xilin collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. It was both laughable and pathetic. Had just boasted about killing, only to break down like a weakling after doing it. Just then, his communicator crackled with the anxious calls of his comrades. Shaolin! Shaolin! Are you okay, Shaolin? The voices pulled Cheng Xilin back to reality. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath, struggling to calm his emotions. I'm fine, Cheng Xilin responded with difficulty. He pressed his hand against the ground, forcing himself to stand. Though his heart still wavered, he knew he had to keep moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xilin said resolutely, I'm heading to the central tower now. Cheng Xilin responded softly to the calls of his teammates over the communicator, trying to shake off the nauseating feeling that followed the act of killing. He muttered to himself, "The Illuminati? Got it." Captain Zhao Chengfeng's voice came through immediately. "Our little baby has grown up, daring to kill now?" His laughter carried a hint of teasing. Zhang Zhao quickly chimed in to ease the tension. "Don't listen to the captain, Xiaolin. Those Illuminati guys are worse than the beasts. Don't think of them as humans." "Xiaolin?" Zhang Yueyao's voice sounded concerned. Cheng Xilin mustered his strength and replied firmly, "I'm fine." Dragging his exhausted body, Cheng Xilin arrived at the base of the central tower. He pressed the elevator button and was surprised to find it still functioning. "Xening, I'm heading up," Cheng Xilin said into the communicator. "Stop monitoring everyone else and focus on finding the fault in the central power tower. Then tell me how to fix it." "Understood." Li Xening responded briefly. Cheng Xilin checked and found that the elevator's backup power was still operational, and he sighed in relief. Before stepping into the elevator, he said into the communicator, "Guys, we won't have Xening's surveillance support for a while. If you feel lonely, you can sing while you fight." "Okay. Luckily, I know how to sing courage," Fang Jun replied with a laugh. Cheng Xilin smiled and commented, "That's a great song." Then, the communicator went silent as he stepped into the elevator. As the elevator ascended along the outer side of the tower, Cheng Xilin gradually saw the full extent of Yunqing. What was once a bustling city, now half lay in ruins. When the elevator reached the top, he saw the scene outside the city. A massive griffin beast was locked in fierce battle with Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Zhao. Cannons on the city walls continuously bombarded the beast, but to little effect. Zhao Chengfeng's black wings carved elegant arcs in the air, and flames flickered from his hands, striking the beast. Zhang Zhao's wind blades rained down like a storm. But Cheng Xilin knew that the two of them alone couldn't defeat this commander-level beast. The scene reminded Cheng Xilin of the time when two star-level warriors had slain a horned dragon and a stone-winged dragon with a single strike. Captain Zhao Chengfeng, despite being at the nebula level, was still one step away from the star level. This gap was as vast as the difference between a warlord level and a commander-level beast, with their powers on entirely different scales. Cheng Xilin turned and entered the tower, navigating through the maze of cables as he searched for the damaged areas. At this moment, only he and Li Xening could still communicate. "Xening, is the control room malfunctioning?" Cheng Xilin asked. In the office, Li Xening sat in front of a large screen divided into several sections, with a central model of the power tower. Her brows furrowed as her fingers flew over the keyboard, checking the model and switching camera feeds. "Hold on, I haven't found it yet," she replied. Cheng Xilin acknowledged, his brows knitted. The silence from his teammates made him uneasy, giving him a sense of heavy responsibility. Although he had recovered some energy, his body still felt weak. Having power but being unable to use it was more terrifying than having no power at all. Step by step, Cheng Xilin moved forward, holding onto the railing. Even within the central tower, the roars of the beasts outside felt like they were right next to him. He recalled Lin Yilong's words, wishing that all this were just a dream. Or perhaps, in the long wait for rescue, death might be a form of release. This way, there would be no fear and no burden of saving the city. But this thought contradicted Cheng Xilin's usual do-your-job philosophy. Ordinary people without power supported those with abilities. What reason did the capable have to not step up in critical moments? The Monument of Heroes was built by everyone standing behind them. "Xiaolin." Li Xening's voice suddenly broke his thoughts. "Found it?" Cheng Xilin asked.
Yes.
"What do I need to do?" Cheng Xilin pressed. Li Xening stared at the flashing red at the top of the power tower model on the screen, her lips trembling. Hearing Cheng Xilin's calm yet urgent inquiry, she hesitated for a moment before responding, her voice shaking. "You need to go to the top of the central tower and reconnect the main power cable." Cheng Xilin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "I thought it was something serious. Just reconnecting a cable." But then he heard Li Xening's choked voice and froze. "Reconnect what? The main power cable? The cable?" Cheng Xilin confirmed again. Li Xening, holding back her emotions, explained. The central power tower acts as a hub for Yunqing's power. Two main cables connect to two small reactors underground. The process of connecting the main cable seemed simple, but it required shutting down one of the two reactors. Cheng Xilin was stunned, knowing that shutting down any reactor involved a complex verification process and back-and-forth efforts, taking about an hour. An hour? Cheng Xilin muttered, images of his comrades fighting on the Changha Bridge, the two middle-aged men outside the city, and the steadfast demon suppression army flashing through his mind. If they could hold on for another hour, he would gladly take on the task. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin smiled. His years of study at the prestigious academy and the 3 months he had spent here now felt like a fleeting dream. He couldn't help but wonder if, when he woke up, he could return to a world without monsters. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the tower door and climbed the ladder to the top. There, The disconnected cable lay gleaming. Cheng Xilin recalled Luo Wen's dying word she would soon join him. It seemed the prophecy was about to come true, but it wasn't the Illuminati sending him down. His earpiece suddenly buzzed with noise, but everyone remained silent. Clearly, Li Zining had informed everyone of the situation. No one tried to stop Cheng Xilin, and there were no hysterical cries. In this life-and-death moment, any extra words seemed superfluous. Standing before the cable, Cheng Xilin suddenly asked, "Brother Duan, the Sunshine Welfare Institute belongs to Shelter A1, right? My mom and siblings made it in, right? I personally escorted them to the shelter," Brother Duan replied briefly. "After this is over, make sure my mission stipend gets to them," Cheng Xilin added. "Got it," Brother Duan agreed. Everyone continued to fight fiercely, but they listened quietly to the brief conversation. Just then, the blood-red and dark sky of Yunzhou was suddenly illuminated. A light as bright as the sun burst from the central tower, with countless currents converging into a massive white ball of light. In an instant, the sky over Yunzhou was lit up, and an invisible defense net began to form above the city. Countless beasts roared and howled, and the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army looked up at the dazzling light atop the city's tallest building. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted as the Griffin leader bellowed at the light. It shook its wings violently, enduring attacks from Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Zhao, ignoring the army's cannons, and soared into the sky. Seizing the moment before the defense net fully formed, it charged towards the central tower, towards Cheng Xilin. "Beast!" Zhao Chengfeng roared, flaring his black wings as he pursued the griffin. The next moment, the connected cable fell with a crash, and the light sphere vanished. But the glow didn't completely dissipate. Cheng Xilin's clothes turned to ashes, and he was enveloped in a layer of electric light, as if draped in a white electric cloak. His eyes turned pure white, flickering with electricity. Cheng Xilin stared at the charging griffin leader, raising his right hand. In an instant, a spear made of electric light appeared in his grasp. He aimed at the griffin and hurled the spear with all his might. "Beast, meet your end." Cheng Xilin's roar echoed through the city. "Today, I'll use the power of this entire city to send you off." A spear of lightning shot from the city center, piercing the dark night sky over Yunzhou. Boom! The lightning spear struck the griffin's head with precision, exploding in midair. The blinding light illuminated Yunzhou, making it seem as if daylight had arrived. With a thud, Cheng Xilin's charred body fell heavily, a white electromagnetic card emerging from his chest and then flickering away. Simultaneously, with a resounding crash, the griffin's headless massive body slammed into the ground. Zhao Qingfeng slowly lowered his black wings from in front of him, stunned for a couple of seconds before flying straight towards the central tower without hesitation. The smell is unbearable. It's the scent of disinfectant. The pain is excruciating. Every breath hurts. My whole body hurts. I'm still alive. I'm Cheng Xilin. Yes, I'm Cheng Xilin. But, which world am I in? Cheng Xilin slowly opened his eyes, only to shut them immediately as the glaring sunlight hit him. After a moment, he tried again and managed to open them slightly. He saw white bed sheets, a light on the ceiling, sunlight spots on his body, and two familiar figures. Duan Minglong, who was sleeping soundly with drool at the bedside, and Zhang Yueyao, who was dozing off in a chair on the other side. Zhang Yueyao seemed to sense something and woke up with a start. When she saw Cheng Xilin's open eyes, she immediately covered her mouth, tears welling up. Cheng Xilin wanted to speak, but found he couldn't make a sound. Zhang Yueyao quickly stood up and kicked Duan Minglong awake. "Shaolin is awake, Lao Duan. Go get the doctor. He'll call the captain." Duan Minglong scrambled off the floor, disregarding the fallen chair and drool on his face, and stumbled out of the room. Zhang Yueyao leaned over, her eyes filled with concern. "Shaolin, are you okay?" It was the first time Cheng Xilin had seen Zhang Yueyao so vulnerable. Even when she cried on the bridge, she had a defiant strength. Unfortunately, Cheng Xilin could only blink in response. Seeing him blink, Zhang Yueyao broke into a smile through her tears. She suddenly became flustered, tidying her clothes, smoothing her hair, and rubbing her eyes before turning back around with a radiant smile. "Shaolin, are you thirsty?" Zhang Yueyao asked softly. She picked up a water cup and gently dabbed Cheng Xilin's cracked lips with a water-soaked cotton swab. Her face was so close that he could kiss her with a slight stretch of his neck. Cheng Xilin's eyes followed her focused expression intently. After moistening his lips, Zhang Yueyao took a damp cloth and carefully wiped Cheng Xilin's chin and cheeks. At that moment, Duan Minglong returned with the doctor. The doctor examined Cheng Xilin's condition and lifted the covers. It was then that Cheng Xilin realized he was wrapped up like a half-mummy and his body was somewhat swollen. His face turned beet red with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish on the spot. To make matters worse, Zhang Yueyao was right there, watching the doctor's every move. Duan Minglong looked around and suddenly said, "Shaolin might need to pee." Zhang Yueyao paused for a moment, then naturally took out a plastic basin and a white plastic tube from under the bed. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, and he screamed internally, "Hey, hey, Queen of the Road, stop, stop it, I'm begging you." But he was as helpless as a puppet, unable to resist. He watched in dismay as Jiang Yueyao deftly managed everything, ending with tears streaming down his face. He had peed. Jiang Yueyao even used tissue to help him clean up. Cheng Xilin despaired, thinking, "Great, just let me die, doctor. I don't want to live anymore." The doctor finished his examination and smiled. "Young man, you're fine. Your burns are healing well. The rest is up to them." Cheng Xilin stared hopelessly at the ceiling. Jiang Yueyao and Duan Minglong didn't pull the covers back up but carefully inspected Cheng Xilin's body. Soon, the room filled with people, all crowding around the bed like art students studying a human model. Cheng Xilin resignedly thought, "Fine, let them look. Do whatever you want." He stared blankly, not listening to the chatter around him. Finally, Zhang Zhao pulled the covers up, frowning, "Everyone back off. Xiao Lin is suffocating with all of you crowding around. Look at him. His face is all red." Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes and gratefully looked at Zhang Zhao. "All right, let's have Mr. Ba Jin treat Xiao Lin's wounds first," Zhao Chengfeng suggested. "Yes, I almost forgot," Zhang Zhao said, but as he lifted the covers again, Cheng Xilin was once more exposed to everyone's gaze. "Heh, Zhang Zhao, how's your sister in Shanghai?" Cheng Xilin bitterly smiled to himself, completely giving up, "Whatever, just let it be." Cheng Xilin's eyes darted around the room, taking in everyone present. Besides the fallen Lin Xie, there was one other person missing: Li Zining. This realization sparked suspicion within him. Just as he pondered Li Zining's whereabouts, the door to the hospital room swung open. An elderly man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, walked in slowly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The demon-hunting team members stood up in unison, their expressions solemn. Even Zhao Chengfeng, usually the joker of the group, adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Mr. Ba Jin, we need your help." Ba Jin nodded with a smile, his gaze settling on Cheng Xilin. Their eyes met, and the old man's voice, though aged, carried a powerful resonance. "The young hero who saved Yun's how truly extraordinary. Surviving such an electric shock, no wonder Ding Zhe holds you in such high regard." Cheng Xilin looked at the old man, puzzled, thinking to himself, "Who is Ding Zhe? And why does he value me so much?" Ba Jin chuckled softly, and with a flash of light before him, 5 star cards appeared out of thin air, 2 orange and 3 black. Cheng Xilin blinked, realizing in astonishment that the old man was a stellar-level warrior. The elder slowly raised his hand, his fingertip lightly touching one of the black star cards. With a flash of light, a green staff materialized, its head adorned with a claw-like setting holding a fist-sized red gemstone. "Embrace of the Elven Queen," Ba Jin murmured. The staff emitted a soft glow, and the red gemstone sparkled with multicolored lights. In an instant, a spectral image of an Elven Queen, arms crossed over her chest and crowned, appeared. The apparition lingered for a moment before dissolving into starlight and merging into Cheng Xilin's body. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened as he felt a warm, tingling sensation spread throughout his body. A mysterious force surged from deep within him, sweeping over him like a tidal wave. "Ah!" Cheng Xilin suddenly shouted, instinctively kicking off the blanket and then quickly pulling it over his head, curling up beneath it. A muffled voice emerged from under the covers, "You've seen everything. Now you have to take responsibility." Cheng Xilin slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Jiang Yueyao sitting by the bed, intently peeling an apple. He frowned slightly and asked in a raspy voice, "I've been unconscious for 4 months?" Jiang Yueyao nodded gently, her hands never stopping. "Yes, a bit over 4 months. During this time, Yunzhou has almost been completely rebuilt, and the defense network is now stable." Cheng Xilin sighed, his gaze somewhat distant. "Time flies. To me, it feels like it all happened just yesterday." Jiang Yueyao's lips curved into a small smile as she handed him a slice of apple. "But for us, it felt like an eternity." She paused, then continued, "Da Xiao died in battle. You were in a coma, and Xining went off to the Kyoto Academy." As Cheng Xilin took a bite of the apple, Jiang Yueyao's voice continued, "With the 3 of you gone, it feels like we've lost 3 family members at once. Everyone's busy, but the atmosphere is so lifeless." Hearing that Xining had gone to school rather than being killed, Cheng Xilin felt a fleeting sense of indescribable loss, quickly replaced by rationality. He thought to himself, everyone has their own path to choose. As long as you move forward, there's no room for regret. Jiang Yueyao went on. "The captain infused you with star energy to save your life right away. Then, a star-level expert who was repairing the defense network planted a star energy seed in you, after hearing about your situation. Later, a big shot from the tower heard about your deeds and arranged for Mr. Bajin to treat you once a month." "A big shot from the tower?" Cheng Xilin looked at Jiang Yueyao in confusion. "What's the tower?" At that moment, Zhao Chengfeng walked into the room with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Yueyao immediately frowned. This is a hospital room. Put out the cigarette. Zhao Chengfeng sheepishly moved to the window and stubbed out his cigarette in a flower pot. He came to the other side of Cheng Xilin's bed and began explaining, in this world, every country's cities are ranked, just like Yunzhou, which is a level 3 city. Below it are level 4 and level 5 cities, and above it are level 2 and level 1 cities. All these cities are managed by the tower. Each level of the tower corresponds to certain cities, lower levels to lower-ranked cities, higher levels to higher-ranked cities. Essentially, a city's survival depends on the decisions of the tower's leaders, who are top officials from various countries. Cheng Xilin listened in shock, struggling to accept this new worldview. He pressed further. What exactly is the tower? How did it come to be? Zhao Chengfeng instinctively reached for another cigarette, but stopped under Zhang Yueyao's glare. He continued, I'm not entirely sure about the origins of the tower. It's said to have been established by the surviving countries during the Great Catastrophe 1,000 years ago, but that's all I know. Hearing the unfamiliar term Great Catastrophe, Cheng Xilin felt even more puzzled. Seeing that Zhao Chengfeng didn't have more information, he decided to drop the subject. Zhao Chengfeng then mentioned another matter. Xilin, you missed the enrollment for the Kyoto Academy? This news hit Cheng Xilin like a thunderbolt, and his face fell. He had worked so hard to get into university, only to miss it because of his coma. Zhao Chengfeng patted Cheng Xilin's shoulder, his tone comforting. But the Star Hall has decided to admit you exceptionally. Cheng Xilin looked puzzled. Star Hall? With such a ridiculously pretentious name. What kind of second-rate university is that? Zhao Chengfeng exchanged a strange look with Zhang Yueyao, who smiled awkwardly before putting on a stern face. What were you doing during classes? Sleeping and fighting monsters, Cheng Xilin answered honestly. His response wasn't unreasonable. He attended classes for the first month, but spent the next month on citywide monster patrols. Zhang Yueyao sighed and explained, graduates of the academy typically have two paths. One is to become trainees waiting to be assigned to cities as part of the demon hunting squads. The other, for those with exceptional talent, is to be selected by the Star Hall for intensive training to undertake higher-level missions. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin's eyes lit up with hope. So, when do I go to the Star Hall? How do I get there? He was eager to start this new chapter of his life. Zhao Qingfeng shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face, and said, You're out of luck for the Star Hall this year. But you'll be placed in the Magic City Advanced Academy, in the Star Preparatory class, waiting for next year. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes and started calculating in his mind. Even though this path seemed full of pitfalls, at least there was a plan. He muttered under his breath, Fine, we'll go with that. Not much choice, is there? Suddenly, Zhao Chengfeng seemed to remember something, his hand instinctively reaching for his pocket, an anxious look on his face. He hurriedly said, I have to go, and quickly left. At this moment, Zhang Yueyao spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of probing. Aren't you disappointed you won't be at the same school as Xening? Cheng Xilin's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm exterior. He shrugged and replied in a light, casual tone. It's a bit of a shame not getting into the Capital Advanced Academy. After all, we were teammates and could have looked out for each other. But it's fine. The Magic City is also a great place. After speaking, Cheng Xilin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad his response was appropriate. He knew that when a woman asks about your opinion of another girl, it's crucial not to panic or respond too eagerly, as that would only raise suspicions. The right approach is to stay relaxed and natural, expressing both appreciation and regret while also showing indifference. The focus of the response should not be on the girl, but on shifting attention to other aspects. For instance, in the conversation just now, regardless of Zhang Yueyao's reasons for bringing up Li Xening, Cheng Xilin's response was quite standard. First, he subtly emphasized that he and Li Xening were merely teammates. Then, he placed the regret on the school, implying that Zhang Yueyao shouldn't overthink it. This answer neither overly praised nor criticized anyone, directly addressed the question, and gave Zhang Yueyao the satisfactory answer she sought. This conversation was a perfect example of the art of language, achieving multiple goals at once. Have you learned the lesson? At night, the stars over Yunzhou hung like a river in the sky, painting a picturesque scene. Cheng Xilin stood quietly by the window, his body wrapped in bandages like a real-life mummy. He gently twisted his neck, feeling the tightness of the bandages, which made him uncomfortable. Zhang Yueyao was asleep at the bedside, seemingly unaware of his movements. Cheng Xilin reached up to tug at the bandages around his neck and was surprised to find it didn't hurt. He pulled harder, unwrapping the bandages, and froze when he saw his reflection in the window. Dense burn scars stretched from his neck to his collarbone, and his hands were covered in twisted, centipede-like scars. He continued to remove the bandages bit by bit, feeling no physical pain but an intense emotional anguish. Finally, Cheng Xilin stood naked before the window, his body fully exposed. Outside, Yunzhou had been beautifully rebuilt, but inside the window stood a man covered in scars. Suddenly, a pair of gentle arms wrapped around him from behind, and Jiang Yueyao's hands softly caressed the scars on his chest. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xilin's voice trembled. So, I was already healed, but you were afraid I'd wake up and not be able to handle it? Jiang Yueyao replied softly, yes. Even Mr. Bajin said there was nothing more he could do. He could heal your internal injuries, but not your skin. Cheng Xilin brushed his bangs aside, revealing a prominent scar running from his hairline to his left temple. He let his bangs fall back and smiled bitterly. They say scars are a man's badge of honor, but I'd rather not have these badges. They give you a rugged charm, Jiang Yueyao said softly, her hands wandering over his chest and abdomen. Cheng Xilin looked out the window and hesitated before speaking. Xening left because of these scars, didn't she? When I talked to her today, she seemed distant. Jiang Yueyao's hands paused briefly. She then moved to the window, leaning seductively against the sill and teased, must you bring up another girl in front of me now? You're highly sensitive to people's feelings. It's your gift. Jiang Yueyao raised an eyebrow. Since you're so attuned, listen to what I'm about to say and see how much of it you think is true. In a low voice, Jiang Yueyao continued, I'm 6 years older than you. With these scars, it's unlikely anyone else will want you. Honestly, I'm quite insecure. You're talented, young, and you're going to enter the tower. In a few years, you might become one of its decision makers, while I'm just a passerby in your life. My family is a mess, and I'm afraid you'll reject me, but even more afraid you'll agree. You're about to leave, and if I don't say this now, I might never get another chance. You're destined for a bigger stage, while I'll just be getting by in this third-tier city. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin was lost in his own thoughts. Looks like summer is out for me. I should buy more turtlenecks and long sleeves, maybe even some gloves. But should I still go to school? Hope there's no swimming class. I wonder how good the plastic surgery is here, but skin grafts mean taking skin from somewhere else, and I don't have any unscarred areas left. Damn, I'm never going to find a wife. Anyone who sees these scars will have a heart attack. The captain told me to face my inner self. After so many years, finding someone who understands isn't easy. Well, solitude it is then. I never planned for anything else anyway, just an orphan with a fragile heart, and now a body full of scars, both lost in their thoughts. Neither heard what the other was saying. Cheng Xilin stared at his reflection in the window, as if speaking to another version of himself. You have to live on, Cheng Xilin. He saw his reflection nod in agreement, and felt a surge of resolve. At that moment, Jiang Yueyao mustered her courage, looked straight into Cheng Xilin's eyes, and said with a trembling yet firm voice, Xilin, I like you. Yeah, I like you too. Cheng Xilin blurted out instinctively. Their eyes met, and tears of joy welled up in Jiang Yueyao's eyes. She pouted and choked out, You mean it? Yeah, wait, what? Cheng Xilin stared at Jiang Yueyao in confusion, still trying to grasp what had just happened. Cheng Xilin was momentarily stunned when Jiang Yueyao suddenly threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. She clutched his shirt tightly and said in a trembling voice, I thought you didn't like me. Do you know how much I like you, you jerk? Jiang Yueyao lifted her tear-filled eyes and glared at Cheng Xilin, continuing to question him. Why did you give me a dress? Why did you say those things to me on the bridge? Why did you show off outside Qing's restaurant? Her voice grew increasingly agitated. Jerk. Do you know how worried I've been these past few months? Do you know how happy I was when Xening left your side? Cheng Xilin stood frozen, his hands suspended in midair, his mind blank. He thought in confusion. What is going on? Does teacher Jiang like me? Did I unintentionally win her over? Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao pushed Cheng Xilin away and roughly wiped her tears. The usually composed and heroic girl was now furious, pointing a finger at Cheng Xilin and demanding, Do you like me or not? Cheng Xilin remained dumbstruck, unable to respond. Seeing this, Jiang Yueyao shoved him onto the hospital bed. She placed her foot on the edge of the bed and pressed a gleaming shui scythe against his shoulder. Answer me. Do you like me or not? Jiang Yueyao demanded. Yes. Cheng Xilin blurted out instinctively. Will you date me? Answer. Yes. Am I forcing you? No. Is it from your heart? Yes. Cheng Xilin hesitated for a moment and added, This would be a student-teacher relationship. It's not illegal, but it feels kind of wrong. Jiang Yueyao snorted, withdrew the scythe, and clapped her hands. She grinned and said, I'm a member of the demon hunting squad, not a formal teacher. Good for you for having an eye for talent. Then, her gaze shifted downward, and her tone suddenly became serious. Put your thoughts on hold. We'll talk once you're better. What follows impulsiveness? It's awkwardness. Jiang Yueyao sat by Cheng Xilin's hospital bed, head down, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Cheng Xilin lay on the bed, staring blankly at the flashing advertisements on the TV, his thoughts far away. Jiang had just confessed her feelings to him. Cheng Xilin knew he liked Jiang Yueyao too, but doubts crept in. What right did he have? Was it because he was a psychologically fragile orphan? Or because of his extensive burn scars? Cheng Xilin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yueyao, only to meet her gaze. They both quickly looked away, the air thick with awkwardness. One was a foul-mouthed, daring female racer, and the other, a sensitive, insecure young man. The thin veil between them had been torn, and there was no way to patch it back up. Cheng Xilin pressed his lips together. He had finally opened up after years of self-doubt due to his past, only to be hurt deeply by Feng Yao, which caused him to close off even more. He couldn't tell if Jiang Yueyao truly liked him or just pitied him, especially given the current circumstances. Love is indeed the most complex human emotion, vague and elusive, yet irresistibly enticing. Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao stood up abruptly, reflexively reaching for a plastic basin and tube. Her practiced movements left Cheng Xilin speechless. Realizing what she was doing, Jiang Yueyao froze in embarrassment, awkwardly putting the basin down and sitting back at the bedside. She glanced at Cheng Xilin, then lowered her head, before finally mustering the courage to look him in the eyes. Cheng Xilin was stunned. He saw the slight fear in Jiang Yueyao's eyes and remembered her deft actions earlier. Her face was slightly flushed, and her beautiful eyes were more captivating than the brightest stars. Cheng Xilin could even see his reflection in them. He knew, in that moment, his heart had melted. When doubtful eyes turn resolute, the next step is self-examination. Truly liking someone isn't about possessing them. It's about questioning if you're worthy of them. Jiang Yueyao spoke, her voice barely audible. I'm 6 years older than you, with a messed-up family. I used to act tough around you to hide my insecurities, afraid to show my true self. Fear and self-doubt trapped me in a vicious cycle. She glanced at the dazed Cheng Xilin and smiled. You know, I'm really happy right now, like a new couple wanting to feed each other all the good food to make the other gain weight and look unattractive. That way, no one else would want you, and you'd be mine forever. Cheng Xilin shook his head with a smile. So, my scars are the reason you're so brave? Jiang Yueyao huffed, pouting. With how you look, even if you flirt around. Let's see if those girls still like you when they see your scars. Since no one else wants you, you might as well be with me. Cheng Xilin turned to the flickering TV screen. The room still filled with the sharp scent of disinfectant. The brightly lit city outside mirrored his current feelings. He looked back at Jiang Yueyao, his gaze calm and gentle. Teacher, let's go to Sunshine Orphanage tomorrow. Sunshine Orphanage? Jiang Yueyao blinked, puzzled by the sudden suggestion. Cheng Xilin explained with a smile. Yes, to show off my girlfriend to my family. Let Aunt Chen meet her daughter-in-law. Jiang Yueyao was stunned. What if Aunt Chen doesn't like me? Or thinks I'm too old for you? Cheng Xilin replied domineeringly. I'm taking you to meet her, not for her to choose. Okay. Jiang Yueyao responded softly, biting her lip. After a long silence, Jiang Yueyao asked, what will you call me in the future? Cheng Xilin answered, I'll still call you teacher. Why? Because it's exciting. Ew. You're so dirty. No wonder the internet says that boys your age have half their brains filled with mush and the other half with dirty thoughts. Cheng Xilin was curious. Which site says that? The Female Racer Forum. Sometimes, love is like that, either a slow and steady flow or love at first sight. It seems sudden, yet not abrupt, making the intangible feel tangible. After receiving treatment from Mr. Ba Jin, a Starlight-class envoy, Cheng Xilin's body had fully recovered. He marveled at the incredible power of the star cards. Silently, Cheng Xilin pondered the difference between Nebula class and Starlight class. Although it seemed like just one level apart, the gap was actually immense. He concluded to himself, people below Starlight class, despite having special abilities, are still within the realm of humanity. Those above Starlight class have transcended human understanding. Their powers are simply unfathomable. Cheng Xilin opened the system interface and was astonished to see that the progress bar had suddenly jumped to 70. He couldn't help but recall the terrifying experience of absorbing the city's entire electrical power. Though he had survived this time, he vowed never to take such a risk again. After all, who could guarantee he'd be so lucky next time? At this moment, Cheng Xilin was wearing a high-neck sweatshirt, and Jiang Yueyao was naturally holding his arm as they walked side by side. Looking at Jiang Yueyao beside him, Cheng Xilin smiled knowingly. Scenes he once only dared to imagine in dreams had now become reality. The two of them arrived once again at the entrance of that trendy store, where a new light blue dress and an expensive pair of high heels were displayed in the glass case. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but recall the first time they stood there, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Let's go. We can take the escalator down to the basement level to get some snacks, put them in the car, and then come back to buy clothes, Jiang Yueyao suggested, pointing to the escalator ahead. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Cheng Xilin didn't follow Jiang Yueyao's suggestion. He took his hand out of his pocket, gently held Jiang Yueyao's hand, and led her into the trendy store. Let's check out the fashion, teacher, Cheng Xilin said softly. You chose me, but I don't want you to change yourself for me. In the Sunshine Welfare Home, Director Chun gently stroked the scar on Cheng Xilin's forehead, tears streaming down her face. Cheng Xilin grinned, pretending nothing was wrong. Chun Ma, it doesn't hurt anymore. Director Chun furrowed her brow and lightly tapped Cheng Xilin's forehead, her tone full of reproach. You silly child. How can it not hurt? When I visited you last time, you were wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with only your eyes visible. You were lying there, connected to a ventilator. I couldn't even bear to listen to the sounds of all those medical machines, fearing. She couldn't continue, and lightly tapped his forehead again, looking around before lowering her voice. Next time something like that happens, run far away. There are taller people to handle it. You don't need to play the hero. Warmth filled Cheng Xilin's heart. You don't need to play the hero. How many parents want to say this to their children? But when the moment comes, how can one not step up? Even if he considered it a job, it was still a life-for-life exchange's life for the lives of everyone in Yunzhou City. Not wanting to say anything else to worry Director Chen, Cheng Xilin casually put his arm around her shoulder and pointed to Zhang Yueyao, who was distributing gifts to the children in the courtyard. He chuckled. Chun Ma, what do you think of this daughter-in-law? Director Chun rolled her eyes at him. Miss Zhang is wonderful, of course. It's just, she's 6 years older than you. She could carry 2 gold bricks by now. Although Zhang Yueyao was impeccable in every way, mothers around the world are the same, believing their own sons are the best and fearing that having a wife would mean losing their son's affection. This was just a mother's early jealousy talking. Cheng Xilin got defensive. Chen Ma, what are you saying? She doesn't mind that I'm an orphan and knows my situation. If she can accept all that, what more can we ask for? Besides, forgetting my mother after getting married, that's something I, Cheng Xilin, would never do. Director Chun patted his chest. You cheeky boy. Always so full of yourself. I was just saying, look how anxious you got. But seriously, you better treat her well. If you dare to be unfaithful, don't blame me for taking a shoe to you like when you were a kid. Don't worry about it. Cheng Xilin pouted, deliberately showing impatience. You're getting old and nagging, bringing up things from years ago. You cheeky boy. Director Chun raised her arm to knock his hand off her shoulder, then turned and walked towards Zhang Yueyao with a smile. Xiaojiang, are these kids being a bit too much for you? Watching Director Chen smiling back, Cheng Xilin sighed inwardly. Women, no matter their age, are natural-born actresses. On the way to the office, Zhang Yueyao nervously asked, Did Director Chen dislike me? Cheng Xilin gripped the seatbelt tightly, his expression serious. No, and keep your eyes on the road. Really? Zhang Yueyao's eyes lit up with joy. A moment later, she added, but I feel like I didn't do very well today. Should we invite Chen Ma and the kids out for a meal? Cheng Xilin almost cried. Please, I'm begging you, just focus on driving. I just got out of the hospital. Don't send me back in. Ugh, how boring. Zhang Yueyao pouted, ignoring him. 2 minutes later, Cheng Xilin couldn't hold it in any longer. You're doing great. Chen Ma said that if I ever treat you poorly or cheat on you, she'll hit me with a shoe. Please, just drive safely. Oh, all right then. Zhang Yueyao blinked and started humming a tune, clearly very happy. Cheng Xilin sighed in relief, thinking, women in love are terrifying. Finally, they arrived at the office. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yueyao immediately grabbed Cheng Xilin's hand and walked forward. Cheng Xilin was momentarily stunned but then smiled and quickly stepped up to open the office door. Inside, everything was the same, except for the absence of 2 people, making it feel a bit empty. The hallway still echoed with Zhang Zhao's angry shouts and the defensive explanations from Lao Duan and Fang Juncheng. Xilin couldn't help but wonder if their performance would improve now that Lin Xie, their cross-eyed ADC, was gone. At the end of the hallway, in the surveillance room, everything was unchanged except for the absence of Li Zining, who usually wandered around in various stockings. The room was still filled with high-tech equipment, a row of massage chairs along the wall, and a spacious sofa area opposite them. Suddenly, the door of the inner meeting room in the surveillance room opened, and Zhao Chengfeng walked out while talking on the phone. Zhao Chengfeng stood in his office, phone pressed to his ear, his face dark with anger. His voice grew louder, filled with impatience. I've already told you several times, I need 4 people, Starlight level. This is a third-tier city. It requires significant defense forces. Not 3 people, 4. His fury seemed to ignite the person on the other end of the line, and he suddenly exploded. Damn it. Are you trying to piss me off? At that moment, Zhao Chengfeng looked up and saw Zhang Yueyao and Cheng Xilin standing hand in hand at the door. His expression softened instantly, and he casually said, Congratulations. It was unclear who or what he was congratulating, maybe Zhang Yueyao for achieving her goal, or Cheng Xilin for recovering from his injury, or something else entirely. Without further explanation, Zhao Chengfeng continued yelling into the phone while pushing the door open and walking out. His voice echoed down the hallway. I'm telling you, my team went to the tower and I have connections. Believe me, if you don't get it right, I'll come after you. Cheng Xilin, And who else? Check it if you don't believe me. Mr. Ba Jin himself came, and Mr. Ding Zai values him as a successor. Kid, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng's voice showed a hint of surprise. What? Only 3 left? Damn. I'll go pick them up first. Cheng Xilin stood there, dumbfounded. He thought to himself, have I become the captain's bargaining chip for showing off at the training camp? Oddly, he didn't feel excited. Instead, he felt like laughing. He shrugged and whispered to Jiang Yueyao, looks like they don't have time for us. Jiang Yueyao replied softly, the pressure has been too much lately, and Lin Xia died in battle. Everyone's been holding it in. No one mentioned it. Mentioning Lin Xia, Cheng Xilin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He understood that such incidents were not uncommon in the demon hunting squad. Adding to the sorrow wouldn't help. Cheng Xilin pulled Jiang Yueyao away from the surveillance room into the door of the nearby lounge. He kicked the door open with a loud bang. Guys, he shouted. Dinner's on me tonight. Our second team building event. The people inside were initially stunned. Then Zhang Zhao immediately shouted, we're in the middle of a match. Stop standing around like idiots. Cheng Xilin grinned, feeling the familiar atmosphere. He yanked Lin Yilong up and half-jokingly cursed, damn, it's been months, and you blind bat are still going at it with San Lang. Sitting atop the central tower, Cheng Xilin rubbed his chest to ease the tightness and gazed down at the night view of Yunzhou. The city, ablaze with lights, resembled a magnificent galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. A wave of complex emotions surged within him, joy mingled with a hint of sadness. He looked up at the vast starry sky above and the glittering city below, the two galaxies reflecting each other in a stunning display. Perched high above, Cheng Xilin felt a growing sense of calm. He murmured to himself, it's always like this. When I'm alone in the quiet, I start thinking about trivial matters. Beside him, Zhao Qingfeng took a swig of his drink, smacked his lips, and gazed drunkenly at the sky. A moonlit night and a gentle breeze, this is how Yunzhou should be, he said, turning to Cheng Xilin with a smile. Yunzhou will remember you. We all will. Cheng Xilin lifted his bottle, about to take a sip, but paused. He glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, who was sitting askew, and chuckled softly. Captain, there's no need to be so sentimental. For you all, the disaster was 4 months ago, but for me, it feels like yesterday. He tapped the metal frame beneath him with the bottle, producing a crisp sound. If it happened again, I could sleep for another 4 months. To someone as lazy as me, 1 nap or 2 makes no difference. He continued, the people of Yunzhou don't need to thank me. Lin Xia, you all and I, we re the same. We just got lucky and survived. Lin Xia wasn't as fortunate and died. That's the only difference. Zhao Qingfeng gazed at Cheng Xilin's profile, filled with emotion. This young man's greatest strength wasn't his monstrous talent, but his mature and resolute heart. Zhao Qingfeng took another long drink, wiped his mouth haphazardly, and squinted. I requested 4 people from above, but the training camp only has 3 starlight level besides the star map level ones. For a third-tier city like Yunzhou, starlight level is the highest we can get. Cheng Xilin lay back on the metal framework, shaking his bottle and staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. After a long silence, he sighed. I don't want to be separated from you, Yao. Cheng Xilin understood the implications of Zhao Qingfeng's words. Among Lin Xia, Li Zining, himself, and Zhang Yuyao, Lin Xia had died in battle. Li Zining had gone to a prestigious academy in the capital, and he was about to leave too. That left only 3 starlight level star users, not enough, which meant Zhang Yuyao had to stay. Cheng Xilin wasn't a love-struck fool. He understood the pros and cons, but they had just gotten together, and he couldn't bear the thought of parting. So, I don't want to, he said, his tone calm but resolute. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a moment before changing the subject. Yao told you I infused you with star power, right? Cheng Xilin nodded, not thanking him because it was unnecessary. They were teammates, comrades in life and death. Gratitude was redundant. Actually, it wasn't my star power that kept you alive for 12 hours. It was your star card, Zhao Qingfeng explained. Cheng Xilin sat up, puzzled. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. It was your electromagnetic element card. With a thought, the electromagnetic card appeared before Cheng Xilin. Since their recovery, they hadn't used star power or star cards, so they hadn't noticed the card had changed from 3 electromagnetic patterns to 4. Cheng Xilin examined his first star card closely, wondering, what happened? Was the card shattered or evolved? He flicked his fingers, and the arc of electricity was the same as usual. Zhao Qingfeng explained. It wasn't until a star-level star user planted a star seed in your body that you managed to hold on until Bajin arrived to heal you. Cheng Xilin responded softly, understanding well that his star card was unique, possibly because he came from another world. But this secret, he would never reveal. Maybe one day, when he was stronger and knew more about this world, the mysteries surrounding him would unravel. Until then, living cautiously was not a mistake but a sensible approach. For now, Cheng Xilin knew little about this world. He couldn't be like a novel's protagonist, fearlessly accepting everything in a familiar yet strange world. While he had accepted the people and environment around him, he still explored the world with a sense of awe. Please, think of something for you, Yao, Cheng Xilin requested respectfully. You know my situation. Someone who enters my heart is rare. Zhao Chengfeng was silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. Zhao Chengfeng nodded earnestly. Beneath his usually scruffy and carefree exterior lay a deeply serious attitude towards his team members. Cheng Xilin sighed softly, tilted his head back, and downed the bottle of wine in one gulp. He casually placed the empty bottle on the metal grid beside him. Captain, remember to sort the trash, he said, and before the words had even fully left his mouth, he transformed into a streak of white lightning and vanished without a trace. Under the central tower, Jiang Yueyao stood idly by the car, hands clasped behind her back, absent-mindedly kicking at the pebbles on the ground with her toes. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her slender waist, and a slightly playful voice whispered in her ear, "May I have the honor of introducing myself to such a beautiful lady?" Jiang Yueyao stiffened slightly but then smiled, her red lips curving into a grin. "But I have a boyfriend, you know." Cheng Xilin smirked and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Then just don't tell your boyfriend. Wouldn't that make it all the more thrilling?" "But my boyfriend is quite formidable," Jiang Yueyao replied in a lowered voice, a hint of warning in her tone. Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In what way is he formidable? Facing Cheng Xilin, Jiang Yueyao wrapped her slender arms around his neck, her smile as bright as sunshine. "In exactly the way you're thinking." Cheng Xilin gazed into Jiang Yueyao's clear, pond-like eyes and her elegantly arched brows, and smiled knowingly. "Have you been waiting long? Is it cold?" Jiang Yueyao gently shook her head, her brown wavy hair swaying lightly. "Not cold." Cheng Xilin lowered his head slightly, his nose almost touching hers, and softly asked, "How about a drink?" Jiang Yueyao tilted her head up, her fair chin brushing against the stubble on Cheng Xilin's chin, then moved closer to his lips and whispered, "I can already smell the alcohol on you. Does the smell of alcohol make you drunk?" Cheng Xilin murmured. "Maybe, who knows?" Jiang Yueyao's voice grew softer, finally dissolving into a gentle as their lips met. Girls have different personalities, and their ways of kissing vary greatly. This is something Cheng Xilin has no clue about. As a novice in the realm of love, he finally managed to start a relationship but was quickly thwarted. At this moment, the obstacle was lying quietly in his arms. To Cheng Xilin's surprise, the usually cheeky female racer, who was known for her racy jokes, became unusually shy during their intimate moments. Her responses were passionate, but lacked finesse. Although Cheng Xilin had zero practical experience, countless pieces of advice and the names of dozens of teachers flashed through his mind. Driven by human instinct, his hands began to wander. No, this is too fast," Jiang Yueyao murmured shyly. Cheng Xilin smiled wryly. Despite his desire to explore further and turn years of theory into practice, he understood that such matters required patience. He needed to respect Jiang Yueyao and the essence of love itself. In this restless age, fast food-style relationships seemed to have become the norm. Cheng Xilin did not want to follow the trend. What he longed for was a love that felt like a gentle breeze on his face, like the morning sun piercing through the mist. He wanted to take it slow, carefully nurturing this budding relationship. He did not want Jiang Yueyao to become a fleeting, wistful memory or a regret he could only recall in the darkness. Cheng Xilin pressed his cheek against Jiang Yueyao's fair neck, resting his chin on her shoulder, and asked softly, "Does the scent of alcohol make you drunk?" Jiang Yueyao, tickled by Cheng Xilin's hair and warm breath, shivered slightly and replied gently, "A little tipsy is just right." "That's good," Cheng Xilin said, not in a hurry to pull away. He was waiting for Zhao Changfeng to sort out the demon hunting team's quota while he was busy getting his driver's license. The Secretary General of Yunzhou City somehow learned that Cheng Xilin was taking his driving test and called the driving school directly, arranging for the best instructor and simplifying the cumbersome waiting process. As a hero who had saved Yunzhou, he enjoyed special treatment. As a result, it took Cheng Xilin less than 10 days from registration to getting his license, leaving him somewhat bewildered. During this time, colleagues at the firm saw Cheng Xilin and Jiang Yueyao being inseparable and showed displeased expressions. Every time they passed by the couple, they couldn't help but sneer. Cheng Xilin would provocatively raise an eyebrow and say, "What? Never seen a teacher and student discussing academic matters? You uncultured folks aren't even worth communicating with." Meanwhile, in a residence far away in Kyoto, Li Zining was no longer wearing her JK uniform and white stockings, but was sitting properly on the sofa with her small hands on her knees, her thumbs twiddling nervously. Behind the desk next to the sofa area sat a middle-aged man. His stern face, meticulous attire, and upright posture exuded a strong sense of authority. Li Zining glanced at the man, pouted, and said aggrievedly, "Dad, It's all your fault for making me come back. Now Xiaolin must have misunderstood me. This man was Li Xining's father, Li Yu. Not only the head of the second level of the Star Hall, but also a decision-maker on the ninth floor of the tower. Yunzhou, a third city, was under his jurisdiction. Faced with his daughter's pouting, even such a stern man couldn't help but soften. Li Yu tried to explain, "Sweetie, you wanted to go to school in Yunzhou, and I agreed. You wanted to join the Yunzhou demon hunting team, and I agreed to that too." He then frowned, displeased, and said, "But you're only 17. You can't have a boyfriend yet. Your mom almost killed me with her scolding. I slept in the study for days." Worried about upsetting his daughter, Liu softened his tone and said, "It's not that your mom and I are snobs. Cheng Xilin is a good kid, grateful, mature, and determined. But you two are too young. At least wait until you're 20. Li Zining stiffened his neck and pouted, retorting with a hint of defiance, "What's young about it? Mom was 19 when she had me. Now it's my turn, and you have something to say? Didn't Grandpa also break up couples back in the day?" Liu, after exhausting all his arguments and reasons, finally managed to send the stubborn Li Zining away. He rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed deeply. Then, he opened his desk drawer and took out 2 photographs. In the photos, Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao were intimately snuggled together, smiling sweetly. Frowning at the pictures, Liu muttered through gritted teeth, "You little rascal. You've got some nerve. Flirting with Zining and cuddling with another girl. Just wait in a year. I'll come to Shanghai to fetch you myself." After his harsh words, Liu sighed again. He flicked the photos lightly, and with a whoosh, they burst into flames. He murmured to himself, "Can't let my daughter see this. God knows how heartbroken she would be." This series of actions perfectly portrayed the image of a typical doting father. Fearless of everything but his daughter's sadness, this seems to be a common trait among all fathers. Switching scenes to the meeting room of the agency, Cheng Xilin was flicking ash from his cigarette. He looked towards Zhao Chengfeng, who was also smoking by the window, and said, "Captain, you know I'm not the type to make unreasonable demands. I won't do anything that puts my friends in a difficult position just because of any special talents or status I might have." Zhao Chengfeng smiled knowingly. Cheng Xilin stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and continued, "6 months, fine. But if the training camp doesn't deliver by then, I'll go and get what I need myself. Take me with you when you go." Zhao Chengfeng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I've had enough of those guys too." Cheng Xilin grinned. "All right, when I show off outside, I'll use the name of our Yunzhou demon hunting squad." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chengfeng said, "If you succeed in showing off, use our squad's name. If you fail, say it was your own doing." Cheng Xilin stared at Zhao Chengfeng, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth, "Damn." This wasn't Cheng Xilin's compromise. It was a well-considered decision made with Zhang Yueyao. The training camp only had 3 spots available, and adding one more person would inevitably take away opportunities from other third-tier cities. Both of them understood the risks of being underprepared and didn't want their selfish desires to put others in potential danger. As night fell, Cheng Xilin tied on an apron with "Master Chef" written on it and busied himself in the kitchen. "Tomato scrambled eggs, do you like it sweeter or more tangy?" he called out to the living room. Setting the table, Zhang Yueyao replied, "Sweeter." Soon, Cheng Xilin emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of tomato scrambled eggs and another of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Zhang Yueyao had already served the rice and was waiting for the dishes to be brought to the table. She picked up a piece of egg with her chopsticks, tasted it, and squinted in appreciation. "Not bad," she commented. Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow smugly. "Of course." After dinner, Cheng Xilin sprawled out on the couch watching TV, while Zhang Yueyao lay on the other end, scrolling through her phone with her legs casually draped over his stomach. Whenever she found a funny video, she would laugh out loud, her toes curling with delight. Then, she'd gleefully show the video to Cheng Xilin, sharing the humor. These cozy moments were undoubtedly the sweetest for them. Suddenly, Zhang Yueyao put down her phone, lifted her leg, and rubbed her foot against Cheng Xilin's chin. "By the way, when are you going to Shanghai again?" she asked. Cheng Xilin naturally grabbed her foot and gently squeezed it. "The day after tomorrow, the 20th. Only 2 days left," Zhang Yueyao murmured. Cheng Xilin turned and smiled. "Are you going to miss me?" "Puffed." Zhang Yueyao scoffed. "I can't wait for you to leave. Men only slow down my swordsmanship. Besides, you've seriously disrupted my training these past few days. If I stay with you any longer, I'll turn into a decorative vase." Cheng Xilin understood her feelings but said, "How could you be a vase?" Zhang Yueyao raised an eyebrow. "That's more like it." Cheng Xilin continued, "At least a vase is beautiful. Then hey, are you saying I'm not good looking? I'll kick you, I swear." Zhang Yueyao threatened. Cheng Xilin quickly held onto her foot, leaning down with a laugh. "That's why you could never be just a vase." Then, glancing at a certain prominent feature, he swallowed. At the very least, you're a grand cauldron. Get lost. Zhang Yueyao snapped, but then she wrapped her arms around his neck and softly said, after you leave, I'll train hard. I'll close the gap between us in my own way. Looking at her earnest smile, Cheng Xilin replied, of course, I believe in my teacher. Huffed. Zhang Yueyao pushed him away and got off the couch. I'm going to take a shower and no peeking, Cheng Xilin protested, putting on a stern face. Who doesn't know that I'm Yunzhou's little gentleman? Peeking at my girlfriend in the shower? Impossible. He emphasized the word girlfriend. Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and walked towards the bathroom. Cheng Xilin chuckled, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep thought. He knew that in a relationship, if there's an obvious imbalance, it's only a matter of time before it falls apart. Taking Zhang Yueyao to Shanghai, with her current star-level strength, she wouldn't be able to join the city's demon hunting team or become a teacher at the school. Should he let her stay home every day, watching him climb higher and higher, while she silently encourages herself to turn her inferiority into motivation? Cheng Xilin didn't want their relationship to turn into a cliché fantasy novel trope. The male lead having all sorts of adventures, keeping the best for himself and giving the rest to his wife, then nobly saying, dear, we'll become strong together and never part. That way, how would a woman be different from a puppet? She would ultimately lose herself, blindly following, being dragged along. Such a relationship was inherently unequal and implied a hierarchy. Without me, you wouldn't be where you are now. Everything I have is because of you. These words sounded ridiculous. Everyone has their own brilliance and their own path to walk. Moving forward with determination, looking back to find each other still side by side, that's true mutual support and unconditional trust. Even if one side's achievements aren't as high in the end, they would still earn the other's respect because that path was walked step by step with them. This was exactly what Zhang Yueyao had meant earlier. She didn't want to be a vase, merely an adornment in Cheng Xilin's life. She wanted to walk a parallel path with him. Maybe Cheng Xilin's path was full of flowers and sunshine, while hers was thorny and muddy, but she would still forge ahead with determination and pride. This was Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao's view on love. In the 4S dealership on Central North Street in Yunzhou, the air was thick with tension. Fang Jun stood fuming at the counter, his bank card flipping between his fingers, eyes blazing with anger. He confronted a man in a suit with a professional smile, his voice almost shaking the ceiling. Manager, I ordered the car 2 months ago, and we agreed on the price. Now you're telling me the price has gone up? What's the meaning of this? The manager's smile became slightly strained as he cautiously explained, Mr. Fang, that's correct. But you have to understand, over these 2 months, you've called almost every day requesting modifications. We followed your specifications precisely, which inevitably increased the costs. Fang Jun was stunned, his anger deflating like a punctured balloon. Yet he quickly found his voice again, albeit with less conviction. Even so, you can't just hike the price by 2 million, can you? That's outrageous. The manager's smile grew more genuine as he explained, actually, that's just the cost of the parts. We haven't charged you extra for the modifications. The boss specifically instructed us to only charge the base price of the vehicle for members of the demon hunting squad. Fang Jun was left speechless. He smacked his lips and turned helplessly to Lin Yilong beside him. Lin Yilong silently pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said softly, 700,000. Then, Duan Minglong scratched his head, took out his own bank card and added, 1.4 million? Fang Jun nodded, took a deep breath, and pulled out another bank card from his pocket. He slammed the 3 cards onto the counter in front of the manager, gritting his teeth, 8.5 million. All here. I want to see the car first thing tomorrow morning, brand new, all packed up and stunningly impressive. The manager, smiling broadly, took the bank cards and handed them to the sales staff behind him, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Fang, by 6 a.m. tomorrow, we will have the vehicle delivered to your office. We guarantee your satisfaction. Yunzhou Cemetery. Zhao Chengfeng sat silently beside the tombstone of Lin Xie's memorial, wordlessly contemplating. Mechanically, he flicked a cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and lit another. The ground was littered with a dozen flattened cigarette butts, silently marking the passage of time. Zhao Chengfeng remained silent, as if engaged in a wordless conversation with Lin Xie. A man's emotions are both complex and simple, complex within, yet simple in their outward silence. Another cigarette butt met the ground, and after extinguishing it, Zhao Chengfeng stood up. His rough fingers combed through his greasy, disheveled hair. He carefully picked up the sunglasses resting on the tombstone and placed them into his pocket. A parting gift. I'll deliver it for you. Rest well, Zhao Chengfeng murmured, his voice tinged with weariness. He took a few steps away, then suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Lin Xie's tombstone. For a moment, he almost saw Lin Xie standing there, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. Thanks, Captain. Zhao Chengfeng let out a bitter chuckle. Ha, thanks for what? Go find the old brothers down there. Have a gathering. Who knows, maybe one day I'll join you guys. He scratched his head, feeling a sudden itch. It's getting late. I wonder if the barber shop is still open. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of the agency, Zhang Zhao was on the phone, speaking firmly. Secretary General, I'm not criticizing you. But this is Cheng Xilin we're talking about, the future star of Yunzhou. How can you be so stingy? A conflicted voice responded from the other end. But I've already had Sunshine Welfare Home renovated. Zhang Zhao pressed on. Renovations alone won't cut it. How will that show your appreciation for talent? Then what do you suggest? The Secretary General asked. Zhang Zhao smiled. Well, if you're asking me, then I won't hold back. Secretary General, Director Chen of Sunshine Welfare Home still doesn't have insurance. The man's in his 50s, not too old, not too young, but it's tough taking care of all those kids. Insurance? Done. The Secretary General responded decisively. The welfare and supplies for Sunshine Welfare Home will be sorted by tomorrow. 2 chefs and 4 childcare teachers will also be in place by then. Zhang Zhao continued to apply pressure. Those poor kids without parents or guardians, some of them still don't have household registrations. Secretary General, why is it so hard to get registered in Yunzhou? Household registrations? No problem. The registration office will send people over tomorrow. The Secretary General responded swiftly. Zhang Zhao licked his lips and pushed further. It's not just about the registrations. The old building of Sunshine Welfare Home is over 60 years old. When it rains or gets windy, it's tough on the kids. In a few more years, it could become a safety hazard. Done. The Secretary General responded without hesitation. I've always thought the location of Sunshine Welfare Home was not ideal, being too far from the evacuation shelter. There's a new plot of land near Shelter A2, close to schools. It would provide a better living and learning environment for the kids. Zhang Zhao blinked. I hadn't even mentioned schooling yet, and you're already ahead of me, Secretary General. But actually, none of that is the most important issue. The Secretary General's voice trembled slightly. Then what is? Zhang Zhao shifted his tone. Secretary General, you might not know this, but Xiaolin and one of the girls in our team are dating. They're really close, but if they get married in Yunzhou, they can't live in a rental. You know how expensive housing is in the city center, and young people today can't save much. After a moment of contemplation, the Secretary General said, there is a large apartment in Yunding Tower, but… Zhang Zhao immediately interrupted. Great. I'll thank you on behalf of Cheng Xilin. After hanging up, the Secretary General in the Yunzhou government office listened to the dial tone and fell into thought. He then chuckled softly, put down the phone, and addressed the department heads seated across from him. You all heard the conversation. Get it done. One of them, with a peculiar expression, said, Secretary General, aren't the demands a bit too? The Secretary General's expression turned stern. Too what? I don't care if Cheng Xilin becomes the manager of the tower or dies out there. Right now, he is Yunzhou's hero. He saved us. For him, we would give not just a plot of land or an apartment, but even our office space if needed. We are officials, but we are also citizens, and most importantly, we are human beings. We must know gratitude. Yes. Understood. I'll handle it personally. The officials hurried out of the Secretary General's office. The Secretary General paused, shook his head with a sigh, then resumed his work. In these 4 months since Yunzhou's recovery, the lessons from the past and the weight of securing the defense network and central tower had placed immense pressure on him. In his position, with the constant vigilance required, it was no wonder his hair had turned silver before reaching 60. Though the highest authority in Yunzhou, he was still an ordinary man. The next morning, Cheng Xilin squatted on the curb outside the office, taking big bites of a steaming bun. Jiang Yueyao handed him a cup of hot soy milk, which he accepted and sipped. His attention was suddenly drawn to a transport truck across the street. Teacher, do you know what that is? Cheng Xilin asked, pointing at the truck covered with a black cloth. Jiang Yueyao followed his finger and saw a conspicuous banner on the truck that read, Gift. To my brother Cheng Xilin. The ultimate show-off machine, flashy and bright. It's a gift from your brother, Jiang Yueyao explained. Cheng Xilin looked up at Jiang Yueyao, puzzled. A flashy and bright gift for me? Jiang Yueyao couldn't help but laugh. What on earth is that? Flashy and bright? How is it supposed to be flashy and bright? After finishing his bun and soy milk, Cheng Xilin tossed the plastic bag into a trash can, clapped his hands, and stood up. What the heck? What do I need that for? He muttered, about to enter the office. Suddenly, Fang Jun came out from inside. Seeing Cheng Xilin, his eyes lit up, and he draped an arm over Cheng Xilin's shoulder, leading him across the street. Xilin, come see the gift we got for you. You won't believe it. What? You guys got me a gift? Cheng Xilin asked, bewildered. Why are you giving me a gift out of the blue? Yes, we did, Fang Jun replied with a smile. A gift, huh? He looked at Cheng Xilin in surprise. How did you know? Cheng Xilin was completely confused. How did I know? It's written right there, flashy and bright. Ignoring Cheng Xilin's bewildered expression, Fang Jun and the others dragged him to the black cloth. Xilin, pull it off. Cheng Xilin reluctantly complied, fearing he might see something shocking. Do I have to? He hesitated. Lin Yilong gave Cheng Xilin a push. Don't be shy, go ahead. Seeing no way out, Cheng Xilin resigned himself. All right, flashy it is. He grabbed the black cloth and yanked it off. With a whoosh, the cloth fell away. Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Whoa! It really is flashy and bright." In front of him was a sleek blue sports car, gleaming in the sunlight as if showing off its charm. Cheng Xilin stood there, stunned, completely blown away by the unexpected surprise. A blue sports car sped down the highway, its mechanical clanks and roaring engine showcasing its beastly power. Cheng Xilin gripped the steering wheel tightly as he drove the car, cutting through the smooth airflow ahead. The air became turbulent around the car, eventually forming strong winds that whipped through his jet black hair like a fluttering battle flag. A young man embarking on a journey should be dressed in fine attire and ride a spirited horse. Cheng Xilin looked straight ahead and put on the sunglasses Lin Xia had given him, a gift passed through Zhao Chengfeng. His thoughts wandered back to the events of the previous day. Zhang Zhao's proud expression when he took him to the Sunshine Welfare Home, Lin Yilong, Fang Jun, and Duan Minglong emptying their pockets to buy him the car, even borrowing money from Zhao Chengfeng for food. Zhao Chengfeng handing him the sunglasses, saying they were from Lin Xia. Zhao Chengfeng unusually reminding him to call home, and Zhang Yuiao's promise at Yunding Tower, "Wait for me to come find you." Cheng Xilin smiled slightly and murmured to himself, without realizing it, "I already have a home. No need for many words at parting," as they each held the other in their hearts. When they reunite, they can speak of their longing. You're thinking of me, and I'm thinking of you just right. Meanwhile, at the Yunzhou office, Zhang Yuiao, legs crossed and swinging, said earnestly to Zhao Chengfeng, "Captain, let's arrange it this way. I'll go to Camp Jia." Zhao Chengfeng agreed and instructed, "The person switching with you will arrive tomorrow. Just follow his plane back." Zhang Yuiao nodded in understanding. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly sighed and asked, "Not waiting?" Zhang Yuiao stood on her tiptoes and replied, "Of course I'm waiting, but not here for him to come get me. Instead, he'll wait for me in Shanghai." She looked at Zhao Chengfeng with determination and said, "I won't be the woman behind a man. I want to be his comrade standing beside him." Zhao Chengfeng was non-committal but still cautioned, Camp Jia's training is the toughest among the secondary levels, and there's a real risk of death. Zhang Yuiao was unfazed. "If I die, it means my luck ran out." Zhao Chengfeng said no more. Zhang Yuiao stood up, smoothed her brown curls, and said with a smile, "I'll go get a haircut while there's still time. After all, Xiao Lin won't see my ugly short hair." With that, she left. Zhao Chengfeng paused, lit a cigarette, and sighed deeply. One after another, none of them give me peace. Just then, Lin Yilong kicked open the meeting room door and shouted, "Captain, it's 4 against 1. You're playing ADC, and these 3 new guys can't even last hit properly. They're hopeless." Zhao Chengfeng perked up immediately. "What are we waiting for? Let's get online. By the way, Xiao Lin's king account is mine now, right?" "Captain, in your dreams," Fang Jun exclaimed. "Xiao Lin's king account is already mine. I spent over 600,000 on it." The 3 new recruits huddled in a corner, watching these strange seniors and wondering if this was a demon hunting team or a bandit hideout. Despite the personnel changes, the essence of the demon hunting team remained unchanged. Zhang Yuiao cut her hair short, looking valiant as she boarded the helicopter. She winked at those seeing her off without saying much. They, too, looked half asleep, lazily waving goodbye. After all, it wasn't a final farewell, so there was no need for melodrama. Everything was as usual, and the sun still shone. However, at this moment, Cheng Xilin was frowning. He stopped at a gas station, feeling troubled. "Fill it up with 98? The attendant asked. Cheng Xilin snapped, "I'm driving this car. Do you think I care about the gas money?" The attendant glanced at the expensive car and its young owner, assuming he was a rich kid not to be messed with, and said nothing more. The tank quickly filled. Cheng Xilin looked at the stop meter and then at the waiting attendant. After a moment of silence, he weakly asked, "Can I pay with Huabei?" The attendant stifled a laugh and mocked, "You're such a big-shot rich kid, driving a Lamborghini, and you want to pay for gas with Huabei? Seriously?" Cheng Xilin pursed his lips, took out his wallet to pay, and cursed inwardly, "Damn for a shop. I spent millions on your car, and you couldn't throw in a few hundred gas cards? So stingy." Little did he know, the 4S shop owner nearly cried selling this car, having never made such a loss in his life. From Yunzhou to Modu, it's over 700 kilometers. Cheng Xilin embarked on this journey in his expensive car. At the start, he was full of enthusiasm, but soon his spirits dampened as he watched the fuel gauge drop alarmingly fast. "This thing guzzles gas like crazy," Cheng Xilin muttered to himself while refueling. He finally understood the old saying. You can afford to buy a luxury car, but not necessarily to maintain it. He used to dismiss this idea, thinking that if you can afford a car, you can afford the gas. Now, the harsh reality hit him hard. Owning a luxury car didn't mean you were truly wealthy. For someone like him, every time he filled up the tank with premium gas, it felt like his heart was bleeding. Throughout the journey, Cheng Xilin regretted not selling the car for cash. With this regret weighing on him, he finally arrived in Modu after half a day. However, Modu's welcoming ceremony was a nightmare of elevated highways. The congested traffic, incessant honking, and the palpable frustration in the air made Cheng Xilin want to scream. After finally getting off the elevated road, Cheng Xilin parked his car by the roadside. He stared at the twisted yellow and white lines on the pavement, lost in thought. Suddenly, a blaring horn jolted him back to reality. Beep, beep. His anger flared up instantly, just as a traffic cop on a motorcycle pulled up beside him. "Sir, may I ask why you're parked here?" the officer asked politely. Cheng Xilin immediately calmed down, swallowing the angry words he was about to say. He never argued with people in uniform, especially those carrying guns. "Officer, I'm lost," Cheng Xilin explained, pulling out the admission letter from Modu's prestigious university from his bag. Seeing the letter, the helpful officer offered to lead the way. Half an hour later, Cheng Xilin finally arrived at the university's entrance. "Thank you for your service. Without you, I might have been stranded out there," Cheng Xilin said sincerely, thinking to himself that if he had kept circling the elevated roads, the fuel costs might have killed him. The officer saluted and rode off gracefully. Watching him leave, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but think, "I wish I could be as cool as him. You drive a car worth nearly 10 million, and that's not cool enough." A stranger's voice suddenly broke in. Startled, Cheng Xilin instinctively replied, "It's just okay. This is the cheapest car in my family." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized, who was talking? Turning his head, he saw an elderly man in a tank top, holding a shopping basket, sitting in his passenger seat, staring intently at him. Panic surged through Cheng Xilin, and a thought flashed in his mind. "Oh no, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Your princess seat is now dirty. Life is always full of twists and turns." At this moment, a luxurious sedan slowly drives through the gates of a prestigious university in Shanghai. Inside the car, the scene contrasts sharply with the vehicle's high value. A seemingly ordinary young man sits in the driver's seat, while an elderly man in a worn-out vest, with wrinkles all over his face, occupies the passenger seat. The old man curiously looks around, his rough hands constantly touching the exquisite interior as if it's his first time seeing such luxury. The young man glances at the old man's actions, puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Isn't Shanghai supposed to be full of wealthy people who got rich from land redevelopment? Clearing his throat, the young man politely introduces himself. "My name is Cheng Xilin." Unexpectedly, the old man beats him to it, grinning. "Hee, I'm Yu Chi." Cheng Xilin freezes for a moment, a bizarre thought flashing through his mind. "Fish fin?" Unable to resist, he jokes. "If you were a shark, we'd really be family." Old man Yu is initially taken aback, but quickly realizes the young man is making fun of his name. Rolling his eyes, he retorts, "Get lost, kid." Pausing, he then asks, "Are you the one Lu Hong mentioned?" Cheng Xilin scratches his head, looking baffled. Who's Lu Hong? He silently wonders why everyone around him has suddenly become so mysterious, constantly bringing up unfamiliar names. The wrinkles around Yu's eyes twitch violently as he looks at Cheng Xilin in disbelief. "You don't even know the name of your own school's principal?" Cheng Xilin shrugs nonchalantly. "Is that strange? I've lived in Yunzhou for over 10 years, and I don't even know the name of Yunzhou's secretary general." He continues, "Many people live half their lives without knowing the name of their county magistrate. Those officials are too distant from us. We hardly ever interact with them. They may be well known as local leaders, but unless there's big news, they rarely make headlines." Old man Yu is speechless, thinking this kid's way of thinking is indeed unique. Noticing the basket in the old man's lap, Cheng Xilin curiously asks, "Mr. Yu, where do you live? I can give you a ride home." Yu looks at Cheng Xilin in surprise. "You're offering to drive me home even though you don't know me?" Cheng Xilin shrugs again, pointing to the university gate. "I don't know you, but you seem to know the principal of this prestigious university quite well. Even if you're not a teacher or professor, you're at least an acquaintance of the principal. Plus, when I parked just now, the security guard was about to question us but backed off when he saw you, which means they know you and maybe even fear you a bit. So, giving you a ride seems like a good deal." Yu is secretly impressed by the young man's keen observation and analytical skills. Cheng Xilin tilts his head and jokes, "Come on, Mr. Fish Fin. Show me the way, and I'll get you home safely." Yu laughs, cursing playfully. "You cheeky brat." On the way, Yu curiously asks, "Lu Hong mentioned you're an orphan. How did you get such a nice car?" Cheng Xilin grins. "It was a gift from my fellow demon hunters." "Nearly $1 million car as a gift?" Yu emphasizes, shocked. What kind of friends are these? Can you introduce me to them? Cheng Xilin raises an eyebrow. Does it seem sudden? You nods. It does. To put it bluntly, demon hunters risk their lives for money. They have money, but giving away something worth nearly 1 million just like that isn't a favor. It's a grand gift. Such a gift is hard to understand. Cheng Xilin explains while steering. I couldn't refuse this gift. Mr. Yu, you should know about my situation by now. Yu nods, waiting for more. Cheng Xilin gently pats the car door, continuing, they all believe I saved them. No matter how much I explain, they insist on thinking that way. So, I can't argue too much. It would seem insincere. And since I'm leaving soon, they might never get another chance to repay me. So, they give me whatever they can. This camaraderie is mixed with gratitude for saving their lives, though it's well hidden. We all understand it. If I refused, they'd keep thinking about this debt, and it would become a burden, like a thorn in their hearts. You nods, realizing, so, they want to repay their debt as much as possible, and you accept it graciously. This way, everyone feels better, and there's no lingering sense of indebtedness affecting your relationship. Cheng Xilin snaps his fingers. Exactly. Human relationships are intangible, but weigh heavily on us. In our culture, they can bend a person straight back. No one wants those complications in a pure friendship, so we handle it openly for everyone's sake. Yuchi glanced deeply at Cheng Xilin, a hint of gratification flashing in his eyes. He shook his head and chuckled softly, his voice tinged with affection. You rascal. Anyone who becomes friends with you won't be tired. You're really good at taking care of others' feelings. Cheng Xilin grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. That's my talent, he said with a hint of pride and satisfaction in his tone. As they chatted and walked, they soon arrived at an old, stylish villa. Yuchi pointed at the building and said, all right, I'm here. You should head back to school. Cheng Xilin suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. Holy cow. Yuchi, your place is amazing. He looked the impressive villa up and down, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Do you have a son? How about me? When you kick the bucket, I can just take over. Yuchi nearly choked on his words at Cheng Xilin's remark. He pounded his chest and retorted, get lost, you little rascal. I'm going to outlive you. Internally, he couldn't help but marvel at how this kid could switch from being so serious to such a joker in an instant. Cheng Xilin pouted and turned to leave. On his way back, he couldn't help but be amazed. This old guy has a villa in Shanghai. He's like a hidden master. Back at the gates of the prestigious university in Shanghai, Cheng Xilin took out his acceptance letter. With this, the enrollment process was much simpler. The security quickly contacted the higher-ups, and before long, a girl who introduced herself as the class monitor of the Star Prep class got into Cheng Xilin's car to show him to his dorm. In the car, Cheng Xilin curiously asked, Senior Jishu, are all the university dorms single rooms? His eyes scanned the luxuriously decorated one-bedroom apartment, unable to hide his surprise. Jishu smiled lightly and explained, this isn't a regular university. It's a prestigious institution. And since you're a student of the Star Prep class, you get special treatment. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Jishu crossed her arms and looked at Cheng Xilin with a meaningful gaze. She said with a half-smile, but, Junior, you can't bring girls from outside back here. There's a hotel 800 meters northwest of the school. You can go there? Cheng Xilin was taken aback for a moment, then asked, what about students from our school? Jishu stared in astonishment at the seemingly crazy freshman in front of her. As the class president of the Star Prep class, her future membership in the Star Palace was assured. Was it really appropriate for this freshman to flirt so openly on his first day? However, Jishu, who had seen it all, quickly regained her composure. She flashed a nonchalant smile and said, well, that depends on your skills, freshman. She then added, make sure you're all set for tomorrow. You'll be reporting to the Star Prep class. With that, she turned and left. Cheng Xilin grinned, tossed his backpack onto the bed, and walked over to the window. He looked down at the shimmering artificial lake below, lit a cigarette, and pulled out his phone to check in with his friends back in Yunzhou. Just as Jishu reached the door, she paused and glanced back at the peculiar freshman. Despite the lingering heat of September in the city, he was dressed in a turtleneck plaid shirt, paired with casual pants and sneakers. This outfit was common among new students, but seemed out of place for someone who arrived in a luxury car. Though his words had been flippant, his eyes were surprisingly clear, unlike the shifty gazes of the sleazy men Jishu had encountered before. She pursed her lips, wondering if the rich kids these days had changed their tactics, using a contrast of innocence to win girls over. She shivered at the thought and quickly left. Unaware of Jishu's scrutiny, Cheng Xilin focused on taking photos of his surroundings with his phone. He eagerly uploaded them to the Demon Hunting Team's group chat. The group name, Relationship Progress 29, was coined by Zhang Zhao. It used to be 09, but since Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao started dating, it was updated to 29. The group chat quickly buzzed with activity. Duan Minglong from Yunzhou's Jinui commented, "Nice living conditions." Xiaolin, male Sorika Fong Jun added, "Yeah, it's great, but we all warn you. No bringing girls back to the dorm." Lin Yilong, also known as the walking fatty liver, simply exclaimed, "Awesome." Zhang Zhao offered some serious advice. "Focus on your studies and don't show off too much. If you run out of money, let us know." Rising star Zhao Chengfeng encouraged, "Don't listen to Zhang Zhao. Live it up while you're young. I'll handle Yunzhou's showing off. You take care of it in the city." Cheng Xilin smiled warmly at his friend's chatter. He sent the photos privately to Jiang Yueyao but didn't get an immediate response. Scratching his head in confusion, he wondered if she was getting her hair done again. He recalled the times he had accompanied her to the salon, always leaving with a lighter wallet. After a short wait, Jiang Yueyao finally replied, "Xiaolin, be good in the city. I'll come visit soon. Been so busy lately. Love you." Cheng Xilin read the brief message several times, smiling to himself. He scrolled through their chat history, filled with sweet photos and Jiang Yueyao's sultry selfies. Just as he was about to put his phone away, another message popped up. It was from Zining. "Xiaolin, how's the city treating you?" Cheng Xilin paused for a moment before replying, "It's a bustling metropolis, but the roads are a nightmare with all the intersections and overpasses. I'm totally lost." Zining responded, "LOL, it's the same in the capital. Big cities have limited space and use every inch." Cheng Xilin asked, "How's the university in the capital?" Zining replied simply, "It's good. Take care of yourself over there." Cheng Xilin answered, "You too?" Their conversation ended abruptly. In truth, it had already concluded when Cheng Xilin mentioned similar emotions can be conveyed through text. If they were talking face-to-face, they might have smiled at each other, expressing everything without words. But online, text often reduces awkwardness. It brings to mind why children used to write love letters to express their budding feelings. They were now in college, adults in the eyes of the law. Adult relationships can change in an instant, which is why kids often hear adults say, "Life is tough." Much of this exhaustion stems from adapting to these complex changes. They can't just have a scuffle, share a milk tea, copy homework, or shake hands to make up like in elementary or high school. The adult world is filled with subtleties, sensitivities, and suspicions. Relationships can shift easily, yet they have to struggle to adapt. College might be more manageable, but the real workplace is an even more turbulent whirlpool. Cheng Xilin put down his phone and lit another cigarette. He decided to stop dwelling on these troubling thoughts and focus on cherishing the present, smiling as he faced the future. That's what he should be doing now. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Xilin looked around. The dorm was well furnished, with all the essentials provided. There was no need to buy anything else. This demonstrated the country's generous benefits for Star Guardians. You could enjoy all of this, but when the time came to step up, no one could back down. Backing down would be dishonorable. Cheng Xilin lay on the sofa, casually picking up the campus brochure from the table and flipping through it. The structure of the prestigious university in the Magic City was both simple and unique. Each year, incoming students were not divided into departments or classes, but were instead personally selected by teachers for unknown or small group instruction. Some teachers mentored a dozen or so students, while others only took on one or two. This model was somewhat similar to how professors in regular universities guide their graduate and doctoral students. The only exception was the Star Prep class, which resembled the inner sects of a martial arts novel, while other students were like outer sect disciples who needed to pass through rigorous selection to gain entry. Each year, the Star Hall chose new members from these prep students. As he perused the brochure, Cheng Xilin's eyelids grew heavier. He realized that, more effective than any medication, the most sleep-inducing were these dry topics: quantum mechanics, Western sociology, behavioral guidelines, and campus regulations. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep with the brochure covering his face as the evening shadows lengthened. He had no idea how much time had passed when a piercing car horn jarred him awake. Gasping, he flung the brochure off his face, massaged his sore neck, and walked to the window to look down. Below, an SUV identical to Jiang Yueyao's was honking incessantly. Cheng Xilin realized he might have parked in someone else's spot, so he grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. When Cheng Xilin appeared, the young man in the SUV furrowed his brows and leaned out the window, shouting angrily, "Who gave you permission to park here?" Cheng Xilin paused, deciding it was best to de-escalate the situation. "Sorry about that. I'll move my car right away." However, his polite attitude only seemed to infuriate the young man further. With several dormitory windows already open and curious onlookers peering out, the man felt his pride was under threat. "Oomph. A country bumpkin who knows his place. Don't know where you came from, but you sure know how to put on airs." The man, eyeing Cheng Xilin's mismatched designer outfit, immediately pegged him as a nouveau riche. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin's hand paused on the car door. He then pulled out his phone and called Senior Sister Jishu. "Senior, are the parking spots in front of the dorms assigned?" After receiving a first come, First serve response, Cheng Xilin walked over to the SUV, looked the young man in the eye, and said, "Dude, I checked. These are public parking spots. You'll need to find another place to park." This statement completely enraged the man. He pushed his door open and cursed, "Damn it. This is the Magic City, not some third-rate county. Who do you think you are? I'm parking here today, and I dare you to stop me." At that moment, white arcs of electricity suddenly flickered around Cheng Xilin. He calmly said, "Oh, I'll find you another parking spot." Before the man could react, Cheng Xilin lifted his leg and kicked the SUV. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the heavy vehicle flew over 10 meters and splashed into the artificial lake. Cheng Xilin looked at the stunned young man and said indifferently, "Not much, just trying to make a simple first impression." "Whoa, that guy is insane," the students in the dormitory building exclaimed, their eyes glued to the sudden conflict unfolding on the sports field. Wang Kai, the owner of the big G-Class SUV from the Star Prep class, was uncharacteristically stunned. His fingers trembled slightly as he summoned one orange and two black star cards. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the black cards, and in an instant, a golden spear materialized in his hand. Wang Kai's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped the spear tightly and swung it towards Cheng Xilin's car. Just as the spear was about to strike the vehicle, a dark golden light flashed. Clang! A Yinling Dao appeared out of nowhere, blocking the fierce attack. White star card. The surrounding students gasped, but the two opponents didn't pay any attention. Wang Kai's face contorted with rage, and he snarled, "Kid, if I smash your car today, we'll call it even." Cheng Xilin remained expressionless, his eyes as calm as still water. He simply said, "No." "What?" Wang Kai exerted more force, and his star power surged, causing the air around them to become turbulent. Cheng Xilin stood his ground, sparks of electricity crackling around him. He repeated, "I said, no." With a roar, Wang Kai shouted, "Then I'll destroy you." He retreated several meters and summoned 3 more star cards. One of the orange cards transformed into a massive bone arm ape, which charged at Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin frowned, evaluating the situation. Star power level, with even the lowest guardian card being a bone arm ape at the warrior level. Impressive star power and card quality, but still not enough. His Yinling Dao transformed into a spear, and electricity surged through his body. The spear's tip glowed with blinding white plasma. Boom! Just as the bone arm ape was about to collide with Cheng Xilin, a white beam of light struck the creature. Roar! The ape was enveloped in white plasma, with arcs of electricity crackling all over. In seconds, the warrior-level beast was incapacitated, its body charred and lifeless on the ground. The surrounding students were stunned. They had never seen someone with star map-level power take down a warrior-level beast so quickly. Wang Kai was even more shocked. His prized warrior-level bone arm ape was defeated so easily. Cheng Xilin held his spear steady and looked at Wang Kai, his tone still calm. In truth, this display had drained nearly half of his star power. He knew that using a railgun might defeat the ape, but it required more star power and wouldn't guarantee a quick victory. Wrapping the ape in plasma, while not lethal, was enough to incapacitate it instantly. Despite his shock, Wang Kai, a student of the prestigious Magic City Academy, was not completely helpless. He retrieved the bone arm ape's star card and gripped his golden spear, leaping into the air to attack Cheng Xilin from above. Cheng Xilin remained composed, raising his spear to block. Clang! Star power burst forth, and sparks flew, scorching the ground beneath them. Cheng Xilin grinned, exerting force with his arms and sending Wang Kai flying. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled his spear. He had no intention of seriously harming Wang Kai. He had noticed that while Wang Kai was strong, he lacked practical combat experience. Attacking from midair without a solid plan was a rookie mistake. "Wide open, buddy," Cheng Xilin thought to himself. "With that sluggish speed, who do you think you're smashing? A lowly pangolin?" The spear flew towards Wang Kai, who panicked and raised his spear to block. To everyone's astonishment, the dark golden spear transformed midair into a massive dark golden bell, trapping Wang Kai inside as it crashed to the ground. Dong! "Hey, let me out, you bumpkin!" Wang Kai yelled, pounding on the bell, which emitted a series of deep, resonant sounds. Dong, dong, dong. The surrounding students were left speechless. The outcome of this battle had far exceeded their expectations. Cheng Xilin stepped forward slowly, placing his hand on the golden bell. In an instant, white electric arcs slithered across its surface like snakes, crackling loudly. Ah, ah, ah. A piercing scream echoed. Cheng Xilin grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "How do you like my golden bell trick, little bro?" He carefully controlled his power, ensuring it wouldn't be fatal, but would still teach the other person a lesson. He thought to himself, "Country bumpkin? Nouveau riche? Senior bullying freshman? That won't work with me, Cheng." Cheng Xilin was well aware of his own image. The luxury car and eccentric clothes made him look like a fool from a rich family. A typical demolition tycoon, wealthy but lacking in class. He didn't care about the sneers and contempt from others, but if someone laughed at him to his face, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. No one comes into this world to be humiliated. Just then, a hand suddenly clapped onto Cheng Xilin's shoulder. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, and the electric arcs shot toward the hand like startled white snakes. A deep, slightly weathered voice sounded from behind him. "Young man, calm down. And is this how you treat the person who planted the star seed in your body and saved your life?" Boom. The words hit Cheng Xilin like a sledgehammer. It was him, the star-level warrior who had saved him. The electric arcs and golden bell vanished, transforming into two white star cards that appeared on his chest before disappearing. Cheng Xilin stood there, stunned, his gaze shifting between Wang Kai, who was lying on the ground smoking, and the star-level warrior behind him. Slowly turning around, Cheng Xilin finally saw the man behind him, a distinguished gentleman in an exquisite suit, standing with his hands behind his back. Cheng Xilin spoke with difficulty. "Zhihua?" Lu Hong chuckled. "That's right, it's Zhihua. 20 minutes ago. Kyoto, Lishui Manor, Villa number 5. Liu pushed open the door to his home, and his wife, Ningli, immediately approached him, her face heavy with concern. Liu paused for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Ningli took her husband's briefcase and nodded towards the second floor, lowering her voice. "It's your precious daughter. She's been locked in her room since the afternoon and hasn't said a word." Liu's face turned grim. "What can we do?" "You don't know, but Cheng Xilin has been two-timing her. As soon as our daughter left, that little scoundrel started seeing his teacher." Ningli's expression remained unchanged as she continued, "Forget about that for now. Our daughter is throwing a tantrum. You've got your work cut out for you." Liu swallowed hard. This man, who held significant positions in both the Star Hall and the tower, was actually intimidated by his wife's words. He whispered, "So what should I do? I haven't even had dinner yet. Surely, I can still eat, right?" Ningli sighed and offered a solution. "Why don't you grab a quick bite in the kitchen? After dinner, take a shower in the basement, then go to bed. Leave early tomorrow so you don't get caught." Liu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, "What can I do? Being a daughter-doting dad means being humble. Many families operate this way, without any preference for sons over daughters. Daughters are truly cherished and carefully protected. However, big and small matters in the family are always distinguishable. Just like Liu bringing Li Zining back to Kyoto, that's a big deal. Li Zining might throw a princess-like tantrum and scare her dad out of the dining room, but she knows how to listen. She knows that her parents are worried about her, and that this isn't the time to act up." Liu removed his slippers and tiptoed around the house in his socks. Holding a bowl, he stood with his back to the living room, muttering, "Braised chicken wings, stir-fried pork with green peppers and lettuce. Not bad. Has our daughter eaten yet? I wouldn't dare eat until you got home." In an instant, Liu's hand holding the bowl froze. He turned around to see Li Zining standing at the kitchen door in her panda pajamas, arms crossed, with a cold expression. Ningli nudged her husband, and Liu quickly reacted. He served a bowl of rice, then put his arm around Li Zining's shoulders, grinning as he led her to the small bar counter and pulled up a stool. "Come on, sweetheart, let's eat. Your mom's cooking is really good today." Li Zining picked up her chopsticks, her lips quivering as she choked up. "Xilin has become distant with me. He grew up without any family, very solitary, and highly guarded around others. Plus, he's injured. I worry his classmates might mock him. He's all alone in Shanghai, and I don't know how he's doing." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Seeing this, Ningli quickly hugged her daughter to comfort her and nudged her husband again. Liu finally caught on. Oh, don't cry, sweetheart. Daddy will call your Uncle Lu Hong right now. He's the president of a prestigious university in Shanghai. He'll know." Liu hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Lu Hong. "Old Li, what's up? Why are you calling me?" Liu, noticing his daughter watching him intently, got straight to the point. "Old Lu, how's Cheng Xilin doing at your school? Is his dorm arranged? Where did he have dinner tonight? Is he getting along with his classmates?" These questions seemed trivial, but they were exactly what Li Zining wanted to know, so she eagerly awaited Lu Hong's answers. Lu Hong was baffled. "Dorm? Dinner? Conflicts? How would I know?" When Lu Hong didn't respond, Liu coughed and said, "Old Lu, could you check on that kid for me and let me know?" Hearing her father call Cheng Xilin a kid, Li Zining pouted and put down her chopsticks, displeased. Sure." Lu Hong reluctantly agreed. Liu waved his phone, smiling. "Your Uncle Lu will get back to us soon. Let's eat first, okay? Then you can take the call." Li Zining thought for a moment, all right? Then she smiled, picked up a piece of chicken wing, and placed it in Liu's bowl, sweetly saying, "Daddy, eat more." "Okay, Daddy will eat." Liu smiled on the outside but cried inside. Sweetheart, you changed so quickly. It's all Cheng Xilin's fault for two-timing you. Just wait until I get my hands on him. Then, as if remembering something, he texted Lu Hong. Back to the present. Lu Hong looked at the smoke-emitting Wang Kai and sighed before turning to Cheng Xilin. Come to my office. Cheng Xilin hesitated, glancing at Wang Kai. Lu Hong said, he's in that state. What more do you want? Cheng Xilin shook his head. I'm afraid he might pretend to be dead and smash my car once I leave. Lu Hong felt a surge of frustration. He's almost out. How could he smash your car? He grabbed Cheng Xilin's shoulder, and in a flash, both of them disappeared. Seeing Lu Hong leave, the students gathered in front of the dormitory finally mustered the courage to poke their heads out and started discussing animatedly. They were surprised that the principal had personally intervened and were all amazed at the power of the new student. This guy is really something. On his first day, he beat Wang Kai half to death. I wonder if Wang Zong will come looking for trouble. Come on, Wang Zong is in the star prep class. He doesn't have time for this. Hey, did you notice? That guy's weapon can transform. Holy crap, you're right. That's incredible. Amid the chatter, poor Wang Kai lay on the ground for quite a while before someone came to carry him away. In the principal's office, Lu Hong stared at his phone with a conflicted expression, then glanced at Cheng Xilin, who was sitting on the sofa looking around curiously. He regretted bringing this troublemaker to the prestigious university in Shanghai. Cheng Xilin was also puzzled, wondering why the old man kept staring at him. He couldn't help but think, could he be a weirdo? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Hong spoke. Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin immediately sat up straight. Yes, principal? How's the accommodation? It's fine. Have you had dinner? Not yet. How are you getting along with your classmates? Never mind. You can go now. Remember to have dinner. Okay, goodbye, principal. Cheng Xilin left the office, bewildered, thinking that both the students and the principal at this school were not quite normal. He had just beaten up a classmate on his first day, yet the principal only asked if he had eaten. Lu Hong sighed and dialed Li Yu's number. On the other end, Li Zining's sweet voice answered, Uncle Lu, it's Zining. Ah, Zining, you've grown up? Yes, Uncle Lu. How's Xiaolin doing? Is he settled in? Has he eaten? Is he getting along with his classmates? It dawned on Lu Hong that this little girl was asking about Cheng Xilin. They used to be in the same demon hunting squad. No wonder she was so concerned. He's settled in well. It's a single room in a high-end apartment. He hasn't eaten yet, but I've told him to. As for his classmates, they've had some friendly exchanges, Lu Hong replied, skillfully avoiding the topic of the fight. Cheng Xilin returned to his small apartment and opened the fridge, raising an eyebrow at the sight before him. It was stocked with drinks, beer, fruit, bread, and instant noodles, a veritable cornucopia. He chuckled to himself, thinking this must be the perk of being a star envoy. He casually grabbed a pack of instant noodles, added hot water, and leaned against the kitchen counter, waiting. At this moment, Cheng Xilin looked every bit the penniless young man. His money had long been divided into two parts, one given to Director Chen, and the other secretly handed to Jiang Yueyao's mother. Thinking of his mother-in-law, a trace of disgust flashed in Cheng Xilin's heart, but his face remained impassive. He understood that every family had its secrets. While he stood by Jiang Yueyao's side, he also knew that money could solve many problems. He promised to give Jiang Yueyao's mother 50,000 yuan every quarter, on the condition that she frequently called Jiang Yueyao with words of concern and care. His mother-in-law agreed without hesitation upon seeing the money. Cheng Xilin sighed. Such messy affairs were unavoidable and difficult to face. After finishing his noodles, Cheng Xilin took a nap. The next morning, he took a shower and grabbed a piece of bread from the fridge for breakfast. Following Jishu's instructions, he headed to the classroom of the star prep class. The classroom was no different from a typical university. Tiered seating, a podium, a projector, and a screen. At this moment, only Jishu was in the room. Good morning, Senior Ji. Cheng Xilin greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Junior. Jishu responded with a smile. A teacher will be here to meet you soon. Have you decided which teacher you want to study under? Cheng Xilin shrugged and plopped down next to Jishu in a carefree manner that made her eyelid twitch. I don't even know who the teachers are. How am I supposed to choose? Let them pick me instead. I'm like the last piece of pork on the butcher's stall. Whoever wants me can take me. Jishu laughed. What are you talking about? Students in the star prep class are hardly the last piece of pork. More like the prime cuts. Cheng Xilin paused for a moment, then said seriously, You're right, Senior. Those in the regular class are the leftovers. We're the prime cuts. Jishu couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this guy was much more interesting than those who only knew how to cultivate or those who were all talk but no substance. I heard you beat up Wang Kai yesterday? Jishu asked curiously. First day at school, and you already took down a starlight-level student. Even kicked his car into the artificial lake. Yep. Cheng Xilin raised his chin. That idiot barely said 5 sentences, and 4.5 were insults. If I didn't teach him a lesson, who would? He's all talk and no skill. Jishu nodded. Their skills are indeed lacking. Their skills? What do you mean? Cheng Xilin was about to ask when the classroom door opened, and an elderly man in a gray coat walked in leisurely. Cheng Xilin grinned. Isn't this Mr. Yuchi? Are you here to take the prime cut? Yuchi glanced at Cheng Xilin, rolled his eyes, and ignored him. Jishu was startled by Cheng Xilin's remark and nudged his shoulder nervously. Mr. Yuchi is the principal's teacher, and he hasn't taken on students for a long time. He's probably just here for a formality. So behave yourself. Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow. The principal was a big shot at the star level, so how powerful must his teacher be? He quickly got up, walked over to Yuchi, and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Mr. Yu, are you taking on your last disciple? How about giving me a chance? Jishu stared in disbelief, thinking Cheng Xilin was surely going to be thrown out of the classroom. All right, Yuchi replied succinctly. Jishu was stunned. Great. Cheng Xilin grinned and patted Yuchi's shoulder, then turned to Jishu. Senior, I'm off. Got to go have a drink with my new teacher to build some rapport. With that, he pushed Yuchi towards the door, chatting as they went. Teacher, is the missus home? If not, I can whip up something for lunch. No? Great, we'll have a drink at noon, and I'll treat you to a foot massage in the evening. By the way, are the massage places here legitimate? I prefer the real deal, not those green ones. Jishu watched Cheng Xilin's antics in a daze, her mind in a whirl. What just happened? Inviting the principal's teacher for drinks and a foot massage? Is this a joke? Scene shift to Cheng Xilin's apartment. Old you, do you like your porridge thick or thin? Cheng Xilin asked while making porridge. Thin. Yuchi replied leisurely. I'm adding some chili to the side dishes to go with the porridge, Cheng Xilin said as he busied himself. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. Amid the lively chatter, Cheng Xilin emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of steaming millet porridge. Following closely behind were 2 plates of enticing pickled vegetables and a dish of aromatic stir-fried pork with green peppers. He skillfully opened the fridge and turned back to ask, Want some beer? Yuchi was amused by the combination and couldn't help but laugh. Kid, who pairs millet porridge with beer? No, I don't want any. Cheng Xilin shrugged nonchalantly, grabbed a can of beer, popped it open with a click, and took a big gulp. The old man and the young man sat down and began to enjoy their simple yet heartwarming dinner. As Yuchi ate, he asked thoughtfully, How did you know I would take you in? Cheng Xilin took a sip of porridge, a sly smile playing on his lips. It was pretty obvious. You showed up on my first day and talked a lot. The underlying message was that you wanted to check me out, right? Besides, with your status, how could it be a coincidence that you ended up in my car? And you even agreed to let me drive you home. Yuchi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. It was true. Lu Hong had asked him to mentor this kid, and Cheng Xilin's keen observation and reasoning skills had already impressed him. As Yuchi savored the stir-fried pork with green peppers, he said meaningfully, In life, you can pretend to be ignorant when you actually understand, but you can't truly be ignorant. When you need to play dumb, do it naturally and smoothly. That way, you'll get the best results. But if you're genuinely clueless and don't even know how to pretend, then you're just a fool. In that case, go cool off somewhere else. Cheng Xilin listened attentively, nodding occasionally to show his understanding. Yuchi observed the young man in front of him, secretly calculating. From what he knew, Cheng Xilin had a white star card, indicating exceptional talent. More importantly, this kid knew how to read the situation, shamelessly building relationships when necessary and decisively taking action when needed. Thinking about Cheng Xilin's background, Yuchi couldn't help but sigh. Society truly is the best teacher. He looked at the young man guzzling beer across from him and saw a future brimming with potential. In the afternoon, Yuchi brought Cheng Xilin to his office. The spacious room was simply furnished, much like Lu Hong's office. Sitting behind his desk, Yuchi looked intently at Cheng Xilin and said, Let me see your star cards. Cheng Xilin nodded in agreement. With a thought, 2 white star cards appeared before him. He waved his arm lightly, and the cards floated towards Yuchi, who could now examine them closely. Yuchi scrutinized the cards and couldn't help but exclaim, I knew your star cards were white, but seeing them up close is still impressive, kid. Cheng Xilin chuckled modestly. They're all right, I guess. I don't think they're that amazing. He paused and then asked curiously, Aren't you going to test my abilities, you? To get a preliminary understanding? Yuchi rolled his eyes and replied irritably, Have you been reading too many novels? Test your abilities? What, can you take on a peak-level Starry Sky warrior? Cheng Xilin shook his head honestly. No, I can't. But he was secretly astonished. Peak-level Starry Sky, just 1 step away from the void level. This guy is really something. Yuchi continued, Then let's not waste time on that. I've watched plenty of your combat videos. Your techniques are honed through real battles. I won't guide you in that area. It would only limit you. Your combat intelligence is your greatest asset. Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully. He recalled his days studying in Yunzhou and joining the Demon Hunter team. No one had taught him how to fight, He had figured it out on his own. From killing servant-class beasts, he gradually challenged stronger opponents until he could face off against battle generals. You, Cheng Xilin suddenly asked, everyone knows the training methods and you don't teach fighting. So what do you teach? Yu Qi smiled and answered, I teach you the principles of life. How to avoid getting killed. Cheng Xilin pouted, put away his star cards, and sat across from Yu Qi's desk. Yu Qi explained, don't find it strange. The methods for cultivating star energy are out there, and combat techniques are for you to develop freely. As your teacher, I provide you with security. Security? Cheng Xilin asked curiously. Yu Qi grinned like a mischievous old man. The kind of security that lets you go out and have fun without getting killed. Do you think students seek out teachers just for training? Cheng Xilin shook his head. I don't think so, but maybe the star envoys do. Yu Qi nodded, took out a box of cigarettes from his drawer, and handed one to Cheng Xilin. As they started smoking, Yu Qi continued, often, becoming an apprentice is a shortcut to success, or the beginning of a change in fate. Having a renowned teacher puts a label on you. Wherever you go, people will say, oh, you're so-and-so's apprentice. How's your master doing? I've been meaning to visit him for ages, but never had the time. Since you're here, let's exchange contacts. It's not uncommon, he added. Star envoys and ordinary people may walk different paths, but the system is similar. We are all human. We must understand relationships and social etiquette. Like you said during dinner, in any relationship, both parties must support each other, and it's the same for a master and apprentice. A foolish master and a foolish apprentice will end up struggling in the mud. Cheng Xilin grinned. Exactly. Good opportunities exist, but not everyone knows about them. You have to fight for everything yourself. Yu Qi nodded in agreement and then reminded, kid, you need to focus on your training this year. You must reach at least the starlight level. Although the Starry Sky Hall has already taken notice of you, and Ding Zhe from the tower is also interested, the stronger you are, the higher your starting point will be, whether you join the Starry Sky Hall or the tower, especially with my support. Cheng Xilin replied, got it. My skills are honed through real combat. Tomorrow, I'll apply to join the Magic City Demon Hunter team. Don't even think about it. Yu Qi waved him off. The minimum requirement for the Magic City Demon Hunter team is the initial star cloud level. Where do you get the confidence to join with your star map level skills? Cheng Xilin was a bit shocked. Yu Qi pointed out the window and explained, we're by the sea. Only then did Cheng Xilin realize. Unlike Yunzhou, which only had small bays, the Magic City faced the vast ocean. The Demon Hunter team primarily dealt with sea monsters, which were more bizarre and powerful than those on land. Yu Qi then asked, by the way, I've seen you using things like railguns and plasma attacks. What's the principle behind them? He had noticed that Cheng Xilin could use element cards in various creative ways. Cheng Xilin chuckled and explained, there's no special principle. Our attacks are all powered by star energy. When element cards are within the body, they merge directly with the star energy, allowing it to be released in different elemental forms. Using a medium to release this star energy can save energy and enhance power. As soon as Cheng Xilin finished speaking, Yu Qi nodded, signaling him to continue. Cheng Xilin took a deep breath and explained, as you can see, my combat style is divided into two phases. Initially, I use coins and arrows as mediums to infuse with star power, giving them extraordinary penetrating force. If I were to directly shoot electromagnetic beams from my fingers, while it would have a similar effect, the power would be somewhat reduced with the same amount of star power infusion. Yu Qi listened attentively, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Cheng Xilin continued. So, star power is fundamental, and tools are the carriers. By releasing star power through these carriers, we can achieve attacks far stronger than what we could do on our own. After hearing this, Yu Qi gently shook his head, thinking to himself, this kid is a genius. He couldn't help but ask, so, how did you develop your techniques? Cheng Xilin's answer left Yu Qi stunned. By watching cartoons and playing video games. What? Yu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Xilin quickly clarified. You know, like Kennen, Pikachu, Misaka Mikoto. All right, enough with that nonsense, Yu Qi interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. He then pulled out a card from a drawer and handed it to Cheng Xilin. This is your identity card for the City Defense Patrol. Report there tomorrow and participate in the patrol missions to hunt monsters outside the city. After completing the mission, come back to me, and we'll officially begin your training. Got it, thank you, teacher. Cheng Xilin happily took the card and left the office. Yu Qi stared at the closed office door for a moment in silence. He turned to his computer, opened the browser, and typed into the search bar. Anime with sword fighting? Seeing the search results, he muttered, puppet shows? What kind of nonsense is this? 10 minutes later, a series of exclamations erupted from Yu Qi's office. Whoa, incredible. In a secondary city, 3,000 kilometers away from the bustling metropolis of Mo-Du, lies Mo Cheng. Inside a training camp dorm, Jiang Yueyao, dressed in training gear with a neat short haircut, sat on her bed, intently scrolling through her phone. The screen displayed her chat history with Cheng Xilin, along with their intimate photos. Every swipe brought a sweet smile to her lips. From the opposite bed, Min Guangguan couldn't help but sneak glances at Jiang Yueyao, finally sighing, "Ah, girls in love. When will I have my sweet romance?" Hearing her roommate's half-teasing, half-mocking comment, Jiang Yueyao lifted her chin proudly, letting out a soft hum before turning her phone's lock screen, showing a sweet photo, towards Min Guangguan. "Look at my Xiaolin. Isn't he handsome?" Min Guangguan responded half-heartedly, "Yes, yes, very handsome. A perfect mix of tough and gentle." She then shifted her tone to a more curious one. "How is he in that department?" Jiang Yueyao raised an eyebrow, straightening her posture to accentuate her curves, and proudly said, "Every morning at 4:30, he's always sweating." With a dreamy look, she added softly, "Guangguan, don't be fooled by his honest appearance. He's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve." "Really?" Min Guangguan's eyes lit up, instantly intrigued. She quickly climbed out of bed and eagerly asked, "Does he have that much stamina? How old is he?" 19. Jiang Yueyao replied briefly. Min Guangguan frowned. "I wasn't asking about his age." Jiang Yueyao blinked, replying meaningfully, "I wasn't talking about his age." The two exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. After they calmed down, Min Guangguan asked seriously, "Yueyao, haven't you told your little wolf you're at the secondary training camp?" Jiang Yueyao continued to scroll through her chat history, her voice soft. "No, telling him won't change anything. It would just make him worry. It's better this way. He can study and train at the prestigious academy in Imodu, while I do my training here. When we both become better versions of ourselves, we can truly walk hand in hand." Min Guangguan carefully observed Jiang Yueyao and asked cautiously, "Aren't you afraid your little wolf will get led astray in the glitzy world out there?" Jiang Yueyao shook her head slightly and answered softly, "We trust in our love." Meanwhile, in Imodu, Cheng Xilin was driving his sports car to the City Defense Patrol headquarters. He walked into the lobby, approached the front desk, and handed over the ID card given to him by Yu Qi. "Hi, I'm here to report to the patrol team." "All right, please wait a moment while I check," the receptionist said with a friendly smile, taking the ID card to start her search. Two other receptionists nearby curiously eyed Cheng Xilin. They had seen many people, but it was their first time seeing someone so young driving a multimillion-dollar sports car to report to the city defense department. Noticing their gazes, Cheng Xilin turned and raised an eyebrow at them, then patiently waited for the results. After completing the search, the receptionist handed the ID card back to Cheng Xilin, smiling sweetly, "Sir, your ID card has been verified. You are now a member of the City Defense Patrol team. If there are any suitable tasks for you, you will be notified." Cheng Xilin was a bit surprised. "Isn't there any registration process?" The receptionist shook her head and explained, "Your identity information and contact details have already been pre-registered, and your ID card has just been activated." "Got it, thank you," Cheng Xilin said, flashing a charming smile as he waved his ID card. Stepping out of the city defense department, Cheng Xilin pulled out a cigarette, about to light it when he noticed two security guards at the entrance. He cheerfully offered them a cigarette, but the guards quickly declined, clearly not used to such a gesture from someone of his status. "It's all right, let's have a smoke. It's a good chance to take a little break," one of the security guards suggested. Cheng Xilin shrugged and squatted down on the curb with the two guards. Just as they lit their cigarettes, Cheng Xilin's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. "Rendezvous at the Defense Department, 28th floor. There's a task." "Didn't expect to get a job on the first day," Cheng Xilin muttered to himself, his eyes darting to a car parked nearby. He stood up and walked briskly to the vehicle, retrieving 2 packs of 1916 cigarettes he'd snagged from Zhao Chengfeng. "Hey guys," he called out to the security guards, tossing the cigarettes over. "I got a mission. Keep an eye on the car for me, will you?" The guards caught the packs with grins. One of them patted his chest confidently. "No problem. You go ahead. We'll watch your car. It's part of our job anyway." "Thanks guys. I'll be back soon," Cheng Xilin said as he hurried towards the building entrance. Although he didn't specify any reward for their help, the guards didn't mind. In social interactions, words often matter more than actions. At the elevator, Cheng Xilin spotted a familiar figure. "Senior Ji, what are you doing here?" he asked in surprise. Jishu crossed her arms and teased. "Why? Am I not allowed to join the patrol team like you?" No, that's not what I meant," Cheng Xilin stammered awkwardly. Just then, the elevator doors opened. "Which floor?" "I'll press it for you." 28th floor, Jishu replied curtly. Cheng Xilin's face lit up with a smile. "What a coincidence. I'm going to the 28th floor too." Jishu merely shrugged without a word. The two stood in silence, waiting for the elevator to reach their destination. The elevator ascended smoothly as the numbers changed, and in the confined space, Jishu and Cheng Xilin fell into silence. Jishu stole a glance at Cheng Xilin beside her, mentally calculating what to say to ease the sudden awkwardness. "Cheng, What does your family do? Jishu finally asked. Cheng Xilin turned his head and replied, Oh, I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. Jishu looked at Cheng Xilin in surprise, her mind flashing to his expensive car. You're impressive, starting so young and already driving a luxury car, she said with a smile, her words carrying a hint of curiosity. Cheng Xilin caught the hint and responded smoothly, Well, maybe I'm just that exceptional. He glanced at Jishu and added, Or maybe I got lucky and found a wealthy sponsor at a young age. Jishu couldn't help but laugh. You're quite the charmer, Cheng. And with such success at a young age, be honest, have you had many girlfriends? Cheng Xilin shook his head and sighed. Actually, at my age, it's rare for any girl to catch my interest. He looked at Jishu seriously. You happen to be the 153rd. Jishu's eyes crinkled with amusement. You really know how to make people laugh. Cheng Xilin felt a sense of triumph, thinking, trying to get information from me? You're too inexperienced. The elevator arrived at the 28th floor, and Jishu expertly led Cheng Xilin past a boxing ring to a meeting room. Inside, 2 men and a woman were already waiting. Everyone's here, Jishu announced, introducing Cheng Xilin. This is Cheng Xilin, our new member of Team 113. Cheng Xilin quickly assessed the trio. A middle-aged man with a kind look, seemingly experienced. A woman in her mid-20s with a pretty face but signs of stress. And a young man whose expression shifted from surprise to anger to disappointment, his gaze still eager when he looked at Jishu. The 3 stood up and nodded. Cheng Xilin smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Cheng Xilin, Star Chart Level Intermediate, and Jishu's Junior. The middle-aged man said, Chunjun, Starlight Level Advanced. The woman followed, Qian Shui, Starlight Level Intermediate. The young man also spoke, Li Lu, Starlight Level Intermediate. Jishu added, Cheng, I'm Starlight Level Peak and the leader of Team 113. Alright, take a seat. Jishu walked to the front of the table, her expression turning serious. This mission will last 2 days. Our objective is the crystal cores of 3 warlord-level beasts. She glanced at Cheng Xilin, explaining, Cheng is a student of Elder Yu, so we don't need to worry about his abilities. Is it that Elder Yu? Qinjin asked in surprise. Jishu nodded. Yes, the one from the High Academy of Magic City. She continued, Alright, we have 10 minutes to prepare before we head out. Li Li's eyes showed a flash of undisguised disappointment. As soon as Jishu finished speaking, Cheng Xilin swiftly pushed an ashtray to the center of the table and cheerfully handed out cigarettes. He noticed the smoking stains on the right index fingers of the 3, indicating they were all smokers. Chun, Lu, Shui, come on, have a smoke. Zhao Qingfeng's voice broke the silence in the room. He deftly flicked his lighter, the flame dancing in the dim light. One by one, he lit their cigarettes, the orange glow reflecting on each face. The 3 took the cigarettes, instinctively glancing at their captain, Jishu, who sat at the table engrossed in her documents, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Seeing this, they relaxed and began to smoke, the haze slowly filling the room. Alright, let me reintroduce myself. Cheng Xilin suddenly spoke up, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. I'm 18, from Yunzhou, and my girlfriend is from Yunzhou too. I just arrived in Shanghai a couple of days ago, and this is my first mission. Please guide me well. His enthusiasm didn't seem to catch on with Qian Zhan and Qian Shui, who continued to smoke in silence. But when Cheng Xilin mentioned his girlfriend, Jishu's eyes flicked towards him briefly. Though she said nothing, the moment didn't escape Cheng Xilin's notice. Li Lu, however, reacted differently. His eyes softened, as if he had found a kindred spirit. No problem, he said cheerfully. We all started from the bottom. Don't worry, Xiaolin, during the fight, you assist, and I'll handle the beasts. Got it, Lu. Cheng Xilin immediately responded, his face breaking into a grin. With your assurance, I can finally relax. He threw an arm around Li Li's shoulder, as if they were long-lost friends. Yet, in his heart, Cheng Xilin mused, damn. So this is the joy of being a sycophant. Jishu couldn't help but smile inwardly at the scene. Cheng Xilin as support? She recalled Wang Kai, still in the ICU, who had barely managed to control that bone-armed demon ape. At the same time, she had to admit, this new guy had a certain charm, effortlessly connecting with everyone. After a brief rest, the 5 of them shouldered their packs, filled with enough food and water for 2 days. They quietly slipped out of the city defense department's back door, driving towards the bay's rocky shore 50 kilometers away, ready to face unknown dangers and challenges. About 50 miles from the Magic City, in a rocky coastal area, 5 city defense patrol members were on duty. Qian Shui crouched beside a truck-sized armor turtle, skillfully using a dagger to slice open its head. She extracted a water-blue crystal core and casually tossed it to Li Lu, who was sitting on the turtle's back. I don't get it. Why do these weakest warrior-class armor turtles always come ashore? Qian Shui said as she continued her work. Li Lu didn't catch the crystal core with his hand. Instead, he flicked his fingers, and a water sphere enveloped the bloody core, while another stream of water washed the blood off Qian Shui's hands. With a light wave of his arm, the cleaned crystal core floated towards Jishu. Jishu caught the core, shook off the water droplets, and placed it in a pouch at her waist. Senior, not going to high school is your biggest regret, she said with a smile. Why do you say that? Qian Shui asked, puzzled. Because turtles come ashore to lay eggs, Li Lu explained, joining the conversation. Ha ha ha, I see. Qian Shui laughed heartily. She casually tossed the dagger, which transformed into a red star card and disappeared. She wasn't bothered by not having attended high school. She was more interested in how much money they would earn from this mission. Cheng Xilin watched Qian Shui approach and tossed her a cigarette with a grin. He silently admired her fierce fighting spirit. She had 3 weapon star cards and could switch them with astonishing speed. Though she was pragmatic, she wasn't a bad person. Jishu pulled out a tablet-like device from her backpack and checked it. We can't stay here. The scent of blood will attract powerful sea beasts, she said. Let's move. Our next mission site is 5 miles north. As soon as the 5 drove away, 2 massive tentacles emerged from the sea and dragged the armored turtle's corpse into the water. At the edge of the rocky area, the 5 sat around eating the food they had brought. Li Lu suddenly looked at Cheng Xilin and asked with a grin, Xilin, how do you usually chat with your girlfriend? Cheng Xilin noticed Li Li's glance at Jishu and understood immediately. He smiled knowingly and said, talking to a girlfriend is an art. I spent 20 years undercover in a group of jerks, mastering all their secrets. But you're not even 19 yet. How did you manage 20 years? Li Lu asked, scratching his head. Cheng Xilin glared at him. Do you want to hear it or not? Yes, please tell us. Li Lu nodded eagerly, full of curiosity. Cheng Xilin cleared his throat. I've summarized 3 key phrases to say to a girlfriend. 4 pairs of eyes looked at him expectantly. First, I just fell asleep. The 4 exchanged confused looks. Second, she's just a friend. They began to sense something was off. Third, if you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. The 4 stared at Cheng Xilin in shock. Jishu looked at him with disdain, thinking, what a jerk. Qinzhan and Qian Shui just laughed it off. Li Lu, however, pondered deeply, hoping to pick up some tips on wooing Jishu. Cheng Xilin observed everyone's reactions and silently continued eating, finding amusement in teasing Li Lu. The next day, the 5 continued on foot. The sound of waves grew clearer as they approached a cliff. Each wave hitting the cliff made their hearts race. The sea near the Magic City was far more dangerous than Yunzhou, with the constant threat of encountering sea beasts, so everyone remained on high alert. Li Lu, Jishu called, squatting at the cliff's edge and looking down. Li Lu nodded, and 3 orange star cards appeared, one of which merged into his body. He stepped forward and touched the ground with one hand, sending a thin stream of water trickling down the cliff. Cheng Xilin watched curiously, thinking that using a water element card this way was an ingenious method for reconnaissance. Run! Li Lu suddenly shouted, pulling Jishu back. Qinzhan and Qian Shui instantly leaped backward. Cheng Xilin leaned back, an electromagnetic card flashed, and he propelled himself backward like an arrow. In that instant, a massive silver snake with wing-like fins on its sides lunged from below the cliff, slamming into the spot where they had just been standing. The cliff collapsed with a thunderous crash, but the silver serpent had already climbed up. Jishu's face turned cold as he warned, a winged silver serpent at the warrior level. Everyone, be careful. Before his words could settle, Qinzhan let out a low shout and raised both hands abruptly. The ground trembled, and 2 thick stone walls shot up, trapping the massive body of the winged silver serpent between them. Seeing this, Jishu's hand flashed with light, and an orange card vanished instantly. He raised his right hand, fingers curving into a claw. From the edges of the stone walls that restrained the serpent, a large amount of yellow sand surged out, swiftly forming a giant sand hand that clamped down on the serpent's head. Cheng Xilin's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed under his breath, damn. Those who play with element cards really are all Naruto fans. Qian Shui's eyes focused as 3 star cards appeared out of thin air, 2 red and 1 orange. The orange card lit up, and a large guandao materialized. She grabbed the weapon, lowered her stance, and shot towards the winged silver serpent like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Qian Shui leaped high, reaching the serpent's head level, raising her blade for a decisive strike. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The winged silver serpent's wings flapped violently, emitting a deafening screech. With immense strength, it broke free from Qinzhan and Jishu's control. The serpent's mouth opened wide, ready to devour Qian Shui in midair. Not good, Jishu shouted, as yellow sand burst from his hand. Simultaneously, a stream of water controlled by Li Lu shot out like a whip, aiming to pull Qian Shui back. However, the serpent's mouth was already too close, making it nearly impossible for Qian Shui to dodge in midair. Yet, she remained calm, swiftly positioning the guandao in front of her and curling her body, intending to use the blade to pry open the serpent's mouth and buy herself a moment of survival. In this critical moment, a flash of white light appeared. By the time Jishu, Chun Zhan, and Li Lu reacted, Qian Shui had vanished from in front of the serpent's mouth. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed from above the winged silver serpent, "Sister Shui, I'm not quite used to holding a woman 10 years older than me. Could you loosen your grip a bit? And the blade of your guandao is pressing against my neck." Cheng Xilin's sudden burst of action left the three of them in shock. In a flash, he moved like lightning to Qian Shui's side, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her out of harm's way. This scene starkly contrasted with his invisible persona from yesterday's hunt of the mountain shell turtle, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Jishu knew Cheng Xilin was skilled, but witnessing this speed firsthand left her deeply shocked. Chun Zhan and Li Lu also looked at Cheng Xilin in amazement, wondering if this was truly the level of a star map warrior. In reality, Cheng Xilin's movements weren't as elusive as Jishu imagined. The group's tension and their lack of expectation for him to save Qian Shui caused them to overlook his actions. Qian Shui, regaining her composure, put away her broadsword and noticed the electrical arcs dancing around Cheng Xilin's body, making her heart skip a beat. Cheng Xilin, however, didn't think much of it. Seeing the giant snake lunge at them, he swung his left hand, turning the Rui staff into a spear covered in white plasma. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced the snake's mouth. The giant snake's body crackled with electricity, and the group seized the opportunity to attack. Qian Shui leaped down, wielding her guandao to decapitate the snake. Cheng Xilin landed gracefully, standing before the massive snake head with his hands in his pockets and a carefree smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Li Lu was stunned, silently admiring Cheng Xilin's flair for dramatic displays and resolved to learn from him. The group breathed a sigh of relief as Qian Shui extracted the crystal core and processed it according to the procedure from the previous day. After this battle, the four of them saw Cheng Xilin in a new light. No longer did they see him as a junior member just tagging along. He had become a dependable comrade they could trust with their lives. On the way back to camp, they encountered a few low-level beasts which Qian Shui and Chen Zhen quickly dispatched. Upon returning to camp, the two of them took the initiative to cook, while Jishu recorded their activities. Cheng Xilin was puzzled at first, but soon realized they were trying to use the remaining time to hunt more beasts and increase their earnings. After dinner, Chen Zhen and Qian Shui cleaned up the dishes and prepared to head out. The other three didn't offer to help, understanding it was their personal endeavor. Lila glanced at Cheng Xilin several times, wanting to say something but refraining. The atmosphere was filled with an unspoken understanding, each person playing their part in this silent agreement. Lila sidled up to Cheng Xilin and handed him a cigarette. After lighting it, he asked, with a mix of curiosity and shyness, "Shaolin, how do you go about courting girls?" This straightforward question immediately drew the attention of the three people who were busy. All eyes were on Cheng Xilin, waiting for his answer. Cheng Xilin took a deep drag on the cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Speaking casually, "Chasing girls? It's 1 part sincerity and 8 parts thick skin. And the remaining 1 part?" Lilu asked eagerly. Cheng Xilin's lips curled into a smile. "The remaining 91 parts are all about strategy." His answer left the four of them stunned. Jishu nearly threw the tablet in her hand at Cheng Xilin, gritting her teeth and calling him a jerk. Lila stammered, "So, Shaolin, what's your strategy?" Cheng Xilin calmly pulled a set of car keys from his pocket and said nonchalantly, "$1 million luxury car." His words hit like a sledgehammer, shocking everyone. Lilu stood there, momentarily stunned, then slunk away, looking dejected. Jishu silently cursed him as a jerk. While Chen Zhen and Qian Shui were surprised by Cheng Xilin's luxurious car, they remained focused on their work. After tidying up, Jishu said without looking up, "It's 1:22 now. You need to be back by 4:30. We must return to Shanghai by 6. "Thanks, Captain." Cheng Xilin acknowledged with a nod and then turned to leave. Jishu looked up at Cheng Xilin, who was still smoking, just as she was about to speak. Cheng Xilin interrupted with a smile, "It's fine. I'd just be waiting for dinner back home. Might as well wait for them to come back and grab a meal together. They'll definitely treat, and we'll split the bill." Jishu smiled and went back to her tablet. Cheng Xilin reclined on a folding chair and was about to pull out his phone when he suddenly froze. He sat up, eyes scanning the rocky area behind them, filled with scrutiny and caution. "What's wrong?" Jishu noticed his unusual behavior. Cheng Xilin shook his head. "Nothing, just felt like someone was watching me. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." Jishu acknowledged his response without further questions. Cheng Xilin kept a wary eye for a while longer before lying back down. Behind a large rock in the rocky area, a girl stood, her fingers tapping away rapidly on her phone. Back in Shanghai, Chen Zhen and Qian Shui were all smiles, clearly having had a fruitful trip. They warmly invited Cheng Xilin and the other two for dinner, where laughter filled the air. After dinner, Cheng Xilin went to the city defense department, skillfully took out 2 unopened packs of cigarettes, and casually tossed them to 2 familiar security guards. Squatting on the curb with a grin, he joined the guards for a smoke and some banter. Just then, Jishu walked out of the building. Cheng Shilin's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to tease. Hey, class monitor, want to ride in my fancy car back to school? Make those gold diggers green with envy? Jishu was momentarily stunned, but then replied with a smile. Sure. Back at the dorm, Cheng Xilin had just laid down when his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Li Lu. Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes and started to respond. Gentlemen, Shaolin, I saw Jishu leaving in your car and I'm so upset. Cheng Xilin, a pretty girl in a fancy car, isn't that normal? Gentlemen, you already have a girlfriend. Why are you still flirting with Jishu? Cheng Xilin, I type fast. What's wrong with chatting with a few more girls? Gentlemen, Cheng Xilin, all right, we're just classmates. Even if I were desperate, I wouldn't go for Jishu with her short legs. Gentlemen, what short legs? Jishu just doesn't know how to dress. Cheng Xilin, what do you want? If you don't tell me, I'm going to take a shower. Gentlemen, Shaolin, how can I make Jishu like me? Cheng Xilin, sigh, you still don't know what you're doing wrong. Gentlemen, what? Cheng Xilin, take some advice from a senior. Focus on making money. A princess might not always like a prince, but she will definitely like a CEO. Gentlemen, should I buy a nice car too? Cheng Xilin, first, change your username. Gentlemen, makes you sound weak. After sending the message, Cheng Xilin tossed his phone aside and got up to take a shower. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment, Li Lu stared at Cheng Xilin's username, Zhenxinai Wuzue, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and quickly changed his username to Waiting for Love. After his shower, Cheng Xilin chatted with Jiang Yueyao on WeChat. He picked up his phone, opened a beauty camera app, and took a few perfectly angled, dreamy profile shots to send to Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Yueyao, Shaolin, you look so handsome. Cheng Xilin, don't get too attached to my looks, you shallow woman. Call me the gentleman of Yunzhou. As Cheng Xilin drifted off to sleep, an unknown conversation was taking place in an office within a skyscraper in Shanghai. AI Jia sat across from a burly, bald man. The man spoke in a deep voice. It's unbelievable that someone at the initial star map level could kill Luo 1. AI Jia nodded. His first star card is an elemental card, electromagnetic force. It's not very rare, but he's developed it well. His second star card is a weapon card, but we're not sure what it is yet. It can transform into various weapons. The man pondered for a moment before continuing. Your background is clean, and you're a student at Nanjing's top university. We'll arrange a transfer for you to Shanghai's top university to get close to Cheng Xilin. AI Jia raised an eyebrow. Are we trying to recruit Cheng Xilin? The man explained. The beast god needs the blood of human geniuses as a sacrifice. But he's not strong enough yet. Stay close to him and protect him if necessary, at least until he reaches the nebula level. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Mr. Liu, Mr. Wang from Far East Group, and Mr. Liu from Qingqing Company are waiting for you in the conference room. I understand. The man responded, then looked back at AI Jia. Get it done, and I'll consider your request. AI Jia silently got up and left. The man sighed deeply as he looked at a family photo on his desk before exiting the office. Cheng Xilin had no idea he was being watched. The next day, Cheng Xilin was in Yu Qi's office, using his computer to play a game with voice chat. His angry shouts filled the room. Vice Captain, give up on Zed. You're really not cut out for this hero. Don't you know how clumsy you are? Old Duan, can't you just stay safe and lane with the turret instead of crossing the river? June, forget it. Just keep scratching your head where you are. Long, are you being controlled by the system? Move already. Yu Qi sat on the sofa, frowning as he watched a puppet show on his phone, occasionally muttering to himself with an intense look in his eyes. Ren Piaomiao is amazing. Yu Qi mumbled. At that moment, Lu Hong walked in. Teacher, I need to... He was stunned by the scene. On his left, Cheng Xilin was yelling, damn it, everyone die. Stone Golem, grow bigger. Use your Q. On his right, Yu Qi was engrossed in his video, Thunder Breaks Dreams. Rebirth from the ashes. Flowers bloom, dust sweeps, sword dances through spring and autumn. Fame across the world. Lu Hong hesitated, then quietly backed out and closed the door. The principal of Shanghai's top university, a star-level powerhouse, took out his phone and made a call as he walked away. Jianli, do you need a genius student? If you do, I can send one over right away. 20 minutes later, Cheng Xilin won the game. His t-shirt soaked with sweat as he slumped into his gaming chair, panting heavily. On the other hand, Yu Qi had just finished watching an episode of an anime, lazily lying on the couch, still savoring the intricate moves from the show. Suddenly, Yu Qi glanced at the wall clock and said, it's already noon. Remember to go to class after lunch. Cheng Xilin was taken aback and asked in confusion, Didn't I just spend the whole morning learning with you? What class are we talking about? Hearing, I spent the whole morning learning with you. Yuchi coughed awkwardly and explained. Although you're a student at a prestigious academy, focusing on cultivation, you can't neglect your academic classes. Twice a week, you need to attend lectures at Modu University. Cheng Xilin touched his nose thoughtfully. That makes sense. Knowledge is indeed important. So, what am I studying at Modu University? Sociology, Yuchi replied curtly. Cheng Xilin chuckled, lighting a cigarette and striking a rogue pose. Am I not social enough already? Yuchi immediately flared up, raising his voice. I said sociology, not street smarts. Around noon, the mentor and disciple were holed up in the office, devouring takeout while continuing their gaming and anime sessions. After lunch, Yuchi drove Cheng Xilin to Modu University. The sports car drove straight into the campus. Cheng Xilin, wearing sunglasses, scanned the bustling crowd of students. The unique vibrancy of academic life hit him, and he couldn't help but remark, so fresh and pure. Many students on campus still had a youthful innocence, dressed conservatively, clearly freshmen. But Cheng Xilin's attention quickly shifted to the female students in short skirts, seemingly unbothered by the autumn chill. He watched them with interest for a while, then took out his phone and dialed the number Yuchi had given him. Hello, this is Cheng Xilin. Mr. Yuchi sent me here for class. Introduction to Sociology, Social Research Methods, Social Psychology, History of Social Thought, Chinese and Foreign, Classical and Modern Sociological Theories, Social Statistics, and Computer Applications. Cheng Xilin carried this hefty stack of books with a blank expression and followed the teacher into the classroom. Although it had been 2 months since the semester started, it wasn't unusual for a freshman like him to be here. In a university brimming with talent, Cheng Xilin's looks were average at best, not particularly handsome, but undeniably appealing. His impatient, roguish demeanor gave him a unique charm. Inside the classroom, an old professor was droning on monotonously, his tone so flat it could put anyone to sleep, even more so than the principal's speech on the first day of school. This was a stark contrast to Professor Yuchi, who Cheng Xilin remembered for always watching cartoons on his phone, mumbling to himself, and occasionally exclaiming awesome. Finally, the bell signaled the end of the class. Cheng Xilin swiftly gathered his books and bolted out of the room. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yuchi's number. Professor, are you at home or at school? Upon learning that Yuchi was at home, Cheng Xilin eagerly replied, I'll come by to visit. I only have one class today. I guess college really is this easy. After hanging up, Cheng Xilin loaded his books into his car's trunk and drove to a nearby mall. He carefully selected some cigarettes, alcohol, and fruit, contemplating the art of gift-giving. While gifts could be memorable due to their value or rarity, this situation was different. It was his first visit to his professor's home. Giving something too expensive might seem overly formal and create distance. He chose cigarettes slightly better than what Yuchi usually smoked and some common fruits, striking a balance between thoughtfulness and casualness to foster closeness. Arriving at Yuchi's understated yet luxurious villa, Cheng Xilin rang the doorbell. Soon, the gate opened. Carrying 2 bags of gifts, he walked into the yard, about to speak when Yuchi came out with a stern face. I found out you have another class after this one. Skipping class on your first day? How am I supposed to show my face? Ignoring the reprimand, Cheng Xilin cheerfully bypassed Yuchi and approached an elderly lady with white hair and a high-necked wool sweater. Hello, ma'am. I'm Cheng Xilin. You can call me Shaolin. This was the same Gu Shuehua that Yuchi had mentioned before. At 86, she, like Yuchi, was a star envoy with a star-level cultivation. Gu Shuehua paused, clearly unaccustomed to Cheng Xilin's familiar demeanor. She recalled Yuchi's previous 6 students, all of whom were either tower lords of certain levels or people like Lu Hong, who were always very respectful and reserved around her. This youngest student, however, gave her a completely different impression. Shaolin, nice to meet you. I've heard about you from Yuchi. You're a good kid, Gu Shuehua said kindly, stepping aside to let Cheng Xilin in. As he bent down to find slippers, he joked, Professor must have spoken well of me. Ma'am, you wouldn't believe it, but I've been paying for meals and baths these past 2 days because he said you're too strict. When did I ever go to a bathhouse with you? Yuchi's voice lacked conviction. Gu Shuehua smiled knowingly. She understood her husband well. Despite his stern and rigid exterior, he was like a child at heart. Lately, for some reason, he had been watching cartoons in dialect as soon as he got home. Pointing to a small door next to the kitchen, Yuchi said, That's the storage room. Put the stuff there yourself. Cheng Xilin quickly placed the fruits on the kitchen counter and the cigarettes and alcohol in the storage room, taking out a pack of premium cigarettes in the process. Yuchi rolled his eyes and muttered, This kid sure isn't shy. Once a teacher, always a father. Have you ever seen a son being polite to his own dad? Cheng Xilin nonchalantly opened the cigarette pack and sat in the center of the living room, puffing away with Yuchi while surveying the room. The walls and tables were adorned with old photos, but none included children or a family portrait. Cheng Xilin was curious, but wisely refrained from asking. Yuchi then turned to his wife and said, "Make this rascal some meat for dinner, or who knows what he'll say about me outside." "You've got to be kidding me." Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes, a mix of exasperation and teasing in his tone. He turned and headed towards the kitchen, where the sound of running water indicated that Gu Shuehua was diligently washing fruit. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Cheng Xilin complained to Gu Shuehua, "Master's wife, you have no idea. The teacher spends all day cooped up in his office watching cartoons. I've scolded him so many times already. At his age, he's still so childish." Gu Shuehua didn't stop what she was doing, but a slight smile played on her lips. She placed the washed fruit into a bowl and walked into the living room. "He's just like an old kid," she chuckled, setting the fruit bowl on the coffee table. "Only you, Lao Chi, can keep up with him." Cheng Xilin laughed heartily, unfazed by the nickname Lao Chi, which suited him perfectly as Yuchi's seventh student. After chatting for a while, it was time to prepare dinner. Cheng Xilin eagerly offered to help and moved around the kitchen with practiced ease, as if he were at home. Watching his back, Gu Shuehua remembered the stories Yuchi had shared about Cheng Xilin's past, and she felt a pang of sympathy. After dinner, Gu Shuehua fetched 2 packs of cigarettes 1916 and Zongwa from the storage room and handed them to Cheng Xilin. Yuchi grunted from the side, "Trading some fruit, cigarettes, and booze for my 3 packs of good smokes, what a deal." Gu Shuehua shot her husband a glare, and then turned to Cheng Xilin with a gentle voice, "Lao Chi, come over whenever you have time. I'll cook something nice for you." Cheng Xilin tucked the cigarettes under his arm and grinned, "Got it, master's wife. Once the patrol team's pay comes in, I'll get you a silk scarf. You wouldn't believe it, but there's a shop in Global Harbor Mall that has the perfect scarves for a classic beauty like you. You'll be the most stylish one at the square dance. You little flatterer." Yuchi waved him off impatiently. "Now get going." Cheng Xilin shrugged at Gu Shuehua, looking like a kid seeking his mom's help after getting scolded by his dad. He headed for the door, calling back, "I'm off. I'll be back in a couple of days." Watching the sports car drive away, Gu Shuehua gently closed the door and walked into the living room. Her gaze fell on her husband, Yuchi, who was smoking on the sofa. She softly said, "Lao Chi is different from the others. He's not afraid of you." By the others, she meant Yuchi's 6 students. Yuchi extinguished his cigarette, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "That rascal. He always knows how to handle things just right. Some of the things he does seem out of line, but they make people feel comfortable. You might not believe it, but he had the nerve to play games on my office computer. And yet, I wasn't even mad. After the game, we'd smoke together and order takeout." Gu Shuehua stared at her husband, noticing the unintentional affection in his animated expression. A pang of sadness hit her heart. Sensing her change in mood, Yuchi shifted closer, gently took her hand, and patted it softly. "It's okay," he said tenderly. "That rascal even said, 'Once a teacher, always a father.' We may not have our own children, but we have 5 sons and 2 daughters. We don't need to worry about having no one to visit our graves when we're gone." Yuchi's attempt at humor didn't lighten Gu Shuehua's spirits. She sighed softly and murmured, "If I had been more careful back then, maybe we could have kept our child." A fleeting look of sorrow crossed Yuchi's face, but he quickly composed himself. He knew his wife had been burdened by guilt her whole life, and he didn't want to add to it. Shaking his head, he said gently, "Shuehua, don't think that way." He pointed to the kitchen, then to the balcony, and patted her hand again, saying, "There's soup on the stove, a light by the window, flowers on the balcony, and you in our home. When we were young, you were the love of my life. Now, you are my companion. As long as we walk this journey together, that's enough." Gu Shuehua pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. The couple reminisced about the past, stirred by memories of Cheng Xilin. They realized that cherishing what they had now was important. Many years later, when they looked back, they hoped to smile and say softly, "I have no regrets." Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin stared expressionlessly at the little girl sitting in front of his car, next to a toppled pink bicycle. He crouched down and asked in a stern tone, "Hey kid, are you trying to scam me?" The little girl flipped her ponytail, her voice defiant, "Humph, who's scamming? I just fell." Cheng Xilin picked up the bike, intrigued. "Well, you're a tough little one. Why aren't you getting up then?" "I'm tired from riding. Just taking a break." The girl pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Cheng Xilin chuckled, glanced around and asked, "How about some KFC?" The little girl blinked, wary. "You're not trying to trick me and sell me off to some old bachelor in the mountains, are you?" Cheng Xilin was taken aback by her vivid imagination. Just as he was about to leave, the girl quickly got up, pushing her bike with a cheeky grin. "Hey, big brother, just kidding. Let's go, a family bucket and a sundae." In the fast food restaurant, Cheng Xilin watched the girl devour her meal and asked, "Do you have your parents' phone number? I can call them to pick you up." "No way." The girl turned her head defiantly. "I've run away from home. I have to be strong and principled. Even if I starve, I won't go back." Cheng Xilin silently inserted a straw into a cup of cola and handed it to her. Drink some cola, don't choke. Thanks, big brother, the girl said, taking the cola. Noticing a tag on her backpack with a phone number, Cheng Xilin dialed it. A gentle voice answered. Hello? Hello, are you Xil's parent? Cheng Xilin asked. There was a brief pause before the woman on the other end replied anxiously, yes, I am. Where is she? Cheng Xilin gave the location. Shortly after, a black Mercedes pulled up outside, and a couple hurried into the KFC. Xilin, Xilin, the woman called, rushing to the girl and looking her over. Cheng Xilin watched the scene, a touch of envy welling up in his heart. A man in a sharp suit entered the room, his eyes widening slightly the moment they landed on Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin keenly caught that fleeting look of surprise. The man quickly stepped forward, first checking on his daughter with concern. Once he confirmed she was okay, he turned to Cheng Xilin. With a standard business smile, he extended his hand and said, hello, I'm Lu Chengxiang. Thank you so much for taking care of Kursin. This little girl ran away because I've been too busy to take her to the aquarium. She's so naughty, always throwing tantrums. Cheng Xilin politely shook his hand and smiled. No problem, she's a sweet and very smart little girl. Kids get angry quickly and calm down just as fast. He paused before adding sincerely, now that you're here, I'll be on my way. Try to spend more time with her. Lu Chengxiang responded with a smile. I will. He pulled a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Cheng Xilin. Here's my card. If it's convenient, leave me your contact information. Once this is all over, my wife and I would like to treat you to a meal. Cheng Xilin initially wanted to decline, but recalling Lu Chengxiang's unusual reaction when they first met, he changed his mind and said, sure, I'll leave my number. He took out his phone and dialed the number on the card. After exchanging contact information, Cheng Xilin gently pinched the little girl's cheek and then left. Lu Chengxiang watched Cheng Xilin leave before turning to his daughter with a reassuring smile. Back at his dorm, Cheng Xilin lay on his bed, replaying Lu Chengxiang's initial reaction in his mind. It was definitely a reflexive response, filled with surprise and a hint of panic. Highly perceptive, Cheng Xilin suddenly sat up and muttered to himself, does he know me? The following afternoon, Cheng Xilin appeared in his university classroom as usual. He sat at his seat, his gaze casually sweeping over his classmates and the elderly professor at the podium. Once, economic pressures had forced him to skip classes to work, but now, although he no longer worried about money, he found himself intoxicated by the sense of freedom that skipping classes brought. The professor's voice was clear, and every word on the PowerPoint was legible, but Cheng Xilin found himself unable to grasp the meaning of the connected phrases. He rubbed his face, feeling a wave of emotions. If it weren't for the twist of fate that made him a star envoy, he might not have even made it to university. His future would likely have been spent either tightening screws in a factory day after day or holed up in a rented room as a game booster. The classmate sitting next to Cheng Xilin was diligently taking notes, occasionally scribbling furiously in his notebook. Curious, Cheng Xilin peeked over and discovered that the notes were all dish names. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, potato chicken chunks, garlic lettuce, stir-fried tofu with chives, and shrimp egg drop soup. He couldn't help but tease in a low voice, dude, this isn't what a university student should be doing. The classmate looked puzzled. Then what should a university student be doing? With a mysterious air, Cheng Xilin asked for paper and a pen, placed a coin underneath, and began tracing. Soon, the coin's outline, patterns, and designs appeared vividly on the paper. How about that? Impressive, right? He said with a smug smile. Just then, the class bell rang. Cheng Xilin patted the classmate on the shoulder and said earnestly, work hard, and you'll be as impressive as me someday. With that, he swaggered out of the classroom. Behind him, he overheard a conversation between two students. One commented disdainfully, childish. The other said indignantly, yeah, he's so childish. Just a university student, yet he drives around in a Lamborghini, showing off without considering where he is. Meanwhile, the classmate who had been writing down recipes thoughtfully took out a coin and began copying it. By evening, Cheng Xilin was sitting alone outside a food stall in the university town, drinking beer and eating barbecue while gazing at the silk-like sunset. Around him, groups of students displayed the characteristics of their respective years. Freshmen dreamt naively about the future, sophomores pursued the opposite sex with mystery, juniors were slack and confused, and seniors had mostly settled their plans, ready to go their separate ways. Watching these young people laughing and joking, Cheng Xilin suddenly felt a strange sense of detachment. He realized he had left his hometown and embarked on an unknown path, yet he felt as if he were still in high school. He chuckled to himself and was about to raise his glass when his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. It was from Lilu. Xiaolin, where are you? I'll treat you to a drink. Cheng Xilin replied with his location, and it wasn't long before Lilu arrived in a hurry. Seeing Lilu in a sharp suit with a flashy brooch pinned to his chest, Cheng Xilin couldn't resist teasing, man, you're really flashy. Coming to the university town for barbecue dressed like that? Leela grinned sheepishly and explained, I figured. What if Jishu is here? You're such a simp. Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes at Li Lu but still sat down to drink with him. After a few rounds, Leela started rambling about how much he liked Jishu and all the things he had quietly done for her. Cheng Xilin felt sleepy listening to him, but couldn't help admiring Li Li's dedication. He sighed, there are two types of simps. Those who silently give, do things quietly, secretly love, and end up watching the girl they love cuddle up to someone else. Another type is the self-deluded romantic. They make endless phone calls and send countless messages every day, thinking they've covered all bases, only to do nothing in the end. When the girl inevitably rejects them, they drown their sorrows in booze, raging internally, I cared so much for her. Why doesn't she love me? Cheng Xilin glanced at Li Lu and thought, luckily, this guy falls into the first category. There's still hope for him. Suddenly, a commotion at the next table interrupted their thoughts. A boy with a face full of acne and a broad forehead was confessing his feelings to a girl. She shyly nodded in agreement, and their classmates erupted in cheers, shouting, kiss, kiss. Cheng Xilin and Li Lu muttered enviously under their breath. Look at that guy, Cheng Xilin sneered. He looks like such an idiot. Li Lu nodded in agreement. Exactly, even someone like him can find a girlfriend now. They watched intently as the new couple's lips slowly met. With a sigh, they each took a few more swigs of their drinks. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, the two stood up unsteadily, supporting each other as they made their way toward the prestigious university in the city. Cheng Xilin, with his arm around Li Li's shoulder, drunkenly said, Lu, you're crashing at my place tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to confess to Ji Shumei. I refuse to believe she won't give Xilin some face. Li Lu, bleary-eyed, responded, all right. Do you think I, Li Lu, can't win over Jishu? What a joke. As they stumbled along, the surroundings grew eerily quiet, as if they had stepped into another dimension. Just as they were drunkenly boasting, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Struggling to lift their heavy eyelids, they saw a massive turtle-like creature charging at them like a tank. Not far behind it, a woman in business attire with flames enveloping her body was in hot pursuit. Cheng Xilin, squinting through his drunken haze, muttered, heh, it's that big turtle again. Lu, don't move. Last time I didn't get involved. This time, I'll show you what I can do. He fumbled around for a moment before his eyes landed on the brooch on Li Li's chest. With a swift motion, he tore off the brooch, and an electromagnetic card flashed between his fingers. Despite his drunken state, his eyes sparked with electricity, and he extended his arm as starlight energy surged, causing arcs of electricity to form at his fingertips. One shot, one kill, Cheng Xilin shouted, and with a thunderous bang, a massive explosion erupted. Cheng Xilin squinted his eyes as the street lamp's glow illuminated the smoking turtle shell in his hand. He turned to Li Lu, a smug grin on his face. Ligu, how awesome am I? All those minions and warriors? I took them down with just one move. He patted Li Lu on the shoulder, continuing to boast. You have no idea. Back when that commanda. Before he could finish his sentence, a foul burnt smell filled the air. Whether it was the patting motion or the stench from the turtle shell, Leela suddenly bent over and started vomiting. Like yawning, vomiting is contagious, and Cheng Xilin soon followed suit. At that moment, a city woman engulfed in flames approached them, eyeing them curiously. These two must be star envoys, given they could enter the barrier, though she didn't know their identities. Her high heels clicked crisply on the pavement as she walked over and asked, Who are you two? Although the vomiting had sobered them up a bit, they were still somewhat dazed. They turned to look at the woman, only to start vomiting again. The next morning, Cheng Xilin sat up from the couch, rubbing his head, which was throbbing from the hangover. He opened the fridge, took a few sips of homemade lemon water, then walked into the bathroom. There he found Leela hugging the toilet, sound asleep, his cheek occasionally brushing against the rim. Deciding not to disturb this comedic sight, Cheng Xilin grabbed some toiletries and headed next door. Old Lu, can I use your shower? Cheng Xilin asked. Sure, go ahead. Hey, why not use your own place? Old Lu inquired. The toilet's clogged. Oh, you can borrow the plunger later. After his shower, Cheng Xilin went straight to Yuqi's office, greeted him, and lay down on the couch to catch some more sleep. Just then, Li Lu called, asking about Cheng Xilin's whereabouts. Shaolin, where are you? Li Lu asked. Teacher's office, Cheng Xilin replied. You awake? After a moment of silence, Li Lu asked. I need to ask you something. Don't bother, it's over. Cheng Xilin interrupted. What do you mean, it's over? I have something serious to talk about, Leela grumbled. Do you remember what you promised me yesterday? You said you'd help me confess to Jishu. Cheng Xilin impatiently replied. Confess what? Fall in love? Are Korean girls not gentle enough, or are Western girls not bold enough? If you're that bored, download a couple of movies, browse some campus beauties, or check out the Asian gallery. Lilu mumbled. I? Never mind, I've quit recently. Damn, you can even quit traditional handiwork? I'm impressed, Cheng Xilin muttered as he hung up the phone. The call left Cheng Xilin wide awake. He walked over to Yu Chi's desk, lit a cigarette. Did you drink last night? Yu Chi asked. Yeah, Cheng Xilin nodded. Got drunk? Yeah. So you two broke into the Demon Hunter Squad's barrier, killed an armored turtle, and then vomited all over them? Yeah, huh? What? Cheng Xilin looked up sharply. Yu Chi handed him a tablet showing a video of two drunken men stumbling around. Cheng Xilin killed the armored turtle with a brooch, then vomited all over a professional woman. Cheng Xilin had no recollection of this, but confirmed through the system that he had indeed killed a warrior-class beast. What do we do about this mess? Cheng Xilin hesitated, asking teacher, how do we handle this? Don't worry, I called the girl myself, Yu Chi said, not looking up from his cartoon. Cheng Xilin, touched, asked, teacher, what do you want for lunch? Should I cook or order takeout? Yu Chi rolled his eyes and said, just make some millet porridge and get some pickled vegetables. Got it? Leave it to me. Cheng Xilin responded eagerly. Meanwhile, at the Lichong Group Tower, Lu Changxiang had just finished a video call with his daughter, promising a series of activities. He exhaled deeply, lit a cigarette, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city of Shanghai. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Elder, it's Chengxiang. A hoarse voice came from the other end. Chengxiang. Is something the matter? Lu Chengxiang hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder, the seed has been with me for some time now. The elder on the other end of the phone sensed Lu Chengxiang's anxiety and chuckled softly. His tone was calm as he reassured, Chengxiang, don't worry. I will retrieve the seed, but not now. Lu Chengxiang frowned, his voice full of concern. But I can feel it. The Star Hall has already set its sights on me. It's fine. The elder's voice remained steady. The seed is in your hands. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. His tone then took a darker turn, carrying a hint of threat. After all, the seed taking root would mean the collapse of the entire city. No one would gamble with the lives of everyone in the city, right, Chengxiang? Lu Chengxiang's frown deepened as he instantly grasped the elder's implication everyone in the city, including his own family. I understand, elder, he responded solemnly. After hanging up, Lu Chengxiang fell into a brief silence. Finally, he let out a long sigh, took off his smoke-scented jacket, popped a candy into his mouth, and walked out of his office. The image of his precious daughter smiling came to mind. She hated the smell of smoke. The scene shifts to Li Lu. He was squatting under the shade of a tree across from Cheng Xilin's dormitory, irritably puffing on a cigarette. Over 2 hours had passed, and there was still no sign of Ji Shu. That bastard Cheng Xilin, he muttered under his breath, just lies to me, saying he'd bring me along. Bring you where? A clear voice suddenly asked. Li Lu turned sharply to see Ji Shu standing there with a book in her arms. She wore a white dress, and the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves cast a soft glow on her. A gentle breeze played with a strand of hair on her forehead, adding a touch of unique beauty to her pure appearance. Bring me to the internet cafe, Leela stammered, struggling to get a complete sentence out. Ji Shu blinked and looked at Li Li's nervous demeanor, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. You look a bit worn out. Maybe you should skip the internet cafe and go home to rest. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Li Lu stood there, dumbfounded, watching Ji Shu leave. He shakily took out his phone and dialed Cheng Xilin's number. Xilin, I think Ji Shu just confessed to me. His voice was filled with uncertainty and excitement. After Xiaolin hung up the phone, Yu Chi looked at him curiously and asked, What's up? Who are you talking to? Cheng Xilin shrugged and casually replied, Just someone talking nonsense. But this comment triggered a flood of memories. He recalled the innocent days of middle school, when he would always pay special attention to a certain girl in his class, even imagining names for their future children. Yet now, he could barely remember her name. High school brought a different kind of affection. Cheng Xilin remembered his deep crush on a female physics teacher who had just had a baby. She often appeared in his dreams. Surprisingly, after graduation, he ended up with Ms. Jiang. Thinking about the photos Jiang Yueyao sent him on WeChat last night, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but marvel, so fair. Hey, you idiot. What are you grinning about? Yu Chi snapped, interrupting Cheng Xilin's daydream. Snapping back to reality, Cheng Xilin just shrugged and didn't respond. Yu Chi stood up and started nagging. You laze around all day, not practicing, just playing games or drinking. Come with me, I'll teach you something. All right, Cheng Xilin replied, following Yu Chi to a spacious training ground. Yu Chi began to explain, I've been studying your combat style for a few days. You combine elemental cards with weapon cards, which is good, but you can utilize electromagnetic forces more effectively. Cheng Xilin nodded earnestly and explained, Right now, my use of electromagnetic forces is pretty basic. I use static electricity to stimulate my cells, making me faster, stronger, and more agile. Or I use star power to generate plasma for explosive attacks. Yuchi nodded in agreement. That's not wrong, given your current level and limited knowledge. Your development with elemental cards is restricted. Cheng Xilin protested with a grimace. Teacher, no need for personal attacks. Shut up, Yuchi retorted irritably, then continued. Electromagnetic force is the second strongest of the four fundamental forces, representing electricity and magnetism. It's the second strongest force in nature. He glanced at Cheng Xilin and added, you mainly use electricity, and your electromagnetic field is a simple application of magnetism. Cheng Xilin stared blankly at Yuchi, muttering. So the end of cultivation is physics, huh? With a light slap on the back of his head, Cheng Xilin was brought back to attention. Focus, Yuchi continued. Many people have awakened elemental abilities like lightning, light, and electricity. But among the star users on record, you're the only one who has awakened one of the four fundamental forces of nature. So your power has immense potential. Cheng Xilin nodded blankly, outwardly appearing attentive while inwardly marveling. Damn, am I really that awesome? 5-star cards suddenly appeared in front of you. Keon orange, 3 black, and 1 gold. He picked up a black card and asked, look at this star card and tell me how it differs from your electromagnetic card. Cheng Xilin leaned in to observe closely. He noticed a clear lightning pattern on the black card, more defined and solid than the one on his own electromagnetic card. The lightning pattern is more solid, Cheng Xilin replied. Yuchi nodded without commenting on whether it was right or wrong. He rubbed the card into his palm. Then, with his palm facing up, 2 orbs of light appeared out of nowhere. He pushed his hand towards the training ground. Crack. Boom. The orbs exploded, and a blue-white lightning bolt struck the center of the training ground. Holy crap. 5 Thunder Heart technique. Cheng Xilin exclaimed in shock. What? Yuchi asked, puzzled. Cheng Xilin laughed it off. Nothing, just another anime. I'll introduce it to you later. Yuchi ignored the comment and continued. This is why Lu Hong asked me to be your teacher. My 3rd star card is lightning, which is simpler and more powerful but has limited growth. This kind of single force can only be cultivated to its extreme. Like fire, which can only burn and explode. Lightning, too, can only penetrate and blast. But your electromagnetic force is much more complex. Cheng Xilin pondered for a moment and said, force is about application. Exactly, Yuchi agreed. As the second strongest of the 4 fundamental forces, electromagnetic force has significant potential for development. Particle dynamics, magnetic fields, electrostatic fields. Your railgun, javelin, and bow are applications of particle dynamics through field energy and mechanical energy. It's not just about having lightning power to attach to weapons and enhance their attack. Cheng Xilin nodded, digesting the information, realizing the vast potential of his abilities. Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. He said, that makes a lot of sense. I thought wind, fire, thunder, and water could all be harnessed through weapons. Looks like I've been reading too many novels. Yuchi chuckled, a hint of approval in his eyes. He said earnestly, the reason the state provides such excellent learning conditions for Star Guardians is to ensure you study well. Although star power and star cards are supernatural forces, science is always the primary productive force. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin nodded in agreement. That's true. This world may allow for superhumans, but the dominant force in society is still the ordinary people. Yuchi stepped closer, patting Cheng Xilin on the shoulder, his tone becoming more solemn. That's right, Xiaolin. Remember, you can be a hero in the eyes of others, someone they look up to, but you should never see yourself as a hero. When the star card appears on your chest, you stand in front of everyone. When you put it away, you stand among them. Cheng Xilin's expression grew serious as he listened. He nodded firmly and replied, Teacher, I understand what you mean. The star card is not our uniform, but it is our weapon. When we raise our weapons, we aim at the enemy. When we lower them, we face the people. Yuchi looked at the young man before him with satisfaction, giving his chest a light thump. Beneath Cheng Xilin's carefree and playful exterior, Yuchi seemed to see a heart of gold. Smiling, Yuchi said, Old 7, today, I'll give you a proper physics lesson. Great. Cheng Xilin responded excitedly, as if he could already see his future. Quantum physics would be his lifelong pursuit. Inwardly, Cheng Xilin set his priorities straight. He thought to himself, I'm a star guardian, and a damn good one. I want to drive luxury cars, drink fine wine, and enjoy life. But at the same time, I'm a star guardian, and a damn good one. In battle, I won't complain about the pain, and if I die, I won't cause trouble. Finally, he gave himself a mental boost. Only cowards back down. Introduction to Electrodynamics and Four-Dimensional Vectors. Cheng Xilin was snoozing soundly on the couch, with several books scattered around him. Yuchi glanced at the sleeping rascal and shook his head helplessly. He turned to his computer, engrossed in an animated series, only to be interrupted by a sudden membership renewal prompt. Heaven and earth, the primordial origin, cultivate extensively to witness divine abilities, Yuchi muttered under his breath. Why do I have to get a membership? So annoying. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone and scanned the code to activate a 1-month membership. As evening approached, Yuchi nudged Cheng Xilin with his foot to wake him up. Hey, get up. Come home for dinner. Your Shermu bought braised pork trotters for you. Cheng Xilin groggily responded. Oh, okay. I'll go get the car. He stumbled out of the office and headed towards the dormitory. Yuchi sighed as he looked at the scattered books on the coffee table, then gathered them into his bag. On the way, Cheng Xilin stopped by the market to buy millet, pickled cucumbers, and some osmanthus cakes and persimmon pastries, knowing these were the old couple's favorites. Watching Cheng Xilin bustling around, Yuchi felt a warm sensation in his heart. When they arrived home, Cheng Xilin immediately went into the kitchen to help. Shermu, let's smash these cucumbers. Cutting them with a knife gives them a metallic taste, Gu Shuahua replied. All right, there's a wooden mallet in the cupboard. Find it? After dinner, Cheng Xilin took 2 packs of cigarettes with him. Yuchi grumbled. Stop coming here just to take the cigarettes your Shixiang bought. They all end up with you? Cheng Xilin grinned cheekily. Well, I'm the youngest, aren't I? After Cheng Xilin left, Yuchi handed Gu Shuahua a book on 4-dimensional vectors. That rascal doesn't like reading. Let's study it ourselves, then we can teach him. You're an array master. This book suits you. Gu Shuahua took the hefty book, smiling. You really treat him like your own son? Huh? Yuchi retorted. Don't you? Why else would you buy him pork trotters? They shared a knowing smile and began reading under the living room lamp. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin returned to his dorm, chatting with Jiang Yueyao on WeChat. Suddenly, he sat up alertly and moved to the window. In the next moment, he leaped out, his eyes flickering with electricity. Standing by the artificial lake, Cheng Xilin scrutinized the water and the nearby grove. It was the second time he felt someone was watching him. He crouched down, his fingertips crackling with electricity as they touched the water. Instantly, the calm surface roiled, arcs of lightning crackling. After a few seconds, Cheng Xilin stood up, dissipated the electricity, and looked around before heading back to his dorm. As soon as Cheng Xilin left, a thin line of water silently crept ashore, hiding in the grass before coalescing into a human form in the grove. The figure heaved a sigh of relief, only to hear a voice behind him. Phew, good thing I'm a nebula class, or you'd have been electrocuted. The figure spun around to see Lu Hong standing on a branch, squinting at him. Cold sweat streamed down as he stood frozen. Lu Hong appeared beside him in an instant, placing a hand on his shoulder and dialing his phone. Old Fourth, send someone from the Star Palace over here, Lu Hong said calmly. Oh, nothing much, just caught a guy from the Illuminati. Come pick him up. He looked down at the man, lifting his hand from the guy's shoulder and lightly tapping with his finger. Ugh. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his limbs paralyzed. Lu Hong continued on the phone. His limbs are crippled. You might want to bring a stretcher or something. The voice on the other end responded briefly. Got it? Lu Hong wiped his hands and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. With practiced ease, he lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Under the dim light, the smoke slowly dispersed. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Why is the Illuminati targeting Lao Chi? After pondering for a moment, Lu Hong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Lao Wu, he said. A lazy female voice answered on the other end. What's up, third brother? Calling so late. Is something wrong? Lu Hong's tone was grave. It seems the Illuminati is targeting Lao Chi. You're in the surveillance bureau? Can you check what's going on? What? The female voice immediately became alert. Those bastards are after Lao Chi? All right, got it. I'll head back to Shanghai soon to check on the teacher and Lao Chi. Okay, Lu Hong replied shortly and hung up. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and dialed another number. Ding Zai, he said when the call connected. On the other end, a mocking voice responded. Third brother? Is that how you talk to your second brother? Looking for a beating again? Lu Hong wasn't in the mood for jokes and got straight to the point. The Illuminati seems to be targeting Lao Chi. When can you get him out? Ding Zai's tone immediately turned serious. Not yet. The teacher wants Lao Chi sent directly to the higher floors of the tower. If he comes straight to me, the teacher might not be pleased. Besides, the teacher and you are in Shanghai. If things get really bad, call Lao Si and Lao Wu. One is at the Star Hall, the other in the Surveillance Bureau. The Illuminati won't dare to act recklessly. Lu Hong softly acknowledged and added. I suspect the seed is in Shanghai, but all the leads have dried up. I can't find anything. I understand, Ding Zai replied. If you really can't find anything, tell the teacher. The teacher's wife is an array master. If anything serious happens, she can protect Shanghai. Got it. Lu Hong ended the call succinctly. He looked down at the cigarette in his hand. Only a small stub remained. the ember flickering weakly in the dark. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the ember died out, seemingly foreshadowing an impending, unknown crisis. The next morning, Cheng Xilin yawned as he stepped into Yuqi's office. Yuqi glanced up at him and asked with concern, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Cheng Xilin yawned again, rubbed his bleary eyes and complained, "Yeah, it's all because of that idiot old Lu next door." It was past 1 a.m., and he was clanging pots and pans in the kitchen, making a racket that kept the whole floor awake. So inconsiderate. Hearing this, Yuqi felt somewhat relieved. In fact, Lu Hong had called him after much deliberation last night, and seeing Cheng Xilin looking sleep-deprived today, he had worried something else had gone wrong. Yuqi sighed in relief and suggested, "Next time, talk to old Yang on the first floor. Have him handle it so it doesn't disturb your rest and training." Cheng Xilin paused and then explained, "Actually, I wasn't resting or training at that time. So, what were you doing?" Yuqi asked curiously. "Oh, I was having hot pot. Those guys probably smelled the food and came over with their ingredients to join me. Afterward, they played cards all night," Cheng Xilin confessed. Yuqi was silent for a moment, then quietly put on his reading glasses and resumed studying quantum physics. Cheng Xilin shrugged and sat on the sofa, flipping through a book. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin received a text message on his phone. He stood up and said to Yuqi, "Teacher, the patrol team has a mission. I have to go." Yuqi paused and reminded him, "Call me if anything comes up. As long as it's within 100 miles, I can get there quickly." "Got it, teacher. I've already ordered lunch for you. It will be delivered directly," Cheng Xilin replied. Yuqi nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Cheng Xilin glanced at Yuqi curiously, wondering why the old man seemed off today. Usually, when he joked around, Yuqi would either roll his eyes or retort. What was different today? He decided not to pry, figuring it was wiser to be observant and not meddle in the elders' affairs. Cheng Xilin drove to the City Defense Department building and, as usual, handed half a pack of cigarettes to each of the 2 security guards, chatting with them briefly. He knew that a pack of cigarettes wasn't worth much, but maintaining relationships was important. It's best not to ignore people when you don't need them. In the meeting room, Jishu was briefing the situation. The defense network in the city will be reinforced over the next 2 days. During this time, the network might be unstable, which could accelerate the hatching of otherworldly beasts. Given the shortage of manpower in the demon hunting squad, we'll need to collaborate with them. The other 4 listened in silence, offering no opinions. Jishu continued, "Since our patrol team mainly operates outside the city, we're not familiar with setting up boundary poles. The demon hunting squad will send a member to assist me." He took a deep breath and reminded them, as usual, "Coordinate well and don't get yourselves killed." Cheng Xilin's expression remained unchanged upon hearing about the boundary poles. Although he was quite familiar with the demon hunting squad's tactics, he chose not to reveal his expertise, considering his current role as a new member of Team 113 and a new student at the academy. Showing off might backfire. Soon after, Jishu entered the meeting room with a stylish woman wearing sunglasses. Cheng Xilin recognized her as the one he and Li Lu had accidentally thrown up on the other night. "Hello everyone. I'm Chen Shi from the Demon Hunting Squad, Nebula level beginner." Chen Shi introduced herself confidently, her gaze sweeping over Cheng Xilin and Li Lu. The others introduced themselves in turn, mainly sharing their combat levels to ensure everyone knew what to expect in a fight. After his somewhat awkward introduction, Cheng Xilin checked his wallet and found only 2,000 yuan left. Noticing Chen Shi talking quietly with Jishu, Cheng Xilin nudged Li Lu, who was playing on his phone, and asked, "Lu, how much cash do you have?" Li Lu was taken aback, but counted honestly, "Over 4,000. "Give it all to me," Cheng Xilin said. "Okay," Li Lu replied, handing over his wallet. Cheng Xilin laughed and asked, "Aren't you going to ask why I need it, or if I'll pay you back?" Li Lu shrugged and said, "What's there to ask? If you need it, just use it. Consider it my treat." Cheng Xilin smiled, and then briefly explained his plan. Li Lu glanced at Chen Shi in terror, his heart pounding. The sophisticated urban woman before him exuded an unapproachable aura, making the already awkward Li Lu even more reluctant to meet her gaze. His face turned beet red, especially after realizing he had vomited on her. It wasn't that Li Lu was cowardly, he was just naturally clumsy around the opposite sex. With his male friends or childhood buddies, he could talk endlessly and joke around. But the moment a female friend joined the group, he would become tongue-tied, unable to form a coherent sentence. Despite this, Li Lu was incredibly loyal to his friends and girlfriends, treating everyone sincerely. However, this also meant that any emotional setback could hit him hard. With Chen Shi joining the group, their team of 5 became 6. Jishu announced, "Our base for the next 2 days will be near the Baoshan campus of Modu University. Let's move out." He then led the way out the door. Cheng Xilin gave Li Lu a look and deliberately fell to the back, walking alongside Chen Shi, who was also at the rear. Both had their own thoughts, their intentions clear. Cheng Xilin got straight to the point. "Miss Chen Shi, I am really sorry about your clothes. I don't know how much they cost, but I will compensate you. She lowered her head slightly, pushed her sunglasses up to her forehead, and smiled faintly. It's fine. Mister, you already called me personally. She then looked at Cheng Xilin meaningfully and added, I didn't expect Mr. Yu to take on another student. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin nervously rubbed the money in his pocket and said solemnly, Miss Shi, I apologize sincerely. It was wrong for a student to make a mistake and have the teacher apologize instead. When I get back, I'll tell Mr. Yu that I met you today, apologized to you, and compensated you for your clothes. As soon as the words were spoken, Cheng Xilin and Chen Shi halted in their tracks, and the four people ahead of them turned around simultaneously. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned, blinked, then raised an eyebrow and smiled softly. All right then, my clothes have been worn for some time now. Let's call it 30,000 yuan. Deal. Cheng Xilin responded crisply, quickly pulling out his phone. Miss Chen Shi, do you prefer Alipay, WeChat, or a bank transfer? Let's add each other on WeChat, and you can transfer it to me, Chen Shi suggested. The two quickly added each other on WeChat and completed the transaction under the witness of the four. Once the money was transferred, Cheng Xilin reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. Sorry about that. We're just a couple of silly college students. Don't take us too seriously. She pursed her lips, raised an eyebrow, and made a playful face without saying much. The others looked puzzled, but Chen Zhan and Qian Shui exchanged a knowing glance and silently smiled. In the afternoon, Team 113 was on standby around the Baoshan campus of Modu University. Cheng Xilin sat in the car, took off his headphones, and called Yu Qi. Teacher, I saw Chen Shi from the demon hunting squad today, and returned the money for her clothes. Yu Qi paused on the other end of the line and then laughed. You rascal, you did the right thing? After hanging up, Cheng Xilin smoked a cigarette while reflecting on the day's events. He hadn't intended to take it so seriously, but Chen Shi's mention of their teacher calling her made him realize the gravity of the situation. He finally understood how inappropriate it was to let his mentor, a peak-level star envoy, apologize for his small mistake. Regardless of Chen Shi's intentions, it was clear that their teacher had lost face. While the teacher might not care about such trivial matters, Chen Shi bringing it up in front of him and his teammates meant she might do the same in front of others. If this story spread, even if it were a lie, repeated often enough, it might be believed. Therefore, Cheng Xilin had to repay her for the clothes and sincerely apologize in front of his teammates. After that, no one would owe anyone anything. If she dared to bring it up again, he wouldn't hesitate to cut ties. In truth, Chen Shi did have such a scheme in mind. When old Yu personally called her, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Although Yu Qi mentioned compensation, she had refused multiple times. Yu Qi, being older, might have seen through her intentions but couldn't say it outright and had to reluctantly accept for his student's sake. At this moment, on the other side of the university, Qianxi sat in a cafe, staring at the WeChat payment screen, smiling subtly as she pondered. As night fell, Cheng Xilin, who was dozing in the car, was jolted awake by a rapid voice from the communicator. Southchen Road, Jinxiu Garden East Gate. War General level, Bluebeard Sea Monster. In an instant, Cheng Xilin transformed into a streak of lightning and raced to the scene. But Chen Shi arrived even faster, having already set up the barrier. Cheng Xilin broke into the barrier to see a massive blue octopus covered in fleshy spikes, violently thrashing its tentacles. Chen Shi, enveloped in flames, crossed her arms and shot orange fire pillars directly at the octopus's head. The octopus agilely recoiled, spraying a greenish-black venom towards the flames. The fire burned the venom, creating a harsh sizzling sound. Cheng Xilin immediately recognized this as no ordinary ink but a highly toxic liquid. He quickly assessed the situation, noting how Chen Shi smartly used her fire to completely envelop the venom, burning away any potential toxic fumes. This precise control over elements showcased a high-level Nebula-class skill, far surpassing someone like Duan Minglong, who could only burn the venom superficially. Exchanging a glance with Chen Shi and receiving her nod, Cheng Xilin surged toward the Bluebeard sea monster, his body crackling with electricity. Stone wall. Sand wall. With two shouts, a stone wall and a sand wall suddenly rose behind the retreating sea monster. The monster crashed heavily into the walls with a loud thud. Water curtain. Suddenly, a sheet of water appeared between the sea monster and Cheng Xilin. Shaolin. Lilu shouted, simultaneously controlling the water curtain to slap towards the sea monster. Understanding the plan, Cheng Xilin's Rui staff transformed into a spear, sparking with electric arcs. The spear, wrapped in plasma, shone brightly in the dark night. Hiss. The spear pierced the Bluebeard sea monster like lightning, instantly dissolving into stardust. Plasma spread through the water, paralyzing the sea monster in an instant. Bang! Qian Shui deftly stepped onto a nearby car, using it as leverage to leap into the air. At the peak of her jump, a flash of light appeared in her hand, manifesting a gleaming guandao out of thin air. Gripping the handle with both hands, She brought it down fiercely on the Bluebeard sea monster. Hiss. The monster was cleaved in two, but its corpse spewed venom directly towards the close by Qian Shui. Just in the nick of time, with a soft whoosh, a water barrier materialized in front of her, blocking the venomous attack. The clear water curtain instantly turned a dark blue. Sister Shui, this time it's not something that can be fixed with just a couple of stitches. Li Li's voice came from the side. He emerged slowly from behind a tree, raising his right hand. Qian Shui elegantly brushed her hair back behind her ear, revealing her profile. She cast a charming smile at Li Lu. So, little Lele, what do you suggest? Li Lu was momentarily speechless, his face turning red. Although they were usually quite familiar and often joked around, at this moment, the 27-year-old Qian Shui, in her prime and exuding sensuality, was too much for the inexperienced Li Lu to handle. He doesn't want anything, Cheng Xilin interjected with a grin. Just a chicken leg meal, maybe even with a can of cold Sprite. Li Lu remained silent, while Qian Shui shrugged and laughed. Sure, why not? Li Lu sighed and muttered under his breath, fine. I'll treat everyone. It's not like I have a family to feed, unlike Sister Shui who has her whole family waiting for dinner. As the stone walls retracted, Changxi smiled at Cheng Xilin. Her expression remained calm and unperturbed, showing no embarrassment at having her little scheme uncovered. This was the way of seasoned professionals. Everyone had their own hidden agendas, and even if they were exposed, it didn't matter. As long as she didn't dwell on it and they didn't bring it up, they could still be good friends. Lila carefully controlled the venom, while she focused on burning the venom in the Bluebeard sea monster's body. The others watched as usual, with Cheng Xilin cheerfully tossing a cigarette to a few of them. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, Cheng Xilin slowly woke up in his car but didn't get up right away. The 6 battles last night, all at the level of battle generals, had drained his star power significantly, even with the help of his teammates. The cramped space of the car left him feeling stiff and sore, but he decided to lie down a bit longer, savoring a rare moment of laziness. As the sunlight grew brighter and more piercing, Cheng Xilin put on his sunglasses and watched the students coming and going at the school gate through the car window. They were chatting and laughing, carefree and completely unaware of the harrowing events of the previous night. Cheng Xilin smirked and thought to himself, while you guys were sending flirty messages to your partners in your dorms, I was fighting for my life right outside your building. Watching the playful university students, the way couples teased and smiled at each other, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but be mesmerized. He chuckled softly and muttered to himself, damn, I'm tired of saying how much I envy them. Glancing casually at the rearview mirror, Cheng Xilin suddenly froze. A little girl who looked somewhat familiar appeared in the mirror, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. He took off his sunglasses for a clearer look, but the figure had already vanished. Huh, am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Just as he was puzzled, there was a sudden knock on the car window. Turning his head, he saw Li Lu standing outside the car, holding 2 breakfasts with a goofy grin on his face. Cheng Xilin opened the car door, and Li Lu excitedly jumped in, distributing the breakfast while exclaiming, I didn't realize the demon hunting team had it so tough, needing to be on guard all the time. Li Li's star card setup was simple yet practical. A short dagger weapon card, a star badge weapon card, and a water element card. The star badge was the most unique. Once thrown on the ground, it formed a hexagram that could slowly heal injuries for those standing within it. Throughout the battles last night, Li Lu had been focused on using his water element to protect his teammates, which had taken a significant toll on his mental energy, hence his comment. Cheng Xilin grinned. This is nothing. Back in Yunzhou, we had 247 shifts, day and night, like working in a factory. It was all about eating, sleeping, and fighting monsters. The agency's massage chairs went through 7 rounds of replacements without stopping, and there were not only military forces but also ambulances on standby outside the barrier. Reflecting on those days, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but marvel. Looking back, I wonder how we even made it through. As he spoke, Cheng Xilin stuffed the bread into his mouth, then took out a delicate little box, carefully wiping his sunglasses before placing them inside. Li Lu, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed, Xilin, those sunglasses look like cheap stuff, but the box is custom-made by Lotus, right? Cheng Xilin smiled and nodded. Yeah, they say this brand's sunglasses come with maintenance and repair services. So I bought the box and let them take care of my glasses. Li Lu understood, knowing these sunglasses held significant meaning for Cheng Xilin. The person who gave you those glasses must have been quite special, Li Lu said with a knowing smile. Yeah, Cheng Xilin nodded, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. That guy was terrible at games, always getting scolded by teammates and never daring to talk back. After every game, he'd buy a bunch of snacks for everyone, just to ensure we'd still play with him next time. Little did he know, we'd never abandon him just because he wasn't good. Li Lu sensed the sadness in Cheng Xilin's voice and wisely chose not to continue the conversation. Cheng Xilin put away the glasses case, stretched his neck, and took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. The two of them sat in the car, silently puffing away. Meanwhile, in the neutral building, Lu Chengxiong tossed a document to AI Jia. Your transfer papers are ready. Report to your new school tomorrow. AI Jia nodded silently, without a word. Lu Chengxiong glanced at her and sighed. Once everything is settled, I'll report that you're dead. Then you can start a new life with a different identity. Thank you, AI Jia said, picking up the document and leaving. Lu Chengxiong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then picked up his phone to dial a number. Has Lu Gue been dealt with? Even if he's in the Star Palace, find a way to kill him. He might know my identity. After hanging up, Lu Chengxiong stared at his phone in a daze for a long time before sighing deeply and skillfully removing the SIM card and tossing it into the trash bin at his feet. Starting a new life with a different identity is not that easy. Inserting a new SIM card, Lu Chengxiong changed his tone. Second elder, this is Chengxiong. The daytime defense net is stable. Because of the high foot traffic during the day, accidental injuries are inevitable, but we can't set up a reinforced secondary defense net like in commercial streets or gas stations. In bustling areas like commercial streets and gas stations, where there is a high flow of people and the storage of hazardous materials, each city sets up an enhanced two-layer defense network. However, it's impossible to achieve full coverage due to limited resources. At Yuqi's home, the living room was filled with a faint fruity aroma. Lu Hong sat upright on the sofa, his hands resting on his knees, looking extremely uneasy. The sound of running water came from the kitchen, and moments later, Gu Shuehua emerged with a plate of freshly washed fruit. Old 3, have some fruit, Gu Shuehua said gently. Lu Hong sprang to his feet as if electrocuted and quickly stepped forward to take the fruit plate. Sure, Mu, you don't need to fuss, he replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yuqi couldn't stand it any longer and said irritably, you're still so stiff at home. Why can't you be more like Lao Wu and Lao Qi? They act like little rascals when they come over. Lu Hong grinned but didn't dare respond. He thought to himself, Lao Wu is a wild one, and Lao Qi is still immature. Who would dare act like them? Even when Lao Da comes over, he only sits on the edge of his seat. Yuqi frowned, his expression becoming serious. Are you saying the seed is in Modu? Lu Hong's smile faded, and he nodded earnestly. We had some leads recently, but they suddenly went cold. Based on the current information, the seed's last known location is in Modu. Yuqi put down his quantum physics book, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed his strained eyes. Got it. You need to report this. Don't keep it under wraps. If necessary, have Shaoli discreetly evacuate the people of Modu in batches. I've already talked to Secretary Li about it, and we were thinking along the same lines. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. All right, your Shermu and I are aware of the situation. The sky won't fall. Go on with your work, Yuqi said, putting his reading glasses back on and picking up his quantum physics book. Understood, teacher, Lu Hong replied respectfully. He then turned to Gu Shuehua. Shermu, I'll take my leave now. I'll come by again in the next few days. Gu Shuehua picked 2 oranges with water droplets from the fruit basket and gently placed them in Lu Hong's suit pocket. You always loved oranges. Take these with you. All right, I'll take them, Lu Hong said, bowing slightly so Gu Shuehua could pat his shoulder. After leaving the courtyard and closing the gate, Lu Hong looked around to make sure no one was nearby. He took out the oranges from his pocket, snapped a photo with his phone, and sent it to his second brother, Ding Zhe, saying, Shermu gave me these oranges. They're really sweet. Moments later, his phone vibrated, and Ding Zhe's reply popped up, get lost. What is love in this world? It makes the hopeful suitors anxious and insecure. Li Lu sighed and shook his head, turning to look at Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin's eyes were gleaming as he stared mischievously at the passing female college students. Lila couldn't help but mutter, Shaolin, would you dare look at girls like this if your girlfriend were here? Cheng Xilin replied in surprise, what are you thinking? Lilu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this guy still had some sense. But then Cheng Xilin added, I wouldn't bring her here. We'd go to a hotel, but it's broad daylight. Lilu said, dumbfounded. With a look of, you just don't get it, Cheng Xilin earnestly said, Lugu, academic research is a persistent endeavor. It knows no time or place. Lilu swallowed hard and could only admire. Impressive. Cheng Xilin exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling as he comforted, relax, I'm only slightly better than you. In a couple of centuries, you'll catch up, Lilu retorted. You just have more tricks up your sleeve. How else are you better than me? Raising an eyebrow, Cheng Xilin said shockingly, I once stayed in an internet cafe for 3 days and 2 nights out of sheer anger. Can you do that? Lila felt a tightness in his chest, thinking this guy never says anything serious. After a long while, Lilu began to confide. I really like Jishu. It's a feeling I can't put into words. I've done many things for her that she doesn't know about, but helping her makes me happy. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and said bitterly, but my heart feels heavy and bitter. Seeing Li Li's gloomy expression, Cheng Xilin shifted to sit more comfortably. He chuckled and comforted, don't lose heart. Love is something that shouldn't be rushed. Because you care, it feels painful. Li Lu was silent for a moment. He finished his cigarette, tossed the butt away, and looked at Cheng Xilin's smiling face. Despite their short acquaintance, he always felt there was a hidden sadness in this carefree guy who wasn't even 20. Li Lu tentatively asked, Xiaolin, what was your life like before? Still staring at the passing female college students, Cheng Xilin was silent for a long time before murmuring, I used to be able to eat enough, I guess. He continued, cruel mockery and cold responses are like knives and swords, both deadly weapons. But there's a difference. The former wounds the heart, the latter kills. Looking ahead, Cheng Xilin smiled and said, life is really good now. Two young men, one troubled by love, the other carefree, chatted in a disjointed manner. Outside the campus, under the shade of the trees, Cheng Xilin looked dazed. He wasn't sure what he was looking at, but the empty-headed state felt comfortable. Coming back to his senses, he started his sports car and laughed. Lagu, let me give you a taste of what it's like to roar through the streets in a $1 million car. Cheng Xilin drove off in his beastly car, drawing the attention of passers-by, with faint sounds of reckless laughter trailing behind. Writing about youthful days is like using faded ink. It can't capture a promising future, but does express a free spirit. As Cheng Xilin would say, you have to either be awesome or act awesome. Otherwise, you're just a fool. At night, Cheng Xilin's Team 113 was still battling exotic beasts. Having rarely seen sea creatures, Cheng Xilin was shocked. Sea monsters are damn ugly, but after 5 fights throughout the night, his system progress reached 84. Overall, it felt satisfying. In the underground power tower of the Magic City, the core of the city's defense network, a massive mechanical base connected to 8 cables from different reactors. On the base, a glowing circular array formed a pillar of light, with countless beast cores floating within. Gu Xuehua waved her hand, making 4 black star cards and 1 gold star card disappear. She stood in front of the defense network base, lost in thought. A girl beside her looked at Gu Xuehua with admiration and said, Teacher Gu, this reinforcement will stabilize the defense network for at least 6 months. The girl's words brought Gu Xuehua back to reality. Seeing the girl's bright eyes, Gu Xuehua patted her head and smiled slightly. Without saying a word, she slowly walked up the steel stairs and took the elevator away. The girl tilted her head in confusion and asked her colleagues in white coats, What's wrong with Teacher Gu? She seems worried. The colleagues shrugged. We don't know. How could us mere mortals guess the thoughts of a great mind? Gu Xuehua was escorted home. As she opened the door and prepared to change her shoes, she heard the TV blaring, Sword 1, Break, Sword 2, Void, Sword 3, Fly, Sword 10, Sky Burial. The incomprehensible dialect mixed with martial arts-themed background music was very noisy. Gu Xuehua sighed helplessly, walked into the living room, picked up the remote on the coffee table, and turned off the TV. On the couch, Yuchi had fallen asleep with a book on quantum physics in his hands. Gu Xuehua saw this and couldn't help but smile softly, shaking her head gently. She raised her hand, and with a subtle gesture, a blanket from the opposite couch floated over and gently covered Yuchi. Gu Xuehua put on her reading glasses and squinted at the book, 4-dimensional vectors on the coffee table. Just as she was about to open it, Yuchi suddenly spoke. How's the defense grid base holding up? Without looking up from her book, Gu Xuehua replied softly, It should be stable for another 6 months, but I'm worried it might not last that long. Yeah, the seeds are indeed a troublesome issue, Yuchi continued, his eyes still closed, not changing his position. If that day ever comes, would your abilities and starlight be enough to sustain it? Not entirely sure, Gu Xuehua said, flipping through the pages. But I think if I break through to the void level, it should be possible. Yuchi responded with a faint "hmm," and fell silent again. He might have really fallen asleep this time. Or perhaps he was just resting with his eyes closed. Gu Xuehua paused from her reading. Though she was in her 80s, as a star-level star envoy, her silver hair did not make her look frail. Instead, she exuded a timeless elegance. She smiled and said, Little Dingza called me earlier. He said he's lost weight in Yunnan. Between the lines, he hinted that I favored Lao San by giving him 2 oranges. Yuchi let out a soft snort. Those two used to quarrel all the time. Even now, in their 50s, they still act like children, complaining to their master's wife over 2 oranges. He added with a touch of helplessness, When we have some free time after this business in Shanghai is settled, you should make some pickled vegetables and rice cakes. We can visit those rascals. Sounds good, Gu Xuehua replied softly. The total charge in a closed system does not change over time. This is one of the electromagnetic phenomena. Cheng Xilin read up to this point, then suddenly threw the book onto the table and couldn't help but curse. Annoyed, he got up, opened the refrigerator, and grabbed a can of beer. After taking a couple of swigs, he sighed deeply and bent down to pick up the book he had just tossed aside. For someone like Cheng Xilin, whose knowledge of electromagnetic theory was practically zero and who relied on anime for his moves, This kind of study was a huge challenge. He knew that his teacher and his teacher's wife were also studying these books to digest the complex knowledge and teach it to him in simpler terms. This thought touched him deeply, but he couldn't bring himself to say, "Teacher, ma'am, no need to go through the trouble. I'll study on my own." Cheng Xilin was well aware of his own limitations. As a bona fide underachiever, he didn't have the right to pretend to understand such advanced topics. Instead of saying something pretentious, he decided to silently double his efforts in studying. He continued reading. Magnetic materials in a magnetic field are magnetized, resulting in molecular currents and magnetic forces, also known as magnetization forces. As he read, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but think of the protagonists in those novels. They gained strength through cultivation, fortuitous encounters, or cheats, while he had to rely on studying. He muttered to himself that if he ever wrote a book, it would be titled Getting Stronger by Learning Quantum Mechanics. The next day, Cheng Xilin arrived punctually at Yuqi's office. The two of them, one holding a book on quantum mechanics and the other on classical electrodynamics, buried their heads in their studies. When they got tired, they went to the training ground to combine book knowledge with practical applications of electromagnetic forces. After all, as the second strongest of the four fundamental forces, it would be a waste to only use it superficially. Just as Cheng Xilin returned to his dorm room that evening, he received a call from Jishu. "Xiaolin, my teacher has taken on a new student from the regular class. Let's gather on the roof of our dorm tonight," she said. Cheng Xilin was puzzled. "Senior Jishu, you're in the star prep class. Does your teacher also take students from the regular class?" "Yes, the junior just transferred here. Maybe the teacher sees potential in her. Anyway, she's really cute. Come to the rooftop," Jishu urged. "All right," Cheng Xilin replied, though he was still mulling it over. Even though they were in the same apartment building and often visited each other, anyone who dared to cause trouble would have to answer to old Yang's blood-stained butcher knife in the lobby. When he got to the rooftop, there were already more than 10 people gathered. Although he couldn't name most of them, their faces were familiar. Jishu came over with a girl and introduced her with a smile. "This is Cheng Xilin, a student of Professor Yu." The girl, about 1.6 meters tall, wore a black pleated skirt, white stockings, and black marten boots, with a half-sleeve t-shirt featuring a cartoon design. This combination of black and white gave off a mysterious, surreal vibe, and the cartoon design stood out like a point of light in a black and white whirlpool, subtle yet eye-catching. Cheng Xilin observed the girl's outfit. He knew that one style of dress often reflected their personality, mood, and lifestyle. Clothes make the man wasn't just about fancy attire. It included personal style. In professions like executives, salespeople, or lawyers, where interactions and agreements were crucial, uniform dress codes were common. And some companies even banned accessories to ensure no one looked down on anyone else. The girl looked up at Cheng Xilin, her eyes curving into a smile as she extended her hand. "Hello, senior. I'm AI Jia, a transfer student." "Cheng Xilin, also a new student," Cheng Xilin replied, smiling as he extended his hand. As he did, a faint light flashed behind him, and his electromagnetic card merged into his body. A tiny spark of electricity danced between his fingertips. During the 2 seconds their fingers touched, Cheng Xilin's smile deepened. After releasing her hand, he asked with a grin, "AI Jia, have we met somewhere before?" AI Jia put her hands behind her back and made a cute thinking pose. A moment later, her eyes lit up as she said, "Oh, right. When I was visiting relatives in Yunzhou, you bumped into me on the street." Then, with a somber expression, she added, "After I left, that tragedy happened in Yunzhou. My aunt's family didn't make it." Cheng Xilin's smile gradually faded, and he sighed. "Yes, my comrades also perished in that disaster. But AI Jia, we should remember the deceased but not dwell too much on the sadness." "Yes, I understand," AI Jia nodded. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Ji Shu's eyes darted between the two. She quickly changed the subject with a smile. "Come on, let's eat. It's a gathering after all." She pushed Cheng Xilin toward the long table and popped open a can of beer. "Cheng, have a drink with your senior." "Sure," Cheng Xilin said, raising his beer and taking a drink. The atmosphere at the student gathering soon became lively. Even though they weren't ordinary college students, their conversations were just like those of regular students. The guys talked about anime and cars, and even whispered about the 3 treasures of university life. The USB drive left by the senior, the bedding used by the alumna, and the diary left behind by the junior quietly lay in the corner of the dormitory, as if recounting the bits and pieces of campus life. The girls sat around, enthusiastically discussing clothes, cosmetics, bags, and accessories. Occasionally, the conversation would shift to the latest TV shows they were watching or gossip about seniors and juniors. Despite some having reached the pinnacle of stardom and others just beginning their journey, there was no hint of arrogance in their talk. They treated their abilities with ease, as naturally as discussing an ordinary subject. No one mentioned cultivation, realms, or battles, as if these were the most mundane aspects of life. Suddenly, the conversation turned to Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin, you're really something. On your first day of school, you gave Wang Kai a good beating. That was so satisfying, one girl exclaimed excitedly. Cheng Xilin heard this, curled his lip in disdain, and said, "Ha! Acting tough in front of me without knowing who I am." Clearing his throat, he continued, not to brag, but back when I wasn't even a star envoy, I once pulled 2 all-nighters straight at the carefree internet cafe in Yunzhou. After coming out, I witnessed a brawl. Without a second thought, I stepped in to stop it. Both arms out, I dared anyone to make a move. Wow, Cheng Xilin, that's impressive. What kind of brawl was it? The people around him were instantly intrigued. Yeah, we've only fought beasts, never been in a group fight, another girl chimed in. But I heard from my distant cousin that they even used knives, real brutal stuff. The girls were captivated by Cheng Xilin's story about stopping the brawl and gathered closer, holding their breath, waiting for him to continue. Cheng Xilin pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, pretending to be nonchalant. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and smirked. It was pretty intense. There were 2 pregnant women about to give birth, fighting in the street, and no one dared to intervene. Only I had the guts. Pregnant women? Someone asked in confusion. Does that even count as a brawl? Cheng Xilin's eyes widened, and he raised his voice. Why wouldn't it? Aren't the babies inside them people too? His words brought a momentary silence. Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly processing this unexpected information. After a brief pause, as if reaching a mutual understanding, they shifted the conversation back to their previous topics, selectively forgetting about the pregnant women brawl. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin rolled his eyes, cursing inwardly. Idiots, no perspective. Just then, a perceptive classmate noticed something and asked curiously, Cheng Xilin, do you have a cold? Cheng Xilin was taken aback. Huh? Why do you ask? The classmate explained. Just now, only one of your nostrils was exhaling smoke. Cheng Xilin was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly maintaining his silence. New city. In the corridor of a high-rise building, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A man quickly approached an office door, raised his hand to knock, but hesitated for a moment. He looked down, adjusted his clothes carefully, took a deep breath, and knocked 3 times lightly. Come in. A deep, steady voice came from inside the room. The man pushed the door open and stood at the entrance, his voice slightly tense. Mr. Lu Hong, the person you captured was assassinated during transport. The middle-aged man behind the desk showed no change in expression, as if he had expected this. He calmly said, I know. The reporting man glanced at the figure that stood as steady as a mountain, then exited the room. This composed man was Chu Zheng, the head of the 3rd floor of the Star Palace and the 4th student of Cheng Xilin Yuqian's 4th senior brother. Chu Zheng put down his pen, pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. 3rd brother. The person you captured was assassinated. Lu Hong paused on the other end before replying. Got it. They were in a hurry to deal with him, which means he knew something important. Yes, Chu Zheng analyzed. Normally, someone of that level wouldn't be so crucial. He probably saw someone or was involved in something significant. 2nd brother mentioned that the seed might be in Modu. You need to find it quickly. Master and mistress are getting old, and little 7 is still young. If you need more people, let me know. Lu Hong responded with a muffled, I know. He then added, I went home, and mistress gave me 2 oranges. I ate one. It was particularly sweet. The other one I haven't. Before he could finish, the call abruptly ended. In the principal's office of Modu University, Lu Hong put down the phone with satisfaction. He picked up the orange on his desk, peeled it, and savored its sweetness. Meanwhile, in the neutral building, Lu Chengxiong gripped his phone tightly, his face twisted with rage. His eyes burned with anger as he muttered to himself, Old bastards, since this hot potato is in my hands, don't blame me. If I die, you're coming with me. In Cheng Xilin's room, arcs of electricity danced between his fingers. He opened his palm, and a tiny arc rose from his hand, with each fingertip also emitting sparks, forming a small electric-magnetic field. Though he wondered if this was what the book referred to as a static magnetic field, his knowledge couldn't confirm it. Shaking his head, he decided to ask his teacher the next day. He picked up his phone and looked at the newly added WeChat contacts Xiao AI and Jia AI Jia pondering. From Yunzhou to Modu, I've run into you 4 times. What exactly are you up to? Suddenly, a faint sound came from the next room. Cheng Xilin froze for a moment, then rushed out, grumbling, Damn it, old Lu, you jerk, watching movies without me. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xilin returned to his room, somewhat deflated. He had barely started reading his book when a message from Li Lu popped up on WeChat. Shaolin, let's go for a drink. No, I need to study. Let's go sing. No, I need to study hard and serve my country. How about a massage? Let's go. At the massage parlor, Lila looked at Cheng Xilin, who was thoroughly enjoying himself, and asked curiously, Xiaolin, you're so young yet know so much. I thought you had a girlfriend and were a serious guy. Cheng Xilin wagged his finger and smiled. Brother Lu, that's a bit biased. As the saying goes, heroes don't ask about origins, rogues don't ask about age. We're in our prime. Why not live it up and spread our youth far and wide? Lila closed his eyes, turning away from this scoundrel. The female masseuse chimed in with a smile. Little brother, how old are you? What year are you in? Cheng Xilin wiggled his toes and replied, 19, freshman year. How about you, sister? Sister is 36, the masseuse answered. Cheng Xilin sighed. A bit disappointed. Already 36, huh? The masseuse raised her eyebrows at him, smiling suggestively. Little brother, you might be mistaken. 36 doesn't necessarily refer to age. Cheng Xilin grinned. Heh, sister. I never said I was 19 either. Ha ha ha. Li Lu and his masseuse both burst into laughter. Lila glanced at Cheng Xilin and felt a twinge of envy. If I had his gift of gab, I'd be at home watching TV with Ji Shu instead of here getting a foot massage with this floozy. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin's phone rang. Xiaolin, answer the phone. Cheng Xilin's face changed, and he hissed, damn it. Everyone, be quiet. He grabbed his phone and quickly walked to the door. Professor, I'm out with some friends. Cheng Xilin's tone instantly turned respectful. Really, you know my character. How could I be out partying? I'm just at the dorm studying, but they dragged me out for a drink. Yes, I'll send you a photo right away. Li Lu watched the deferential Cheng Xilin and muttered to himself, damn, paper tiger. When Cheng Xilin came back and lay down, Li Lu said, all right, let's take a photo to prove it to your girlfriend. Cheng Xilin glanced at Li Lu and turned his phone screen towards him. Li Lu froze when he saw it. Isn't this the photo of the two of us drinking in University Town? Damn. So, back then, you told me it was a selfie just for this moment? Cheng Xilin grinned. With a watermarked camera, you can adjust the time. Isn't it genius? Li Lu shook his head speechlessly. I advise everyone, do not follow Cheng Xilin's example. Seriously. In the following days, Cheng Xilin either helped Yuqi research electromagnetic force or bought small gifts and snacks to please their mentor's wife. Until one day, AI Jia sent Cheng Xilin a WeChat message. AI Jia, brother Cheng, do you have some time? Cheng Xilin. Depends on what it is. AI Jia. I heard the Bund is beautiful. Can you take me there? Cheng Xilin. No time, I need to study. AI Jia. I'll treat you to a big meal. Cheng Xilin immediately changed his tune. Then what are we waiting for? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. AI Jia promptly sent her location. Cheng Xilin slowly drove towards the spot where Ai Jia was standing and saw her from a distance. He deliberately slowed down, waded through a red light, and glanced around at the familiar scenery. Just a few days ago, he had parked here to enjoy the view of the university students. The blue Lamborghini Aventador stopped by the roadside. Cheng Xilin rolled down the window, looked at Ai Jia with her small bag in hand, and flashed a cheeky grin. Hey beautiful, mind adding me on QQ? I'm really good at Dance Revolution, the kind with wings. Ai Jia leaned down, tilted her head with a smile, and said, how about adding me on WeChat instead? I'm in college now. I don't use QQ anymore. Cheng Xilin paused. Then add me on Alipay. I have a girlfriend, so WeChat isn't convenient. Ai Jia was slightly taken aback. Can you chat on that too? Cheng Xilin grinned. Of course, you can even have some private conversations there. He thought to himself, this is a classic move. A girlfriend can check call logs, QQ, and WeChat, but she would never think of Alipay. But he quickly warned himself, don't actually use this trick. Seriously. Ai Jia. Cheng Xilin tilted his head with a hint of swagger. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride along the Bund. Sure. Ai Jia agreed. As Cheng Xilin lit a cigarette, he casually asked, what's that company across the street? Oh, that's Zhongli Group. They deal in finance. Ai Jia replied as she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Just as she sat down, she noticed a box on the seat and picked it up with a chuckle. A Lotus glasses case, fitting for someone driving an Aventador. Cheng Xilin smiled but said nothing, just exhaled some smoke. Ai Jia noticed his sudden silence and felt unsure, trying to find something to talk about. Her gaze fell back on the glasses case, which she opened to reveal a pair of cheap-looking sunglasses. Senior, you're too much. A Lotus case for these sunglasses? Ai Jia laughed. They look kind of familiar. Cheng Xilin took the glasses case, put on the sunglasses, turned on the car's interior light, and looked down at Ai Jia. Junior, do they look familiar now? Seeing the playful Cheng Xilin, Ai Jia relaxed a bit. Yes, even more familiar now. Cheng Xilin suddenly leaned in closer, making Ai Jia shrink back slightly, her voice trembling. Senior, what's going on? Cheng Xilin grinned and took a deep sniff. What perfume are you wearing? It has a unique scent. Stop it. Ai Jia giggled and gently pushed him away. Cheng Xilin shrugged. Put away the sunglasses. Let's go for a ride along the Bund. Huh. The bund? I don't have enough money to treat you to dinner there, Ijia pouted. When you're with me, there's no way I'd let you pay, Cheng Xilin said, flooring the gas pedal. 10 minutes later, Ijia asked in confusion, Senior, this isn't the way to the bund? Oh, I just remembered there's a great hot pot place, Jiangbaron Hot Pot. I'll take you there, Cheng Xilin explained. At the hot pot restaurant, Cheng Xilin asked while cooking some tripe, Junior, how's your first time in Shanghai? Ijia ate while making sounds of enjoyment. It's good. It's different from Nanjing University, but the teachers and students are very kind to me. Cheng Xilin sighed lightly. Studying alone in a big city is not easy. It's okay. Communication is convenient. I can video call home when I miss them, Ijia said. Cheng Xilin handed her a drink. It's really fate, Ijia. This is our 6th time meeting, and now we're having hot pot together. Ijia paused, counting on her fingers. You bumped into me once in Yunzhou. We had a rooftop party at the dorm, and now that's 3 times, not 6. Cheng Xilin slapped his forehead. My mistake. I've been so immersed in my studies lately that my brain's not working. Ijia wrinkled her nose and waved dismissively. Senior, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Cheng Xilin immediately straightened up. Absolutely not. Everyone at school knows I'm the most proper one. Ask my dorm neighbor Lao Lu. Every time he invites me to watch a movie, I firmly refuse and even supervise him deleting his e-drive. He declared righteously, as scholars, we should not indulge in such critical literary works. I read the classics. With a burst of laughter, Ijia was thoroughly amused by Cheng Xilin. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she said, Senior, you're so funny. Do guys like you win girls over with just your words? Cheng Xilin, hearing this, calmly raised a finger and gently waved it. With a confident smile, he replied, Junior, you're mistaken. I never rely on just words to win girls over. Curious, Ijia tilted her head. Then what do you rely on? Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden clink as a set of shiny car keys appeared on the table. Ijia looked closely and realized they were the keys to a Lamborghini Aventador. She was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Senior. You said you don't win girls over with words, but you just proved otherwise in 2 sentences. Cheng Xilin calmly took a sip of his chilled plum juice, smiling as he responded, yes, 2 sentences were all it took. After dinner, Cheng Xilin drove Ijia around the city. Before long, they found themselves in front of the central power tower. Cheng Xilin gazed up at the towering structure and couldn't help but exclaim, this city really is first class. The central tower here is much more impressive and taller than the one in Yunzhou. He added, in Yunzhou, I can reach the top in 3 or 4 minutes by elevator. Here, it would probably take over 5 minutes. Ijia quietly reminded him, Senior, the central tower is a landmark in every city, but it's not open for public tours. Cheng Xilin looked surprised. Really? That can't be true. The one in Yunzhou is accessible. Ijia pouted and seriously replied, that's because you're handsome. So they made an exception. Cheng Xilin scratched his cheek and smacked his lips, looking slightly embarrassed. All right, no more boasting. Ijia couldn't help but laugh, playfully following him. Back at school, they entered the elevator together. Cheng Xilin pressed the button for the 5th floor, while Ijia pressed for the 8th. Cheng Xilin looked at Ijia with a mischievous smile. Junior, want to come over? Ijia feigned innocence. Oh? Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow, directly asking, to my dorm or yours? Ijia huffed, pretending to be angry. Senior, if you tease me again, I'll go find Professor Young on the 1st floor. Just then, the elevator dinged, arriving at the 5th floor. Ijia playfully pushed Cheng Xilin out, saying, all right, Senior, go rest. I'll see you next time. Cheng Xilin shrugged, feigning disappointment. What a pity. I wanted to tutor you in quantum mechanics. Next time, then. Ijia giggled. Sure, sounds good. As the elevator doors slowly closed, their paths diverged, each returning to their own dormitory. In the room, Ijia stood by the window, her finger lightly touching the phone screen before pulling back. She gazed at her reflection in the glass, her brows furrowed, and her eyes slightly moving. Outside, the campus night scenery was serene and beautiful. Ijia raised her hand to press her forehead, as if trying to smooth the frown on the girl in the mirror. Taking a deep breath, she initiated a video call on her phone. The screen showed a girl around 15 or 16, wearing a hat, her face pale but her smile bright. AI, did you have a good day? Ijia asked softly. Yes, I did. I just miss you, the girl replied, her voice filled with longing. Ijia scrunched her nose with a smile. I miss you too. Once the school break starts, I'll come back to see you. The girl pursed her lips and blinked happily. Okay, sis. Oh, I watched a movie today. It was about... Before she could finish, the scene abruptly changed. Cheng Xilin walked out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. He stood by the window, lighting a cigarette, and stared out expressionlessly. His reflection in the glass revealed burned scars all over his body. Cheng Xilin touched his chest and suddenly let out a chuckle, murmuring softly, "We've met 6 times." The next day, Cheng Xilin drove to Modi University as usual, arriving on time for the old professor's lecture. Amid the enthusiastic teaching, he quietly drifted into sleep. The scene shifted to the office of Lu Chengxiang in Zhongli Tower. "That's how my conversation with Cheng Xilin went," I just finished, waiting for Lu Chengxiang's reaction. Lu Chengxiang nodded thoughtfully for a moment and asked, "You've met him 6 times?" I just shook her head firmly. "No, only 3 times in total," she added. "Maybe he gets confused because he's played around with too many women." Lu Chengxiang shook his head in disagreement. "That's unlikely. Based on his history, he's not the type to toy with women. Beneath that carefree facade, he has a suspicious mind." He asked again, "Did he specifically take you to the Zhongxin Tower?" Ijia recalled carefully, "I don't think so. We were heading to the Bund for fun, and the tower was nearby, so we went there. Actually, when we first met, he wanted to dine at the Bund, but I said I couldn't afford an expensive meal. To save money, he took me for hot pot, and we went to the Bund afterward." Lu Chengxiang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and rubbed his temples with his left hand. "That seems in line with his character. His car was a gift from his comrades. He doesn't have much money but likes to show off in front of girls. Driving a sports car to such places after a meal fits his usual behavior." He frowned, "But from your conversation, I feel like he was trying to get information out of you." Yet every word matched the situation: a rich kid hitting on a junior. Ijia remained silent, her head lowered as she sat in the chair. She had said everything she needed to. The office fell into silence, with only the faint sound of burning cigarettes. After a long while, Lu Chengxiang sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it. Maybe it's just my imagination." He looked at Ijia seriously. "Next time Cheng Xilin tries to come to your room, don't refuse." Ijia pressed her lips tightly and kept picking at her nails with her thumb. After a moment, she nodded slightly to show she understood. Just as Lu Chengxiang was about to speak, the phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and gestured for Ijia to leave. After Ijia left, Lu Chengxiang's expression softened, and he answered the call with a smile. "Hello, what can I do for you, boss?" A woman's anxious voice came through. "Honey, our daughter is missing again." "What?" Lu Chengxiang asked helplessly. "What happened this time?" "Sigh. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Just come home quickly." All right, don't worry, they'll be home soon." The scene transitioned again, this time to outside the Shuejian dessert shop. Under the scorching sun, 2 figures, one big and one small, were in a standoff. Cheng Xilin said impatiently, "Kid, I'm warning you, stop following me. You've eaten and drunk enough. Now go home." The little girl, Lu Curson, holding an ice cream cone in one hand and a cake in the other, stubbornly raised her face. "No, I, Lu Curson, have the backbone to run away from home. Even if I starve to death outside, I won't go back." Cheng Xilin took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Kid, you should speak with some conscience. The first time you tricked me into buying a family bucket, sundae, and cola. This time, you got a strawberry cake and an ice cream cone out of me." "Humph." Cheng Xilin frowned. "Next time you run away, can you not come to me? I'm really out of money. Do you know how expensive 98-octane gasoline is?" It turned out that after class, Cheng Xilin had planned to go to his teacher's house for a meal but encountered Lu Curson squatting by the street. After asking, he found out the girl had run away from home again. Cheng Xilin was speechless, thinking such a child should be sent to a remote village to learn a lesson. "How would I know? My little bicycle doesn't need gasoline," Lu Curson said as she shoved a big piece of cake into her mouth, getting cream all over her lips and nose, looking just like a little kitten. Cheng Xilin was amused by her appearance and asked, "So, what does your little bicycle run on?" Lu Curson raised the small cake in her hand and answered earnestly, "1 cake for every 200 meters. Hearing this, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Kids these days, he thought, they know everything and are even better at internet jokes than we are. This made him reminisce about his own childhood antics. Back then, he was in an orphanage and often played a game called Transferring Power with his friends. Cheng Xilin would always trick his friends into doing his homework by claiming to have the Buddha palm and 60 years of power. His friends, naive and excited, would mimic his gestures and ask why they didn't see a golden Buddha behind them. Cheng Xilin would bluff, saying they hadn't gained enough power yet and needed to help him with his homework for another week to receive more power and see the Buddha. A week later, his friends would cry, and Cheng Xilin would end up being chased around the courtyard by Director Chun. Cheng Xilin chuckled softly at the memory, then led the little girl into the dessert shop and ordered another strawberry cake. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Chengxiang's number. "Hello, Cheng Xilin?" A voice on the other end sounded anxious and surprised. Cheng Xilin paused for a moment, but quickly realized the man must be worried about his missing child. "Yes, it's me. I found your little girl again. Come to Shuejian dessert shop. We're waiting here," Cheng Xilin said calmly. Okay, okay, thank you so much. We'll be there soon, Lu Chengxiong replied, his voice full of gratitude. After hanging up, Cheng Xilin sat down and watched the little girl devour her cake. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a light fragrance and smiled, saying, "Little one, you smell pretty nice." Lu Kersen looked up, her cream-covered face beaming, and cheerfully replied, "It's from my mom hugging me." Her scent rubbed off on me. Lu Chengxiong and his wife arrived quickly. Through the glass window, Cheng Xilin saw the couple hurrying into the dessert shop. Inside, Lu Kersen was still sulking. When she saw her parents, she pouted, turned her head stubbornly to one side, displaying a child's unique blend of cuteness and pride. Cheng Xilin keenly noticed that from the moment they got out of the car, Lu Chengxiong's wife's eyes had been fixed on their daughter. Lu Chengxiong, on the other hand, glanced at Cheng Xilin first before turning his attention to his daughter. This subtle detail made Cheng Xilin purse his lips and think, "This is interesting. Is it a man's broad perspective on handling things, or something else entirely?" The couple rushed into the shop and first thanked Cheng Xilin. Understanding the situation, Cheng Xilin stepped aside, allowing the parents to gather around their daughter and talk to her softly. Judging by the little girl's proud expression, it was clear the parents were apologizing. Eventually, it was Lu Chengxiong's cheerful words that brought a smile to her face. After soothing their daughter, Lu Chengxiong approached Cheng Xilin, while his wife stayed with their daughter to continue eating. Lu Chengxiong sincerely said, "I'm really sorry, Cheng. Twice now we've troubled you, and you even treated Kersen. Let's not talk about money. How about I treat you to a meal? It seems you and Kersen have a connection. Let's keep in touch." Though Cheng Xilin inwardly thought, "Who wants to get close to you?" he kept a smile on his face and replied, "It's no trouble. This little girl and I do seem to have a knack for running into each other." Lu Chengxiong half-jokingly sighed. Other people's daughters become rebellious at 15 or 16, so they get to enjoy their little darlings for over a decade. Why is it that mine has turned into a bulletproof vest? Cheng Xilin chuckled. "Well, Lu, a bulletproof vest isn't warm, but it's safe." Lu Chengxiong paused, then laughed. "That's true. Let's go have a smoke. They'll be eating for a while." Cheng Xilin rubbed his fingers and agreed. "Sure, I've been itching for one." Outside under the shop's umbrella, Lu Chengxiong ordered 2 coffees and took out a cigarette for Cheng Xilin. As Cheng Xilin reached for his lighter, Lu Chengxiong offered his own. Cheng Xilin smiled and leaned in, catching a whiff of perfume. Seeing Cheng Xilin momentarily pause, Lu Chengxiong asked, "What's up, Cheng?" Cheng Xilin snapped back and said, "Oh, nothing. Your lighter is quite exquisite. Is it a limited edition?" Lu Chengxiong lit his own cigarette and explained, "Yes, a friend brought it back from abroad. Honestly, it's not as practical as a cheap one, but you know, as a businessman, I need to keep up appearances in front of partners." He placed the lighter in front of Cheng Xilin and smiled. "If you like it, it's yours. Don't refuse. I have a few more. Give me a chance to use the others." Cheng Xilin looked at the lighter with appreciation, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up, smiling, "Well, I won't stand on ceremony." Lu Chengxiong laughed heartily and patted his bald head. "Good, good." Cheng Xilin, with a cigarette in his mouth, fiddled with the lighter, clearly enjoying the gift. Before long, they finished their cigarettes, and Lu Chengxiong's wife came out with their daughter. Lu Chengxiong said, "Cheng, we'll be off then. I promised my daughter a swim, and if I break my promise, we'll trouble you again." Cheng Xilin stood up and nodded. "All right, this little bulletproof vest needs a wash." Lu Chengxiong laughed heartily, picked up his daughter, who made a funny face at Cheng Xilin, then smiled sweetly and waved, "Bye-bye." Cheng Xilin scrunched his face and made a funny face back. Watching the family drive away, Cheng Xilin's smile faded as he turned and walked slowly towards the parking lot. As he passed a trash bin, he paused and tossed the lighter in with a clink. It was like a scene from a play, a masterclass in subtlety between 2 seasoned actors, a savvy businessman meeting a street-smart individual, every gesture and detail meticulously executed. In the afternoon, the lecture was given by another old professor, making Cheng Xilin wonder if all sociology researchers were elderly. Just as he was about to doze off, Li Lu, his persistent friend, sent a WeChat message. "Li Lu. Xilin. What are you up to?" Cheng Xilin. "Studying, prepping for grad school at Tsinghua or Peking." Li Lu. "Seriously, from freshman year?" Cheng Xilin. "I'm doing a triple major. None of your business." "Spill, what's up?" Li Lu. "Dinner, drinks, and fun. Brother Li will show you a good time." Cheng Xilin, known for his quick wit, asked, "Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Before he could finish, Li Lu suddenly stood up from his seat and quietly slipped out through the back door. Cheng Xilin frowned, then quickly drove to the address Li Lu had sent him. Upon arrival, Cheng Xilin found himself in front of an upscale restaurant. Parking his car, he muttered to himself, "2 guys coming to a place like this for a meal? Wouldn't a street food stall be better? Even a cold beer would be more satisfying." Just as he got out of the car, a message from Lilu popped up on his phone. Hey, wait for me, I'll be down in a minute. Cheng Xilin put his phone back in his pocket, leaned against his car, and lit a cigarette, his eyes scanning the well-dressed urban professionals inside the restaurant. His multimillion-dollar luxury car had caused quite a stir. People inside the restaurant kept glancing over, curious about the casually dressed young man with a faint smile on his face. Although luxury cars are not uncommon in Shanghai, one this expensive was a rare sight. After a moment, the restaurant's atmosphere returned to normal. The men continued their lively conversations, and the women responded with shy giggles. Yet, whenever their eyes landed on Cheng Xilin, they couldn't help but linger a bit longer. Normally, Cheng Xilin would seize the opportunity to show off. But today, he was distracted, eager to get this meal over with. An hour later, Cheng Xilin had had enough. Listening to Li Li's endless monologue, he suddenly stood up and stormed out, thinking, I can't stand to be around such a coward. Back in his dorm room, Cheng Xilin tried to calm himself by reading. However, the complex equations of quantum mechanics only made him more agitated. When in doubt, turn to quantum mechanics. If you can't study, just play some games, he muttered to himself. With a sigh, Cheng Xilin opened WeChat and absent-mindedly scrolled through his friends list. He suddenly realized that out of his 100-plus contacts, most were classmates, and over half of them were people he had never spoken to. Not everyone in your friends list is truly a friend. Those in your blacklist are the real ones, he mused as he clicked on the blacklist, only to find it empty. He paused for a moment before blurting out, well, I'll be damned. In the room, Cheng Xilin lounged lazily on the sofa, deftly manipulating his phone with his right hand as he chatted with Jiang Yueyao on WeChat. His left hand lay palm up, 5 coins hovering and spinning above it as if controlled by an invisible force. Suddenly, with a slight movement of his thumb and ring finger, 2 coins halted with a crisp clink. Then, with a gentle flick of his fingers, the coins began to collide fiercely under the influence of magnetism, occasionally sparking tiny arcs of electricity, resembling a miniature magnetic storm. Jiang Yueyao seemed to have sensed something amusing, making Cheng Xilin chuckle. He crossed his legs and shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing to focus on his phone screen. Despite this, his left hand maintained precise control over the movement of the coins. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion. Lu Chengxiong carefully exited his daughter's room and walked to the living room, complaining to his wife, Gao Han. This bulletproof vest is really wearing me out. Gao Han sat on the sofa with a sarcastic tone. So, you're tired of us and want a son with another woman? Lu Chengxiong was taken aback, not understanding why his wife suddenly brought up the topic of children. He immediately put on a smile, rubbed his bald head, and sidled up to her, hugging her with a playful grin. No way, you two are more than enough for me. Looking for another woman would just be asking for trouble. He added mischievously, besides, you know my type. My idol is none other than Chao Gong. Gao Han rolled her eyes, suppressing a smile, and pointed to the coat on the sofa. Then whose perfume is on your coat? Lu Qingxiong picked up the coat and sniffed it carefully, explaining with a wronged expression, you're so sharp, nothing escapes you. I bought a bottle of perfume as a surprise for you, but forgot it at the office because I was rushing to see our daughter. Seeing the burly bald man with such a pitiful look, Gao Han couldn't help but laugh, but still pretended to be angry. Humph, shameless. A grown man buying perfume and even trying it on. Give me the coat. I'll iron it for you. Lu Chengxiong chuckled heartily, but as soon as his wife left, his expression turned grim. He picked up the phone and called his assistant, Aijia, to ask about the brand of perfume she used, then sent a message instructing her to bring it to the office the next morning. After a deep breath, Lu Chengxiong found Gao Han and suggested inviting Cheng Xilin to dinner the next day. Gao Han agreed, and he went out to make the call. On the other side, Cheng Xilin received Lu Chengxiong's invitation with a puzzled look. He knew well the kind of person Lu Chengxiong was, a high-ranking member of the Illuminati. Meticulous, cautious, a superb actor, and incredibly intelligent. The next day, Cheng Xilin and Yu Qi were in the office studying electromagnetic forces. Cheng Xilin demonstrated the relationship between the direction of current and force, discussing the possibility of applying electromagnetic forces to oneself. Yu Qi pointed out that Cheng Xilin's electromagnetic power originated from star cards, supported by star energy, with his body as the medium. Around noon, Lu Hong brought lunch. Cheng Xilin stood up to greet him, calling him third brother. He took the initiative to handle the tasks of setting out the meal and pouring water, showing his thoughtfulness as the youngest member. Lu Hong walked over to Yu Qi's desk, bent slightly, and said softly, Teacher, it's time to eat. Your wife called me specifically to remind you to take care of your eyes. Yu Qi glanced up, expressionless, turned off his computer, and got up to go eat. Lu Hong felt a twinge of anxiety and smiled wryly to himself, thinking, why is he in a bad mood now? In the dining room, the three of them sat around a small table. As Yu Qi ate slowly, he said to Cheng Xilin, as electrons spin, There's also energy rotating with them. You can try increasing the infusion of star power to see if you can create a stronger electrostatic field. Cheng Xilin nodded and replied, yes, I actually noticed that a while ago and have been using it in previous battles. However, my total star power is currently limited, so I can't directly release a strong electrostatic field. But I can split it into two parts to create a repulsive force. Just as Yu Qi was about to comment, Lu Hong silently ate his boxed meal, listening to their conversation that made no sense to him. He even considered going back to the office for a nap. Yu Qi had often said that Cheng Xilin was different from others. While others could directly cultivate and gain strength by breaking through stages, Cheng Xilin, possessing electromagnetic power, had to thoroughly understand his abilities first. Otherwise, even if he reached the star or void level, his use of electromagnetic power would remain rudimentary. So, Yu Qi wasn't in a hurry for Cheng Xilin to break through levels, but chose to personally help him build a solid foundation. In the evening, after dropping Yu Qi off at home, Cheng Xilin drove to a standalone restaurant named Young Master Huang. Lu Chengxiang and Gao Han were waiting at the entrance with their daughter. As soon as Cheng Xilin got out of the car, Lu Chengxiang greeted him with a smile. Brother, my wife said this place has great private dishes, so we thought we'd invite you to try them, Lu Chengxiang said warmly. Cheng Xilin responded with a smile, great? Looks fancy. I'll happily take advantage of this treat from you, big brother. As they chatted and walked to the entrance, Cheng Xilin gently placed his hand on the little girl's head and then looked at Gao Han with a teasing smile. Hey, sister-in-law, new perfume? Changed your perfume. Huh? This simple remark was like a thunderclap, instantly causing a blush to spread across Gao Han's cheeks. In her 30s, Gao Han was a wife and mother, yet she still displayed a youthful shyness. Her reaction inevitably sparked the imagination, especially since the comment came from a carefree young man, and her husband was standing right beside her. Just as Gao Han was about to speak, Lu Chengxiang beat her to it. Draping an arm around Cheng Xilin's shoulders, he sighed and complained, little brother, you have no idea how tough it is for me. Sure, I make good money, but I can't keep up with my wife's spending habits. One day it's cosmetics, the next it's a bottle of perfume, and the day after that, it's a new handbag. Tell me, what family can survive such spending? Cheng Xilin burst into laughter and chimed in, big brother, you can't say that. Us men earn money to spend on our parents, wives, and kids. How much do we spend on smoking and drinking? He then turned to Gao Han and asked, isn't that right, sister-in-law? Gao Han, holding her daughter's hand, followed the two men at a leisurely pace. She smiled gracefully and replied, I don't know about that, but I can tell you for sure that your brother is exaggerating. He's very good to me. Her words gave her husband face while also drawing closer to Cheng Xilin, showcasing her wisdom as a capable wife. Cheng Xilin leaned in and whispered something to Lu Chengxiang, who looked stunned, then turned to look at his wife and daughter, shaking his head repeatedly. Seriously, big brother, you're a successful businessman, and you're still afraid of your wife? Cheng Xilin teased half-jokingly. Terrified, Lu Chengxiang admitted with a pained expression. The four of them entered a private dining room, and after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Lu Chengxiang and Cheng Xilin exchanged some mildly inappropriate jokes. Gao Han occasionally smiled but mostly focused on serving her daughter, as if not hearing their conversation. Yet, these two sly foxes were subtly probing each other with every word. Rubbing his forehead, Cheng Xilin feigned drunkenness. Big brother, I need to use the restroom. I want to go too. Little Lu Curson suddenly piped up. Cheng Xilin and Lu Chengxiang exchanged glances, while Gao Han frowned slightly and gently patted her daughter's back. Silly girl, Uncle Cheng is going to the restroom. Why do you need to go with him? He's a man, and you're a girl. You can't go to the restroom together. No, I want to go with Brother Cheng, little Lu Curson insisted, wriggling in her seat. How about mommy takes you? Gao Han suggested patiently. No, at kindergarten, I go with my friends. I don't want mommy to come with me. Little Lu Curson pouted, clearly unhappy. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin offered, how about I walk her over, and then the server can take her to the restroom? He half-jokingly added, don't worry, big brother and sister-in-law, this little one isn't worth enough to be sold for a meal. Lu Chengxiang laughed heartily. You and your jokes. All right, I'll leave her in your hands. Gao Han playfully scolded her husband and reminded her daughter, call him uncle, not brother. No, I want to call him brother, little Lu Curson said, jumping off her chair and reaching out her hand. Cheng Xilin picked her up with a smile and said to the female server at the door, could you please show us to the restroom? In the hallway, the soft lighting highlighted Cheng Xilin's slightly tipsy face. Holding the little girl, he asked with a smile, little one, why did you run away from home? Are you trying to scare your parents because they don't get along? Humph, that's not it. My parents get along great. They were even being lovey-dovey in front of me this afternoon. Little Lu Curson boasted, lifting her chin proudly. You know what lovey-dovey means? Cheng Xilin asked, amused. Of course I do, she replied. This afternoon, when mommy picked me up from school, Daddy surprised her with a bottle of perfume. Really? Sounds like they're very much in love, Cheng Xilin said, his smile widening. Exactly. Daddy was sweet-talking mommy and even put the perfume on her himself. I'm already this big, and they're still acting like newlyweds. So embarrassing. By the restroom, Cheng Xilin crouched down and said seriously, Hey, it's not easy for middle-aged couples to have such a good relationship. Let's keep this to ourselves and give them some face. Okay, I understand. Little Lu Kursin nodded obediently. Little Do Ding nodded earnestly and sighed like a little adult. Oh, I wonder when they'll stop making me worry. Cheng Xilin chuckled softly at his words. The waitress guided Lu Kursin to the ladies' room. Cheng Xilin got up with a blank expression and followed, cursing inwardly, Lu Chengxiang, damn you. Moments later, he returned to the private room holding little Do Ding, beaming, big brother, sister-in-law, mission accomplished. Gao Han quickly stood up as Cheng Xilin put little Do Ding down and said regretfully, It wasn't hard, just a bit disappointing. Little Do Ding is too small. No one wants to buy. This humorous comment made the couple burst into laughter. The restaurant arranged a special car to take them home. Cheng Xilin sat in the front passenger seat, turned to Lu Chengxiang, and said with a smile, Thanks for the delicious meal, big brother. Once I sober up in a couple of days, I'll treat you and sister-in-law to my cooking. Lu Chengxiang responded with a grin. Great. We look forward to your culinary skills, little brother. Cheng Xilin then looked at little Do Ding and Lu Kursin, raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Lu Kursin nodded solemnly and mimicked the gesture. All right, let's stay in touch, Cheng Xilin said in farewell. Back at the prestigious university in Shanghai, he took the elevator straight to the 8th floor and knocked on Aijia's door. Aijia looked at Cheng Xilin, who reeked of alcohol and had flushed cheeks, feeling a wave of panic as she wondered what he intended. Cheng Xilin leaned on the doorframe with both hands, his body tilted forward. Remembering Lu Chengxiang's words, Aijia stood frozen, too frightened to move. Cheng Xilin leaned close to Aijia's shoulder, sniffed around her earlobe in an intimate manner, and whispered, You smell amazing. After hanging up the phone, Aijia sat on the bed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin lay on the sofa, eyes closed, deep in contemplation. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes, sat up, took a deep breath, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. He glanced at the clock 21:17. Cheng Xilin thought to himself, the teacher and his wife should still be up. He picked up his phone and dialed Yuqi's number. Brat, it's late. What do you want? Yuqi's grumbling voice came through, with his wife in the background asking, Who is it? To which he replied, It's Xiaolin. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but smile and asked casually, Hey, teacher, just how powerful are you? Yuqi responded irritably, Why do you ask? Get to the point. Cheng Xilin continued, Teacher, if you were to fight a top-tier star-level expert, how many moves would it take? 1. Yuqi answered bluntly. And for a high-tier star-level? 1. Came the same response. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard and cautiously asked, What about a void-level master? For a void-level fight, ask your teacher's wife, Yuqi said, then quickly added, What exactly do you want? Why are you asking this? Cheng Xilin sighed in relief and said lightly, Nothing much, just that I might have to play a high-stakes game soon. Just checking if you have the time. All right, stop fooling around, Yuqi, sensing his student's mischief, replied impatiently but still sternly, Try not to cause trouble, but if you do, remember our family isn't afraid of anything. Got it? Having parents who care is the best. Cheng Xilin laughed as he hung up the phone. He got up to take a shower and go to bed but changed his mind halfway, stepping out of his room. In the hallway, his voice rang out, Old Lu, stop pretending to meditate. You're snoring. Open up your e-drive and study some culture. 10 minutes later, he shouted again, Old Xiao, Old Ma, Old Feng, start washing the vegetables. We're having hot pot in my room and playing cards afterward. Old Lu, stop watching and get the meat in the pot. On the 5th floor, his 4 roommates followed Cheng Xilin's commands, albeit with a mix of helplessness and amusement. His antics were exasperating yet somehow endearing. On the 1st floor, the dorm supervisor, Old Yang, hearing the commotion die down, grunted and put his baseball bat back under the bed before going back to sleep. Unbeknownst to the 5 upstairs, they had narrowly avoided a massacre. Little Joker, trump card. Big Joker, trump card, 5 points. Xiaolin, stop cheating. How can you change your mind? The next morning, Cheng Xilin, with puffy eyes, walked into Yuqi's office. Seeing his condition, Yuqi asked, Played cards again last night? Cheng Xilin slumped on the sofa and muttered, Yeah, planned to stop at midnight, but I lost 30. Couldn't leave them winning, so I dragged it out till 4. And the result? Yuqi asked, curious. Lost another 50. Cheng Xilin sighed deeply, collapsing onto the sofa. He slept until noon, ate lunch, and then spent some time discussing electromagnetism with Yuqi before heading to Yuqi's house for dinner. At the dinner table, Cheng Xilin couldn't resist sending a playful text to Ijia. Hey, sorry about last night. I drank too much, Cheng Xilin texted. Ijia replied almost instantly, Humph. So how are you going to make it up to me, senior? How about this? I'll cook for you next time? Cheng Xilin suggested. All right, looking forward to your feast, Ijia replied. Putting down his phone, Cheng Xilin smirked and thought, just you wait. I'll stuff you all. Meanwhile, in a neutral building, Lu Chengxiong held a phone in one hand, idly tapping a pin on his desk with the other. After listening to the person on the other end, he smirked silently. I understand. In that case, let's wait until the Grand Elder arrives in Shanghai. Today is Friday. I'll meet you at the station on Monday. After hanging up, Lu Chengxiong dialed another number. Hello, Second Elder. Yes, all right. I'll meet you at the station on Monday afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chengxiong chuckled. Shanghai, I can't leave, but you can come in. When a tool gains its own consciousness, it ceases to be just a tool. The pathetic ones are those who still see it as one. His gaze fell on the pin in his hand. After a long while, he sighed and put the pin in his shirt pocket. In the kitchen, Cheng Xilin was busily cleaning up, washing dishes. Afterward, he sliced some fruit and brought it to the study. The study was spacious and bright, with Yu Qi and Gu Shuehua's desks positioned side by side like in an elementary school classroom. Two chairs with wheels were placed close together, allowing them to converse without getting up. This arrangement revealed the couple's enduring romantic sentiment from their school days, sweet as ever. Cheng Xilin quietly closed the door and placed a fruit platter between the two desks, ensuring both could easily reach it. He also thoughtfully brewed 2 cups of jasmine tea, placing them on their right-hand sides. After completing these tasks, he sat on the sofa opposite, crossed his legs, and took out his phone to chat with Jiang Yueyao on WeChat. A moment later, Yu Qi removed his reading glasses and rubbed his strained nose and eyes. He took a sip of tea, glanced at Cheng Xilin, and asked, What did you mean with that cryptic comment last night? Are you in trouble? Gu Shuehua also put down her book and picked up her tea, her eyes filled with concern as she awaited Cheng Xilin's response. Cheng Xilin chuckled and explained, It's not exactly trouble. There's just an old foe trying to cause me problems. But I need to probe a bit more. I might need your help when the time comes. Yu Qi and Gu Shuehua exchanged a glance, their years of understanding allowing them to instantly grasp each other's thoughts. Yu Qi frowned and said, If it's an enemy, deal with it quickly. Don't wait until they complete their scheme. It'll be harder to handle then. Cheng Xilin nodded and replied, Got it? He thought to himself, the old man is still sharp and ruthless. Remembering his mentor's words from the previous night, Cheng Xilin asked, Teacher, what did you mean by to fight a void level, find your master's wife? Gu Shuehua smiled, while Yu Qi sighed and said, Ah, my young friend, the most formidable person in our family isn't me. It's your master's wife. She's a formation master. A formation master? Shenyang is a formation master? Cheng Xilin's mind was in turmoil. Though he often dozed off in class, he still had some understanding of what a formation master was. The city's defense network was the work of formation masters. The requirements to become one were extremely high, needing 3 stringent conditions. First, all star cards must be above the black card level. Second, possessing the purest formation card, a unique type of weapon card, and third, having exceptional talent. Missing any one of these conditions would disqualify a candidate, and the most daunting of all was the innate talent. Cheng Xilin thought of a vivid analogy. If star envoys were as rare as giant pandas, then formation masters among them were as scarce as South China tigers. People often called star envoys national treasures, but if a formation master appeared, everyone else would feel inferior. On the surface, Cheng Xilin remained as calm as ever. He quietly stood up, walked to the desk, poured Gu Shuehua's tea into Yu Qi's cup, and then refilled Gu Shuehua's cup with hot tea. He also moved the fruit platter closer to Gu Shuehua. Yu Qi stared blankly at the murky warm tea in his cup and reached for the fruit, only to come up empty-handed. Displeased, he set down the cup and complained, You little rascal, you're too pragmatic. Cheng Xilin quickly waved his hands and earnestly explained, Teacher, it's not pragmatism. It's adapting to the situation. Gu Shuehua chuckled and teased. You two should stop acting and trying to amuse me. Yu Qi raised an eyebrow, and Cheng Xilin grinned. In that moment, they were like a family. A father with a playful heart and a mischievous son, teaming up to entertain the woman they loved most. Gu Shuehua smiled softly, raised her hand slightly, and 2 slices of apple from the fruit platter floated gently to Yu Qi and Cheng Xilin's mouths. They each took a bite, chewing contentedly. It was her small reward for their efforts to amuse her. She then returned her focus to the book in her hands. Yu Qi tapped the table lightly, his gaze falling on Cheng Xilin, who was sitting upright on the sofa opposite. In a calm tone, he said, Old 7, since you've made up your mind, go ahead. If you need help from me or your Shenyang, just ask. We're family. Don't worry about the trouble. Cheng Xilin nodded silently. Yu Qi continued. I know there's a knot in your heart, but it's one only you can untie. Old 7, your life is like a lone boat on the sea, and I'm willing to be your first crew member, helping you find the lighthouse. Cheng Xilin lowered his head, feeling a tightness in his chest and a lump in his throat. His eyes became moist without him realizing it. The emptiness in his heart seemed to be filled with something wonderful called family. Suddenly, a gentle, warm star force patted his head. He looked up slowly and met Gu Shuehua's loving and warm gaze. After leaving his teacher's house, Cheng Xilin drove to the riverside. He parked the car and wandered aimlessly along the riverbank, trying to process the second light in the dark room of his mind. At that moment, his mind was blank, thinking of nothing. Looking up at the beautiful Nanpu Bridge in the distance, Cheng Xilin seemed to see two people standing on it, a tearful girl and a boy with a mischievous grin, waving and throwing a phone card. That was him and Jiang Yueyao a few months ago. Cheng Xilin smiled softly and thought to himself, Teacher Jiang, it's tough at Urjia camp, isn't it? You don't want me to know, so you don't video call me. But how could I not know? I understand your thoughts and have always been cooperating with you, silly. Yueyao, I have some small joys to share with you. I'll tell you quietly next time we meet. Turning his head, he saw a restaurant called Zhengzheng Restaurant and walked in. That was how his Friday night ended. The next morning, Cheng Xilin stood in the bathroom, washing up. After blow-drying his hair, he looked at himself in the mirror, brushed aside his bangs, and stared at a scar. Taking a deep breath, he sighed, damn, such good-looking eyebrows, hidden by my hair. Damn it, all thanks to the Light Society. Walking out of the bathroom, he got dressed and picked up his phone to make a call. Hey, junior sister Jia, what are you doing? It's Saturday. Let's senior brother take you out for some fun? Hearing she was in class, he asked, which training ground are you at? I'll wait for you after class. Training ground 5? Got it. By the way, how many of you are there? Have you all had breakfast? Okay, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Cheng Xilin grabbed his car keys and headed out, humming a tune. First time's awkward, second time's familiar, third and fourth times were holding hands, fifth and sixth were cozy by the fire, seventh and eighth, I see you off. Cheng Xilin hummed a little tune as he sped to the breakfast shop in his flashy sports car. With a grand gesture, he bought 10 hearty breakfasts and then headed straight to training ground number 5. Pushing open the door to the training ground, Cheng Xilin called out with a booming voice, Teacher He, I'm here to check on you all. His voice echoed through the spacious area. In the center, a female coach in her 50s turned around and sighed helplessly. Cheng Xilin, can't you ever stay out of trouble? Teacher He shook her head. If you really can't, then go hang out with old you. Cheng Xilin, unfazed, raised his hands, displaying the bags full of breakfast, and said earnestly, Teacher He, at your age, skipping breakfast before class, it just breaks my heart, you know? Teacher He was momentarily taken aback, then rolled her eyes at him disdainfully. Are you really worried about me? You're just up to no good. She then turned to the 8 students on the field. Take a break, everyone. Cheng Xilin grinned, his eyes landing on a tall, skinny student. Old Lu, stop just watching. Come and help out. Can't you see what's going on? Muttering something under his breath, Old Lu quickly stepped forward and took the breakfast bags from Cheng Xilin. The students enjoyed the unexpected breakfast while shooting knowing glances at Ai Jia. Ai Jia looked a bit uncomfortable, keeping her head down and occasionally stealing glances at Cheng Xilin, who was sitting in a chair. Ji Shu walked over to Cheng Xilin, gave him a shove on the shoulder, and whispered, Don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you still chasing after Ai Jia? Cheng Xilin lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and replied nonchalantly, So what? A wife is a wife, a lover is a lover, a darling is a darling, and a baby is a baby. I've got high emotional intelligence and can type fast. What's wrong with having a few more girlfriends? Ji Shu was too shocked by this brazen statement to speak. After a while, he found his voice. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out? Cheng Xilin blew out another smoke ring and scoffed. The timid hesitate, the bold go in and out. Ji Shu was stunned for a moment and could only squeeze out 2 words. You're a scoundrel. Cheng Xilin chuckled dismissively and shot back. I didn't cheat on you, did I? Cheng Xilin sat in the back row of the classroom, legs crossed, his fingers gliding across his phone screen. Every now and then, he would look up, his gaze passing over the heads of his classmates to rest on Ai Jia, who was attentively listening to the lecture. Whenever Ai Jia noticed his gaze, she would respond with a sweet smile. Cheng Xilin would raise an eyebrow in reply before returning his focus to his phone. As noon approached, Mr. He walked over to Cheng Xilin's side. Observing the distracted student, he couldn't help but chuckle. Class is over, Romeo. Go find your girlfriend. Cheng Xilin immediately straightened up and said, Mr. He, Ai Jia and I are just classmates. We've been told that students shouldn't date early. Mr. He paused, curious. Who told you that? Mr. Jiang, Cheng Xilin replied. Mr. He nodded thoughtfully and walked away. guessing that this Mr. Jiang might have been one of Cheng Xilin's middle or high school teachers. Jishu and AI Jia approached Cheng Xilin, with Jishu teasing, "Hard work waiting all morning, huh, player?" Cheng Xilin shook his head seriously. "It's only through hard work during the day that you can enjoy the night. I call that a win-win." "You're such a flirt." Jishu rolled her eyes and walked away. Cheng Xilin shrugged at AI Jia. "I have no idea what I did to upset her." AI Jia, clearly pleased with Cheng Xilin's morning weight, laughed with her eyes twinkling. She gently nudged his arm and explained, "It's because you're too much of a player, senior brother. Sister Jishu doesn't like players." Cheng Xilin leaned in close to AI Jia's ear and whispered, "Then why do you like players?" AI Jia playfully pushed him away and raised her fist. "Because I have the confidence to keep one in check." Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow mischievously. "Then let's continue what we left unfinished the night before." AI Jia's cheeks turned pink as she lightly slapped his shoulder. "Senior brother, you're so inappropriate. Where would you like to go, junior sister?" "I'll take you." Cheng Xilin changed the topic. After thinking for a moment, AI Jia said, "Let's go to your favorite place." 20 minutes later, Cheng Xilin sighed, "Junior sister, I didn't expect you to be so understanding." AI Jia, with a sour expression, muttered, "Who would have thought your favorite place is an internet cafe?" Cheng Xilin looked surprised. "What? The internet cafe is my favorite spot. Come on, let's log in. My Yasuo is awesome." He eagerly typed in his account details, then exclaimed, "What the heck? My 800-point king rank dropped to gold too." 5 minutes later, as Cheng Xilin controlled the digger character, he laughed and said to AI Jia, "Junior sister, this hero's skills are just like your star card abilities. They stay hidden underground and suddenly jump out to backstab people." AI Jia leaned closer and countered, "Oh, really? It is similar, but what I do isn't backstabbing. It's a stealthy attack, like a ninja." Cheng Xilin clicked his tongue in admiration. "A stealthy attack like a ninja? Huh? Alright, let's stop here. Junior sister, let's go have a feast." He pushed the keyboard aside. AI Jia looked up, her eyes wide. "We're in the middle of a game. You can finish this match, senior brother." Cheng Xilin pinched AI Jia's cheek affectionately. "I'm hungry, my cute ninja. But didn't you say you'd cook for me?" AI Jia asked. "We're out of groceries," Cheng Xilin replied. "Then let's go buy some." "The car's out of fuel." "Then how are we going to get food without fuel?" "My car is electric." AI Jia stared at Cheng Xilin, speechless. As night fell, Cheng Xilin sat in a small pavilion by the artificial lake opposite his dorm. With his left hand propping up his chin, his right hand was creating an unstable electromagnetic field. He was trying to make two electromagnetic fields with opposite spins collide, creating pressure between them. Cheng Xilin recalled his physics knowledge. Particles, electrons, protons, neutrons, all basic particles have their own electromagnetic fields and interact with each other. If he could achieve the level of star force manipulation like Yu Qi and Gu Shuehua, he could use star force to induce electromagnetic interactions with objects or even biological magnetic fields. By creating bridges with charged particles, he could establish electromagnetic connections. Once established, electrons spinning in the same direction would create attraction, while those spinning in opposite directions would create repulsion. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Cheng Xilin. He thought of two techniques, universal pull and almighty push. He couldn't help but wonder, is the pinnacle of cultivation really just physics? He extended his hand toward a tree 10 meters away, attempting to create an electromagnetic field with a 50-meter radius. He tried to form a bridge of charged particles with the tree's leaves. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. "Damn it, I forgot I'm only at the star chart level and can't project my star force externally," Cheng Xilin muttered, pulling out his phone in frustration. "Hey, Jishu." Cheng Xilin's voice came through the phone, tinged with frustration. "As the leader of Squad 113, how can you not know about the mission assignments? Where's your sense of responsibility? Your dedication as a star envoy?" His pace quickened, and his emotions intensified. "You spend all day goofing off, obsessed with your training. It's like you're shutting yourself off from the world, refusing to advance, stuck in a rut." Before he could finish, Jishu exploded on the other end. Her yelling nearly blew out his phone speaker. "Weren't you the one who told me to focus on learning and not take on any missions for a while? I even lent Chunjian and Qian Shui to other squads. Now you remember the missions and start blaming me? You ungrateful jerk, scoundrel, worthless scum." Before Cheng Xilin could react, the call abruptly ended. He stood there, stunned, muttering to himself, "Can't out-argue her. Damn. Women have a natural talent for this." Snapping out of it, Cheng Xilin quickly dialed Li Li's number. Li Li's cheerful voice answered, "Xilin, I was just about to call you. There's a new place in Hongkou." Cheng Xilin cut him off with a fresh round of curses. "Li Lu, you bastard. Suck up, wannabe hero." After venting, his tone suddenly softened. "Bro Lu, sorry about that. I just had an argument with Jishu. I thought since she's a girl, I shouldn't yell at her. Then I figured since you're her future boyfriend, I'd vent by cursing you instead. You're not mad, right? Leela cleared his throat on the other end, sounding a bit awkward. Oh, it's like that. What were you two arguing about? It's fine, I don't mind. You're right, there's no point arguing with a girl. If Jishu upset you as her, well, let me apologize on her behalf. Thanks, Brolu. Cheng Xilin quickly changed the subject. What was that new place in Hongkou you were talking about? Oh, it's a new foot massage place. I wanted to take you to try it out. I'll be there soon, my treat, Cheng Xilin replied, then hung up the phone. As he set his phone down, his expression grew conflicted. He sighed deeply and muttered to himself, sorry, Brolu, you got caught in the crossfire because of me. Once this is all over, I'll help you win over Jishu for sure. Sunday greeted them with clear skies and a high of 29 degrees Celsius. By the serene artificial lake of the prestigious university in Shanghai, Aijia and Cheng Xilin were spending a leisurely afternoon in an elegant pavilion. Aijia, resting her chubby cheeks on her hands, leaned on the stone table with an adorably dazed expression. She curiously observed Cheng Xilin, who, clad in a long-sleeved collared shirt, seemed unaffected by the sweltering heat. Senior, isn't it too hot to be wearing long sleeves in this weather? Aijia couldn't help but ask. Cheng Xilin turned a page in his book, glanced at Aijia, and smiled slightly. Not at all. Aijia stared at him in puzzlement. The quiet reader before her seemed worlds apart from the mischievous guy who had wanted to take her to a hotel yesterday. Her curiosity was piqued. Senior, Aijia scooted closer, half her body now sprawled on the stone table, and asked in a sweet voice, is it true that Senior Jishu said you have a girlfriend? Cheng Xilin pinched Aijia's cheek, shaping her mouth into an O. Yes, it's true. Aijia quickly pulled back, escaping Cheng Xilin's clutches. She sat up straight, crossed her arms and pouted. Then why do you act this way with me? Cheng Xilin stood up, walked to the railing, and lit a cigarette, speaking leisurely. How am I acting with you? Did I kiss you? Hug you? Sleep with you? None of those, right? But you flirted with me. Aijia retorted, tilting her chin defiantly. Is flirting with a girl a crime? Cheng Xilin countered. Aijia was stunned, and after a moment, she managed to say, it's not illegal, but it's unethical. Cheng Xilin chuckled. I don't have ethics. As long as I'm unethical, you can't stand on a moral high ground and criticize me. Besides, do I need to talk ethics with you? Aijia, puffing up in anger, fell silent. Cheng Xilin quietly smoked, gazing at the shimmering lake. The gentle breeze slightly eased his inner turmoil. After a moment, Aijia asked softly, what kind of girl is she? Is she very pretty? Cheng Xilin stared blankly into the distance before replying softly, of course, she's beautiful. It wasn't until now that I realized I liked her a long time ago, but back then, I was narrow-minded and immature, not knowing what liking someone meant. He turned to face Aijia, a tender smile on his face. She is carefree, often saying things more outrageous than I do, frequently embarrassing me. Thinking back, she probably just wanted to talk to me more. Given her status, she was especially clingy, always wanting to be close to me. Cheng Xilin continued reminiscing. She was very tolerant of me. If not for her, I would have been expelled from school long ago. You might not see the person I am now. I might have been wasting away in some internet cafe in Yunzhou, or perhaps already dead at some table. After finishing, Cheng Xilin turned back to gaze into the distance, as if looking at a faraway border town. I really want to see her again. In a gentle September breeze. In the age when I understood what romantic love was, Aijia watched Cheng Xilin's back, feeling a pang of sadness. She whispered, no matter what we become in the future, the present is real. Cheng Xilin turned around in surprise, seeing Aijia's slightly sorrowful expression. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head. He closed his book and walked away slowly. Aijia watched him leave until he disappeared from sight. The young girl felt a sourness in her heart, knowing she had no right to be jealous. But it was precisely this forbidden jealousy that stung the most. Cheng Xilin headed to Yuqi's office. After discussing electromagnetism for a while, he suddenly asked, Professor, what is the Illuminati? Yuqi took off his reading glasses, rubbing his forehead and eyes. Why the sudden interest in the Illuminati? Cheng Xilin recounted his encounter under the Yunzhou Central Tower. After listening, Yuqi pondered for a moment and explained. The Illuminati is an organization of beast god worshippers. They have their own hierarchy, with leaders of different levels and numerous followers. They consider the beasts their partners, leading them to wreak havoc in cities and even incite beast waves. Cheng Xilin listened, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Teacher, I know two high-ranking members of the Illuminati. Could you make a trip tomorrow night? Yuqi adjusted his glasses and asked curiously, why not now? Cheng Xilin shook his head firmly. It's not the right time yet. All right then, tomorrow night it is. I'll follow your lead, Yuqi said, putting his glasses back on and returning to his book. Cheng Xilin sat across from Yuqi, placed his book on the table, carefully removed the bookmark, and started reading from the beginning. Meanwhile, in the main conference room of the neutral building, department heads were in a heated argument. Lu Chengxiong watched, his brow deeply furrowed, feeling increasingly irritated. He turned to his secretary and whispered, "Let me know once they've come to a decision." With that, he got up and left for his office. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chengxiong grabbed his coat and decided to head straight home. As soon as he walked in, he scooped up his precious daughter, rubbing his stubbly chin against her cheek. "Daddy's little girl, did you miss me?" "Giggly, giggly, Daddy's bad." Little Lu Curson squirmed and laughed, wrapping her tiny arms around her father's bald head. Just then, Gao Han emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray, surprised. "Why are you home so early today?" Holding his daughter, Lu Chengxiong chuckled and explained, "Work was overwhelming, so I thought I'd come home early to spend time with you both." Gao Han had her hair styled in a flight attendant's bun and wore a fitted, waist-cinching home outfit, accentuating her graceful figure and exuding a serene, mature charm. She chided him gently, "It's a good thing. You've been so busy. It's been ages since the three of us took a walk in the park together." Lu Chengxiong laughed sheepishly. "We'll go tonight, I promise." Gao Han rolled her eyes at her husband, but a smile played on her lips. "Silly man." As evening fell, Cheng Xilin dropped Yuqi off at his home and sat in his car outside the gate, dialing a number. "Hey bro," he said with a mischievous grin, "I'm treating you to dinner tomorrow night. And don't bring your wife and Curson this time. I owe her an apology, and I'll make it up to her next time. Just us guys, having some drinks and a good chat, and then we'll hit the town." A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. "Sounds good. See you tomorrow night." September in the Magic City still sizzles under the blazing sun. A few strands of breeze disperse the warm air. The clear sky resembles a blue film, with a few wispy clouds like melting ice cream. Cheng Xilin reclines on a seat under the pavilion, eyes closed, savoring the cool breeze blowing from the lake. Meanwhile, outside the station, a burly bald man stands next to a luxury car, frequently checking his watch, his anxiety evident. 10 minutes later, his eyes light up as he strides towards an elderly man in simple attire, hunching through the crowd. "Elder, you've had a long journey." Lu Chengxiong naturally takes the elder's back. The elder glances at the sweat-drenched Lu Chengxiong and chuckles. "Chengxiong, you, a distinguished stellar emissary, how did you get so sunburned? Has being the boss made you lax?" Lu Chengxiong laughs. "Not at all, just a lot on my plate, always worrying." He carries the bag with one hand while gently supporting the elder with the other, casting a sidelong glance at him, sighing, "I just wanted to see you soon, to feel at ease." The elder pats his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here this time to take the seeds away." Lu Chengxiong bends over with a silly grin, like a child receiving his father's approval. After settling the elder for dinner, Lu Chengxiong says, "Elder, please rest first. The seeds are in a hidden place. I'll go to the company to handle some accounts and fetch them for you tomorrow." Although the elder has some doubts, he agrees considering the neutral group's financial support is crucial. Leaving the hotel, Lu Chengxiong looks up at the blue sky, lets out a snort, and drives back to the station. Today is his solo performance because he holds the trump card. It's also everyone's collective act because they must cooperate. In the afternoon, Lu Chengxiong welcomes another robust elder in his 50s at the station. He repeats his morning act, his anxious expression easing upon seeing the elder. The second elder takes it all in. "Haha, Chengxiong, you're not much younger than me. How come you can't handle things?" The second elder laughs, patting his shoulder. Lu Chengxiong sighs, "Though I'm a few years younger, my achievements are far behind. I'm 47, always on edge. You're 52, already the Southern commander." The second elder's smile widens. "You cheeky fellow." Simple compliments are often the most effective, as the age and status gap is real. After arranging for the second elder, Lu Chengxiong hurriedly picks up his daughter from kindergarten. "Honey, let's take a stroll in the park." He excitedly stands at the door, holding his daughter. Gao Han, curled up on the sofa watching TV, asks puzzled, "What's gotten into you?" "Rushing around, bringing our daughter back. She has school." Lu Chengxiong and his daughter, Lu Curson, chorus, "Mommy, let's go out and play. Mommy, let's go out and play." Gao Han sighs helplessly, puts down the remote, and tucks her loose hair behind her ear. "I can't handle you two." She changes her shoes, links her arm with Lu Chengxiong's, and smiles gently. "All right, let's go. You drama kings." Lu Chengxiong and his daughter exchange triumphant smiles, looking like they've pulled off a grand scheme. The couple walked side by side, arms linked. Lu Chengxiong's gaze followed his daughter, Lu Curson, who was skipping ahead, and a flood of emotions washed over him. A mix of contentment and bitterness swirled in his chest. and he inadvertently muttered, I failed you both. I didn't protect you well enough. Gao Han seemed to understand her husband's thoughts. She smiled gently and shook her head. Lu Chengxiong glanced at his wife's serene profile and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a warm halo over the family of three. They arrived at the park and chose a stone bench to sit on. Lu Curson squeezed between her parents, holding a cotton candy in one hand and hugging a small bucket of popcorn, her face beaming with happiness. Suddenly, Lu Chengxiong's phone rang, shattering the tranquility. On the other end, Cheng Xilin's cheerful voice came through. Hey, big bro, I sent you the location. It's a little restaurant I booked and borrowed the kitchen. I'll be cooking, so no rush, just get here by around 8. I'm washing the veggies now. Let's have a drink and chat about guy stuff. All right, thanks little bro, Lu Chengxiong replied. I'll head over now. With the current traffic, it will take me over an hour. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Chengxiong looked at his wife with deep affection and gently brushed his stubble against his daughter's cheek, making her giggle. I'm off, he said to his wife. Okay, Gao Han responded with a smile. Lu Chengxiong turned and walked away. Gao Han sat quietly, accompanying their daughter as she enjoyed her snacks. Her eyes followed her husband's figure until he disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin stood alone by his dorm window, gazing at the vibrant sunset. He took a deep breath, extinguished his cigarette, and picked up his phone to dial a number. Jia, he said with a hint of apology in his voice, let me treat you to dinner. I cooked it myself. Come on, let me make it up to you. If you don't want to see me again after this meal, I promise you won't have to. I'll come upstairs to get you. After hanging up, Cheng Xilin quickly dialed a third number, his tone becoming urgent. The food needs to be ready soon. The guests are arriving any minute now. Cheng Xilin drove a convertible with AI Jia beside him, cruising down the street. The night breeze brushed against them, and the city lights flickered around. AI Jia turned to Cheng Xilin, curious. Senior brother, where are we going? Didn't you say you were going to cook? Cheng Xilin chuckled softly, his eyes still focused on the road ahead. Cooking in my dorm? With old Lu and the others around, do you think we could eat in peace? I borrowed a kitchen elsewhere where we can cook and eat quietly. AI Jia nodded without much thought. Her mind wandered to the future, longing for the mission to end so she could return to a normal life. Lu Chengxiong had once promised her that after the mission, he would report her as deceased to the higher-ups, allowing her to start anew under the guise of a fake death. Sensing her thoughts, Cheng Xilin spoke gently. You've had a tough time these past few years, haven't you? AI Jia blinked, puzzled by Cheng Xilin's sudden concern. She cautiously replied, why do you ask, senior brother? Cheng Xilin glanced at the time, slowed the car, and then opened the convertible top. The sudden gust of wind tousled his bangs, revealing a prominent burn scar stretching from his hairline to his left temple. AI Jia noticed but quickly shifted her gaze forward. I just feel there's a deep-seated weariness in your eyes, Cheng Xilin continued. In your unguarded moments, or when no one else is paying attention, your brows and eyes seem to droop. Feigning surprise, AI Jia laughed. Senior brother, aren't we all sociology majors? Did you minor in psychology too? Cheng Xilin shook his head and replied earnestly, I didn't study sociology or psychology because I've understood them since I was a child. AI Jia pouted. Senior brother, you're teasing me? Cheng Xilin just smiled and said no more. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small restaurant near the Nanpu Bridge. AI Jia read the name aloud. Zhangzheng Tavern? What a strange name. Cheng Xilin joked. Yeah, I think it should be called Wan Kalai Grand Hotel. AI Jia laughed. They entered the restaurant, which had a decor somewhere between modern and vintage. Inside, there were about a dozen tables, sparsely occupied by 6 or 7 diners. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was busy in the semi-open kitchen. AI Jia whispered to Cheng Xilin, Senior brother, isn't it odd that he's cooking with sunglasses on? Cheng Xilin shrugged. Maybe he's afraid of oil splashing into his eyes. After seating AI Jia, Cheng Xilin went into the kitchen, put on an apron, and began preparing the ingredients. He had a brief conversation with the man in sunglasses before starting to cook. Time passed, and the only sounds in the tavern were those of Cheng Xilin cooking. He occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the door of the tavern swung open, and Lu Chengxiong's laughter echoed through. Little brother, why did you choose this place? Took me a while to find you. As soon as Lu Chengxiong entered, he saw AI Jia. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became tense. But Lu Chengxiong quickly broke the awkwardness with his hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, so you're really cooking yourself, little brother. I thought you'd take me out for a meal and some fun. Cheng Xilin grinned. No rush, brother. The food will be ready soon. We can go out after we eat. He pointed to the small table where AI Jia sat. Brother, please take a seat. Lu Chengxiong's gaze briefly lingered on AI Jia before turning back to Cheng Xilin with a knowing smile. Little brother, you said it was just the two of us. Why did you bring your little girlfriend along? Cheng Xilin just smiled without answering. Soon, Cheng Xilin brought over 4 dishes and a bottle of wine, sitting down between Aijia and Lu Chengxiang. He smiled warmly at Lu Chengxiang. Brother, let me introduce you. He pointed to Aijia and introduced. This is Aijia, my junior from the prestigious university in the Magic City. She transferred from the prestigious university in Nanjing and is also a member of the Illuminati. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aijia's eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank, and her breath seemingly halted. Inside, a storm of emotions raged. How could he know all this? Lu Chengxiang's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he silently waited for Cheng Xilin to continue. Cheng Xilin tapped his knuckles on the table, producing a series of dull thuds. The sound was like an alarm, snapping Aijia back to reality. He turned to Aijia and continued. Let me introduce the man sitting across from you, Lu Chengxiang. He's the chairman of the Neutral Group, CEO of a publicly traded company, and owner of 22 companies, 13 of which are valued over $1 billion. He ranks first among billionaires under 50 in the Magic City. Not only is he a top-tier star-level expert, but he's also a high-ranking member of the Illuminati. Lu Chengxiang's gaze was sharp as he stared at Cheng Xilin, his face revealing no reaction to the introduction. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, but Cheng Xilin seemed unfazed. He slowly unbuttoned his collar, revealing a grotesque burn scar on his chest. Then, he rolled up his sleeves to display the scars on his arms and lifted the bangs from his forehead, fixing them atop his head. With a grin, Cheng Xilin said, Now, let me introduce myself. I'm Cheng Xilin, a member of the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Team, a student at the prestigious university in the Magic City, a Star Palace candidate, a high-level star map expert, and, most importantly, the target of both your plans. Tick, tick, tick. In the tavern, the ticking of the clock's second hand was eerily clear in the silence. The air felt almost frozen, with only the defiant clock stubbornly moving forward. Lu Chengxiang let out a long sigh, breaking the suffocating silence. His gaze fell on the young man across from him, whose lips curled into a mischievous smile. With a slightly hoarse voice, he asked, Care to explain? Lu Chengxiang neither argued nor played dumb. Any defense at this moment would only make him look like a fool, adding to the ridicule. Besides, Cheng Xilin had already revealed most of their identities, clearly after thorough investigation. Cheng Xilin's eyes shifted to Aijia, who was sitting silently with her head down. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he uncrossed his legs and leaned forward slightly. Lu Chengxiang understood the gesture and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, handing it over. Cheng Xilin took the cigarette, bit it between his lips, and extended his fingers. A faint electric spark danced at his fingertips, instantly lighting the cigarette. He took a deep drag, exhaling a thin stream of smoke, and spoke softly, You should know. My star card is electromagnetic force. It sounds ordinary, but it's actually quite mysterious. Electricity, magnetism, electric fields, magnetic fields, electrostatic fields, electrodynamic fields. Everyone has a unique magnetic field. Lu Chengxiang and Aijia listened quietly, not daring to make any sudden moves. They both knew that Cheng Xilin wouldn't do this unless he was absolutely confident. Any thoughts of using force at this moment would be suicidal. Cheng Xilin took another sip of his drink and turned his gaze to Aijia. Do you remember the first time I took you out to eat? Aijia nodded calmly. It was their first time alone together, and she had recounted the entire event to Lu Chengxiang afterward. They had analyzed it for a long time but came up with nothing. Cheng Xilin continued, Actually, that was our 6th meeting. We've officially met only 3 times, but we both know we've encountered each other 6 times. You just thought I didn't know. He extended his right hand, and a static electromagnetic field appeared in his palm. Our first meeting was when I knocked you over. The second time was under the central tower in Yunzhou. When I first expanded my electromagnetic field, I not only sensed that invisible waste but also discovered you hiding underground. A flicker of fear crossed Aijia's eyes, but she maintained her composure. Cheng Xilin went on. You saw me sitting on the ground and thought I was scared because I had killed someone. In reality, I was using the opportunity to inject the remaining star power into the electromagnetic force, penetrating the ground to establish a connection with your magnetic field. That way, the next time I saw you, I would immediately recognize you. Aijia, trembling, asked, You've been planning this since then? Cheng Xilin didn't answer directly. Instead, he extinguished his cigarette and lit another one. Our third meeting was at the rocky shore by the sea. You were hiding behind a rock about 200 meters away. Although my electromagnetic field couldn't reach that far, I sensed you because of the connection we had established earlier. He stood up, walked behind Aijia, and placed his hand on her thin shoulder. Aijia involuntarily shivered. Remember this feeling, Aijia? Cheng Xilin asked softly. After a moment of silence, Aijia replied, It was on the rooftop when we shook hands. I thought it was static electricity. Exactly, that was our 5th meeting, Cheng Xilin explained. My electromagnetic force was too weak in Yunzhou, and it would eventually be repelled by your magnetic field. So I had to re-establish the connection. And the fourth time? Ijia asked. Cheng Xilin looked at Lu Chengxiong and smiled. The fourth time was that morning, at the entrance of Baoshan campus of Morta University. You were standing behind my car, right across from the Zhongli building. As his words faded, the tavern fell silent once more. Only the tireless clock kept ticking away in its lonely march. Cheng Xilin's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he spoke through the swirling smoke. Heh, the next test will be even more interesting. Ijia, if I'm not mistaken, after our first date, you reported back to brother Lu Chengxiong, didn't you? Any results? Upon hearing this, Ijia instinctively glanced at Lu Chengxiong. The two of them shook their heads almost simultaneously, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Noticing their reaction, Cheng Xilin continued, actually, I laid out the test openly right from the start. The name of the Zhongli building, the route to the Bund, the fact that it was my first time in Shanghai, and the frequency of our meetings. I wanted you to add more stakes. I wanted to see if anyone more interesting would emerge. He paused, a trace of disappointment in his voice. But the outcome was truly disappointing. Lu Chengxiong remained expressionless as he picked up a bottle and poured himself a drink. He downed the liquor in one gulp, the spicy liquid hitting his taste buds and rushing to his nose and brain. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "Brother, I think my giveaway must have been the perfume." Ijia's perfume? No. Cheng Xilin shook his head, his expression turning serious. He looked Lu Chengxiong in the eye and slowly said, "Actually, my first impression of you was from our very first meeting, when you saw me for the first time, in that unprepared, spontaneous state. The surprise and panic in your eyes were obvious. Clearly, you knew me." Lu Chengxiong was taken aback, frowning slightly as he tried to recall the scene. After a moment, he nodded and admitted, "That's true. I was looking for my daughter, and was in a hurry. Someone called saying they had seen her, but I didn't expect it to be you." Cheng Xilin smiled slightly and continued, "Exactly, people's subconscious reactions don't lie." He paused, then shifted his tone. "Actually, my real test for you was during our second meeting." "Oh." Lu Chengxiong's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward slightly. "The second time?" Cheng Xilin nodded, his gaze shifting between Lu Chengxiong and Ijia. Pointing at Ijia, he said to Lu Chengxiong, "Brother, you were right about the perfume. Whether it was me sniffing the air, getting close to you to light a cigarette, or even telling Kirsten that she smelled nice, it was all to convey one thing to you." His voice dropped, becoming low and clear. "You had her perfume on you." Cheng Xilin flashed a smug smile, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He lightly tapped the table and said, "You probably didn't see this coming, did you?" Lu Chengxiong frowned slightly, waiting for his explanation. Cheng Xilin continued, "Of course, I knew you wouldn't figure it out. That's why I told Kirsten that you smelled really nice." He imitated a child's lively tone. With a child's love for showing off, she was bound to tell her sister-in-law. His fingers drummed lightly on the table as he explained, "That way, your sister-in-law would form a simple impression, but that impression is exactly the flaw I set up for you." Cheng Xilin's gaze pierced into Lu Chengxiong. "Women, you know, they always get suspicious unless they don't love you. So, when she gets home and starts sorting your clothes, there's a 70 chance she'll subconsciously sniff them to check for another woman's scent." Lu Chengxiong stared at Cheng Xilin in shock, his lips moving but no words coming out. Cheng Xilin dropped his unlit cigarette to the ground, crushed it with his toe, and pulled out a new one from his pocket. After taking a puff, he continued, "In fact, your coat does have Ijia's perfume on it. From there, as long as you feel guilty, you'll inevitably find reasons or inadvertently explain the perfume situation to me." Lu Chengxiong took a deep breath, his trembling hand extracting a cigarette from the pack. As he reached for his lighter, Cheng Xilin extended his hand, lighting it with an electric arc from his fingertips. "Thanks," Lu Chengxiong murmured, taking a deep drag to calm his nerves. "I was too hasty, ended up being too clever for my own good," Lu Chengxiong said with a bitter smile. "Thinking about it, there are so many perfumes in the world. What if my wife has a bottle that's exactly the same as Ijia's? What difference does it make?" Cheng Xilin shook his head, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Yeah, when you called to invite me to dinner, I was stunned. I didn't expect you to react so quickly. I was wondering if I had misunderstood you, or if you were just that foolish." "That foolish." The word stabbed into Lu Chengxiong's heart like steel needles. Cheng Xilin leaned on the table, looking at Lu Chengxiong with a half smile. "If I'm not mistaken, that night you definitely asked Ijia what perfume she was using, then sent someone to buy it. The reason? A little surprise for your sister-in-law?" He paused before continuing. "Actually, during dinner, I was always doubtful about whether I had gotten it wrong. How could you be that foolish?" "Until I went to the bathroom." Lu Chengxiong asked in confusion. "What does that have to do with you going to the bathroom?" Cheng Xilin laughed. So, old brother, didn't you have a childhood? When we were in school, we always went to the bathroom with our buddies. Seeing Lu Qingxiong's widened eyes, Cheng Xilin explained, that's right, Curson. I waited until she was full, then told her I was going to the bathroom. It's that kind of playful interaction between kids. She's always calling me brother, so to her, I'm her little buddy. He continued, so, the little one mentioned you giving her sister-in-law the perfume. Gotta say, old brother, you're quite the romantic. Lu Chengxiong smiled bitterly. Cheng Xilin licked his lips and added, and when I went to find Ijia after dinner and said smells great, it was to make her tell you. So you'd think I believed you and let your guard down. That way, we could continue this game. Lu Chengxiong sighed, shaking his head. Every step we take seems to follow a script you wrote. We're like puppets, just following your lead. Walking like marionettes with strings attached to our noses. He paused. I just didn't expect you to even use a 5-year-old girl in your schemes. Do you really have the heart? Cheng Xilin's smile vanished, his eyes turning sharp. Old brother? Are you lecturing me on morals? You, a high-ranking member of the Illuminati, lecturing me on morals? His voice was low and cold. Do you even deserve it? After a moment of silence, Cheng Xilin's expression softened slightly. He spoke earnestly to Lu Chengxiong. Old brother, in life, you can't just rely on luck and strength to solve problems. You can't face challenges with just a hot-blooded spirit. Humanity's greatest strength is wisdom. The three of us are in a game, taking turns making moves and countering each other. Cheng Xilin stood up, stretching his neck. There are no more surprises. I'm disappointed, but I can't wait for things to happen before figuring out how to deal with them. I'm not an avenger. He lit another cigarette and spoke softly. And you ask if I really have the heart to use a child in my schemes? He paused. I do. Because she has nothing to do with me. I have to protect myself, survive, and protect the people I care about. Scheming is the least of it. Do you think I would soften for the daughter of a high-ranking Illuminati member and put myself and my friends and family in danger? Cheng Xilin let out a cold laugh. You really think I'm some kind of protagonist with a heart of gold? In this play, we're all just supporting characters. Only the final victor gets to be the hero. Lu Chengxiong's eyes suddenly turned cold and grim as he stared at Cheng Xilin, a pure intent to kill flashing in his gaze. The starlight within him began to stir slowly, and although he knew Cheng Xilin was fully prepared, the less than 1 meter distance between them sparked an idea in his mind. At that critical moment, an aged hand suddenly rested on Lu Chengxiong's shoulder. Instantly, his killing intent vanished, and the starlight within him dissipated. He turned and said bitterly, Elder Yu. Yu Qi had appeared behind Lu Chengxiong without anyone noticing. He lowered his gaze, one hand on Lu Chengxiong's shoulder, the other holding a book on quantum mechanics, his expression focused on reading. Cheng Xilin chuckled and patted Lu Chengxiong's shoulder, then glanced at Aijia. With a relaxed tone, he said, I've seen a lot of human nature in darkness, but I still smile positively at the world. What I'm saying is, your tricks shouldn't be used on me. You're not even close. With that, he removed his hand from Lu Chengxiong's shoulder. All right, that's it. You all understand now, right? Cheng Xilin said, pulling out sunglasses from his pocket and putting them on. He leaned on the table with one hand and placed the other on Aijia's shoulder. He looked at the pale, trembling girl and asked, I'll ask you again, Aijia, do you recognize me? The moment Yu Qi appeared, Aijia's body started trembling uncontrollably. The fear Yu Qi instilled in her came from the deepest part of her heart. Cheng Xilin, usually carefree, often dragged Yu Qi along to eat takeout, watch cartoons, and smoke together, never deliberately inquiring about Yu Qi's accomplishments. Moreover, he had just arrived in Shanghai and was immediately entangled with these two, leaving no time or interest to learn how powerful his teacher was. Yu Qi's appearance was unexpected for Aijia, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Aijia looked up at Cheng Xilin, but his dark sunglasses blocked any chance of observing his eyes. Don't want to speak? That's fine, I'll tell you, Cheng Xilin said softly, walking behind Aijia. My comrade was named Lin Xia, a sniper who never fought hidden. Often, during missions, we never knew which corner he was hiding in. But he died during the Yunzhou disaster, a sniper, without even a cry for help, silently, despite having a communicator. How did that happen? Cheng Xilin continued, and that day, in the underground plaza of the central tower, besides your own magnetic field, there was another extremely faint one on you, from the charged particles in Lin Xia's blood. Also, your star cards, element card, earth, weapon card, perception web, weapon card, venom dagger. He paused before adding, if you still can't recognize it, then how about these? At that moment, 4 men and 1 woman who had been sitting in the tavern stood up simultaneously and walked to Cheng Xilin's side. Each took out a pair of sunglasses and placed them on the table in front of Aijia. A middle-aged man from the kitchen also came out, removed his sunglasses, and put them on the table. Cheng Xilin moved behind Aijia, pressing down on her trembling shoulders, and whispered, "Recognize it now? Our cute yet cool little ninja?" At this moment, AI Jia could no longer remain calm, especially with the elder, whose presence felt as heavy as a mountain, standing less than 2 meters away. "No, please, don't kill me. Don't, I beg you, don't kill me." AI Jia's body trembled violently, but she didn't dare move. Yuchi's presence weighed down on her like a mountain. She cried incessantly, her body shaking under everyone's gaze. "They forced me to do it. I didn't want to. My sister is paralyzed. I need money. I need a star-level healer for her. They said if I became a second-level manager, they would treat my sister. My parents are dead. I only have my sister. I can't let anything happen to her. Cheng Xilin, senior, please, spare me if I die. My sister will die too. I didn't want to kill your comrade. I didn't want to. I had no choice." Before she could finish, a dark golden blade pierced through her chest, and blood dripped onto the sunglasses. Cheng Xilin leaned in and whispered in her ear, "AI Jia, stop talking. If you continue, I might actually feel sorry for you." Time seemed to stand still. The ticking of the clock, the dripping of blood. AI Jia turned to look at Cheng Xilin. There was no fear in her eyes now, only relief, release, and a hint of softness. She struggled to speak. "Senior, back at the pavilion, I was sincere, if only for a moment." Cheng Xilin replied gently, "I know. You're tired, rest now." Hiss. Cheng Xilin drew his blade, and blood dripped along its edge, leaving a clear trail on the ground. The long knife vanished as if it had never been there. The white star card in front of Cheng Xilin also disappeared. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, glanced around, and grinned. "Captain, smoke. Vice Captain, smoke. Brother Duan, smoke. Brother June, smoke. Brother Long, smoke." Cheng Xilin handed out cigarettes one by one before turning to Jiang Yueyao. "Teacher Jiang, a hug?" Jiang Yueyao laughed and opened her arms without hesitation. As they embraced, Yuchi closed his quantum mechanics book and turned to ask, "Is this the girl?" Cheng Xilin gently patted Jiang Yueyao's shoulder before they separated. He took her hand and said calmly, "Yes, teacher. This is Jiang Yueyao, my girlfriend." Jiang Yueyao was so nervous that she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, teacher. I am Jiang Yueyao." Yuchi nodded, his tone even. "After everything is done, bring her home for a meal." "Yes, teacher," Cheng Xilin replied, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Our part is done. Let's go. The rest is beyond our involvement." Although the others didn't fully understand, they followed Cheng Xilin out the back door, reassured by Yuchi's presence. Just as they left, the tavern's doorbell rang. An elderly man in simple clothes and a robust old man walked in. Click. At that moment, the clock on the wall stopped, and the space within the tavern instantly froze. In the tavern, a soft sound broke the silence. The round clock hanging on the green and red brick wall suddenly stopped and then shattered with a bang. Its pieces eerily floated in midair, never falling to the ground. The white clock face with black numbers slowly rose above the heads of 4 people and began to spin. Amidst a humming sound, the 12 black numbers separated from the white face. The face emitted a ripple of cyan starlight, expanded, turned transparent, and stamped onto the tavern floor. 8 numbers circled the 4 individuals, while the other 4 remained motionless beneath their feet. The slightly disturbed airflow broke the stagnant atmosphere. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, a complex expression flashing in their eyes. Grand Elder Hong Chao's gaze swept over Lu Chengxiang before settling on Yu Qi. He spoke slowly. "Yu Qi, hand him over to me and we'll leave immediately." "No," Yu Qi replied flatly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Second Elder Xia Yao frowned deeply and said in a stern voice, "Yu Qi, we don't want to fight you. Hand over this traitor." Yu Qi merely cast a cold glance at Xia Yao without responding. This disregard infuriated Xia Yao. As the second elder of the Illuminati, how could he tolerate such disrespect? He immediately summoned 5 star cards, 1 orange and 4 black. Just as Xia Yao was about to make his move, the array beneath him suddenly stopped. The number 11 had appeared under his feet at some unknown moment. With a loud boom, the number 11 glowed red, and an orangered pillar of fire shot up, engulfing Xia Yao entirely. Child's play. Xia Yao snorted coldly. Star power surged around him, dispersing the flames as he took a step forward. Meanwhile, in the underground of the central tower in Modu, Gu Shuehua stood before the defense net base, wearing a knee-length off-white trench coat. Floating in front of her were 5 star cards, 4 black and 1 gold. She took her right hand out of her pocket and lightly tapped the second star card on the left, muttering to herself, "What kind of ability is this?" Grand Elder Hong Chao's face changed slightly upon seeing this. "Xia Yao, that's Gu Shuehua's star prison," he warned, but it was too late. The moment Xia Yao's foot touched the ground, the 12 numbers glowed brightly, flew overhead, and formed 12 star arrays that pinned him down. Bang, bang, bang. The 12-star arrays shattered in succession, forming 12 shining stars that pierced through Xie Yao's body. The stars fell to the ground and reverted to numbers. With a heavy thud, Xie Yao's body collapsed. Lu Chengxiong let out a disdainful laugh and looked at Hong Chou with amusement. Hong Chou sighed. You two are always so unreasonable. Yu Qi snorted coldly, his fingers on Lu Chengxiong's shoulder twitching slightly. With a thunderous crash, an immense amount of star power descended, shattering the tables and chairs. Lu Chengxiong was forced to his knees, sweat evaporating the moment it formed, veins bulging as he struggled to hold on. Yu Qi lifted his gaze to Hong Chou, flipped his palm, and Lu Chengxiong was pulled into the air by the star power. Yu Qi glanced at Xie Yao's fallen body and scoffed. Stop pretending. Haha, you can't fool the famous Yu Lao, indeed. Xie Yao laughed as he stood up, his wounds disappearing. A black star card flashed from his chest. Twisting his neck, he marveled. As expected, Gu Dashi's star prison is terrifying. To kill a star in one move is not an exaggeration. If I didn't have a life-saving star card, I would have died in her star prison array today. Just as Xie Yao was feeling pleased with himself, his body suddenly froze. The number 10 had replaced the number 11 under his feet, and faint starlight sealed his star power. In that instant, a flaming sword slashed toward his neck. Not good. Hong Chou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand, star power surging, and pulled Xie Yao out of the number 10's range. The tip of the flaming sword barely grazed Xie Yao's collar. At this moment, Xie Yao had just escaped the star power seal, his body relaxed, and he was in a state of recovery. Lu Hong, the wielder of the flaming sword, seized the opportunity, grabbed Xie Yao by the neck with his right hand, and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Hong Chou formed his fingers into a claw, and a black star card shattered into starlight, forming a silver metallic claw that covered his entire hand. Just as Hong Chou was about to grab Lu Hong, he suddenly halted, his claw raised. Clang! Boom! A black longsword struck Hong Chou's palm like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, two powerful forces of star energy erupted in the confined space, clashing like two ferocious beasts. The tavern shattered under the intense impact, with wood splinters and glass shards flying everywhere. Lu Hong seized the fleeting opportunity, darting out of the tavern like an arrow. He grabbed Xie Yao, slamming him to the ground. At this moment, the star energy within Lu Hong surged like a tidal wave, matching Xie Yao's power. Both were at the mid-level of the star realm. The immense star energies collided like two massive boulders crashing together. They pushed forward, from inside the tavern out onto the street, carving a deep trench in the asphalt, sending debris flying. Lu Hong suddenly stomped his left foot on the ground, his entire body poised like a drawn bow. His right hand erupted with astonishing star energy, hurling Xie Yao into the air like a javelin. Simultaneously, a flaming greatsword rapidly expanded in the air, growing several times its size, and hurtled towards the airborne Xie Yao. Lu Hong followed closely, shooting into the sky like an arrow, tracking the path of the flaming greatsword in pursuit of Xie Yao. The dark night sky over the city was split open by the blazing giant sword, as if tearing the heavens apart. Back in the ruins of the tavern, the fierce battle continued. Yu Qi raised his hand, pointing at Hong Chou. An orange star card in front of him transformed into an orange-yellow longsword, which shot towards Hong Chou like a meteor. Hong Chou's eyes were sharp as ever. From his set of 1 orange and 3 black star cards, a black star card flew out, hovering above his head for a moment before transforming into a white spear that shot forward. Clang! The tips of the sword and spear collided in midair, emitting a piercing metallic sound. With the immense star energy from both combatants, the surrounding buildings were crushed like paper, with bricks and debris flying everywhere. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, the prison formation beneath them suddenly stopped rotating. A conspicuous number 9 appeared at Hong Chou's feet, signaling that some change was imminent. Beneath the central tower of Magic City, Gu Xuehua's lips curved into a faint smile as her gaze fell upon the black card with a galaxy pattern in her hand. Named Imprisoning Star, this formation card was one of the 3 she possessed as a peak-level star envoy. Although its power didn't match the other 2, it was the first to awaken and was particularly suited for trapping and annihilating enemies. Gu Xuehua gently stroked the formation card, recalling the intricacies of the imprisoning star formation. Once deployed, the formation would split into 12 smaller star arrays, each with unique abilities. Her mind conjured images of these smaller arrays. The star force seal of number 10, the blazing pillar of fire from number 11. The 8 surrounding arrays formed a cage, while the 4 in the center were lethal strikes. Under her control, these arrays could combine and transform freely, creating endless attack patterns. Remembering the words of Xie Yao, the second elder of the Light Council, Gu Xuehua's smile deepened. Gu Xuehua, 1 move to kill a star, he had said, and it was no exaggeration. In Magic City, the true guardian was neither the demon suppression army, the demon hunters, nor star envoys like Lu Hong, not even her husband Yu Qi. It was her, the formation master, who commanded 3-star formations. At that moment, Gu Shuehua sensed that the battle on the surface had begun. Her consciousness extended into the imprisoning star formation, as if witnessing firsthand the scene of Hong Chou being trapped. The number 9 appeared beneath Hong Chou's feet, and a dazzling circular pillar of light instantly enveloped him. The sparkling stars inside the pillar resembled beautiful fireflies, but filled Hong Chou with dread. Being from the same era, he knew all too well how ruthless Gu Shuehua's methods could be. Hong Chou didn't dare hesitate and immediately activated his 5th star card. Water enveloped him as he rapidly retreated, only to find that the number 9 followed him relentlessly. Worse yet, the number 11 had appeared behind him without his noticing. Boom! A pillar of fire shot skyward, engulfing Hong Chou, who was wrapped in water. However, what truly terrified him were the stars gradually transforming into tiny lethal needles. In a critical moment, Hong Chou made a hard decision and summoned his 1st orange star card. A leader-class psychic beast appeared above him, clasping its hands together to attract all the needles to itself. Bang! The psychic beast shattered. But this brief moment was enough for Hong Chou to escape. Star force surged through him, exploding like a ring of flames, propelling him out of the formation's range. From a distance, Yu Qi witnessed the scene and muttered with a strange expression, "Shuehua, he got away. Your imprisoning star still needs some work." Gu Shuehua's voice, still gentle and calm, seemed to emanate from the formation. "All right, you'll help me train later. And we should work on the mountain map too." Yu Qi's mouth twitched as he casually threw the silent Lu Chengxiong into the formation. Numbers 10 and 7 overlapped, and Lu Chengxiong instantly lost his star force, tightly bound by iron chains rising from the ground. Yu Qi sighed and vanished into the ruins. Meanwhile, Gu Shuehua took the elevator to the surface, her hands in her trench coat pockets, walking unhurriedly toward Lu Chengxiong. Lu Chengxiong looked up at Gu Shuehua with an unexpectedly calm expression. He smiled slightly. "Hello, Master Gu?" Gu Shuehua paused, surprised by the composure of this doomed man. She smiled back. "Hello, Mr. Lu?" Looking into the distance, Gu Shuehua saw Yu Qi battling Hong Chou and Lu Hong chasing Xie Yao several kilometers away. She sighed softly and used some broken wood from the ruins to piece together a chair and sat down. "Mr. Lu," Gu Shuehua stared directly into Lu Chengxiong's eyes. "You lured Hong Chou and Xie Yao here to use us as tools to kill them, didn't you? Now, my husband and apprentice are already chasing them. Can you tell me now?" Lu Chengxiong looked at Gu Shuehua in astonishment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head, as expected of Master Gu, who once single-handedly conquered the entire outer ruins. He raised his hand to stretch the iron chains and said, "I'm no longer at the star level. You can dispel the formation." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shuehua deactivated the imprisoning star formation. Lu Chengxiong collapsed to the ground, picked up a scattered cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag before saying, "There's no harm in telling you. My goal has already been achieved." Lu Chengxiong pondered for a moment, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He slowly began. "The seed that was sent out through the gate back then is now in my hands. But this seed is too hot to handle, far beyond my control." His voice was low, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. 7 years ago, I thought I could use this seed as a bargaining chip to gain freedom from the Illuminati. But even the elders were afraid of the seed and kept avoiding taking it." Lu Chengxiong let out a cold laugh and turned his gaze to Gu Shuehua. "Master Gu, you and Elder you were in the outer ruins back then. Surely, you know the origin of this seed?" Gu Shuehua nodded solemnly. Lu Chengxiong continued, his tone carrying a bit of pride, "But you would never guess that this seed, once it absorbs enough star energy and life force, can enter a new phase, possessing unimaginable vitality." Gu Shuehua was slightly taken aback and asked, "Do you mean this vitality can affect humans?" "Exactly." Lu Chengxiong grinned, a sly glint in his eye. "Destruction is rebirth." Recently, when the elders of the Illuminati learned about the seed's immense vitality, their attitudes changed immediately. From avoiding it to now fighting over it. Their hypocrisy is truly disgusting. Lu Chengxiong's expression turned playful as he spoke slowly. "But here in the Magic City, with you and Elder you holding the fort, even void-level experts wouldn't dare act recklessly. They dare not come personally, but the temptation of the seed is too great. They fear I might lose control. Can you guess how they are trying to control me?" Gu Shuehua frowned slightly and slowly uttered, "Family." "That's right, family." Lu Chengxiong's expression darkened, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "But I no longer have any family." "What do you mean?" Gu Shuehua asked, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Lu Chengxiong didn't answer directly. Instead, he gazed into the distance and sighed softly. "Master Gu, the Magic City is beautiful both day and night, but it's also a city that devours people." He turned to face Gu Shuehua directly and asked, "Master Gu, Back then you single-handedly roamed the outer ruins and fought your way to the gate. Today, can you protect the magic city? Gu Shuehua slowly stood up, powerful star energy surging like a tide. His voice low and filled with authority. What do you mean by that? Lu Chengxiang, pressed to the ground by the star energy, still shouted defiantly. I want the magic city and the Illuminati to pay with their lives for my family. In the night, two elderly men stood tall in the void, facing each other from a distance. The clash of spear and sword sent shockwaves of star power rippling outward, illuminating the dark sky. Hong Cho sneered, Yu Qi, you were like this when you were young, and decades later, you still haven't improved. Yu Qi, surrounded by 4 floating swords, chuckled in response. Not improving is still better than being a slave to beasts. As a peak-level star warrior, Yu Qi possessed a unique star card configuration. 1 orange, 3 black, and 1 gold. Among these, 1 black card was a lightning element card, while the others were all sword cards. He had mastered the technique of controlling flying swords with star power back when he was at the nebula level. With a sharp gaze, Yu Qi taunted, Hong Cho, isn't being a slave to beasts worse than being a beast yourself? Before he finished speaking, the golden sword in front of him shot towards his opponent like a meteor. Hong Cho raised his arm, his white spear glowing intensely as its tip met the flying sword. With a thunderous clash, Yu Qi did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, causing ripples in the void beneath him. In the sea of consciousness of a star-level warrior, star clouds spread and transformed into star rivers, with boundless star power flowing endlessly. The other 3 flying swords around Yu Qi shot out, instantly multiplying into hundreds of swords under the infusion of star power, forming an orange, black, and blue sword array. Hundreds of swords fell like stars from the sky as Yu Qi coldly laughed. Hong Cho, old dog, does this count as improvement? Seeing this, Hong Cho swung his hand, sending the golden sword flying with a powerful burst from his white spear, which rapidly spun and transformed into hundreds of spear shadows. Go! Hundreds of spears shot towards the tricolored sword array like arrows. Yu Qi let out a slight laugh and raised his right hand, causing thunder to rumble in the sky. A white lightning bolt tore through the night, striking directly at Hong Cho. Hong Cho paused, raising a massive water curtain with a wave of his hand to block the lightning strike. Frowning, Yu Qi's golden sword soared into the sky, suddenly expanding to dozens of feet in length, cleaving towards the water curtain. The golden giant sword cut through the spear array, shattered the water curtain, and aimed directly at Hong Cho. Hong Cho mobilized all his star power, raising his left hand as a silver claw met the golden giant sword. Another deafening boom echoed. Meanwhile, in the ruins of a tavern, Gu Shuehua coldly watched the crazed Lu Chengxiang, her eyes filled with growing killing intent. Lu Chengxiang suddenly calmed down, a look of happiness appearing in his eyes as he softly laughed. My wife was a fool. She was part of the city defense patrol. We got married after she retired 12 years ago and had a lovely daughter. 7 years ago, when Curson was 5, I obtained the seed. I wanted to trade it to the Illuminati for freedom, but they didn't dare take it. To suppress the seed, we poured star power into it every day. But where did the life force come from? He continued, as a member of the Illuminati, my first thought was the people of the Devil City. People are selfish, but she disagreed. She said she married me out of love, but couldn't hurt others because of that love. So, we went out of the city every day to hunt beasts, supplementing the life force needed by the seed. Ridiculous, isn't it? I, a second-level leader of the Illuminati, doing patrol work, lying on the ground, Lu Chengxiang lit a cigarette, gazing at the night sky with tears streaming down his face. But it still got out of control. My wife and daughter had their life force absorbed by the seed in an instant. Gu Shuehua's breath caught as she thought of the 5-year-old girl, feeling a pang of sympathy. She could understand the heart-wrenching pain of losing loved ones. The seed transformed, and the price was losing the ones I loved most. Lu Chengxiang said slowly. Master Gu, do you know what my cultivation level was before? 2 orange star cards floated in front of him. After obtaining the seed, I broke through to the initial stage of the void level. But now, I only have 2 star cards left, and my cultivation has fallen to the star chart level. Do you know why? Gu Shuehua remained silent. Lu Chengxiang sat up, looking directly at her, and said in a deep voice, because I sacrificed my void-level star power to forcibly split the seed in 2 and fused it with 4 star cards. Star cards are connected to the Star Warrior's life force. I divided the life force of 4 star cards to recreate my wife and daughter's lives, using half of the seed as their soul. Gu Shuehua was shocked and asked, what are the drawbacks? You're sharp, Master Gu. The drawback is that they will always remain as they were 7 years ago. They appear exactly as I remember them, starting from my life and ending with my life. Lu Chengxiang said with a bitter smile, tears streaming down his face. Living and dying together, what a cruel joke. Gu Shuehua fell silent, her gaze resting on the man before her, a whirlwind of emotions churning within her. Words like life and death, love, friendship, family though precious felt painfully ironic when associated with him. She was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, as if these words had become chains that bound him. Lu Chengxiong exhaled a plume of smoke, the rings swirling and dissipating in the air. His voice was low and calm. The seed ruined me, but I forgave it. Gaining back what was lost is more precious than obtaining it in the first place. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. But those bastards at the Illuminati want not only to reclaim the seed, but also to make me experience the pain of loss again. And I am powerless to resist. Gu Shuehua keenly picked up on the implication in his words. So, you led them here, hoping we would kill them. Lu Chengxiong nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. For 12 years, I've been sending out false information. But after Cheng Xilin arrived, I stopped. Gu Shuehua nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, after Old Seven arrived, Lu Hong found out the seed was in the city. A hint of a smug smile appeared on Lu Chengxiong's face. As it happens, Cheng Xilin became Yu Lao's apprentice. To lure you and Yu Lao out, I had to start with him. AI Jiao was a useful pawn. With Cheng Xilin's intelligence, he would certainly notice something and trace it back to me through AI Jia. He paused before continuing. As a high-ranking member of the Illuminati, am I worth you and Yu Lao making a move? I couldn't take that risk, especially with Lu Hong still in the city. So, when AI Jia arrived, I contacted 3 elders. The first and second elders made a conspicuous entrance from the station, ensuring you couldn't miss them, which was enough to get your attention. Gu Shuehua suddenly smiled, a touch of bitterness in her expression. We all became tools in your hands. You and my old seven can never be friends. Lu Chengxiong sighed. I admire Cheng Xilin greatly. His keen intuition and deep thinking caught me off guard. So, I had to speed things up, dealing with him while urging the Illuminati elders. Gu Shuehua's gaze turned sharp. What do you plan to do now? I know everything. I could go after your wife and daughter right away. Lu Chengxiong shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Master Gu, there's no need to search for them. I hate this city because my wife loves it, leading us to take the riskiest approach to suppress the seed. Yet, I also love this city because it gave me my beloved wife. His voice grew low but resolute. So, half the city will do. Master Gu, you don't need to look for my wife and daughter, because they are now with Cheng Xilin. The river reflected the glamorous lights on both banks, but Cheng Xilin didn't really like this city. He sat on a bench by the river, under the amber streetlights, holding a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, lost in thought. The city's fast pace and mechanical lifestyle, though beautiful and luxurious, lacked a touch of human warmth. Suddenly, Cheng Xilin's eyes shifted, and he lightly patted Jiang Yueyao's leg. Teacher, could you wait for me over there? I have something to take care of. Jiang Yueyao turned to look at him, nodded, and walked to a distant bench to sit down. Moments later, a small figure appeared. Cheng Xilin turned and quietly asked, Is it you?
Yes.
The warm light stretched their shadows on the ground, one large and one small. Lu Kerson sat on the bench, her expression serious. Actually, I'm already 12 years old. Cheng Xilin chuckled. Although I'm not sure what's going on, I know it must be related to what they call the seeds. Lu Kerson nodded, swinging her legs back and forth. Honestly, I really want to go to elementary school. If I grew up normally, I would graduate this year and go to middle school, then high school, college, and eventually fall in love. She looked at Cheng Xilin, smiling. You know, you're only 6 years older than me. Cheng Xilin was taken aback, then shook his head with a laugh. That's not possible. Your sister is 12 years older than you. There would be a generation gap. The little girl didn't understand and pouted, displeased. If I grew up, I'd be super pretty. My dad is handsome. My mom is a beauty, and we have great genes. Cheng Xilin sneered. Your mom is pretty, but your dad? That bald head? Handsome is a stretch. Lu Kerson pointed to Jiang Yueyao sitting in the distance. I'd definitely be prettier than her. Look at her. Short hair, t-shirt, jeans, so ugly, except for her big chest. Cheng Xilin laughed helplessly. You're quite a character. He sighed. All right, we've met. I have to go now. Go back to your mom. Your fate is no longer something I can interfere with. Lu Kerson was silent for a moment. Mom's gone. Cheng Xilin paused, pretending to leave. But Lu Kerson jumped off the bench and threw herself into his arms. Just as he was about to push her away, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a black ballpoint pen stabbed into his chest, engraved with the character Lu. He recognized this pen. It belonged to Lu Chengxiong. He had thought it was just a businessman's pen, symbolizing success and failure. He never expected it to stab him today. Cheng Xilin looked up in anger, only to see Jiang Yueyao's scythe slicing through Lu Kerson's neck. He pulled out the pin, but the tip was missing. Checking his chest, the wound had healed, with only the blood on the pin as evidence. Lu Curson looked at him calmly, a sad smile in her eyes. Goodbye, Uncle Lin. She had been taught to call him uncle, not brother. And now she used this farewell to sever their relationship, or perhaps find peace. Lu Curson's body dissolved into two black star cards and a light particle. The star cards burst into stardust, merging with the light particle, and sank into the river. Cheng Xilin reached out to grab them, but suddenly clutched his chest and leaned forward. Zhang Yueyao cried out, supporting him, and Gu Shuehua appeared to help. Cheng Xilin, enduring the pain, looked at Gu Shuehua. Master's wife, where is Lu Chengxiong? He's dead, Gu Shuehua replied, frowning. Did Lu Chengxiong's wife and daughter come? By now, Cheng Xilin could no longer speak. He slumped on the bench, his face contorted in pain, his body trembling. Zhang Yueyao was anxious but forced herself to stay calm. Remembering that Cheng Xilin had said his teacher and master's wife were at the peak of the star level and that now was not the time for hysteria, she restrained herself, knowing that panic would save no one. Zhang Yueyao cradled Cheng Xilin's head, smoothing her hair and taking deep, rapid breaths to suppress the urge to cry. With a trembling voice, she briefly explained what had happened to Gu Shuehua. Gu nodded in understanding, her gaze sweeping over a pin on the ground before placing her palm on Cheng Xilin's chest. In an instant, a torrent of star energy surged into Xilin's chest like a river breaking its banks. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the sky, and the ground began to shake violently. Yueyao looked across the river in disbelief, seeing countless lights extinguish as the ground slowly rose. The screams of people mixed with the thunderous rumble, creating a cacophony of chaos. In that moment, Gu Shuehua understood the meaning of Lu Chengxiong's words about half the city that madman intended to use the power of half a seed to bury half of the metropolis's population with his wife and daughter. What a pitiful, hateful lunatic. Without hesitation, Shuehua raised her other hand, unleashing a furious wave of star energy toward the opposite bank. Simultaneously, star wielders across the city, ready for action, surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing to the other side of the river. Hundreds, even thousands, worked together, channeling their star energy into the ground to suppress the rising earth alongside Gu Shuehua's power. The usually composed and elegant Gu Shuehua now exuded an aura of extreme anger and murderous intent, almost tangible in its intensity. The river churned violently, but Shuehua's star energy and killing intent repelled the surrounding water, clashing fiercely with the waves caused by the earthquake. The sudden upheaval in the metropolis was immediately sensed by Yu Qi, fighting at sea, and Lu Hong, battling in the mountains. Without a second thought, Yu Qi turned and sped toward the city, his star energy radiating as he flew. Hong Chao's eyes narrowed. He too realized something was amiss in the city, but saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He cared nothing for the city's fate or its people, but knew he had to stop Yu Qi from returning to save it. Hong Chou unleashed a tremendous burst of star energy, raising towering waves beneath his feet. In his hand, a gleaming spear multiplied into hundreds, all aimed at Yu Qi. Meanwhile, Lu Hong's eyes burned with fury as he raised his hands, summoning two violent storms that collided toward Xie Yao. Taking advantage of Xie Yao's distraction and deflecting the storms, Lu Hong leaped onto a blazing greatsword and sped toward the city. Xie Yao hesitated for a moment, then grinned. Spreading his arms, a black card flashed, and a pair of ring-shaped blades appeared in his hands as he pursued Lu Hong. Back in the city, Gu Shuehua continued to suppress the rising ground with one hand, while healing her student with the other. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip on her wrist. Turning, she saw Cheng Xilin clutching her wrist, weak but resolute, saying, "Shenyang, don't worry about me." Gu Shuehua gazed at Cheng Xilin, who lay trembling on the bench. The 86-year-old woman, who had never had children of her own, now directed her attention to her youngest son. Cheng Xilin's body shook uncontrollably, and his teeth clenched as he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. "Don't worry about me." His convulsions grew more violent, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and crimson threads seeped from his chest and throughout his body. Despite this, his eyes remained steadfastly fixed on Gu Shuehua. Cheng Xilin knew he wasn't a good person, just someone who did jobs for money. Yet at this moment, he couldn't bear to see this elderly woman, who had once stayed up late to help him study electromagnetism and traveled miles to buy him pig's feet, be put in a difficult position. Gu Shuehua froze. Decades of live storms had made her instantly grasp Cheng Xilin's intent. The murderous look on her face faded, replaced by a gentle, warm smile. She softly caressed Cheng Xilin's face, wiping the blood from his mouth with her thumb, and whispered, "Old 7. The saddest thing about getting old is not being able to help your children." Before she finished speaking, Gu Shuehua turned to face the half-risen city. She stepped into the void, and 5-star cards appeared around her. With another step, she was above the city. Moonlight poured down like a silver river, and the night sky howled with wind. Gu Shuehua stood against the full moon, her coat billowing dramatically. "Mountain map," she called softly, and the second black star card on the left shattered into stardust, instantly forming a giant scroll depicting thousands of mountains and rivers. "Suppress." She pressed her hand down, and the mountain map rapidly expanded, covering half the city's sky. The city, which had been rumbling and shaking, stopped rising immediately. Half of the city was ablaze with lights, while the other half echoed with cries of despair. Gu Xuehua could clearly see numerous star envoys rushing to save people. At the same time, Yu Qi and Hong Chou were battling fiercely as they flew over the distant sea, while in the mountains, Lu Hong was being relentlessly pursued by Xie Yao. Her anger surged, both from Cheng Xilin's plight and the unending entanglements of these people. With fury, she activated the first star card on the left, transforming it into a prison star array beneath her feet, instantly trapping the 4 combatants within. "The prison star array is set. Kill." Gu Xuehua muttered angrily. 12 enormous numbers spun and shifted beneath the 4, aligning with Yu Qi and Lu Hong's battle. Sensing his wife's wrath and murderous intent, Yu Qi recalled the brutal battles they fought 50 years ago in the Outer Realms. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, swinging his hand to conjure 4 long swords that multiplied into thousands, forming a 4-colored lotus sword array. "Go!" The lotus sword array, crackling with white lightning, surged towards Hong Chou. Hong Chou felt a chill in his heart as star power emanated from him. He realized that not only was Gu Xuehua enraged, but Yu Qi was also genuinely furious. Surveying the prison star array, he noted that the killing needle of number 9 and the seal of number 10 were not on his side. In an instant, he made a decision. He would use the power of Yu Qi's sword array to break out of the prison star array. Even if he got hurt, it was better than dying inside the array. Hong Chou spun his spear, its tip pointing outward as surges of astral energy poured into it like a tidal wave. In an instant, hundreds of spear shadows coalesced before him, forming a formidable spear formation that clashed head-on with Yu Qi's sword array. Amidst the thunderous explosions, countless swords and spears shattered, dissolving into starlight. Despite the impressive power of Hong Chou's spear formation, Yu Qi's sword array had a slight edge. As Hong Chou had anticipated, he used the impact to swiftly retreat. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared 100 meters away from Gu Xuehua. Gu Xuehua cast a cold glance and said indifferently, "You're the third elder called by Lu Chengxiong?" The middle-aged man was about to speak, but was cut off by Gu Xuehua's stern command, "Gangsha." Before the words had fully left her mouth, the golden star card at the far right in front of Gu Xuehua burst into dazzling light. The star card scattered, golden ripples spread through the air, and a profound array formed by countless stars enveloped the sky. At this moment, Gu Xuehua's face was expressionless as she hovered in midair, standing on the prison star, her left hand pressing down on the mountain map, and her right hand lifting Gangsha, with all 3 star arrays glowing simultaneously. "Kill." Gu Xuehua coldly uttered a single word, and the golden Gangsha array crashed down. The stars seemed to come alive, flying towards the man and reconnecting into a net that ensnared him tightly. The elder regretted deeply and struggled fiercely. Astral energy surged from his body as 2 star cards transformed into battle blades and another into lightning, striking the Gangsha array. However, Gu Xuehua remained unfazed, merely raising her hand and clenching her fist tightly. Boom! The star net contracted instantly, shredding everything within. The hastily arriving elder didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he perished, his body entirely obliterated by the Gangsha array. Gu Xuehua coldly surveyed the battlefield, her fury growing. "My 7th brother's fate is still unknown, so none of you will live." With a thought, the numbers 9, 10, and 12 of the prison star array appeared beneath Hong Chou's feet. In a flash, Hong Chou's astral energy was sealed, his body encased in ice. Within the glowing circle, countless star needles rained down, and flying swords darted through the air. The last thing Hong Chou saw was Gu Xuehua's cold, merciless eyes. The flying swords and needles pierced his body, killing him instantly. Gu Xuehua didn't stop there. With another thought, the 12 numbers of the prison star array transformed into 12 diagrams, fiercely pressing down on Xie Yao. 12 stars pierced Xie Yao's body. Even though he had special life-saving star cards, how many times could he withstand the complete prison star array? In the blink of an eye, Xie Yao also met his end. The wind howled through the sky as the 3 arrays simultaneously claimed 3 lives in an instant. Gu Xuehua remained the invincible figure who had single-handedly conquered the outer ruins 50 years ago. Her hair, now touched with frost, still exuded unparalleled grace. She stood tall between heaven and earth, one hand supporting the sky, the other slaying stars. This 80-year-old array master, who controlled 3 star arrays, proved with her strength that she was worthy of the trust and expectations of the half-city citizens. When someone is in sorrow, no amount of hysteria or screaming is excessive, because at least there's an outlet for their pain. However, In the depths of extreme sadness, there's a calmness that comes from compressing all the unspeakable, unbelievable emotions into the deepest recesses of the heart, and then quietly accepting the outcome. The streetlights by the river no longer seemed soft and warm. Zhang Yueyao tightly grasped Cheng Xilin's hand, kneeling dazedly by the bench. The cries and hurried movements of the surrounding people and the star envoys seemed distant, as if the world had shrunk to just her and Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin lay on the bench, his body no longer trembling, and the blood had stopped flowing. He had no breath, no heartbeat, and his blood-stained body looked particularly striking under the streetlight. Zhang Yueyao stared blankly at him, his final words echoing in her mind. The orphanage. I'm sorry. The orphanage was Cheng Xilin's home, a place he cared about deeply but didn't want to burden. Even in his last moments, his thoughts remained with the orphanage, just as they had when he was in Yunzhou. This time, however, his concerns also included Zhang Yueyao. Zhang Yueyao's eyes held no tears, only softness and determination. She didn't know how to express her feelings, just as she had been clumsy in her attempts to get close to Cheng Xilin initially. Some people's love is silent, deep, and unwavering. She bit her lip and, after a moment, said with a choked voice, "Don't worry. Your home is my home now. I was also a child without parents. I'll take care of the orphanage." Suddenly, Zhang Yueyao froze. She slowly removed Cheng Xilin's hand from her face, only to find his fingers tightly pinching her cheek. She looked up abruptly and saw Cheng Xilin's eyes open, staring directly at her. "Shaolin?" Zhang Yueyao murmured in disbelief. Cheng Xilin grimaced and said disdainfully, "You've got snot and tears all over my hand." Zhang Yueyao, in a trance, mechanically pinched Cheng Xilin's face, tugged at his hair, pried open his mouth, and touched his blood-stained upper body, her hand moving downward. Smack! Cheng Xilin slapped her hand away. "It's bad enough you're examining me like livestock, but do you really have to inspect me like that?" "Shaolin." Zhang Yueyao pouted and threw herself onto Cheng Xilin, sobbing quietly. On the bench, their intimate posture drew cold stares from passing star envoys. Damn it. These two don't even care where they are. The world is falling apart over by the Huangpu River, and they're here. What the hell? Have some decency. One star envoy cursed, suddenly noticing the blood-covered man and quickly snapping 3 photos. Cheng Xilin gently patted Zhang Yueyao's shoulder and chuckled. "Hey, I'm fine now." Zhang Yueyao slowly stood up, helping Cheng Xilin to his feet as well. Cheng Xilin looked up at the 3 figures in the distant sky and grinned. No wonder the teacher respects the mistress so much. It's probably half love, half fear. Holding down half a city on her own. The mistress is formidable. As he spoke, he stretched, wincing as the blood scabs on his body cracked open. He twisted his neck, tore off the scabs from his chest and abdomen, revealing smooth, new skin underneath. Seeing Zhang Yueyao staring at him in a daze, Cheng Xilin teased, "My burns are healed, Miss Zhang." Feeling a little threatened? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yueyao didn't respond with her usual banter. Instead, she bit her lip and tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm so glad your wounds are healed." Cheng Xilin smiled knowingly. "Yeah, I guess you could call it a blessing in disguise." "No, it's a gift from the opponent." Then, he suddenly cursed, "Damn you, Lu Chengxiang. Even in death you managed to screw me over." He looked at his arm, frowning slightly as his star energy surged, shaking off the remaining scabs and revealing a strong, new body. Thanks to the seed, Cheng Xilin's power had increased, reaching the initial stage of the starlight level, and his system progress bar had reached 10. But was this really a blessing? Cheng Xilin didn't think so. When something becomes the target of everyone's envy, it turns into a hot potato, and the person who possesses it undoubtedly becomes a target. Cheng Xilin sighed. "Whatever happens, happens. Well, deal with it as it comes. Teacher, let's go help those people over there." Zhang Yueyao nodded. Cheng Xilin took a deep breath, and 3 white star cards appeared on his chest. The electromagnetic card merged into his chest, making his body crackle with electricity. He picked up Zhang Yueyao and grinned. "Miss Zhang, please hold on tight to your student. You're annoying." Zhang Yueyao rolled her eyes but still wrapped her arms around his neck. In a flash of electricity, within seconds, the two had crossed the Nanpu Bridge. Due to the mountain map of Gu Shuehua's suppression, this half of the city remains relatively stable. On the streets, police officers and star envoys are busy with rescue operations. Though people are still in shock, everything is orderly. Occasionally, some troublemakers cause disturbances, but law enforcers are ruthless. Refuse to cooperate? Then be left to fend for yourself. They won't let a few troublemakers compromise the safety of the majority. Cheng Xilin turned to his teacher. "You contact the team leader and help with the rescue." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 star cards appeared out of thin air. One of them transformed into starlight, condensing into a pair of dark green gloves in Cheng Xilin's palm. This was the 3rd star card he had drawn since advancing to the starlight level, a weapon card called Lush Gloves. It could convert Cheng Xilin's star power into plants, generating trees, flowers, and grass within its coverage area. The moment he got the gloves, what flashed through Cheng Xilin's mind wasn't some wood release or wood golem technique, but botany. He secretly joked. One day, he might end up writing a book titled Getting Stronger by Studying Hard, or Getting Stronger by Learning Quantum Physics and Plant Encyclopedias. Cheng Xilin crouched down and placed his palm on the ground. Since there were seeds here, the lush gloves should be able to sense them. After all, no matter how magical, seeds are still plants. A moment later, he stood up and sighed. As a Starlight-level user, the coverage of the Lush Glove's abilities was only a 300-meter diameter. Given the vastness of this half of the city, this was indeed a challenging task for him. Cheng Xilin looked up at the sky and saw his master's wife, Gu Shuehua, hovering in midair. She wielded a powerful mountain map that suppressed half the city. His teacher, Yu Qi, and his third brother, Lu Hong, stood beside her, continuously channeling star power into the map to stabilize its might. This scene filled Cheng Xilin with a mix of emotions. He recalled what Lu Curson had said, that half a seed could lift half a city, and the other half was already inside him. Lu Curson mentioned her mother was no longer alive, implying that together, they originally formed a complete seed. Cheng Xilin clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn you, Lu Chengxiang." As Cheng Xilin sank into his thoughts, Zhao Chengfeng arrived with his team in a hurry. Zhang Zhao said to Cheng Xilin, "Xiaolin, you stay here and help out. We're going to rescue people elsewhere." He gave Cheng Xilin a meaningful look, indicating that Jiang Yueyao had already informed them of some details. Before Cheng Xilin could respond, Zhao Chengfeng immediately ordered, "Everyone, move out. This time there's no sky eye. The task is simple, just get the people onto the rescue vehicles." The team members responded affirmatively, giving Cheng Xilin a friendly pat on the back, glad to see him recovering. Jiang Yueyao, being a wise woman, was aware of the seed's significance but chose to protect Cheng Xilin by only telling the team that it was his powerful master's wife who healed him. This way, even if the news spread, people would focus on Cheng Xilin's strong backing rather than the seed. As the team was about to leave, Cheng Xilin called out to Zhao Chengfeng, pointing to the three people in the sky. "Captain, take me up there. I need to talk to them." Without hesitation, Zhao Chengfeng activated his orange weapon card, unfurled black wings, and grabbed Cheng Xilin, soaring into the sky. Jiang Yueyao watched Cheng Xilin disappear into the distance, a slight smile playing on her lips before she turned back to the rescue mission. She thought to herself, "You have your mission, and I have my duties. We won't hold each other back." In the air, Zhao Qingfeng slowed down and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Maybe I shouldn't ask this because of my duty, but I know you have a way to stop all this, and you're about to implement it. I just want to know, will you be in danger?" Cheng Xilin looked at the usually scruffy middle-aged man and smiled. "Captain, don't you know me by now? I'm the most afraid of dying." Zhao Chengfeng was silent for a moment, thinking, "Afraid of dying, yes, but you've never backed down when it mattered." When Cheng Xilin reached the high altitude, Yu Qi and Lu Hong shouted in surprise, "Old Seven, your injury is healed? How did you get here?" Gu Shuehua showed a look of joy, as if a long-held burden had been lifted. Cheng Xilin grinned and said, "We'll talk about that later." Then he turned serious. "Teacher, master's wife, I can sense the half-seed, but I can't locate it yet. You'll find it soon, but I don't know what to do with it." Gu Shuehua and Yu Qi exchanged a glance and thought for a moment before Gu Shuehua said, "Old Seven, if you can find it, do so." "I'll suppress the half-seed in my mountain map." Cheng Xilin asked, "Will that affect you?" He was well aware of the seed's terrifying power. Its immense and domineering life force could tear everything apart. The moment the seed entered his body, it released a tremendous life force, instantly elevating his cultivation to the starlight level. At the last moment, he had drawn a card in his consciousness, a pair of lush gloves, a weapon card capable of manipulating plants, which served as a container for storing the seed's life energy. Gu Shuehua smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, my mountain map can accommodate half a seed." "All right, I'm on it," Cheng Xilin said and left. As the three watched Cheng Xilin leave, Yu Qi asked in confusion, "How did Old Seven's injury suddenly heal?" Gu Shuehua sighed and explained the situation with the seed. Yu Qi and Lu Hong exchanged shocked looks. Having half a seed in Old Seven's body was like living with a treasure, both an opportunity and a huge risk. After a moment of silence, Yu Qi asked, "So, when you killed those three, it wasn't just out of anger but also to protect the secret of Old Seven having half a seed in case he survived?" Gu Shuehua nodded softly. "I couldn't take the risk. If Old Seven died, I would slaughter the Illuminati. If he lived, I would kill all those who knew." Only someone like Gu Shuehua could deliver the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Yu Qi and Lu Hong exchanged a knowing glance and quickly looked away. They were both in on the secret. On the ground, Zhao Chengfeng watched Cheng Xilin with a serious expression. He had overheard Cheng Xilin's conversation with their mentor's wife. Although he didn't understand what the seed was, the sheer force capable of shaking half the city made even him, a straightforward man, realize the danger Cheng Xilin was about to face. What can I do? Zhao Chengfeng asked in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. Cheng Xilin placed his hand on the ground, feeling the vibrations beneath. He looked up at Zhao Chengfeng and said firmly, Captain, you go save the people. Leave this to me. Zhao Chengfeng paused for a moment before nodding. All right. With that, he turned and left, a hint of unease in his retreating figure. Cheng Xilin stood up and integrated the electromagnetic card into his body, instantly generating an electromagnetic field. The enhanced sensory gloves boosted his perception, extending it to nearly 500 meters around him. But it was not enough. He started to sprint, electricity crackling behind him as the electromagnetic field expanded, covering every corner of half the city. Cheng Xilin was resolute. The half-seed had to be hidden somewhere. Soon, he pinpointed his target, the Jingtian Lake in Century Park. Cheng Xilin crouched down, touching the lake water. Star power surged, channeling electromagnetic energy into his gloves. In an instant, the lake water churned, and countless bubbles rose from the depths. With a loud boom, a massive tree erupted from the lake, its crown shimmering with light. The half-seed. Cheng Xilin let out a sigh of relief, but immediately tensed up again. Maintaining the electromagnetic field and nurturing the giant tree had drained his star power, leaving him unable to send the seed into the sky map. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. What are you doing? Cheng Xilin froze and turned around. Wang Kai, he exclaimed, surprised to see Wang Kai standing there. Wang Kai's sudden appearance caught Cheng Xilin off guard. Facing this classmate whom he had beaten up on the first day of school, Cheng Xilin felt a mix of emotions. What are you doing here? Cheng Xilin asked, continuously channeling star energy into the large tree, causing it to grow taller and stronger. Wang Kai pointed to the black sedan nearby, his gaze fixed on the rapidly growing tree in the lake. I was rescuing people in the city, made a couple of trips and then saw you. So I followed. Cheng Xilin frowned, impatiently saying, I don't have time to mess around with you right now. Wang Kai gave Cheng Xilin a disdainful look and said, Do you really think I'm an idiot? Yes, Cheng Xilin replied bluntly. You son of a. Wang Kai was momentarily stunned, but quickly calmed down. Forget it. He turned his gaze to the glowing point at the top of the tree and asked, Are you trying to send that thing to Master Gu in the sky? That's right. Cheng Xilin nodded. Noticing Cheng Xilin's pale face and the sweat on his forehead, Wang Kai paused for a moment and said, You're running low on star energy. Cheng Xilin looked up at the top of the tree without responding. Suddenly, a hand patted Cheng Xilin's shoulder. He was taken aback, feeling a warm surge of star energy flowing into him. He turned to see Wang Kai, who was operating his phone with his other hand. I don't know what you're trying to do, and I don't care to ask. But since it involves Master Gu, it must be important, Wang Kai said, turning his face away. Cheng Xilin was about to speak, but Wang Kai interrupted him. No need to thank me. We still have a score to settle back at school, but out here, let's focus on the task. Cheng Xilin shook his head, a hint of concern in his voice. Haven't you eaten? Your star energy is so weak. Damn it, Wang Kai exclaimed, then added, I've already sent a message to our classmates. Those above starlight level will be here soon. Cheng Xilin smiled, gaining a new perspective on Wang Kai. Despite his privileged background, he wasn't a bad person, just a bit foolish and showy. Wang Xiao, why did you switch cars? Cheng Xilin teased. Even if your G-Wagon got flooded, it could still be repaired. This cheap car doesn't suit your style. Wang Kai sighed, clearly annoyed. The car was retrieved, but it's totaled. How come? Cheng Xilin pressed. Wang Kai fumed. Some idiot buried electrical wires in the lake. The car was already flooded, and when it got electrified, it was completely destroyed. The school's excuse was that the underground wiring for the streetlights was faulty. Keeping a straight face, Cheng Xilin pretended to be outraged. See? I told you this crappy university is unreliable. Even the underground wiring leaks electricity. Then he added, Wang Xiao, let's put our differences aside. I'll treat you to a nice meal when we get back. Something expensive. Wang Kai was taken aback. No need, just something simple. Let's just be friends. No, it has to be something good and expensive, or I won't feel right, Cheng Xilin insisted seriously. Wang Kai nodded, thinking that Cheng Xilin might want to make amends for their previous conflict. Wang Kai's message quickly brought results. In no time, over 20 students arrived. Although they didn't know Cheng Xilin, they had come to help because it was for Gu Shuahua. The Starlight and Nebula level students formed several layers, channeling their star energy to Cheng Xilin. With ample star energy, the tree's growth accelerated dramatically. In the sky, Gu Shuahua saw the half-seed at the top of the tree and said to Yu Qi and Lu Hong, Help me stabilize the mountain scroll and bring the seed in. All right, let's begin. Gu Shuahua took a deep breath, slowly lowering the mountain scroll towards the tree's crown. Under the immense star energy of the 3-star level experts, the mountain scroll began to shrink, casting starlight to guide the seed. The entire city of Shanghai watched silently. They didn't know what it was, but they knew it concerned the fate of half the city. On the ground, under the tree, Wang Kai asked, Master Gu has already started. Does this mean we've succeeded? Cheng Xilin took a deep breath and slowly said, not yet. The connection hasn't been fully established. We need to keep channeling star energy to maintain the link between the tree and Master Gu's energy until the process is complete. If we stop now, the tree will be destroyed instantly by her energy. Wang Kai looked around at the equally pale and exhausted classmates. Everyone was silently pushing their limits. Before long, a golden ripple spread from the tree's crown, and the starlight from the mountain scroll successfully connected with the seed. The glowing point, guided by the starlight, slowly floated towards the mountain scroll, which continued to shrink. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of intense tremors, people suddenly collapsed to the ground. Amidst the cheers, someone laughed and asked, ha ha ha, does this mean we're the heroes who saved the Magic City? Absolutely, another person replied. I'll treat you to a bag of peanuts and some old baijiu when we get back to the dorm. Does this mean I collaborated with Master Gu? Someone asked excitedly. Absolutely. You've brought honor to your family, brother. Cheng Xilin lay on the ground, his gaze following the half-seed slowly floating toward the mountain map. He touched his chest and a determined look flashed in his eyes. This isn't over. In the end, Gu Shuehua's mountain map absorbed the seed, and the Magic City was safe. Lu Chengxiong's plan could be considered a failure, but at least the three elders were dead. Although he was both pitiful and hateful, he was still a tragic figure deserving some sympathy. Nevertheless, his actions could not be forgiven. There was still much work to be done in the Magic City, but it no longer concerned Cheng Xilin. The next day, the entrance to the Magic City Higher Academy was bustling with activity. Members of the Yunzhou demon hunting team were all smiles, as the mystery surrounding Lin Xie's death had finally been resolved. They had avenged him, and their doubts were put to rest. Duan Minglong and Fang Jun, grinning, each threw an arm around Cheng Xilin's shoulders. Lin Yilong fiddled with his phone and nodded at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao patted Cheng Xilin on the chest and laughed. You just stay here and relax. We've got everything covered back home. With that, he pulled out a bank card and shoved it into Cheng Xilin's pocket. Here's some pocket money from your brothers. Cheng Xilin was taken aback and quickly refused. Vice Captain, I have stipends from the demon hunting team and the Magic City Higher Academy. I'm not short on money, and besides, I'm still on the patrol team. Zhao Chengfeng cut him off impatiently. Enough? When you're away from home, having money in your pocket gives you peace of mind back in Yunzhou. Not giving Cheng Xilin a chance to continue, Zhao Chengfeng waved his hand. We're off. There's still a ton of stuff to handle back home. Zhang Zhao smiled and patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder, whispering, the password is Yu Yao's birthday? Cheng Xilin looked puzzled. After the 5 men drove away, Cheng Xilin turned to Jiang Yueyao. He gently lifted a stray lock of her hair and tucked it behind her ear, his touch tender and affectionate. Jiang Yueyao bit her lip, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes, and softly asked, do I look good? Cheng Xilin smiled and nodded. You look great. Whether with short hair or long hair, it's still you. Jiang Yueyao pouted and half-jokingly said, you're lying. There are so many pretty girls in Shanghai. Cheng Xilin shook his head seriously. I'm face-blind. I can't tell who's pretty and who's not. This made Jiang Yueyao laugh out loud. She playfully punched Cheng Xilin's shoulder. Cheng Xilin took her hand, gazing at her deeply. I've seen you with long hair, curly hair, short hair, and even the sleepy look when you just wake up, he said, his expression turning a bit melancholic. But I've never seen you before high school. Jiang Yueyao reassured him. I looked pretty much the same back then, just with shorter hair. Cheng Xilin sighed, with a tinge of regret in his voice. Yeah, but I never saw you in your youthful years. I wonder what the young, innocent you was like. Jiang Yueyao thought for a moment and said, all my old photos are in my old phone. There's also an album back home in Yunzhou. Cheng Xilin continued, right? Our old photos are all in those albums and ID photos. Phones update so quickly that we can't keep our old pictures. Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao had an idea. She pulled out her ID card from her wallet. Oh right, ID photos. Look, this is my ID photo from a few years ago when I wasn't a teacher yet, and I didn't know you. Cheng Xilin took the ID card and studied it closely, clicking his tongue in admiration. I have to say, you've been beautiful since you were young, with a hint of sweetness. Jiang Yueyao pretended to be angry and rolled her eyes at him. What sweetness, you're annoying. She snatched back the ID card, but there was a smile in her eyes. Cheng Xilin chuckled and held Jiang Yueyao's hand. Your birthday is March 11th, huh? Time flew by, and the moment of parting finally arrived. Jiang Yueyao reluctantly said, Xilin, I'm leaving. Cheng Xilin hugged her tightly, comforting her in a low voice. I know. Take your time. I'll be here waiting for you. I won't leave, I won't run. I'll be right here. Jiang Yueyao cupped Cheng Xilin's face with both hands, studying him as if trying to imprint his image in her memory. Then, she gently kissed his lips and turned to run towards the waiting car by the roadside. Cheng Xilin stood still, watching the car disappear from sight. He didn't ask Zhang Yueyao why she didn't leave with the team, why she cut her hair short, why her hands had become rough, or why there was a faint scar on her shoulder. Zhang Yueyao also didn't offer any explanations. Even though they both understood, they chose not to break each other's small acts of bravery. Cheng Xilin sighed softly. Ah, life is not easy. Afterward, he went to Yu Qi's house. Yu Qi was engrossed in a book and asked without looking up, "Have the comrades left?" "They've left," Cheng Xilin nodded, carrying a shopping bag into the kitchen. He skillfully put away the groceries and brought out a plate of sliced fruit to the coffee table. Gu Shuehua put down her book and smiled slightly at Cheng Xilin. "You must have figured it out too. We've all been played by Lu Chengxiong." Cheng Xilin paused, then nodded without saying much. Gu Shuehua began recounting her conversation with Lu Chengxiong at the tavern and his schemes. Cheng Xilin listened quietly. After she finished, Gu Shuehua sighed. "I didn't expect him to have planned so much." Cheng Xilin grinned, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Master, foolish people are never fit to scheme against others." "What do you mean?" Both Gu Shuehua and Yu Qi were surprised, waiting for Cheng Xilin to explain. Cheng Xilin handed Yu Qi a cigarette, and after they both lit up, he began to explain. "Ever since you mentioned the seeds, I've thought a lot and wrote down everything that happened, starting from the seeds. There's a saying, writing down the problem solves half of it. Before, I was too involved to see clearly." He continued, "When I laid out all the events and schemes on paper, including Lu Chengxiong's responses and plans, I thought of everything." Seeing the surprised looks on Yu Qi and Gu Shuehua's faces, Cheng Xilin asked, "Have you ever heard of a Godseyevu?" They shook their heads. "Oh, it's a gaming term, never mind." Cheng Xilin waved his hand. "Let's get back to Lu Chengxiong. When I put everything in front of me, it was like I had a Godseyevu, overseeing the entire situation. I thought, he knows you two are backing me up. Being foolish has its limits. Plus, I can't believe someone foolish could rise to the Illuminati's higher ranks." Cheng Xilin licked his lips and said, "Until you mentioned discovering that two elders of the Illuminati had come to Shanghai and stayed at different hotels. Then I understood. We're all just pawns in Lu Chengxiong's game." Gu Shuehua closed the book and looked at Cheng Xilin with a grave expression. "Family," she began slowly. "Lu Chengxiong loves his wife and daughter deeply. That's his driving force." Cheng Xilin nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Exactly. That's why I started investigating Lu Chengxiong's wife and daughter." Leaning back in his chair, he recalled the investigation process. "I found the community where Lu Chengxiong's family lived and checked Lu Kerson's school records. Surprisingly, there was nothing there." He paused, frowning slightly. "But the strange thing is, the first time I saw Lu Kerson, her backpack had a tag with the phone number of Qingyu Kindergarten." Thinking about his investigation, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but smile. "Shifu, do you know? I felt like a private detective, roaming the streets to uncover the truth." Gu Shuehua was amused by his analogy and chuckled softly. "You silly boy." Cheng Xilin's expression turned serious again as he took a deep breath. "Eventually, I pieced together all the scattered information and discovered something shocking. Gao Han and Lu Kerson hadn't changed at all in 7 years. I could understand Gao Han may be good skincare and makeup, but Lu Kerson is a child. How could she not grow?" He continued, "At first, I thought Lu Kerson might have a rare chromosomal disorder, but there's only one known case in the world, and that patient has severe intellectual and physical disabilities. Clearly, Lu Kerson isn't like that." Yu Qi, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupted. "So, you knew the truth back then?" Cheng Xilin shook his head. "No, I only had suspicions at that point. Honestly, I was still pondering it when I left the tavern." His gaze sharpened. "But I knew Lu Chengxiong would have a backup plan since he tried to manipulate me. So, I told my comrades to leave. Only my girlfriend insisted on staying with me." All right, Yu Qi impatiently cut in. "Who wants to hear about your love life?" Cheng Xilin scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Lu Chengxiong thought he was a step ahead, but I had already figured it out. Lu Kerson's appearance confirmed my hypothesis it was related to the seed. At this point, Cheng Xilin's expression grew pained. "But what I didn't expect was that Lu Chengxiong and Lu Kerson, in their madness, implanted half of the seed into my body." He gritted his teeth. "And I underestimated the power of the seed. I almost lost control. Damn it." In the evening, Cheng Xilin prepared dinner, and after the family had their meal, everyone quietly enjoyed the peaceful night. Gu Shuehua sat in the living room, engrossed in her book, while Cheng Xilin set up 2 rocking chairs in the yard, placing a small table between them with 2 cups of tea on it. Yu Qi and Cheng Xilin, an old man and a young man, each holding a palm leaf fan, leisurely fanned themselves. The cool evening breeze swept away the day's heat. Yu Qi, fanning himself, curiously asked, Is that the girl you always talk about? Cheng Xilin immediately knew Yuqi was referring to Jiang Yueyao. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he softly replied, "Yes, it's her." Yuqi nodded with his eyes closed and continued to ask, "How do you like her?" Cheng Xilin lightly patted his belly with the fan, speaking cheerfully, "Just like this. Every time I mention her, I can't help but smile." "You cheeky lad," Yuqi said with a pleased smile. Suddenly interested, Cheng Xilin asked, "So, how did you fall for Shenyang?" Yuqi turned and glared at him, feigning annoyance. "How dare you tease me?" Cheng Xilin shrugged, nonchalantly taking a sip of tea. Then Yuqi slowly began, "Your Shenyang. She is half of my life, and the other half is the mountains, rivers, and seas." Cheng Xilin was taken aback, thinking, young people these days are too naive. "I love you. You love me so weak." Look at him, speaking with such a poetic touch. He put down his teacup and went back inside, whispering something to Gu Shuehua. She glanced at Yuqi in the yard and nodded with a smile. Cheng Xilin then got up and said to Yuqi, "Teacher, I'm heading out. You take it easy." With that, he drove off. Yuqi was puzzled, not understanding why he left so suddenly. Gu Shuehua came out and sat in Cheng Xilin's place. "That young man is always in a rush. Why can't he learn from me?" Yuqi shook his head, sighing in frustration. Gu Shuehua, with a deeper meaning, said, "Yes, he should learn from you how to flirt and be fickle." Yuqi was bewildered. "Shuehua, what are you talking about? Let me ask you, who are Shan and who Hai?" Gu Shuehua stared directly at Yuqi. Yuqi suddenly realized and cursed under his breath, "That little rascal." He hurriedly explained, "Shuehua, listen to me. I meant to say you're as important to me as the mountains, rivers, and seas." Gu Shuehua nodded, but her tone was sarcastic. "So, in your heart, I'm as important as those two women." Yuqi was at a loss for words and could only helplessly explain. Everyone knows Shan and Hu Hai are like Jingjing imaginary dream lovers, always mentioned but never seen. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin drove aimlessly through the streets. After stopping to buy a bottle of water, he noticed a young couple carrying a bag of snacks into an internet cafe. This scene sparked memories. In high school, Cheng Xilin worked at an internet cafe and often saw student couples staying overnight. The boys played games enthusiastically while the girls watched movies, TV shows, or just quietly watched their boyfriends play, with snacks piled on the table. Those girls might not have been particularly pretty, but their eyes were full of patience and sweetness. Cheng Xilin recalled his own similar experience. Once, he skipped classes for 2 days to finish a big project, and Jiang Yueyao anxiously searched for him, finally finding him at 1 a.m. She not only brought him a meal and drink, but also fell asleep beside him, and the next day, she dragged him to explain to the headmaster. "So, that's how it is." Cheng Xilin sighed deeply, appreciating the small, unnoticed happiness in life. Back at his dorm, Cheng Xilin opened his notebook, wrote the word seed, and drew a circle around it. He silently thought, "It's all because of Guangming Hui." After showering, Cheng Xilin admired his body in the mirror, smoothing his hair, and remarked, "My dear, I won't need you anymore." He put on his clothes, opened the door and shouted, "Old Lu, let me use your haircut membership card. This city is ridiculous, charging 88 bucks for a haircut. They might as well rob us." Then he cursed, "Damn, you're not practicing, just watching adult films again." The next day, Cheng Xilin yawned as he appeared in Yuqi's office. Yuqi sternly reprimanded, "You're a star envoy. Even if you don't train every day, you should at least rest properly. Look at you now, so careless and lazy." Cheng Xilin paused, thinking, the old man must have been scolded yesterday and is still upset. "Heh, teacher, you just don't get it." Cheng Xilin chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. He gently swirled the tea in his cup, a few goji berries floating inside. "During the day, I drink goji berry tea and focus on health, afraid of dying. At night, I'm addicted to gaming, binge-watching shows, and playing cards like there's no tomorrow." Yuqi couldn't help but roll his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "You sure talk a lot of nonsense." Cheng Xilin didn't mind the teacher's attitude. In fact, he eagerly pulled out a pair of Lush gloves and joined Yuqi in examining them closely. He skillfully flipped his palms, making the vibrant plants woven into the fabric dance between his fingers. "So, the stronger your star power, the wider the area these gloves can control plants?" Yuqi asked, his eyes fixed on the magical gloves. Cheng Xilin nodded and continued to demonstrate the gloves' wonders. "That's not all, teacher. Watch this." He pointed to 3 pots of spider plants on the windowsill. The plants seemed to respond to some mysterious force, growing rapidly. Their narrow, green leaves with golden edges cascaded like a green waterfall, their tips blooming with tiny white flowers. Cheng Xilin gently turned his hand and curled his fingers, making the spider plant's long leaves sway and dance as if performing a silent botanical symphony. Yuqi watched the mesmerizing scene, deep in thought. So, you can not only accelerate plant growth but also control them quite well, he mused. He paused and then asked, can you create plants out of thin air? Yes, Cheng Xilin replied, a hint of pride in his eyes. The giant tree that sent seeds to the sky was created by condensing star power into its seed, but it consumes a lot of energy. He then pointed to a flower pot by the desk. Suddenly, a small grass shoot emerged from the soil, growing to the same height as the flowers beside it in the blink of an eye. The astonishing growth left both teacher and student staring at each other in silence. Finally, Yuchi sighed, stood up, and walked over to the bookshelf behind him. He rummaged through the shelves and eventually pulled out 3 books, placing them on the table in front of Cheng Xilin. Start with these, Yuchi said, pointing to the covers. Botany, Basics of Botany, and Dendrology. Cheng Xilin looked at the hefty textbooks, unsure of how to respond, and could only stare at them in deep contemplation. Kyoto, an ancient yet modern city, proudly hosts the headquarters of the Star Palace. The building stands tall and conspicuous, a symbol of both deterrence and power. Inside the conference room on the top floor, the deep brown decor creates a solemn, serious, and slightly oppressive atmosphere. Around the long table sit 5 key figures of the Star Palace, including Chu Zheng, the head of the 3rd level and the 4th student of Yu Qi. Chu Zheng appears distracted, showing little interest in the ongoing discussions. He fiddles with a small wooden carving, occasionally chiseling it with a knife. Opposite him sits Li Yu, the head of the 2nd level and the father of Li Zining. Li Yu looks at Chu Zheng with confusion, puzzled by the unusual behavior of the usually diligent and composed man. At this moment, Feng Pu, the head of the 5th level and the most senior and respected figure, glances at Chu Zheng and speaks up. Chu Zheng, what do you think about Master Gu and Cheng Xilin each having half of the seed? Chu Zheng briefly looks around before returning to his carving, making Feng Pu slightly uncomfortable. Feng Pu softly continues, the matter involving the seeds is significant. We cannot ignore it. Indeed, agrees Luo Jiang, the head of the 4th level. We don't need to worry about Master Gu, but Cheng Xilin might not be able to protect the seed. He looks at Chu Zheng and adds, I mean, the Star Palace could assign someone to protect him, or bring him here a year earlier. Zhu Ming, the head of the 1st level, frowns and objects. No, Cheng Xilin needs to follow Yu Lao's teachings. If he comes to the Star Palace, he would have to join the battle immediately, which would stifle his growth. The room falls silent, indicating that they have been debating this issue for a long time without finding a suitable solution. Suddenly, Chu Zheng speaks up. Leave him be. The 4 others turn their attention to Chu Zheng, who remains focused on his carving. He continues, Old 7 is a meticulous and strong-willed child. He's managed on his own for so many years, so what if he has a valuable treasure now? No matter how tough it gets, it can't be worse than the struggles he faced alone in the past. Chu Zheng stands up, brushes the wood shavings off his lap, and heads toward the door. As he opens it, he pauses and turns back, saying, when it's time to provide support, we'll be by his side. But during his growth, we should remain as observers. After he leaves, the remaining 4 fall into deep thought. Luo Jiang breaks the silence. In the millennia of human-beast conflict, no genius has ever died from internal strife. Where there are people, there are disputes, but above them is the greater good. Even common rogues possess some sense of loyalty, so how could those in high positions be petty? Of course, the slaves of the Illuminati don't count as people. In the afternoon, Cheng Xilin bids a hurried farewell to Yu Qi and rushes to the city defense department. Jishu has sent a message about a mission. The metropolis, like all first-tier cities, is adept at forgetting and adapting. Yesterday's sensational news is quickly overshadowed by new topics. This is a common tactic. To make people forget one thing, the best way is to distract them with another. The recent upheaval in the city doesn't stop people from resuming their daily routines. At the city defense department, Jishu, with a serious expression, says, due to the recent incident, we are short on crystal cores for the defense net. Our squad's mission is to collect 20 cores, heading east along the coast. The duration of the mission is indefinite. The 4 members have no objections. Collecting 20 crystal cores means killing 20 warrior-level beasts. If they are unlucky enough to encounter a commander-level beast, it will depend on whether the beast is hungry. The 5 of them drive a large military pickup out of the city. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, a sullen man watches Cheng Xilin's vehicle, ready to take action. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder. Before he can turn around, a golden sword pierces his chest. The man falls, looking up at Yu Qi, who holds the sword. As he lies dying, his face shows no fear but a crazed smile. Yu Qi, you can't suppress it much longer, can you? Neither can Gu Shuehua. Let's see who can still protect Cheng Xilin then. Yu Qi snorts. You won't be around to see it. The golden blade slashes the man's throat. Yu Qi gazes in the direction Cheng Xilin has gone. His eyes calm as he murmurs, it's getting harder to keep it under control. Unaware of this, Cheng Xilin sits in the vehicle, reflecting, "It's time to hunt beasts again." He has considered going out alone to hunt a horde of minion and warrior-level beasts, rapidly leveling up to reach the Void Realm. Cheng Xilin stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the horde of exotic beasts below. He mused to himself, if one day his power increased significantly, with a mere wave of his hand, he could make these beasts bow to him. However, reality was far from that simple. The survival rule for these exotic beasts was to live in groups, especially those below the leadership level. Even warrior-class beasts often moved in packs, sometimes numbering in the hundreds. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Even if he could kill dozens and gain some experience, he would ultimately be overwhelmed and meet a grim fate. As for the so-called servant-class beasts, although they were common on the outskirts of the city, they often accompanied more powerful entities. In the food chain of exotic beasts, servant-class creatures were merely the lowest-tier prey, attracting the attention of warrior and even leader-class beasts. Cheng Xilin sighed, realizing that despite having a cheat, it seemed useless in this perilous world. He scoffed at the idea of clever tricks. In this savage land, humans hoping to outwit ferocious beasts with small schemes were just courting death. The group drove to the rocky area they had visited last time. Captain Jishu glanced at his tablet for a moment and then said, "We need to move on. This area has been assigned to the newly formed Team 115. They're still inexperienced, but they can handle the mountain shell turtles here." "Where are we headed then?" Qianshui asked curiously. Jishu swiped a few times on his tablet and replied, "We'll continue east, aiming for the White Beach area." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but ask, "Is it called White Beach because the sand is white?" Chunjin patted Cheng Xilin on the shoulder and explained with a smile, "It is white, but not because of the sand. It's the habitat of the general class white sea elephants. When they sunbathe on the beach, the entire area appears white from a distance." Cheng Xilin swallowed hard. "How many general class white sea elephants are we talking about?" Qian Shui raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Why don't you count them yourself when we get there?" Cheng Xilin awkwardly twitched his mouth. "Heh, my math isn't great. I can only manage addition and subtraction within 10. The sand roared and surged. Jishu raised her hands, palms up, and the grains of sand beneath her feet moved as if alive, lifting her high into the air. On this battlefield strewn with sand, she seemed like the queen of the desert, commanding with ease. 2 waves of sand shot out on either side, instantly engulfing 4 white walruses. Standing nearby, Cheng Xilin held a flashing white card in his palm, and a pair of lush gloves appeared out of thin air. With a slight curl of his fingers, star energy radiated from him. In an instant, sharp wooden spikes burst from the ground above the buried white sea lions, piercing their bodies and hoisting them high. Cheng Xilin felt a burst of joy, realizing that he could alter the shape of plants using star energy, though currently limited to woody plants. He knew that the lush gloves held even more potential for him to explore. In the next moment, the gloves vanished, replaced by flickering arcs of electricity. Cheng Xilin turned his palm downward, and 2 tiny iron sands formed within the electric arcs. He aimed at 2 servant-level explosive sharks crawling out of the waves, flicking his wrist. Bang! Bang! Like a miniature railgun, the iron sands whizzed out, shattering the sharks' heads with precision. As night fell, the group set up camp at the base of a cliff in the seaside forest. Chen Zhan used a weapon card to create a stone ring, constructing a simple safe house at the cliff's base. The fire crackled, and everyone sat around it. Cheng Xilin couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the weapon cards. He had once thought element cards were the strongest, but now he realized the versatility of weapon cards. Zhao Qingfeng's sleek black wings made him even more envious. Just as Cheng Xilin was lost in thought, Jishu's voice brought him back to reality. She said solemnly, "We can't stay at White Beach tomorrow. Today's battle will attract even stronger beasts. We need to move into the forest to hunt." Everyone nodded silently. As the team leader, Jishu's decisions were unquestioned. She was not only powerful, but also had extensive experience in wilderness combat. In the ensuing discussion, Jishu took charge, with Qian Shui occasionally chiming in, while the 3 men listened quietly. This was standard in the military. Who would dare question the officer's decisions? Need to hit the bathroom. Cheng Xilin stood up, followed closely by Li Lu and Chenjin. Cheng Xilin inwardly grumbled at their clinginess. After taking care of business, the 3 of them sat on a rock and smoked. Li Lu sighed and shook his head. Cheng Xilin understood and encouraged him. "Lu Gu, stay strong and work hard to improve." "How do I even start?" Li Lu looked troubled. Cheng Xilin blinked and offered a half-baked idea. "Set a goal for yourself. Imagine 3 years from now, you and Jishu living in the heart of Shanghai, overlooking the city. Occasionally, you guide the patrol team and visit the Demon Suppression Army base. When you come home, Senior Jishu has dinner ready for you." "What? Really?" Li Li's eyes lit up. "What if I can't make it?" "If you can't, just drink," Cheng Xilin joked, Last time I downed a bottle of Old Village Head Erguo. I dreamed of strangling 2 monarch-level beasts with my bare hands. Damn! Leela laughed and cried at the same time. Shanghai, a bustling metropolis, always has a few run-down old streets that tell tales of history. In a dim alley, in front of a small shop with a barbershop sign, a man sat on the third step, nervously smoking a cigarette and warily scanning his surroundings. Just like the pastry shops in 17th century Europe when all brothels were shut down due to a blanket ban on illicit activities, people's undying enthusiasm found a way. They cleverly disguised these establishments as pastry shops. This unique historical backdrop led many poets to nostalgically reminisce in their works. The pastry shops of my youth, forever unforgettable. Although this history shouldn't be generalized, its influence persists to this day. On a street corner, a scantily clad woman whispers suggestively to a passing man, "Dear sir, would you like to buy some pastries?" Not far away, the owner of a barbershop greets potential customers with a smile. "Boss, need a haircut?" She gives a knowing glance inside, hinting at the special services hidden behind the ordinary ones. The scene shifts abruptly to a lavishly decorated hotel room. A flamboyantly dressed woman reclines lazily against the headboard, a slender cigarette dangling from her lips. She looks at the middle-aged man lying on the bed and states flatly, "So, you're saying Wei Zhuang is dead?" "Yes, he was killed by Yu Qi on the rooftop with 2 strikes, one to the back and one to the neck." The man, named Lang Yin, appears to be in his 40s. With his hands behind his head, he stares blankly at the ceiling and sighs. "Ah, Yu Qi and Gu Shuehua, those 2 are always such a hassle. But they'll soon be inside the gates, out of our concern." The woman lifts her eyelids lazily, her long legs crossed, and speaks with a hint of disdain. "The 3 elders were all killed by them. I don't understand why you keep provoking them." Lang Yin sits up, a trace of melancholy on his handsome face. "I don't want to mess with their students either, but the 3rd priest is dying of old age. He needs the seed to prolong his life. Half of it is with Gu Shuehua, which we can't do anything about, but the other half is in Cheng Xilin's hands." The woman shrugs, indifferent. "I don't care, and I can't do anything about it. I've given you the information." "Really heartless," Lang Yin comments as he stands up. His tall, well-built frame complemented by an expensive, well-fitted suit makes him the epitome of a charming gentleman, likely the ideal image for many young women. He pulls a check from his pocket and places it on the nightstand. "Thanks, the intel is crucial." With that, he turns and leaves the room. The woman glances at the check, which reads 10 million, and shrugs lightly before bending down to pick it up. Thus, the transaction comes to an end. In the early morning of late September, the forest was bathed in rare good weather, with a cool breeze gently sweeping through. Under a small hill, Jishu conjured a sand wall with a wave of her hand, which rapidly expanded to trap 3 nearly 30-meter-long black spot snakes. However, the snakes suddenly unleashed a surprising burst of strength, breaking through the sand wall with a loud crash and hissing as they charged towards Cheng Xilin. Qian Shui reacted swiftly, grabbing her large sword and following closely behind. Ji Shu leaped into the air from the shattered sand wall, shouting, "Shaolin!" Facing the oncoming giant snakes, Cheng Xilin remained unflustered. A flash of light appeared on his hand as he donned his lush gloves. He leaned back, and in an instant, his body erupted with arcs of electricity, retreating dozens of meters away like lightning. Before he could steady himself, he raised his hand towards the 3 black spot snakes and softly commanded, "Wooden spikes, rise!" In an instant, the ground exploded, and nearly 100 wooden spikes burst forth, forming an impenetrable thicket. The 3 black spot snakes were immediately impaled, writhing in pain and hissing angrily at Cheng Xilin. With a cold smirk, Cheng Xilin clenched his raised hand. The wooden spikes grew sharp thorns, piercing through the snakes' bodies from within, ending their lives completely. After the battle, Cheng Xilin exhaled lightly, and the arcs of electricity and his gloves vanished. 2 white star cards flickered beside him before quickly disappearing. He habitually patted his clothes, even though there was no dust on them, and grinned at Ji Shu. "Ji Shu, your sand is too soft." Ji Shu, who had been watching Qian Shui retrieve the crystal cores, turned her head in surprise and asked, "How do I make it harder?" Cheng Xilin lit a cigarette, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "Water. We all know that water can scatter sand. Water is like sand's nemesis, but opposites attract. If you mix sand and water in the right ratio, the sand will clump together. If you then infuse it with star power to stabilize it, it won't be as hard as rock, but it will be much better than just plain sand." Jishu pondered for a moment and then asked, "What's the right ratio?" Cheng Xilin paused and half-jokingly said, "Let me work at a construction site for a few days, and I'll tell you when I get back." Jishu knew he was teasing and just rolled her eyes without responding. Cheng Xilin's gaze shifted to Li Lu, who was standing there nervously like a quail, rubbing his hands and glancing at Jishu. Cheng Xilin secretly scorned him. Pathetic bootlicker, cowardly and useless. After retrieving the crystal cores, the group quickly retreated. Their battles never lasted more than 3 minutes. If they couldn't kill the beast within that time, they would immediately withdraw. After all, this was the forest, the beast's territory. They were just intruders. If they alerted too many beasts, the consequences would be dire. Back in the stone house at the foot of the cliff, everyone had a simple meal. Jishu summarized, in 7 days, we've collected 19 crystal cores. We just need to kill one more warlord-level beast and retrieve its core to complete our mission. Chun Zhan and Qian Shui were particularly excited, as the patrol missions offered substantial rewards. Each crystal core was worth 70,000, so 20 cores would total 1.4 million. Plus, the 100,000 reward for completing the mission made it 1.5 million in total, giving each of the 5 members 300,000. The state was always generous to adventurers. For instance, Cheng Xilin received a monthly stipend from the Yunzhou demon hunting team and a subsidy from the prestigious university in Modu, both substantial amounts. Combined with the patrol mission income, he lived comfortably. Jishu glanced at Cheng Xilin and then at Li Lu. After a moment of thought, she said, Li Lu, help me test what Xiao Lin said about mixing sand and water. Huh? Li Lu was stunned, staring blankly at Jishu, not immediately understanding. Cheng Xilin elbowed Li Lu, who then snapped out of it, stammering, oh, okay. Just tell me how to cooperate, and I'll do it. Whatever amount of water you need, I've got it. Cheng Xilin, lounging with a cigarette in his mouth, smirked. Yeah, whatever you need. No problem at all, even if it drains you dry. Ugh, pervert. Jishu rolled her eyes and spat. Get lost, Lila cursed, then chuckled foolishly as he walked over to Jishu, holding a water ball in his hands. Cheng Xilin secretly despised him. Li Lu, they say don't bite the hand that feeds you. You haven't even had a bite yet, and you're already cursing the cook? Well, at least I know who to rely on for midnight snacks. If you dare resist, I'll tell Jishu about the time you and I went for a foot massage and ended up on the 3rd floor. As the two were about to head out, Cheng Xilin paused and earnestly reminded them, be careful out there. Don't cause any trouble. They ignored Cheng Xilin's teasing. Having spent so much time together, everyone was used to the occasional dirty joke and didn't take it too seriously. At that moment, Chen Jin noticed that Jishu and Li Lu had already gone out to conduct their experiment. He turned his head, frowned slightly, and asked, Xiao Lin, can sand and water really harden? Sand isn't cement. Cheng Xilin heard this, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. He lightly patted Chen Zhan's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, Brother Chun. I'm not sure if sand and water can harden, but I can tell you that when yin and yang combine, it definitely will. Both Chun Zhan and Qian Shui were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances and rendered speechless. Seeing their reaction, Cheng Xilin sighed and continued, Brother Chen, Sister Shui, you both have been through a lot and seen the world. How could you not understand such a simple truth? As he spoke, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully lit it, took a deep drag, and flicked the ash. Through the swirling smoke, his voice carried a hint of earnest advice. As they say, the joys and sorrows of love between men and women aren't about sincerity for sincerity. It's just a matter of speed for sound, nothing more. Before Chen Zhan and Qian Shui could grasp the full meaning of his words, a deafening explosion sounded from outside. The three of them exchanged wary looks and rushed out of the room. The scene before them was shocking. A giant white gorilla, about 20 meters tall, was swinging an uprooted tree at the fleeing Jishu and Li Lu. Stonewall. Chunjin acted decisively, raising his hands high. The brown ring on his right index finger glowed faintly. In an instant, a thick stone wall rose up in front of Jishu and Li Lu, shielding them. However, the gorilla's strength was beyond imagination. The massive tree crashed into the stone wall, shattering it, and the tree trunk snapped as well. Amidst the flying debris, the gorilla stood on the ruins, its eyes blood-red, roaring thunderously at the 5 of them. It grabbed the remaining half of the tree and hurled it like a javelin towards them. Cheng Xilin was just about to act when a figure darted past like lightning. With a series of sharp clangs, the tree trunk was sliced into several pieces by the short blade in Qian Shui's hand, scattering to the ground. The short blade vanished instantly, replaced by her signature guandao, which she gripped firmly, assuming a defensive stance. By this time, Jishu and Li Lu had reached Cheng Xilin's side. The 5 of them stood ready, eyes fixed warily on the raging beast before them. Lila couldn't help but glance at Cheng Xilin, his eyes showing a mix of pleading and apology. Cheng Xilin sighed, his tone tinged with resignation and a bit of humor. I told you not to mess around in the forest. See what happened? Now King Kong is here to steal your wife. Roar, roar, boom boom boom. The deafening roar of the giant gorilla echoed through the air, its massive arms pounding the ground like sledgehammers, sending clouds of dust into the air. Cheng Xilin and his 4 companions watched in horror, their faces pale, eyes locked onto the rampaging behemoth, instinctively retreating. Ji Shu suppressed his fear and spoke in a low, urgent voice. This is a leader-class beast, the rampaging mountain lord. Chun and I will use sand and stone walls to block it. Everyone else, scatter and escape while activating your distress signals. Survival will depend on our luck. The other 4 nodded silently, without objection. Whether they were demon hunters or star envoys of the patrol team, they all knew that every mission could be their last. Danger never came with a warning. Ji Shu, the strongest in the team, had reached the pinnacle of the starlight level. Yet, they vividly remembered that even Zhao Chengfeng of the Nebula level, with Zhang Zhao and the Jinma army's firepower, struggled against a leader-class griffin. Their team didn't even have a Nebula-level member. Facing a leader-class beast, running was indeed the only option. The rampaging mountain lord pounded the ground once more, its blood-red eyes fixed on the 5 of them, its grotesque face revealing a maw filled with sharp fangs. Sand wall. Stone wall. 2 walls of sand and stone rose with a roar, attempting to block the beast's advance. However, the walls were as fragile as paper. The gorilla easily leaped over them, charging straight at the group. Seeing this, Ji Shu immediately waved his hand, sending a storm of yellow sand into the air towards the rampaging mountain lord. At the same time, he shouted, "Run!" Cheng Xilin and the others scattered instantly, but Cheng Xilin glanced back to see Ji Shu still standing there, controlling the yellow sand. Damn it! Acting all brave like a leader at a time like this, Cheng Xilin cursed, his body crackling with electricity, special gloves on his hands. Wooden spikes. Dozens of sharp wooden stakes shot up from the sand, aiming at the airborne gorilla. Yet, this attack, which was usually effective against general-level beasts, barely scratched the leader-class gorilla. It only managed to brush off some white fur, leaving its skin unscathed. Unbelievable. Cheng Xilin cursed under his breath. Everything happened in a flash. Cheng Xilin darted behind Ji Shu, grabbed his collar, and threw him backward. "Lo, get him out of here. I'm faster, I'll be fine," Cheng Xilin shouted, knowing Li Lu was nearby. Li Lu leaped up, catching Ji Shu. He glanced at Cheng Xilin's back before gritting his teeth and running. Among Team 113, Cheng Xilin was the strongest, a well-known fact. Li Lu understood that staying would only distract Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin stared directly at the enraged, rampaging mountain lord. The yellow sand, no longer supported by Ji Shu's star power, had settled, and most of the wooden spikes were broken. The gorilla used its limbs to grab the remaining spikes, propelling itself towards the ground where Cheng Xilin stood. A fierce determination flashed in Cheng Xilin's eyes. He used his electromagnetic power to attract hundreds of tiny iron particles from the ground. He raised his hand, aiming at the descending gorilla, and unleashed an electromagnetic blast, a yellow beam wrapped in white arcs of electricity. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon hit the gorilla squarely, leaving its once white chest fur charred black. Cheng Xilin turned and ran, his body flickering with electrical arcs. The rampaging mountain lord roared in fury. Although the attack didn't cause substantial damage, the singed fur and small holes infuriated it. As a leader-class beast with intelligence, it focused all its rage on Cheng Xilin, chasing relentlessly. Cheng Xilin darted through the forest like a bolt of lightning, his electromagnetically enhanced body moving with incredible agility. The sounds of the gorilla's roars and the crashing of trees echoed behind him. "Beast, if you keep chasing me, don't blame me for what happens next," Cheng Xilin muttered as he ran, gathering more tiny iron particles. Suddenly, he leaped and turned, sending over 100 electrified iron particles shooting towards the gorilla 100 meters away. The rampaging mountain lord, undeterred, took the attack heed. The rampaging mountain lord, a beast of commanding presence, paid no heed to the feeble attacks. All it desired was to tear the human before it to shreds. Cheng Xilin took a deep breath, his feet landing heavily on the ground. In an instant, he shifted his stance and darted to the right like an arrow loosed from its bow. His destination was a small valley pond not far ahead. The scenery there was picturesque but fraught with hidden dangers. Just a few days ago, Cheng Xilin and 4 others had witnessed a leader-class blackwater python ambush from the water and devour a warrior-class giant salamander they had been pursuing. The terror of that moment had left them breathless, prompting a silent retreat. Now, Cheng Xilin aimed to lure the rampaging mountain lord to this very spot, intending for the 2 formidable beasts to clash. To ensure the mountain lord wouldn't abandon the chase, he periodically turned to fire iron sand shots, goading the massive creature further. "I can't beat you, but there's something that can," Cheng Xilin muttered with a cold smirk, glancing at the relentless gorilla behind him. "Ready for your big treat, baby?" Bursting out of the forest, sparks flickered at Cheng Xilin's feet as he leaped to a position several meters from the pond. He stared at the pitch-black water, electricity crackling at his fingertips, and shouted, electromagnetic cannon. With a thunderous boom, a water column shot skyward, and electric currents spread through the pond, revealing flickering arcs beneath the surface. Swallowing hard, Cheng Xilin dashed into the opposite forest as a white blur. In the next moment, the pond roiled violently, and a massive blackwater python with a triangular head and jet-black scales emerged. Water streamed off its palm-sized scales, still shimmering with electric arcs. Almost simultaneously, the rampaging mountain lord burst from the forest on the other side, its enormous frame hitting the ground with a tremor. The blackwater python slowly slithered out of the pond, raising its front high, and its green slit eyes warily scrutinized the intruder. Both leader-class beasts, each defending its territory, saw the other's presence as a challenge, especially after the attack. Hiss! The blackwater python hissed angrily. Standing 20 meters tall, the rampaging mountain lord was equally enraged. It pounded its chest with a resounding thud and then slammed the ground, venting its boundless fury. Roar! Unwilling to back down, the blackwater python lashed its long tail, whipping it through the air with a fierce gust, like a massive whip striking at the mountain lord. The stage was set for a titanic battle between two mighty beasts. A dense forest encircled the valley, with 4 ancient trees swaying gently in the breeze, their leaves drifting to the ground. By the edge of a pitch-black pool, a fierce battle was unfolding. The mountain warlord, a massive gorilla, was gripping the head of the black serpent, repeatedly slamming it against the rocky walls of the valley. Despite this, the enormous snake's body remained tightly coiled around the gorilla, squeezing even harder. The gorilla let out a furious roar, baring its jagged teeth and biting down hard on the serpent's body. The black serpent hissed in agony, its massive head thrashing wildly, and its thick tail pounding the ground in a desperate attempt to break free from the lethal bite. In the midst of the violent struggle, the serpent's grip on the gorilla loosened slightly. The mountain warlord immediately released its bite, causing blood to gush from the serpent. Seizing the opportunity, the gorilla slammed the serpent into the rock wall once more. The impact sent rocks flying, and the entire valley trembled. From a distant tree in the forest, Cheng Xilin crouched, watching the intense scene with a sigh of relief. The immediate threat of the beasts was temporarily neutralized. He quickly became alert, his reawakened staff appearing in his hand and transforming into a long spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear extended to over 30 meters and thrust into the underbrush beneath a large tree. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. A figure was sent flying from the underbrush, raising a broad-bladed sword to deflect Cheng Xilin's spear. Landing on the ground, the figure looked up at Cheng Xilin with a strange glint in his eyes. Cheng Xilin retracted his spear, glanced back at the ongoing battle in the valley, and then slowly turned to examine the intruder. He was a young man in his 20s, unremarkable in appearance, dressed in a simple blue tracksuit. Frowning, Cheng Xilin scrutinized him for a moment before relaxing and directly asking, "You've been following me for 7 days. Did you lure that gorilla here? What do you want to say or do?" The young man looked up at Cheng Xilin, hesitated, and was about to introduce himself when Cheng Xilin cut him off. "Get to the point and then die. I'm not interested in the names of lackeys." The young man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Cheng Xilin to be so blunt. After a moment of thought, he said, "The third priest of our Illuminati appreciates your skills and wants to invite you." Cheng Xilin interrupted with a cold laugh, gesturing towards the two battling beasts. "To become a slave like those two?" Seeing that the young man had nothing more important to say, Cheng Xilin coldly remarked, "Then please, die." Before the words were fully spoken, Cheng Xilin was surrounded by a burst of electricity, leaping behind the young man with his reawakened staff now transformed into a dark golden dagger aimed at the man's neck. Clang! The young man reacted swiftly, raising his broad-bladed sword to block the deadly strike. He then attempted a back kick at Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin didn't retreat, but instead sidestepped and crouched, dodging the kick while sweeping his dagger at the man's other leg. The young man's brows furrowed, clearly surprised by Cheng Xilin's experience. He twisted his wrist, using the broad-bladed sword as a shield to protect his leg. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, Cheng Xilin swiftly backed off, warily assessing the situation. He realized that if the fight became too intense, it might attract the attention of the two battling beasts nearby. The young man stood with his sword, his expression stern, and asked, "Since you knew I was following you, why didn't you ambush me with your teammates? Are you afraid I have stronger allies? No wonder Lu Chengxiong fell to you. You're very cautious." Cheng Xilin put away his reawakened staff, standing expressionless, inwardly mocking. "Thanks for providing the excuse. I just wanted to draw you out and get some information. Your inner drama is quite something." Cheng Xilin paused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his muscles tense. He struggled to endure the fatigue from his depleted star force and asked, "I don't get it. You're so young, and already a high-level starlight warrior. Why would you fall so low as to join the Illuminati and become a slave to the beasts? The other man's gaze sharpened, quickly noticing Cheng Xilin's change in condition. He calculated inwardly. He had also used up considerable star force tracking Cheng Xilin with elemental cards. Since Cheng Xilin seemed to be stalling to recover, he decided to play along and buy some time. After all, he was a high-level starlight warrior. While Cheng Xilin was just a beginner, the odds were in his favor. Feigning deep thought, he then retorted with agitation, "Fall so low? What do you know? You drive fancy cars, date pretty girls, have great teachers, and good friends. You've never had to worry about your next meal. How could you possibly understand the suffering of ordinary people?" Cheng Xilin gripped his broad-bladed sword tightly and asked in a low voice, "Is that why you joined the Illuminati?" The man's agitation grew, veins bulging on his neck, his facial muscles twitching with emotion. "Isn't that reason enough? Why shouldn't I strive to be at the top? That's not just a privilege for those born at the summit," he roared. "This world is unfair. Some are born at the peak, while others can't even reach the mountain. What did I do wrong? We're all human, so why should the things you disdain be out of our reach for a lifetime?" Cheng Xilin was silent for a moment before he slowly replied, "But that's no excuse to abandon your humanity." "Ha ha ha." The man laughed loudly, his voice dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "Humanity? You have no idea how dark and filthy humanity can be." Yugti. Before he could finish, a half-meter-long iron sand sword pierced through his heart from behind. Blood spurted, and his laughter abruptly ceased. Cheng Xilin grinned, a cold glint in his eyes. "Sorry, my skill's back. We'll chat next time." The black iron sand sword that had pierced through the man's chest hovered beside Cheng Xilin, swaying slightly in the breeze. Cheng Xilin squinted his eyes, gazing toward the valley some 7 or 8 trees away. The fierce battle between two giant beasts continued unabated. The powerful limbs and sharp fangs of the massive gorilla, the furious mountain lord, had gained the upper hand. The wind howled, the ground trembled, and beast blood sprayed wildly. The roars of the furious mountain lord and the hisses of the black water python intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. Despite the ferocity of the battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Cheng Xilin stepped forward and sat on a rough boulder. His gaze fell on the young man a few meters away. Blood gushed from the man's chest, and he made gurgling sounds as he desperately tried to breathe, the air struggling to break through the blood filling his chest and throat. Cheng Xilin lit a cigarette, the white smoke swirling around him as his calm eyes met the man's hate-filled gaze. Resentment, despair, hatred, and madness flickered in the man's eyes, but Cheng Xilin remained indifferent. Good is good, and evil is evil, Cheng Xilin thought. Maybe to the Illuminati, we are the evil ones, and they are the good. But sorry, today I get to live. He smoked quietly, watching the man go from struggling to clutch his chest to finally stopping altogether. It took just the duration of a single cigarette. Cheng Xilin stood up, walked over to the man, and squatted down to examine him closely. He noticed the man's eyes had turned gray, and his pupils were yellowing. He searched through his pockets, checked his pant legs, sleeves, and shoes. The blue tracksuit's cuff had a smear of red, and there were red-green traces under his thumb and in his nail. Cheng Xilin rubbed the cuff hard and sniffed his thumb. "Oil," he thought, frowning. "What kind of oil is this color? Nail polish?" He sniffed again but realized something was off. Unable to figure it out for the moment, he set the question aside. Leaping back onto a tree branch, Cheng Xilin continued to observe the battle. The furious mountain lord slammed the black water python's head into the ground once more. Although the python was barely alive, its thick body still coiled tightly around the gorilla. The bloodshot eyes of the furious mountain lord indicated that its internal organs were nearly crushed. Cheng Xilin pursed his lips and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this big brute can't even handle a death grip properly. He estimated he was about 400 meters from the battlefield, well within his electromagnetic field's full range. Opening his palm, Cheng Xilin unleashed his electromagnetic field, instantly enveloping the entire area. The iron sand sword behind him dispersed into countless tiny particles, drifting toward the furious mountain lord and entering its bloodstream through the wounds. Boom! The furious mountain lord slammed the black water python into the ground once more, raising its arms for a fatal blow. Cheng Xilin grinned. Now's the moment. His hand clenched into a claw. Under Cheng Xilin's control, countless iron sand particles flowed through the blood, converging at the furious mountain lord's heart. In an instant, the iron sand formed a sword, piercing the heart and bursting out of the chest. The furious mountain lord froze, giving the black water python a chance to open its massive jaws, revealing terrifying fangs, and bite down hard on the gorilla's neck. Simultaneously, its body wriggled, tightening its grip. With a thunderous crash, both giant beasts fell to the ground. The furious mountain lord's ferocious face continued to bleed, a sign that its internal organs were being crushed. It let out a defiant roar, its hands gripping the python's body, using its last breath to bite viciously below the black water python's head. Cheng Xilin grimaced at the gruesome scene before him. The bloodshed was utterly appalling. He forced himself to check the time on his phone, 2:15 p.m. With a sigh, he thought, just 30 more minutes, then I'll go scavenge. Sitting steadily on a thick tree branch, he began searching for colored oil on his phone. Despite being deep in the forest, the signal was impeccable, making him marvel at the power of modern communication technology. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xilin suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? Gasoline prices have gone up again?" He couldn't help but gripe, "Can't they cut us regular folks with million-dollar cars some slack? So annoying." After venting, Cheng Xilin opened the group chat of Team 113 and sent a message. "Anyone need to be kicked out of the group?" Chunjin replied, "Not dead yet, hold on." Qian Shui quickly followed. "I'm fine. Looking for the captain?" Li Lu responded with a laughing emoji. Ji Shu simply said, "Regroup at the location." Cheng Xilin raised an eyebrow and sent a private message to Li Lu. Cheng Xilin note, "I shoot you with impunity. What's with the laughing?" Li Lu note, "Waiting for the red apricot on the wall. I carried Ji Shu for hundreds of meters, laughing, crying. Pathetic simp," Cheng Xilin muttered, exiting WeChat. After waiting a while longer, Cheng Xilin estimated that the two leaders were likely dead by now. He put the electromagnetic card into his chest pocket and muttered to himself, "Time to scavenge." He deftly jumped down from the tree, quickly split open the heads of the two giant beasts, and retrieved their crystal cores. Ready to leave, he nimbly scaled the rocky wall and leaped to the edge of the valley. Just as Cheng Xilin turned to leave, a deafening boom echoed behind him. He whipped around to see a massive black serpent burst from the murky pool, far larger than the blackwater python that had just died. Unlike the blackwater python, this serpent had two small horns on its head, with a white line extending from the base of the horns down both sides of its body. The white-lined serpent opened its enormous maw, clamping down on the intertwined corpses of the two dead beasts, slowly dragging them into the dark pool. Cheng Xilin stood frozen, swallowing hard. "Heh," he chuckled dryly, then turned and bolted, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. The price of a warrior-level crystal core is 70,000, while a commander-level beast core, which is even higher, reaches 1.2 million. Cheng Xilin harvested 2 such cores this time, with a total value of 2.4 million, all of which belonged to him. This is an unwritten rule of the patrol team. Collaborative kills are shared, solo kills are kept. Despite the substantial gain, Cheng Xilin decided to treat his teammates to a meal. In this world, everyone risks their lives to earn money, so there's no need to be overly calculative. The 5 of them returned to the city and celebrated their safe return with a hearty drink at the tavern. They were members of various protective organizations like the Demon Suppression Army, Demon Hunting Team, City Defense Department, Star Palace, and the Tower. They had long grown accustomed to living alongside death. When a comrade fell, they didn't grieve or rage. They simply thought to themselves, "Perhaps I'll be next." In this 1,000-year-long war, they had no time for mourning, only for constant vigilance and readiness for the next life-and-death test. After a satisfying meal, Cheng Xilin returned to his dorm at the academy. He collapsed on the couch, his mind replaying the scene of killing that man in the forest earlier today. He had been tormented for a long time, even searching online for information to confirm whether a person's eyes would look that way after death. Unfortunately, most of the online results were just advertisements, offering no useful insights. In the end, Cheng Xilin opened his notebook and jotted down his observations. Young man, grayish sclera, yellowish pupils, colored oil stains. Flipping to the previous page, he wrote 3 priests next to seed. With a long sigh, Cheng Xilin reflected on the chain of events. If the Illuminati hadn't targeted the seed, Lu Chengxiong wouldn't have targeted him. If Lu Chengxiong hadn't targeted him, he wouldn't have been implanted with half a seed. If he hadn't been implanted with half a seed, the 3 priests of the Illuminati wouldn't have targeted him. If the Illuminati hadn't targeted him, he would still be the carefree youth with a supercar. Ultimately, it was all the Illuminati's fault. Life is tough, and Cheng sighed again. The next day, Cheng Xilin went to Yuqi's office. The mentor and student exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. Yuqi was an expert in quantum mechanics and particle dynamics, while Cheng Xilin studied basic botany and plant spores and angiosperms. Unlike others, Cheng Xilin wasn't studying to make his family proud, but to save his own life. Cheng Xilin reported to Yuqi about killing a member of the Illuminati. Yuqi reacted calmly, "It's okay. You killed him, it's done. Just be more cautious in the future. The rest is up to us." Cheng Xilin nodded and softly mentioned his concern about the half-seed and his mentor's wife. Yuqi adjusted his reading glasses and chuckled. "You silly boy. Does your mentor's wife need your concern?" Cheng Xilin nodded in agreement. Yuqi added, "Stop worrying about everything. Handle what you can, and for what you can't, come to me. We're here. The sky won't fall." Cheng Xilin grinned. Teacher, I'll be off then. My patrol team buddies are inviting me to dinner. He dashed out the door before Yu Qi could respond. Yu Qi paused and then laughed. That silly boy. In Cheng Xilin, the old couple felt the joy of having a late-teen life child. The one inviting Cheng Xilin for dinner was Li Lu, the same guy who carried Jishu for several hundred meters the previous day. With so many people around yesterday, and Jishu present, he didn't have the chance to speak up. Today, he specifically invited Cheng Xilin for a drink to discuss how to pursue Jishu. Cheng Xilin arrived at Li Li's residential area. It was quite ordinary. Calling it a community was a stretch. It was more of a living area. But it was still better than the tube-shaped apartments in the northern part of the city. He sat on a stone block at the entrance, lit a cigarette, and waited for Li Lu to come out. The humid air enveloped him as he stared at the mottled ground, lost in thought. By this time, Cheng Xilin had reached the starlight level, where he could release star power externally, though he couldn't yet control it for attacks. The progression from external star power release goes from starlight level to nebula level, and then to star level. The main difference among these levels is the degree of control over star power. At the starlight level, star power can be released externally for self-protection. At the nebula level, the released star power has offensive capabilities. At the star level, one can resonate with the spiritual energy in the air, gaining the ability to fly. Big brother, what are you doing? A child's voice broke Cheng Xilin's reverie. He looked up to see a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old. She had black hair, sparse eyebrows, a round face, big eyes, and a petite frame. She was holding a plastic basket as tall as she was, filled with small sandbags made of scraps of fabric. This type of beanbag was a favorite toy for Cheng Xilin when he was a child. It was usually filled with fabric scraps, beans, or sometimes rice. As he reminisced, he could almost see two friends standing on either side of a chalk-drawn square on the ground, tossing the beanbag back and forth. Catching the beanbag earned you an extra life, while missing it meant you lost one. The three of them could play joyfully all day long, never getting tired of it. Cheng Xilin snapped out of his memories and smiled, saying, I'm waiting for someone. Upon hearing this, the little girl squinted her eyes and broke into a radiant smile. She innocently asked, is waiting for someone a happy thing? The question caught Cheng Xilin off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is waiting really a happy thing? He pondered silently. Perhaps it is. Waiting carries both hope and disappointment. From the moment you choose to wait, the outcome is no longer within your control. Faced with the little girl's expectant gaze, Cheng Xilin had no words. He simply watched as she skillfully spread out a floral cloth and neatly arranged over a dozen colorful beanbags from a plastic basket onto the cloth. Then, she turned the empty basket upside down and sat on it. Cheng Xilin initially wanted to ask if she was setting up a stall, but he swallowed the words and rephrased, are you doing business? Hearing the question, the little girl shifted her gaze from the beanbags to Cheng Xilin's face, then quickly looked down. She pursed her lips and softly asked, am I bothering you, big brother? Cheng Xilin quickly shook his head. Instinctively, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but after glancing at the little girl, he put them back in his pocket. He gently asked, what's your name? The little girl's eyes lit up with joy when she heard Cheng Xilin ask her name. She immediately stood up, her small face serious, and slightly bowed while extending her hand. Hello, my name is Yinjia, she said earnestly. Cheng Xilin was amused by the little girl's grown-up demeanor. He stood up as well, brushed his hand on his pants, and lightly shook her fingers. Hello, I'm Cheng Xilin, he replied with a smile, feeling a growing fondness for this sensible little girl. Yinjia's small face was tense, her lips tightly pressed together, trying hard to put on a mature facade. However, her curved eyes betrayed her inner joy. This precocious little girl, despite her efforts to disguise it, couldn't hide her excitement. The two sat down again. Cheng Xilin noticed the little girl's beaming face and felt a bit puzzled. Was she really that happy just because he asked her name? How much for a beanbag? Cheng Xilin asked. Yin Jia looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you want one, big brother? I can give you one for free. She glanced at the beanbags laid out before her and picked a blue cotton one, handing it to Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin took the beanbag, inspecting it closely. I want to buy one. If there's a discount, I'd be even happier, he added. The craftsmanship was decent, but the stitching was a bit rough. If it was filled with rice, it might easily leak. Usually, I sell them for 3 yuan each, Yinjia said straightforwardly, but if you want to pay, 2 yuan is fine. Cheng Xilin nodded, took out 2 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to her. Not too expensive, he remarked. Yinjia sat with her arms folded across her chest, leaning forward so much that she was almost lying on her thighs. This posture might seem casual at home, but outside, it looked more like a self-protective stance. Hee, my business is doing well, Yinjia said, flashing a row of small teeth with a smile. How long does it take you to make one of these beanbags? Cheng Xilin asked. About half an hour, Yinjia replied cheerfully. I'm still small, but I'll get faster as I grow up. Cheng Xilin nodded thoughtfully. You could even buy supplies from the small goods market, or rent a shop in a mall someday. Really? Yin Jia sat up straight, a spark of hope flashing in her eyes as if a long-held dream had been acknowledged. Of course, Cheng Xilin said, nodding again while holding the bean back. At that moment, Li Lu walked out from the neighborhood. Shaolin, let's go. Today, I'm taking you to find a dragon, he called out. Cheng Xilin pointed to his car, signaling Li Lu to go ahead. Li Lu glanced at Cheng Xilin and Yin Jia before heading to the car, opening the door and getting inside without much thought. Cheng Xilin stood up, giving Yin Jia an apologetic smile. Sorry for taking up your spot. No problem, no problem. It wasn't mine to begin with, Yin Jia said, waving her hand awkwardly as if her little secret had been exposed. Cheng Xilin scrunched his nose, making a funny face before turning towards the car. Before getting in, he waved back, see you. Yin Jia. Bye, big brother. Yin Jia waved her hand with a goofy smile. The sun had not yet set but had already turned into a glowing sunset, tinting the scattered clouds with a rosy hue. Cheng Xilin's Avenidor was parked by the roadside, drawing attention but not seeming out of place in this area filled with luxury cars. Across the street was a bustling food stall street, filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter. Cheng Xilin held a cigarette, quietly listening to Li Li's endless talk about his plans for his future child. From naming to choosing a kindergarten, Li Lu seemed to have everything planned out. Cheng Xilin didn't drink, as Li Lu was drinking alone, and he wasn't sure if he should join him. Shaolin, I feel like I'm not good enough for Jishu, Li Lu suddenly said, his voice filled with insecurity and unease. Shaolin, what do you think we should name our child? If it's a boy, maybe Li Ji, and if it's a girl, Li Shu. Li Lu continued to mumble. But thinking about Jishu being with someone else in the future makes me feel so heartbroken and miserable. Li Li's voice choked with emotion. Cheng Xilin's eyelids drooped, a hint of helplessness on his face. He silently complained to himself, damn, you said you were taking me out for a good time, and now? Listening to a lovesick fool's monologue? Just then, Cheng Xilin's attention was caught by a strange sight on the roadside. Two elderly men were walking slowly on the highway, starkly contrasting the fast-moving scenery around them. Even more oddly, the passing patrol vehicle seemed to completely ignore their presence. One of the elderly men, Yuchi, dressed in a leather jacket, chuckled softly and said to his companion, Sunli, when I was 18, my teacher wanted me to join the patrol team to protect this road, but I refused because I didn't see the point of such highways in this era. His companion nodded. For us star envoys, it indeed seems unnecessary. An elderly man named Sunli gazed into the distance, speaking with a heavy heart. To be honest, the way is very important to ordinary people, which is why we need to protect it. Yuchi nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, back then, I didn't understand. I thought that as long as I killed the beasts, I was protecting the people. He sighed, a touch of regret in his voice. Protecting and guarding are not the same. Sunli was silent for a moment before turning his gaze to Yuchi, a barely noticeable bitterness in his tone. Decades have passed, and I've never truly believed that you and Shuehua were really in decline. He glanced at Yuchi beside him and continued. In certain paths, even if some people stand still, others can never catch up. Yuchi frowned slightly, his tone resolute. I need time. The Illuminati have been causing a lot of trouble lately. Lao San is under a lot of pressure, and Lao Chi is at the center of the storm. I need to get things in order. Sunli raised an eyebrow, curious. Actually, I've always wondered why you treat your students as if they were your own children. Yuchi paused, a gentle smile forming on his lips. Because they call me teacher. Sunli studied Yuchi, clearly not grasping the deeper meaning of his words. He suggested, your 6 students have already grown. Only Lao Chi is left. You could place him in the high tower. I'm sure the managers below the 30th floor would gladly accept him. Yuchi's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone brooking no argument. I will personally teach my students. He paused, a sharp glint in his eyes, because they are not worthy. The scene shifted, and Li Li's voice suddenly rang out, filled with anger. They are not worthy. No one is worthy of being Jishu's man but me. Cheng Xilin nodded, his tone calm. Having that mindset is half the battle. Li Li's expression fell, his voice tinged with frustration. But I'm not worthy either. What should I do? Cheng Xilin took a silent drag from his cigarette, his eyes showing a mix of helplessness and mockery. He muttered under his breath, damn it, simp. As night fell, Cheng Xilin helped the drunken Li Lu home. He stopped at the entrance of the residential complex, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. He hadn't touched a drop of alcohol tonight, not because he had to drive, but because Li Lu had already downed half a bottle of baijiu during the brief moment Cheng was ordering food. Cheng shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that today's plan to clean up was completely ruined, and once again, he had become an emotional dumpster for his friend. To make matters worse, he had also paid for dinner tonight. He recalled the little girl Yinjia he had encountered earlier. She had already left, leaving behind a small beanbag that Cheng had bought for 2 yuan. He weighed it in his hand, feeling the beans inside. Cheng hadn't asked why the girl was selling beanbags alone. He knew everyone had their own hardships, and if he couldn't help, he shouldn't pry. Back in the dorm, Cheng headed straight for Lao Lu's room. "Lu Tong," he shouted. "I heard you're moving out? Is it because I'm not warm enough, or don't love you enough? You still owe me 144 yuan and 50 cents. Trying to run away?" Lao Lu's muffled voice came from inside. "I need to study hard and improve myself. I can't keep wasting time with you. I've already deleted everything on my e-drive to show my determination." Cheng was momentarily stunned, then angrily retorted, "What the hell? Deleting your e-drive whenever something goes wrong? I can't take this anymore, Lao Lu. Let's head to the training ground and talk this out." I just reached Nebula level beginner 2 days ago," Lao Lu meekly replied. Cheng's tone softened immediately. "Brother Lu, if you have any issues, just say it. There's no need to be so impulsive. Deleting the e-drive is such a waste. Come on, let's look up how to recover deleted files." Lao Lu began searching how to recover deleted files proficiently while continuously complaining. "Old Cheng, can you stop breathing so loudly? It's annoying. Old Cheng, don't stand behind me. I ate pig's tail. Old Cheng, don't stand next to me. You're squishing my invisible wings. Old Cheng, ouch. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me." Cheng helplessly thought. There's always 1 or 2 roommates who delete their e-drives in a crisis or suddenly decide to become a motivational king. The next day, Cheng went to Yuchi's office. "Teacher, starting this afternoon, for the next 3 days, I've been assigned by the patrol team to assist the demon hunting squad." Yuchi looked puzzled. "You're only at Starlight level. Why would they send you?" Cheng couldn't reveal that he was a reality hacker looking to fight more battles and level up. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, "Maybe because I'm quite strong." Yuchi shrugged and returned to his book, ignoring Cheng. Cheng shrugged too. Failing to show off in front of the teacher was normal. "Teacher, I'm leaving now." Yuchi nodded and reminded him, "It's been dangerous lately. Call me immediately if anything happens." "Got it, no worries." Compared to the 2-story detective office of the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Squad, the 12-story base of the Modu Demon Hunting Squad looked grand and upscale. After parking his car, Cheng walked into the lobby, feeling a bit envious. They had a front desk, while the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Squad looked like a leftover district government office from the 90s, with a row of offices in the front, a training ground in the back, and a monitoring room at the end. "Hello, my name is Cheng Xilin. I've been sent by the patrol team to assist the Demon Hunting Squad." The receptionist nodded politely, checked her records, and led him to the 7th floor, stopping in front of a frosted glass office. "Miss Cheng Shi, Mr. Cheng from the patrol team is here to assist with the mission. Come in." Cheng pushed the door open, only to find the woman behind the desk was the urban lady he had thrown up on when he was drunk. "Cheng," she stood up with a smile. "Cheng Xilin, I didn't expect the patrol team to send you over. Please, have a seat." Cheng spread his hands in a helpless gesture and explained with a smile, "Well, the patrol team is short-staffed. We have people patrolling the city, the roads, and hunting beasts. You need 17 people, and I've worked with the Yunzhou Demon Hunting Squad for a few months, so I'm familiar with the job." Cheng Shi lit a cigarette and handed the lighter to Cheng. "Oh, you have experience with the Demon Hunting Squad? That's great." Cheng lit his cigarette and carefully observed Cheng Shi. Around the age of 28 or 29, Cheng Xilin stood in front of the mirror, adjusting her outfit. She wore a white fitted blouse paired with khaki casual trousers, and a light khaki trench coat hung on the clothing rack. Her long hair was slightly wavy, her oval face adorned with delicate makeup. Even when she wasn't speaking, the corners of her mouth and eyes would naturally lift, revealing a hint of confidence and a deeply hidden pride. "Just call me Xiao Cheng," Cheng Xilin said with a smile. She knew that only those she wanted to be close to were allowed to call her Xiaolin. Thinking about the upcoming meeting with Chen Shi, Cheng Xilin frowned slightly. Her last impression wasn't great. She always felt that this woman had some schemes. Although Cheng Xilin herself was even more cunning, who wouldn't prefer to have simple and kind-hearted friends? She mused to herself, if only everyone were like Lu Chengxiong, who wouldn't even know how he got played. "All right, Xiao Cheng," Chen Shi replied with a smile. "Our task for the next 3 days is at the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. Baoshan campus?" Cheng Xilin asked. Chen Shi nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Cheng Xilin acknowledged and thought to herself, "Can the Baoshan campus even be okay?" The two of them grabbed the boundary rod and got into Chen Shi's car, heading straight for the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts Baoshan campus. As night fell, the car's interior was quiet. Cheng Xilin rested her hand by the window, a cigarette between her fingers, lost in thought. Chen Shi glanced at her, pursed her lips and asked, "That giant tree by the lake in Century Park, was that your doing?" Cheng Xilin looked at Chen Shi calmly and nodded. Yes, that's my ability. Besides, so many of our classmates were helping, and such a big tree. The whole city saw it. There's no point hiding it. Chunshi responded softly and said no more. The car continued driving through the night towards their destination. Silence filled the small space as each was lost in their own thoughts. The Baoshan campus of the Magic City Academy of Fine Arts boasts a beautiful environment, with a Onestop University Service Center right in front and a shimmering artificial lake. The law school and the history department of Magic City University are located nearby, with a picturesque baseball training field and a soccer field to the west. The two of them drove to Banshee South Road, parked, and each took out 3 boundary-breaking rods. Cheng Xilin looked at Chen Shi and said, Senior Chun, let's split up. Call for backup if you encounter anything. During their earlier chat, he learned that Chen Shi graduated from a prestigious university in Magic City. Hence he addressed her as Senior. Got it. Chen Shi replied succinctly. Cheng Xilin wandered alone through the silent campus, eventually finding himself outside the comprehensive materials lab of the Art Academy. He cautiously scanned the surroundings and suddenly turned around, only to find no one behind him. He paused for a moment and then shook his head with a wry smile, realizing it was his old habit of being overly cautious in unfamiliar, quiet places. Recalling the day he first arrived in this world and encountered a gigantic pangolin, Cheng Xilin couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of it all. Although he now had some ability to protect himself, he still didn't feel entirely safe. He gently touched the wall and sighed, ready to leave. Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears. Take me away, take me away, take me away. The voice was old and ethereal, seeming to come from all directions, not something heard with the ears. Instinctively, Cheng Xilin summoned his electromagnetic card, sending sparks flying over a dozen meters. He crouched, gripping a boundary-breaking rod in his left hand, while his right hand transformed the Rui staff into a dark gold feathered saber. At the same time, he activated an electromagnetic field with a 200-meter radius centered on himself. The voice grew clearer, as if it were getting closer. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and the dim light added to the sinister atmosphere, making it feel like he was in an isolated space. Cheng Xilin tensed up, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Senior Chun, anything on your end? He asked through the communication device. No, the base hasn't detected anything unusual either, Chun Shi replied. Cheng Xilin fell silent. Although there was no obvious anomaly, the voice in his head was becoming more persistent and distinct. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation around his ears and neck, as if someone were breathing down his neck. Take me away, the voice repeated. As a somewhat skeptical materialist, Cheng Xilin didn't dismiss the possibility of supernatural phenomena. But at this moment, all he wanted was to know if he could escape. Bang! He stomped the ground, creating a crater, and dashed through the night like a streak of light, disappearing after a few leaps. No way, he thought. I can handle small monsters. But what do I do with something even the electromagnetic field can't detect? Take it away? How? There's no boat in this new world that can carry such a thing. After running for about 500 meters, the voice vanished. Cheng Xilin collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He picked up his phone and dialed his teacher's number. Teacher, do you think ghosts exist in this world? Yuchi paused for a moment before replying. If you have nothing better to do, play some games and stop watching so many movies. Cheng Xilin quickly recounted his recent experience in detail. Yuchi was silent for a while longer before saying, I can only tell you that ghosts do have a magnetic field. A human's magnetic field is a real image, while a ghost's magnetic field is a virtual image, though very weak. Teacher, how do you know that? Cheng Xilin asked, skeptical. Because I'm your teacher, of course I know. All right then. Have a good night, Cheng Xilin responded. Gu Shuehua passed by the study room and glanced inside, displeased. Still on the computer this late? Do you want to ruin your eyes? All right, I'm done. I'll go wash up now, Yuchi replied with a smile, closing the search page, which briefly showed the words, Do ghosts have a magnetic field? Cheng Xilin rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and lit a cigarette to calm himself down. He hesitated about whether to go back and check again, struggling internally for a long time. Despite what his teacher said, he still felt uncertain. This messed-up world has all sorts of weird things, he thought, searching on his phone again. Do ghosts have a magnetic field? Yes. Do corpses have a magnetic field? No. Cheng Xilin nodded. Since both the internet and his teacher said ghosts have a magnetic field, what he encountered probably wasn't a ghost. Damn, that scared the hell out of me, he muttered. Gathering his courage, Cheng Xilin returned to the materials lab, cautiously approaching it. Take me away, take me away, take me away. The voice echoed in his ears again, so clear it felt like someone was whispering right next to him. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard and instinctively shrank his neck. Come on, Cheng. You can do this. Cheng Xilin silently encouraged himself, gripping his Yinling blade tightly. The electric field around him crackled as he cautiously approached the outer wall of the materials room. This was the spot where he had previously heard that eerie voice after touching the wall. Vigilantly, Cheng Xilin scanned his surroundings. Apart from the haunting, "Take me with you," the area remained eerily silent. With his right hand gripping the blade's hilt, he channeled his star power into the electric field. Cheng Xilin tried to maintain control over his tense body, recalling his teacher's advice. To launch an instant attack, your body must be in a state of relaxation and high alert. Despite the fear gnawing at him, his curiosity drove him back to this place. Slowly, he raised his left hand, hesitating as his fingertips neared the wall. The phrase, "Take me with you," still echoed in his ears. He scanned the area once more, confirming there were no anomalies. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm against the cold wall. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. Just as Cheng Xilin began to relax, a piercing human scream shattered the silence from behind him. "Take me with you?" This time, the voice was no longer a whisper but a desperate cry from a human throat. Instinctively, Cheng Xilin ducked, swinging his golden Yinling blade in a horizontal arc. "Damn you!" he yelled. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as Cheng Xilin realized it was a person he had struck, sending them flying through the air. With a furrowed brow, Cheng Xilin transformed into a streak of lightning, chasing the airborne figure. He caught up, running parallel to the person. The Yinling blade morphed into a spear amidst the electric flashes. With a swift thrust, the spear, enveloped in electric light, pinned the person harshly to the ground. Bang bang! The old man, pinned to the ground by spears, convulsed violently, his hands and legs pounding the earth in a desperate attempt to break free. As Cheng Xilin landed, he swiftly raised his hand, and flourishing gloves appeared instantaneously. Over a dozen wrist-thick wooden rods sprouted from the ground like steel bars, firmly restraining the old man. The spears vanished in a flash and reappeared in Cheng Xilin's hand. His face was grave, his brows furrowed, though his heart was pounding. He knew all too well that ghosts have a magnetic field, whereas corpses do not. Yet this old man before him showed no magnetic response whatsoever. This was a moving corpse. Even bound by the wooden rods, the old man continued to struggle. His face remained expressionless, dressed in a white striped long gown, his skin marred by blue and purple corpse spots. His lifeless eyes, tinged with yellow, held no spark of life. Cheng Xilin observed closely, extending his spear to gently lift the old man's collar. Two colorful stripes, one red, one yellow, were conspicuous on the white collar. With a flick of his wrist, he removed the piece of fabric. A strange phenomenon occurred. As soon as the fabric left the old man's body, he abruptly ceased all movement and reverted to being an ordinary corpse. Simultaneously, the surroundings seemed to return to normal. The wind resumed, the lights brightened, and everything fell back into place. Cheng Xilin crouched down to examine the corpse once more. The dull gray eyes and slightly yellow pupils still showed no sign of life. He looked at the piece of fabric with the two colored stripes in his hand and hesitated before bringing it to his nose. A greasy smell wafted over, but it was neither fishy nor pungent this time. Is it these colors that control the corpse? Cheng Xilin pondered. Can colors control a corpse? He recalled the young man he encountered in the forest. That man was clearly not a corpse. Cheng Xilin could distinctly sense his magnetic field, and the man could use star cards. More importantly, in his final moments, the man's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. That was unmistakably a living person. Cheng Xilin's fingers traced the fabric, his brows furrowing deeper. Even with all the clues pieced together, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. But one thing was certain. Whoever used these colors was targeting Heimer more precisely, the half-seed within him. He waved his hand, retracting the wooden rods that bound the corpse, and contacted Chen Shi through his communicator. "Senior Chun, can you come to the lawn on the east side of the materials room? There's something going on here." "Got it. I'll be right there," Chen Shi replied briefly. Soon, Chen Shi leaped down from the rooftop of the materials room, landing beside Cheng Xilin. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the old man's corpse on the ground. At that moment, Cheng Xilin keenly noticed the wind around them suddenly stop, only to resume shortly after. He looked at Chen Shi with curiosity and asked, "Senior Chun, did you hear any unusual sounds when you came from the materials room?" Chen Shi paused, then shook her head. "No, just the wind and city noise." "Oh, I see." Cheng Xilin nodded, discreetly slipping the piece of fabric with the two colors into his pocket. Pointing to the corpse, he said, "I found this body while passing by. Not sure what's going on." Chen Shi examined the corpse and noted that the old man's clothes were slashed across the abdomen, but only a shallow white mark was on his skin, and a piece of his collar was missing. She suggested, "Let's take some photos and send them back to the base for investigation." "All right," Cheng Xilin agreed. After taking photos and sending them, the two sat down to wait for the base's response. Before long, a girl's voice came through the communicator. "Sister Chen Shi, this corpse is the missing cadaver from the medical school this afternoon. They've sent someone to your location. Got it, Chunshi replied, then turned to Cheng Xilin and shrugged. You heard it. We don't handle these kinds of things. Let's leave it to the police. Cheng Xilin nodded silently. His mind raced, trying to piece together all the known information, clues, and even seemingly unrelated events. He was attempting to form a complete picture, but so far, only the most peripheral, insignificant pieces were in place. The rest remained a blank. Faced with such a perplexing situation, Cheng Xilin couldn't help feeling a bit melancholic. Ah, is this a challenge for Cheng Holmes Xilin? He mused wryly. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Chenshi turned to him and asked, Junior Cheng, why the sigh? Life isn't easy. Cheng Xilin shook his head, half-jokingly saying, Old Cheng, just want to be a carefree youth with $1 million savings and a luxury car. Is that too much to ask? Why is everyone after me? Now, they all want my seed. Damn it. He added, that's not a curse. It's an ancient, mystical phrase from a distant land. It represents the divine's disdain for sin and filth. This succinct yet profound statement mirrored Cheng Xilin's current emotions, anger tinged with a hint of helplessness. After a while, four people hurried over. After carefully examining the old man's body, they quickly carried it away. In the morning, two of them returned to the demon hunting squad's base. Cheng Shuedi, be here at 5 p.m. Don't forget, Chun Shi said. Standing at the entrance of the demon hunting squad, she placed her left hand on her hip and waved gently with her right, deliberately showcasing her tall, elegant figure. She smiled warmly at Cheng Xilin. Cheng Xilin simply smiled and nodded slightly at Chun Shi before driving away without a word. To him, Chun Shi's straightforward approach was no longer appealing. Her lack of subtlety and challenge made her uninteresting. While waiting at a red light, Cheng Xilin glanced at the nearby bus. Since it was close to the campus, most of the passengers were students, including some couples. The boys held onto the handrails with one hand and carried items with the other, while the girls leaned sweetly and relaxedly against their boyfriends. Cheng Xilin noticed that the boys would occasionally check out each other's girlfriends. He found this amusing. If a guy's girlfriend was prettier, he'd puff out his chest with more pride. However, Cheng Xilin believed there were no real losers in this comparison. After all, no matter how attractive someone else's girlfriend was, the one in your arms was the one you truly loved. His gaze fell on the steering wheel, where a decorative bull in heat made him roll his eyes. He silently mocked. These students are so focused on relationships. What about their studies? Have they passed their electives? How is their grad school preparation going? Have they cleared the CET exams? Suddenly, Cheng Xilin realized how absurd his thoughts were. This was Modu University. Students here didn't need to worry about passing the CET exams. He glanced at the bus again, feeling a mix of emotions. The light turned green, and Cheng Xilin floored the gas pedal. The blue supercar roared like an angry little bull, taking his thoughts with it as it sped away. Cheng Xilin returned to school, exhausted but unable to rest. He went straight to Yuqi's office and recounted his bizarre encounter from the previous night in detail. Yuqi listened silently, nodding with a knowing look in his eyes. Seeing this, Cheng Xilin shrugged, said no more, and immediately lay down on the office sofa, falling into a deep sleep. Watching the sleeping Cheng Xilin, Yuqi's lips curled into a faint smile. He shook his head gently and returned to his book. Around noon, to avoid disturbing Cheng Xilin's rest, Yuqi quietly left the office and went to have lunch with Lu Hong. Lu Hong was flattered by Yuqi's visit. However, upon learning that Yuqi came to avoid disturbing Cheng Xilin, his joy diminished by half. At that moment, Lu Hong's thoughts drifted back 30 years when the three of them were teenagers. But the memories were quickly interrupted as he recalled how their second brother, Ding Zhe, often bullied him. After lunch, Lu Hong personally drove Yuqi home. Despite being star-ranked envoys capable of flying, they preferred to walk or drive like ordinary people in daily life. They would go to the market, cook meals, chat about mundane topics, and occasionally even swear. As evening approached, the setting sun cast orange patches of light on the tiled floor through the windows, its glow carrying a melancholic tinge unlike the midday heat. Cheng Xilin was suddenly awakened by a call from Li Lu. Shaolin, what are you doing? Li Li's voice came through the phone. Cheng Xilin grumbled. Nothing. Li Lu continued. Want to grab a drink? I'm feeling really empty inside. Cheng Xilin, eyes still closed, replied irritably. Lu Gu, if you're feeling empty inside, just search for some campus beauty pics or Asian photos to fill that void. I have a mission tonight. Goodbye. Li Lu tried to say something else, but Cheng Xilin had already hung up. After lying down for a while, Cheng Xilin sighed heavily and sat up, still groggy. He glanced at the time. It was already 6:04 p.m. After a quick wash, he went out to grab a bite to eat, then drove to Banqi South Road near the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. At 7:10 p.m., Cheng Xilin arrived at the spot where he had encountered the mysterious teacher the previous day. He put on his communicator and soon heard Chen Shi's voice. Cheng, are you in position? Cheng Xilin replied, Yes, Shuejia, I'm here, Chunshi said. All right, I'm on the west side. Contact me if anything happens. Cheng Xilin acknowledged and sat in his car, eyes fixed on the place where the battle had occurred yesterday, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the partial anatomy lab at the medical school, Lang Yin was standing next to the corpse that Cheng Xilin had subdued the day before, holding a small white cat. He gently stroked the cat's back and leaned in close to the elderly corpse, sniffing carefully. Tada, you smell it too, right? The red and yellow from the palate, Lang Yin murmured. The cat let out a soft meow. Lang Yin smiled. But it's still surprising that Cheng Xilin could pierce through the yellow. The cat meowed again, seeming to respond. Lang Yin showed a resigned expression. There's nothing I can do. Yu Qi and Gu Shuahua won't trust anyone when it comes to family. The cat's meow grew softer, almost disdainful. Lang Yin sighed. Even if they laugh at me, it can't be helped. Let's go. We can only do our best. Cheng Xilin took a sip of water and looked around. To his left was the materials room of the academy, and to his right was an artificial lake. The campus was silent. The students had retreated to their dorms after receiving notice of the demon hunting team's mission. Apart from the city lights and street lamps, only the sound of wind rustling through the trees and the water from the artificial lake could be heard. Cheng Xilin muttered to himself, thinking this was like creating a horror atmosphere just for him. He began to ponder 3 reasons why he might be the protagonist. First, he had transmigrated. Second, he had special abilities, though not very useful. And third, wherever he went, something always happened. Especially the third point made Cheng Xilin wonder if moving to Japan would mean encountering Ultraman and causing a city's destruction. Time ticked by, and the first half of the night passed uneventfully. Midnight came and went without incident. At 2 a.m., Cheng Xilin began to feel drowsy. By 3 a.m., still nothing had happened. Yawning, Cheng Xilin was about to light a cigarette to fight off sleep when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Follow me, follow me, follow me. This time, it wasn't trying to take him away but to have him follow. Cheng Xilin thought wryly that this felt like eloping gone wrong. He sighed, put down the cigarette and lighter, and got out of the car, walking towards the outer wall of the materials room. As he moved, sparks began to crackle around his body, and he gripped his Rui Jingu Bang, setting up boundary rods as he went. The voice kept urging him, follow me. Reaching the wall, Cheng Xilin unhesitatingly raised his hand and tapped on the surface. In an instant, the Rui staff in Cheng Xilin's hand extended, and a deafening gong sound echoed behind him. The staff struck an object behind him with tremendous force, sending it flying before disappearing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, a spear appeared in Cheng Xilin's hand. He turned around and cursed angrily. Follow you? Follow you where? To make a mess at the docks? Damn it. Hurry up. I need to clock out. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Xilin finally took in the scene before him. The corpse of a tall man lay quietly on the ground, dressed in a white tracksuit adorned with splashes of red, yellow, purple, and orange, resembling a bizarre painting. Surprisingly, the earlier strike had not felled it, but merely pushed it back over 10 meters. Without hesitation, Cheng Xilin raised his left hand sharply and shouted, wooden thorns. In an instant, dozens of wrist-thick wooden spikes burst from the ground, shooting towards the corpse like arrows. However, the sight before him left Cheng Xilin stunned. The seemingly rigid corpse displayed an unbelievable agility. Not only did it easily dodge the wooden spikes, but it also used its arms like blades to slice through them, sending splinters flying. Cheng Xilin's heart tightened as he thought, this one tonight is clearly on a different level than the one from last night. Could it be due to the added colors? But there was no time to ponder further, as the corpse charged at him like a ferocious tiger. Cheng Xilin stepped back half a step with his right foot to gather strength. In the next moment, his figure turned into a streak of lightning, flashing to the left side of the corpse. The spear in his hand crackled with electric plasma as it aimed straight for the opponent's neck. Another gong-like crash echoed. The corpse slightly turned its body and raised its left arm, astonishingly blocking Cheng Xilin's powerful strike with its elbow. Sparks flew as the two forces clashed fiercely in midair. Cheng Xilin's eyelid twitched, and his heart tightened instantly. He quickly recalled the events of the past 2 days. The old man last night had 2 colors, the young man in the forest had 3, and today's tall man had 4. Although his previous opponents were no match for him, this man not only easily broke through his wooden thorns, but also rendered yesterday's plasma spear ineffective. Before Cheng Xilin could catch his breath, the tall man launched an attack as if he had a mind of his own. With a sweep of his left arm, he deflected the spear and, in a swift turn, raised both arms, aiming his palms like twin hammers at Cheng Xilin's head. Reacting quickly, Cheng Xilin's body crackled with electricity as he retreated at lightning speed. Boom! The man's palms clapped together with a thunderous sound. Cheng Xilin's heart skipped a beat, knowing that if that blow had landed on him, the consequences would have been dire. His eyes widened in shock as he watched the scene unfold. The tall man, having missed his target, bent forward like a drawn bow. Bang! The ground beneath the man shattered as he shot towards the retreating Cheng Xilin like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he caught up with Cheng Xilin, despite the latter's electromagnetic enhanced speed. What shocked Cheng Xilin was not just the man's speed, but the fact that he could keep up with him at all. Railgun. Cheng Xilin planted his spear into the ground to halt his retreat, raising his hand as plasma gathered in his palm. He unleashed a massive beam of light at the man, engulfing him completely. Cheng Xilin stepped back again, shouting, "Senior Qianxi, I need help over here." Before he could finish, Qianxi's urgent voice, accompanied by the sounds of battle, came through. "Junior, hang on. I've got 3 battle-class beasts on my side." Damn it! Cheng Xilin cursed under his breath. He looked at the man who had been engulfed by the railgun. As the electric light faded, the man's clothes were charred, but the 4 colors on his chest remained clear. He anticipated I'd burn his clothes. Smart little thing, Cheng Xilin thought to himself. He raised his hands, infusing his gloves with star power. Instantly, star power seeds spread across the lawn. Wooden thorns. With Cheng Xilin's shout, the ground trembled as hundreds of spiked wooden stakes rose from the earth. This was the true wooden thorns. Next, Cheng Xilin flipped his right hand, releasing an electromagnetic field that lifted iron sand from the soil into the air. Despite his star power being mostly depleted, he didn't hesitate to use his gloves' abilities to their fullest extent. Cheng Xilin watched intently as the seemingly lifeless man smashed through the wooden thorns with his arms. He increased the star power infusion while controlling both the electromagnetic field and his gloves. The wooden thorns kept advancing towards the man, and the iron sand in the air gradually formed into small iron balls. Kneeling on one knee, Cheng Xilin extended his arms. His left hand, claw-like, controlled the wooden thorns in an attempt to restrain the man, while his right hand, palm up, crackled with arcs of electricity. Though the powerful star card granted Cheng Xilin extraordinary strength, he still needed continuous training to break through and enhance his star power. The results and the journey might differ, but without the process, the fruits would never be as sweet. In just 6 months, Cheng Xilin had advanced from starlet level to starshine level, progressing rapidly but still lacking in accumulation. Sweat now dotted his forehead. The most challenging aspect of fighting a corpse was its lack of a magnetic field, making it impossible for him to predict its next move through magnetic sensing. It was akin to Enel's mantra in One Piece, similar to the observation haki. While magnetic fields could be elusive, they were still detectable, but a corpse had none, leaving Cheng Xilin unable to sense it. The tips of the wooden thorns relentlessly struck the man's body, producing dull thuds. Meanwhile, vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the man's form. Cheng Xilin exhaled, his gaze turning sharp. With a backward gesture of his left hand, the thorns ceased their assault. His right hand clenched into a fist, and hundreds of iron sand grains, now the size of rice grains, shot out like a rain of arrows, crackling with electricity. Bang! 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 The chaotic sounds of impact filled the air. Cheng Xilin was puzzled by the metallic clanging that occurred each time he struck the man. Could it be some sort of iron body technique? A corpse mastering such a skill seemed absurd. And yet, the same sound had occurred when he fought the old man last night, though the old man couldn't withstand his plasma spear. After countless iron sand strikes, the man's body was finally pierced through, the 4 colors on his chest now riddled with holes. Cheng Xilin let out a long breath, removed his gloves, and the wooden thorns and vines receded back into the ground. Clang! The iron sand coalesced into 2 long swords, crossing and impaling the man's chest, pinning him to the ground. Cheng Xilin stood up, pulled the dark gold spear from the ground, and slowly walked towards the subdued man. Cheng Xilin felt his star energy had nearly depleted, barely enough to maintain the iron sand sword and the spear formed from the Rui staff. He stared at the tall man before him, who now stood motionless, much like the elderly man from the previous day. However, today's opponent was in a far more wretched state. His body riddled with wounds from the iron sand, a hole through his head at the temple, and the color drained completely from his chest. Cheng Xilin cautiously observed, confirming that the loss of color should mean the man could no longer move. He waited a few more moments, and seeing no movement, he exhaled deeply and finally relaxed. In hindsight, aside from a few high-level matches he had participated in, this was undoubtedly the toughest battle he had ever faced. At this moment, a wave of gratitude for quantum mechanics and electrodynamics surged within him. He dispelled the iron sand sword and carefully crouched down to examine the man's eyes. Though the color had vanished from the man's body, his eyes might still reveal some information. Sure enough, he noticed the same features as the previous 2 individuals, grayish whites and yellowing pupils. Just as Cheng Xilin thought it was over, the man's pupils suddenly twitched. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. instinctively trying to retreat. But the man moved faster, lunging at him with arms wide open and knocking him to the ground. Cheng Xilin reacted swiftly, immediately positioning his dark gold spear across his chest to block the man's neck. The man's hands gripped his collar with terrifying strength. Cheng Xilin was about to summon his last bit of star energy to call forth the electromagnetic card when he froze at the sight of the man's eyes. The man's originally yellowish-black eyes were slowly turning blue under Cheng Xilin's gaze. A bone-chilling cold swept over him, as if he had been plunged into an icy river. The cold seeped through his skin, pierced his bones, and reached his brain. Cheng Xilin felt as if his body was being frozen solid, while his consciousness became light and detached, as though being peeled away from his physical form. This strange sensation was not unfamiliar. Cheng Xilin suddenly realized this was what people commonly referred to as sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis. Cheng Xilin knew what it was. He had looked it up after his first experience. Sleep paralysis, scientifically known as sleep apnea, is when the body's voluntary muscles enter a state of extremely low muscle tone. Typically, rapid movement of the eyes, tongue, and jaw can hasten awakening. But at this moment, this knowledge was utterly useless to Cheng Xilin. His body felt petrified, his spirit slowly detaching. Cheng Xilin stood motionless, holding a spear, as a corpse riddled with wounds pressed down on him. Congealed blood and decaying flesh dripped from the corpse, covering him entirely. He felt an icy chill but sensed it was irrelevant, as if only an empty shell was cold. The world before his eyes began to warp and blur. Grass, trees, and buildings melted into a slowly spinning vortex. The sight reminded him of the abstract oil paintings by those mad artists, colorful yet chaotic. The vortex spun faster and faster, as if intent on devouring everything. At that moment, a soft, milk-like meow echoed. The faint cat's cry was like a thunderclap, jolting Cheng Xilin awake. The hallucinations before him rapidly receded, and he opened his eyes wide, as if waking from a dream. Cheng Xilin's gaze met a man's blue eyes. In the next instant, a magnetic card appeared out of thin air, and an iron sand sword swiftly beheaded the man. With a loud thud, the head rolled to the ground. Using all his strength, Cheng Xilin pushed away the man's headless body and staggered to his feet. Gasping for breath, his eyes fell on the man's shoulder blades, one marked with blue, the other with purple. Cheng Xilin swallowed hard, barely able to stand by leaning on his spear. He stared blankly at the dismembered corpse on the ground, terrified to recall the horrifying experience he had just endured. After a moment, Cheng Xilin noticed a small white cat crouching not far away. Its fur was snow white, and its black, gem-like eyes were curiously observing him. The cat was small enough to fit in his hands, yet Cheng Xilin felt an inexplicable fear. It was its cry that had pulled him back to reality. Suddenly, the white cat seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky before turning and running away. Cheng Xilin, puzzled, looked up too but saw nothing. When he looked down again, the cat had vanished. Cheng Xilin sat heavily on the ground, resting his head for a moment. He lit a cigarette, forcing himself to calm down and try to make sense of things, even though much remained a mystery. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on a skyscraper's rooftop, the white cat named Tada was quietly perched on Lang Yan's head. Lang Yan took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Tada, you can help him, but did you have to bring this deity over? As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Yan slowly turned, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Mr. Yu Chi, with his hands behind his back, stepped onto the rooftop from midair. His gaze passed over Lang Yan and fixed on the white cat. Lang Yan didn't dare make a sound, waiting with a pained expression. The cat remained still, quietly lying there. After a moment, Yu Chi spoke. Lang Yan, you have 3 sentences to explain. Lang Yan shuddered, inwardly astonished. As a high-level star-ranked warrior, he felt a sense of despair facing Yu Chi, who was at the peak of the star rank. The gap between high level and peak level shouldn't be this vast. Why was this happening? Seeing Yu Chi's slight frown, indicating impatience, Lang Yan hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, I came to Shanghai with no intention of offense, and I mean no harm to your student. Yu Chi's expression remained unchanged. That's your first sentence. In an instant, Lang Yan felt his entire body tense. He couldn't believe the intense pressure he felt, like an ant facing a dragon. Even when Yu Chi killed the Grand Elder of the Illuminati, Hong Chou, he needed Gu Shuohua's assistance. Why did he feel so powerless now? At that moment, the white cat softly meowed. Mia. Lang Yan's spirits lifted, and he quickly said, Mr. Yu, I came to check on the sea. Before he could finish, a golden sword appeared out of nowhere, its tip pressing against his throat. That's your second sentence. Yu Chi's voice was icy and merciless. Lang Yan froze, his eyes glancing down at the golden sword. He wanted to retreat, to flee, but he dared not move a muscle. He was certain that even the slightest movement would result in the elegant golden sword severing his head in an instant. The white cat's paw twitched slightly, and in the next moment, an ancient black sword was pointed at its forehead. Tada! The white cat showed a human-like fear in its eyes but didn't dare move, not even to puff up its fur. It remained frozen in place. The slight movement of the little white cat instantly pulled Lang Yin back from the abyss of fear. His voice trembled as he struggled to speak. Mr. Yu and Master Gu are about to leave, so there's no need to worry about the others. But Cheng Xilin has yet to grow. Can Tada stay and continue to protect him until he becomes a star? Yu Qi's eyes flickered as if in thought, but the two swords, one gold and one black, remained sharp and menacing. He asked softly, Shuahua? After a moment of silence, Gu Shuahua's aged yet melodious voice gently replied, yes. This brief response was like music to Lang Yin and the little white cat. Yu Qi gave a slight nod, and the two swords vanished. He turned to Lang Yin, his tone icy, you can go back to the outer ruins now. Do not set foot here again. Yes. I'm leaving now. Lang Yin trembled all over, carefully placing the little white cat on the ground. In the next moment, he soared into the air and disappeared into the night, clearly using all his strength to escape. Yu Qi stared at the little white cat for a moment before turning and vanishing into the darkness. The little white cat sat upright, its posture instantly relaxing as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Suddenly, Gu Shuahua's voice rang out again. Come to my place. The little white cat immediately straightened up, its eyes wide and gleaming like black jewels, resembling a sentinel on duty. It let out a soft meow and agilely leaped off the rooftop. Meanwhile, Cheng Xilin sat in his car, silently watching as the police and medical personnel moved the man's body. They wouldn't inquire about the details of the incident since Cheng Xilin belonged to the demon hunting squad and was on a mission. This understanding was akin to how police officers wouldn't question military operations. Different departments had their own roles, cooperating yet maintaining their boundaries. Cheng Xilin sighed deeply and self-mockingly remarked, I get it now. I'm not the protagonist. No protagonist would be as pathetic as I am. On the third day of the demon hunting team, everything was calm. Cheng Xilin was bored to death. He had joined the patrol team to slack off, but instead of catching any monsters, he had encountered ghosts for 2 consecutive days. The second one was particularly vicious, almost draining his life force. In the pavilion by the artificial lake, Cheng Xilin leaned on one hand and absent-mindedly tapped his quantum mechanics book with the other. After a while, he grabbed some fruits and vegetables and headed straight to Yu Qi's house. Familiar with the place, Cheng Xilin pushed open the door and went directly to the kitchen. Seeing Gu Shuehua sitting on the sofa watching TV commercials, he called out loudly, Shenyang, I'm going to start dinner. Do you want rice or porridge with steamed buns? Rice, please, and cook it a bit longer, Gu Shuehua replied. Got it, Cheng Xilin responded, suddenly noticing someone was missing. By the way, where's Shifu? Gu Shuehua smiled and explained, he's in the study. Your fourth brother sent over some of his carved wooden pieces, and he's picking through them. In the kitchen, as the pots and pans clanged, Cheng Xilin asked loudly, I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters, but I've only met the third brother. Where are the others? It'd be good to know so I can find them when I go out. Gu Shuehua turned to look at Cheng Xilin, smiling. Why? Isn't having Shifu and me backing you up enough? You need more support from them? Cheng Xilin quickly gave her a thumbs up and made a funny face. Who knows me better than my own mother? You understand me best. I apprenticed under Shifu just for fun. But the real skills come from you, Shenyang. Gu Shuehua paused for a moment, then smiled. You cheeky brat. Feeling pleased with himself, Cheng Xilin was about to wash the vegetables when the water suddenly splashed in his face. What the heck? He exclaimed. During dinner, Yu Qi noticed Cheng Xilin's blank expression and asked, Why aren't you eating? Cheng Xilin shook his head. I'm full. Yu Qi, with a hint of a smile, asked again, full without eating? Cheng Xilin nodded slowly. I drank water until I was full. Gu Shuehua gave her husband a look and placed some greens on Cheng Xilin's plate. Eat up? All right. Cheng Xilin replied with a silly grin and started eating. After dinner, Cheng Xilin cleaned up the table, kitchen, and leftovers, then brewed 2 cups of tea and brought them to the study. He noticed 5 small wooden carvings on the desk, each the size of a lighter. Picking up a small coffin-shaped one, he said enthusiastically, Fourth brother has great taste. Look at these 5 little things. A coffin, a wooden sword, and 3 wooden stakes. Is fourth brother into ghost hunting? Yu Qi glanced at Cheng Xilin. They're for you. Fourth brother sent them. For me. Cheng Xilin was surprised. How did fourth brother know I've been encountering ghosts these past 2 days? He pocketed the stakes and the wooden sword, and played with the small coffin. Yu Qi watched Cheng Xilin fidget with the small coffin and asked, What are you doing? Just handling it, Cheng Xilin said, sitting on the sofa while still playing with the coffin. It's a handpiece. You need to handle it to give it a nice patina. But it's a pity I'm not the sweaty type. Otherwise, it would have a nice sheen in less than half a month. Yuqi glanced at Gu Shuihua, who was smiling, then back at Cheng Xilin's hands, shaking his head. Fine, do as you wish. Cheng Xilin, with his legs crossed and still playing with the small coffin, was just thinking about leaving when a familiar meow sounded. Meow? What the heck? Cheng Xilin instinctively jumped up from the sofa. He stared in shock at the little white cat on the sofa. He knew that sound well. It was the same cat that had saved his life last night with a single meow. Shifu, this, Cheng Xilin swallowed and pointed at the white cat, looking at Yuqi. Oh, it's our pet. Its name is Tada, Yuqi said calmly. Cheng Xilin, still puzzled, asked, but why haven't I seen it before? Yuqi replied casually, it was just let out. What? Cheng Xilin was confused. Just let out? From where? Pet prison? Gu Shuihua tapped the table with her fingers. Tada immediately jumped onto the table in front of her and sat upright. Its black, gemstone-like eyes staring at Cheng Xilin. Gu Shuihua stroked Tada's snowy fur and said with a light laugh, Old 7, Tada will follow you from now on. You're Shifu, and I don't have the energy to take care of it. Cheng Xilin smacked his lips and nodded. Okay. He knew well that this little white cat named Tada was no ordinary creature. Last night, its meow had pulled him back to reality, and it had vanished without a trace as soon as he looked up. Despite his doubts, he chose to trust his Shifu and Shenyang. Cheeky brat, Yuqi said softly. Yuqi smiled briefly, lit a cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, he gazed at Cheng Xilin with a calm demeanor. I know what happened those 2 nights, he said, but I didn't intervene. Do you know why? Cheng Xilin nodded solemnly, understanding reflected in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and mature. Everyone has their own battles to face and their own paths to forge. You and Shermu can always support me, but you can't always be by my side. Some things, I need to face on my own to grow. Exactly. Yuqi stared at the falling ash, as if seeing the passage of time within it. He sighed softly and continued. Yes, family will always stand behind you, but they can't always walk with you. You have your own journey. Cheng Xilin stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Tada's head. Suddenly, his expression turned playful, and he exaggerated his tone, saying, Teacher, come on, I know this. It's just like those typical novel plots where the mighty mentor ascends to the heavens and tells his disciple. With a dramatic change in expression, Cheng Xilin mimicked a serious tone. Disciple, you have your own path. Be strong, be brave. Remember, you bear the weight of countless lives. He gently placed a small coffin on the table and continued his act. Disciple, I have a treasure for you. It will save your life in times of dire need. Cheng Xilin glanced at the 2 elders, coughed lightly and added, and then there's always some grand farewell speech about protecting the world and so on. Yuqi and Gu Shuihua exchanged a glance, a mix of helplessness and affection in their eyes. In unison, they softly said, Get out. The scene shifted. Cheng Xilin sat in his car, exhaling smoke with a pout. He turned to look at the little white cat, Tada, in the passenger seat and teased, Your grandparents don't want you anymore. Call me daddy, or I won't want you either. Tada glanced at the self-talking lunatic, disdainfully closed her eyes, and elegantly curled up on the passenger seat, completely ignoring Cheng Xilin's words. In the following days, Cheng Xilin's life revolved between his dormitory and Yuqi's office. He immersed himself in books to absorb knowledge, while also receiving combat training from Yuqi. Yuqi earnestly advised Cheng Xilin that if his star power was about to run out during a battle, he should use the last bit of energy to maintain his weapon card. As long as you have a weapon, you still have a chance to keep fighting and might even recover some star power during the battle. Without a weapon, you're as good as dead, Yuqi said, highlighting the harshness of the battlefield. Cheng Xilin frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, What if there is no weapon card? Without hesitation, Yuqi replied, Then stand behind someone who has one. Cheng Xilin further inquired, What if a star warrior is hunting a beast alone and runs out of star power without a weapon card? Yuqi's answer carried a hint of disdain. Anyone below the star level hunting beasts alone is an idiot. Stay away from such people to avoid catching their stupidity. This conversation left Cheng Xilin deep in thought. He suddenly wondered why, despite being in a university dedicated to teaching extraordinary abilities, there were no inter-college competitions or elite rankings. He couldn't help but express his feelings to Yuqi. I have all these skills but no place to use them. It's such a waste. Yuqi was taken aback by the question and then retorted, Do you think there are too many star warriors or too few beasts? Are there not enough casualties in the patrol teams or the demon hunting squads? Is the country too poor to support you? Do you need to fight to distribute resources? If you have time to think about this, why not focus on your training and studying more to kill more beasts in the future? Cheng Xilin suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, You're absolutely right. As night fell, Cheng Xilin and Zhang Yueyao began their routine video call. Since Zhang Yueyao's last visit to Shanghai, Their relationship had become more transparent, and they no longer tried to hide their feelings. Ms. Jiang, look, I got a cat, Cheng Xilin said, holding Tada by the scruff and lifting it in front of the camera. Tada looked displeased, its gemstone-like eyes half closed, and its 4 little legs dangling in the air. Jiang Yueyao exclaimed in delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Xiaolin, don't hold it like that. It's uncomfortable. Cheng Xilin glanced at Tada's expression and then smiled at Jiang Yueyao. It's fine, teacher. Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Yes, I miss you too, Jiang Yueyao responded gently. Cheng Xilin casually flicked his hand, making the white kitten Tada perform a backflip in midair before landing smoothly. Tada shot Cheng Xilin a glance and jumped onto another small sofa by his feet. Listening to Cheng Xilin's unabashed laughter and various crude remarks, Tada finally couldn't take it anymore. Meow, it protested. Cheng Xilin paused, turned to look at the white kitten lying by his feet, and stared back into its shiny black eyes. Man and cat shared a moment of silence. Go to hell, Cheng Xilin muttered, giving Tada a light kick. Meow. Tada executed a 360-degree spin in midair. After landing, it glared at Cheng Xilin lying on the sofa, its small claws momentarily extending from its paws before retracting. It silently jumped onto the sofa and lay on Cheng Xilin's leg. Cheng Xilin felt it, glanced back, and didn't pay much attention, continuing his conversation on the phone. Meanwhile, in an art studio at the Zhangjiang campus of Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, a woman stood with her arms crossed, watching a man paint with great interest. The tall, handsome young man wore an apron around his neck, which was stained with various colors of paint. Holding a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, he painted intently on the canvas. On the wall beside the canvas hung 2 paintings. One depicted a man sitting on a large rock, smoking with a cold expression. The other was a multicolored vortex with a faint blue silhouette in the center. At this moment, he was working on a 3rd piece. Suddenly, the man's hand holding the brush paused, and he frowned slightly, as if he had hit a creative block. The woman noticed the change in his expression and instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" The young man softly replied, "I'm not very satisfied with this painting." He then sighed, "But it's already halfway done. Destroying it would be a waste." Hearing his frustration, the woman smiled and said, "Is this the dilemma and hesitation of men?" "No, it's not a man's dilemma and hesitation. It's the pursuit of perfection that's tormenting me." The man disagreed with her statement. The woman shrugged indifferently, picked up a glass of red wine from a nearby table, and handed it to the man. She chuckled, "I also pursue perfection. I used to want a boyfriend who was handsome, funny, and devoted to me." The man took a sip of the wine, intrigued by what she would say next. "And now?" he asked. With a seductive smile, the woman leaned against the table, swirled the wine in her glass, and then tilted her head back to finish it in one gulp. "Now, I still pursue perfection, but only when it comes to clothes." The man paused, his brows furrowing slightly, a barely perceptible note of caution in his voice. "So, that's why you killed the last brand designer?" The woman pouted, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her voice as soft as a purr. "I gave him so much money. Was it just to wear clothes I didn't like?" She leaned forward slightly, her gaze like a predator locking onto its prey, her whisper carrying a dangerous undertone. "He took the money but didn't satisfy me. Don't you think he deserved to die?" The man watched as the woman slowly approached, a faint smile playing on his lips. With a graceful motion, he positioned his wine glass between them, his voice calm and resolute. "Ms. Ding Ling, we've had our wine. I believe our date is over." Ding Ling arched her slender eyebrows, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, the wine in her glass floated out, forming an elegant spiral above their heads. Her voice was sweet yet dangerous. "Bai Zhao, you look quite dashing in your white suit today." Bai Zhao smiled tightly, a wary glint in his eyes. Red wine stains are hard to remove. With a swift motion, the wine under Ding Ling's control splashed precisely onto a half-finished painting behind him. Her voice was taunting. "Since you don't want to ruin it, let me help you." Bai Zhao swirled his now empty wine glass, maintaining his faint smile. "Thank you very much." As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Ling's figure vanished into thin air. Bai Zhao sighed softly, placing the empty glass on the table. He turned to deal with the ruined painting. However, when his gaze fell upon the artwork, now mostly stained by the red wine, he froze. He stared at the painting, as if struck by a sudden inspiration. Slowly, he picked up a brush and began to trace the lines where the wine had spread. His palette shifted colors with each slight movement, always matching exactly what Bai Zhao envisioned. Bai Zhao seemed to fall into a state of creative fervor, his eyes gleaming with the unique light of an artist. He murmured to himself, "It's beautiful. A perfect piece of art." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.